Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 3301 to Chapter 3389. Let me see what's so special about this stone tablet. Wang Yanming said. He was about to step forward. He wanted to shake the stone tablet. Don't touch the stone tablet. Lin Feng said hurriedly. Why? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Because Lin Feng had previously displayed extremely high attainments in formations. Therefore, now, the cultivators of the four factions still attached great importance to Lin Feng's words. Although Wang Yanming couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But in reality, Wang Yanming. He took Lin Feng's words very seriously. He also attached great importance to it, because it could be related to his life. These four big words are the words eternal suppression of the yellow springs. Lin Feng said. Eternal suppression of the yellow springs? What does that mean? Everyone revealed a puzzled expression. Eternal suppression of the yellow springs was full of doubts. It made people wonder how many secrets and dangers were hidden in it. Obviously, this wasn't as simple as just a few words. There might be great danger behind it. Lin Feng didn't intend to hide what he had seen from these people. He said, just now, when I was comprehending these ancient words, I was able to sense an ancient world. In this world, a terrifying battle broke out, and the location of the battle was right here in the group of temples we are in. Everyone was shocked. Old man Songhai asked, what was the final result of that battle? That was an incomparably tragic battle. Who knows how many people died? Countless cultivators rushed into the clouds. They entered the thunderclouds and fought with unknown existences. However, corpses fell from the sky one after another, and cultivators died tragically. The last Stone Clan monk who was undergoing a transformation appeared. He had reached a critical moment in his transformation. Half of his body was made of stone, and the other half was made of flesh and blood. But now, he had no choice but to come out early. That monk took out a stone tablet, which was the eternal suppression of the yellow springs. That monk carried the stone tablet and charged into the thunderclouds. The images I saw disappeared at this point. I don't know what happened after that. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was deeply shocked. What Lin Feng was reading was probably about what had happened back then. Perhaps the truth behind the Stone State's destruction was in that battle. But what could he do? Lin Feng wasn't able to see any more content. This fresh blood. Is it the old monk's blood? The female cultivator from Bright Moon couldn't help but ask. This female cultivator from the Bright Moon Star area looked to be in her 30s. Her figure was plump and charming. She was different from Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue. This woman's temperament was very cold. He had always been cold. That kind of temperament made people not dare to approach him. This female cultivator was called Nangong Xianwu. His cultivation was also unfathomable. Lin Feng felt that this female cultivator was most likely an Emperor sect level expert. That might be possible. But I'm not sure. Because I wasn't able to see what happened after that. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Then, he continued, the steel clearly wasn't placed here. It was suppressed here. I vaguely feel that there's something terrifying suppressed under the steel. This feeling was very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng spoke of this feeling at this moment. He didn't want anyone to have any ideas about the steel. The eternal suppression yellow spring steel might be extraordinary, but it couldn't be touched. Because there might be dangers that couldn't be dealt with. If such a danger really appeared, no one knew what terrible things would happen. Perhaps many people would die here. Could it be that a terrifying existence that attacked the Stone State in the past was suppressed here? Now that so many years have passed, could this existence have been suppressed to death here? Even if it wasn't suppressed to death here, after such a long time, it shouldn't have much battle strength left, right? One of the cultivators said, voicing his thoughts. Since this cultivator suggested such a thing, he probably wanted to move the eternal suppression yellow spring steel, Lin Feng said. There's no need to take this risk. Everyone discussed for a while. In the end, they made a decision to ignore the steel. Lin Feng persisted because the steel made him feel very uneasy. So, everyone followed Lin Feng's idea. Everyone spread out and continued to search for treasures left behind in the huge temple complex. However, they found nothing. Perhaps, this place really didn't have any other treasures left behind. However, Lin Feng was already very satisfied with the string of stone prayer beads he obtained earlier. 2 hours later, everyone gathered together and planned to leave this place. The stone state was so big. If they couldn't find anything good in the temple complex, they could go elsewhere to search. Just as they left the temple complex, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the temple complex. Next, endless thunderclouds soared into the sky. Not good. Someone moved the eternal suppression yellow spring steel. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Inside the temple complex, several hundred cultivators appeared. These cultivators' clothes were all printed with a special pattern. That picture was a picture of a skull. This was the 42nd ranked skeleton bandit group in the Starry Sky world. The leader of the skeleton bandit group was the skeleton Great Emperor. He was an emperor-level expert and was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were more than 20 Great Emperor-level experts in the skeleton bandit group. This was an extremely powerful bandit group. It was unknown how these people came in. However, since the 100 Joy Pavilion, Bright Moon Star region, Thousand Fiends Star region, and Yin Yang Star region were able to discover the secret of the star hole hidden in the Stone State ruins, it was naturally not strange for the other forces to discover the secret here. Moreover, perhaps there were insiders among the 4 major powers who would sell this important information to others. There were many such people. Because selling such an important piece of information, the reward was absolutely unimaginable. The person who moved the eternal suppression yellow spring steel was the deputy leader of the skeleton bandit group. This person was called Sun Shizong. He was a Confucian cultivator. He looked very refined. It was Sun Shizong who moved the eternal suppression yellow spring steel, causing the change. Quickly retreat, Sun Shizong said in a deep voice. Hundreds of skeleton bandit group cultivators retreated. Lin Feng and the others also stood in the distance and watched the change in the temple complex. The ground cracked open. Endless thunderclouds surged out. They rolled violently in midair. A huge mushroom cloud was formed. A thundercloud-like pillar connected the cracked ground and the mushroom cloud. Keek keek, suddenly. When she heard the sinister laughter, she was stunned. Everyone's faces. They couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Especially Lin Feng and the others, their expressions changed drastically. This was because Lin Feng had some enlightenment and saw some images. So, everyone thought of the battle back then. Now it seemed that it was really as Lin Feng had guessed. An ancient existence was suppressed under the eternal suppression Yellow Springs monument. That existence, it was very likely that it was one of the existences that attacked the stone state back then. Look, it's out, Du Zhu pointed at the thundercloud light pillar. No one knew when it started. A terrifying creature appeared in front of everyone. Lin Feng saw that terrifying existence. It was an extremely strange creature. The body of a human, the head of an octopus, and the head was covered with dense tentacles, just like the tentacles of an octopus. It was extremely terrifying. It was horrifying. No one knew what kind of creature it was. This is a creature that walked out of the wasteland, the demon lord said. What? A creature that walked out of the wasteland? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The wasteland. It was a special place. It didn't belong to this starry sky universe. It didn't belong to the foreign world either. The wasteland was connected to the foreign world's passageway, which was connected to the 3 supreme realms. It was a very special place. Even now, Lin Feng still remembered that a powerful existence like the great Emperor Lord Grimm had fallen in the wasteland. It was a place that gods and demons revered. It was a place that was enough to bury countless creatures. The great Emperor. Even the immortals. Entering the wasteland, it was very likely that they would die there. No one knew the origin of the independent world of the wasteland. Lin Feng didn't know where that world was. With his cultivation, he couldn't come into contact with everything about the wasteland. But Lin Feng knew. A creature that walked out of the wasteland was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The demon lord now said that the monster was a creature that walked out of the wasteland. This made Lin Feng think of many things. Could it be the one who destroyed the stone state? Were they cultivators from the wasteland? With this in mind, Lin Feng asked, could it be that the stone state was destroyed by the wastelands? The creatures in the wasteland won't easily leave the wasteland. However, only a certain kind of creature would leave the wasteland. The demon lord said. What creature? Lin Feng asked. Those who betray the wasteland will choose to join some large organizations after leaving the wasteland. I wonder if this wasteland creature is in the same situation. The demon lord said. Can you tell me more about the situation in the wasteland? Lin Feng asked. He thought about the specific situation of the wasteland that he had obtained from the demon lord. Because the demon lord's words were too vague. Lin Feng only knew that the wasteland was a very scary place. Experts were as common as clouds. It was a place where countless emperors and immortals were buried. However, Lin Feng didn't know how the powers in the wasteland were divided. The demon lord said, there are some things that you still don't know. It won't do you any good to know. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he also felt a little helpless. Lin Feng knew too well what kind of person the demon lord was. Since he didn't want to talk about it, no matter how he asked, the demon lord definitely wouldn't say anything. Lowly creature. Thank you for letting this lord out. In order to repay you, this lord has decided to devour all of you. The wasteland creature looked at the group of cultivators from the skeleton bandits with a sinister gaze. Reckless fool, let's attack together and kill him. Sun Shizong's voice was cold. Although Sun Shizong was a Confucian expert, he had abandoned himself. He became a space bandit. When the skeleton mercenary group was founded, he was one of the founding members. All these years, what kind of storms had Sun Shizong not experienced? Back then, the 9 great space bandit groups had even attacked a great world, then burned and looted it before successfully escaping. Therefore, Sun Shizong, who was used to seeing big scenes, was very calm. Hundreds of experts from the skeleton bandits attacked, wanting to kill the wasteland creature. But at this time, the wasteland creature opened its mouth and sucked. Huff, 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 the bandits of the skeleton bandits unleashed all kinds of attacks. All kinds of magic treasures. They were all devoured by the wasteland creature. Next time, it will be your turn. The taste of flesh and blood. How nostalgic, the wasteland creature let out a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth again and sucked. Huff, 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 huff. The powerful suction force surged out once again. This time, it directly engulfed a group of cultivators. The cultivators of the skeleton bandits couldn't resist the wasteland creature's devouring. Many cultivators' bodies flew uncontrollably towards the wasteland creature. When they got close to the wasteland creature, their bodies began to shrink. Then, they were swallowed by the wasteland creature. Crunch, crunch, the wasteland creature began to chew, and screams could be heard. The cultivators who were devoured by the wasteland creature were directly bitten to death. They became the wasteland creature's food. Blood flowed down the wasteland creature's mouth. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this scene, Sun Shizong's expression changed greatly. More than half of the hundreds of people had been devoured. He led the rest, wanting to quickly escape. The wasteland being laughed sinisterly. Delicious. Truly delicious. Now, it's not a place where you can leave as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning clouds enveloped Sun Shizong and the rest of the skeleton bandits. We can't stay here for long, let's go. Old man Songhai couldn't help but take a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded and hurriedly left this place. Rumor has it that the Stone State has an imperial city. We need to find the imperial city. As long as we find the imperial city, we can find the Stone State's treasury. Old man Songhai said on the way. The Stone State's monarch was so powerful back then, there must be countless treasures in the treasury he built. Moreover, there might even be the Stone State's monarch's legacy. These things were extremely attractive. Everyone increased their speed, then, they quickly headed toward the depths of the Stone State. Not long after, they saw a black ocean appear in front of them. Everyone soared into the sky and flew above the black ocean. They wanted to fly across the black ocean. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Then, a black demonic dragon appeared in the depths of the black ocean. The black demonic dragon was extremely fast, quickly disappearing from sight. Everyone was shocked and quickly chased after it. Not long after, they saw an island. On the island, there were many palaces. The palaces there were extremely well preserved. This place hasn't been destroyed. Could there be something amazing left behind? Someone asked, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. On the island, there were many palaces surrounded by holy light. It was a sacred place. Everyone flew over and landed. They heard waves of immortal music intertwining in their ears. It was beautiful. It was very pleasant to hear. It's really an extraordinary place. Who lived here in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Back then, the stone state was incomparably prosperous. Therefore, there were many experts in the stone state. Other than the supreme king of the stone state, there were also some other mighty figures. They also had a world-shaking reputation. If they couldn't find the treasures or orthodoxies left behind by the king of the stone state, finding these people's things, it was precious enough. Lin Feng's biggest purpose for coming here was to find the 3,000 Great Tao. He had now obtained 578 of the 3,000 Great Tao. The 3,000 Great Tao before Lin Feng became an emperor, there was still a certain gap. And although Lin Feng's goal was to cultivate 1,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao before becoming an emperor, but the more of the 3,000 Great Tao he cultivated, the better. The more Lin Feng's Great Tao foundation was getting stronger, then, the more his combat strength would increase when he broke through to the Great Emperor realm. His potential would also be greater. His future achievements would also be higher. Therefore, Lin Feng had been searching for these 3,000 Great Tao. Let's split up and search for our own opportunities, Old Man Songhai said. In order to avoid conflict, everyone was the same as before. They chose to split up and search for various opportunities. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, Evil Lord Saint, and the two ghost emperors went together. After the five of them chose a direction, then, they quickly walked over. Lin Feng was proficient in the dragon searching formula. And he had recently cultivated the Khanate 8 trigrams. Although he wasn't particularly proficient in the Khanate 8 trigrams, but he had already reached a higher level. Therefore, now, with the help of the dragon searching formula and the Khanate 8 trigrams, these two powerful techniques, Lin Feng was able to lock on to the best treasure hunting location as soon as possible. This time, the palace that Lin Feng chose was a rather ordinary one. The palace was ordinary, but perhaps the things inside weren't ordinary. The five of them arrived in front of the palace and directly opened the door. A decaying aura gushed out from the palace. The five of them entered the palace and saw the corpses in the palace. There were dozens of corpses lying here. Moreover, these corpses had already become dried corpses. Time passed. Powerful as they were, his body had already decayed. They were all experts of the past. How did they die here? Lin Feng couldn't help but cautiously size up this palace. They had to be on guard against any terrifying dangers. But fortunately, there was no danger, which made him feel slightly relieved. We can't be careless in a place like this, Lin Feng said. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the two ghost emperors nodded. Then, everyone walked towards the corpses. The storage ring of the dead expert was still there. Lin Feng arrived in front of a corpse. Then, he took off the storage ring from the corpse. Lin Feng tried to invade the storage ring with his divine sense. Let's see if there are any treasures in the storage ring. However, it was a pity. The storage ring had been destroyed. Time was the quickest to age. It seemed that there was nothing that time couldn't destroy. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the two ghost emperors each checked a storage ring. The storage rings they checked were the same as the storage rings Lin Feng checked. They were all destroyed. What a pity. These cultivators must have been incomparably powerful in the past. There must have been a lot of good things in the storage rings, but now, they are all destroyed. Lin Feng checked 5 or 6 storage rings in succession. The situation was exactly the same as the first storage ring. The storage rings that he had been looking at. They were all destroyed. It was a pity. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the altar. There were 3 statues on the altar. On the left and right were 2 guardian boys. They weren't old, only in their teens. The one in the middle. Instead, he was worshipping an extremely strange creature. This creature had a human body. But it had 9 heads. The strangest thing was that this creature's head wasn't a human head. It was a lizard's head. It was a statue of a god with a human body and a lizard's head. This is a 9-headed lizard. In the past, this race was extremely powerful. It said that their ancestor was also a Xianxia life form. However, during the primordial era, this race was completely wiped out. I never thought that this temple would actually worship such a statue. The demon lord said. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He hadn't thought that this strange creature would be from such an extraordinary race. The 3 of them searched for treasures in the temple, but after a long time, they found nothing. Did we find the wrong place? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He used the dragon-seeking incantation to locate it. He also used the Xiantian 8 trigrams to deduce. The location he found was within this temple. There seemed to be something extraordinary here. But until now, he hadn't found anything. Could there be something in the statue? Du Zhu asked. He wanted to smash the statue to pieces. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he said, "Let's smash the statue to see what it is." Du Zhu quickly walked forward and smashed the statues of the 2 boys on the left and right. But he found nothing. Next, Du Zhu smashed the 9-headed lizard statue in the middle. The moment the 9-headed lizard statue was smashed, a cold light quickly flew toward Du Zhu. It was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Du Zhu. It was actually a 9-headed lizard with a pitch-black body. The 9-headed lizard opened its mouth and bit at Du Zhu. Each of its teeth contained a lethal poison. The poison ancestor's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast as he grabbed the 9-headed lizard. The 9-headed lizard took a bite out of Du Zhu's hand. Du Zhu's body quickly turned black. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this. Wasn't the 9-headed lizard's poison too terrifying? In other words, it was Du Zhu. If it were someone else who was bitten by the 9-headed lizard, most likely, he was already dead. This little thing's poison is so terrifying, Du Zhu said as he sealed the 9-headed lizard. At this moment, "Kacha kacha kacha" sound suddenly came from behind. Lin Feng's group of 5 was alarmed. They all turned around to look. They saw that the dozens of dried corpses lying on the ground had all stood up. Each of the dried corpses was moving their bodies. The kacha 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 sounds were also coming from these dried corpses when they moved their bodies. The eyes of the dried corpses flickered with a blood-red light. Their auras were extremely powerful. Now, these dried corpses surrounded Lin Feng's group of 5. How did these dried corpses come to life? Du Zhu's voice changed slightly. The situation here doesn't seem right. It's not as peaceful as we thought. Everyone, be careful, Lin Feng said in a deep voice and quickly took out the black dragon sword. Screech, at this moment. Bam! The 2 sides immediately engaged in a great battle. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and clashed with a mummy. A dull sound of collision was heard. Next, the mummy was sent flying by Lin Feng. However, the mummy's body was not destroyed, which shocked Lin Feng. The body of this mummy was too strong. It was unbelievable that it could block the attack of the black dragon sword. Dozens of mummies surrounded Lin Feng and the other 4. The 5 of them did not hold back at all. They attacked with all their might. Clang clang clang, Lin Feng's mana continued to pour into the black dragon sword. The power of the black dragon sword increased greatly. Lin Feng seemed to have the help of a god. One strike after another, he collided with these mummies. Although these mummies had strong bodies, they could only withstand 4 or 5 attacks from the black dragon sword. They were about to be completely destroyed by the black dragon sword. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors also used their own methods to destroy the mummies one by one. In the end, the dozens of mummies were all destroyed by Lin Feng and the others. These mummies seem to have been possessed, it's really strange. The evil sovereign saint could not help but say. Lin Feng said, looks like something is going to happen. As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Feng swept his sword towards the stone statue in the middle of the shrine. Although Du Zhu did not find anything in the stone statue just now, Lin Feng still felt that there might be some treasures in the stone statue. So, now, he needed to take a closer look to confirm if there really was a treasure. Clang, the stone statue was completely shattered. Something fell to the ground. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. There really was something. He quickly walked forward and picked up the item. Then, he took a closer look. He discovered. This thing, it was actually a golden box. This box was very special. There were densely packed runes on it. Although the golden box was only the size of a palm, it was locked. Lin Feng tried to open the small lock on the golden box. But he tried many times. All of them ended in failure. This golden box is very unusual, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. He threw the golden box on the ground and waved the black dragon sword. He slashed out with his sword. Clang! The attack slammed into the golden box. Then, there was a clanging sound. The golden box was too sturdy. Even a supreme treasure like the black dragon sword could not break it. It was truly unbelievable. It was hard to imagine how sturdy the golden box was. I can't open it. It seems like I need to find some time to study this golden box. Perhaps the method to open the golden box lies in those mysterious runes. Lin Feng said. He put the golden box away. Then, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors walked out. When they came out, their faces changed slightly. Because the island was surrounded by darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. Something strange must have happened. The cultivators from the other four great powers had also noticed this strange change. The cultivators from the four great powers quickly gathered together. Lin Feng's group of 5 met up with the cultivators from the four great powers. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, it seems that we need to leave this place quickly. This place is too strange. No one objected to this suggestion. Everyone quickly rushed outside. However, at this moment, darkness enveloped the world. Soon, it became so dark that one couldn't see their fingers. This kind of darkness was very strange. It could block the cultivator's vision. For example, Lin Feng. Originally, even at night, Lin Feng could see the scene dozens of miles away. This was the night vision ability of cultivators. If one used their divine sense to explore, they could clearly see the scene hundreds of miles away. However, on this island, Lin Feng's night vision ability was completely lost. He couldn't even see the scene 3 meters away. And Lin Feng's divine sense was also suppressed. He lost the ability to patrol the sky. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was in such a situation, everybody else was in the same situation. Listen to the sound to determine the location. Quickly leave this place. Old man Xianxia said in a low voice. This place was very unsettling. No one wanted to stay here any longer. Poof, suddenly. Something was flying through the darkness at an extremely fast speed. That mysterious thing pierced through a cultivator's chest. Ah! A scream was heard. That cultivator immediately fell to the ground. His body didn't move. What happened? No one knew what happened in the darkness. This was because everyone's night vision and divine telekinesis had been suppressed. So everyone was confused. Then, a group of people quickly surrounded the dead cultivator to check his wounds. Swoosh, suddenly. Something came out from the dead cultivator's body. Before anyone could even see what it was, it had already pierced through the chest of a second cultivator. The second cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he died. This caused everyone's expression to become unsightly. What kind of thing could be so strange? Everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. Everyone quickly retreated. Old man Xianxia shot out a strand of magic power and wrapped around the dead cultivator's body. He wanted to force that unknown creature out. Squeak squeak squeak, old man Xianxia captured the creature that had killed the two cultivators one after another. Nine-headed lizard. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out to be a nine-headed lizard. Previously, when they were in the palace, Duzu had been attacked by a nine-headed lizard. Originally, Lin Feng thought that it was just an isolated case. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The nine-headed lizard here. It was definitely not as simple as one or two. Quick! Take out your defensive magic treasures to protect yourselves. Old man Xianxia said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely solemn. The nine-headed lizard was too terrifying. It gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. No one dared to hesitate. They all took out their defensive magic treasures to protect themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone quickly rushed out of the island, wanting to leave this island as soon as possible. Rustling sounds could be heard. It was as if something was crawling up from the ground. Right now, everyone's spiritual will and vision were suppressed too much. They could only distinguish by the sound. However, just by listening to the sound, many things were still impossible to judge. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Streaks of cold light quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Those streaks of cold light were all transformed from the nine-headed lizard. The attacks of those nine-headed lizards were extremely powerful. Puff! 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 Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The defensive magic treasures of the cultivators were penetrated by the nine-headed lizard's cold light. Then, the chests of those cultivators were also penetrated by the nine-headed lizard's cold light. One cultivator after another fell. The nine-headed lizard's attack was simply too powerful. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand the nine-headed lizard's attack at all. Clang! 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 The nine-headed lizard slammed into Lin Feng's protective light shield. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defense was strong enough. It blocked the nine-headed lizard's attack. The evil Dominator Saint fought the nine-headed lizard with his physical body. The evil Dominator Saint's physical body was indeed strong. He was indeed a zombie demon transformed from an emperor's corpse. And he had reincarnated and cultivated again. Lin Feng was stupefied by such a monstrous strength. When the nine-headed lizard struck the evil Dominator Saint's body, the evil Dominator Saint was stunned. Clang! 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 The nine-headed lizard didn't cause any damage to the evil Dominator Saint. Instead, it was the evil Dominator Saint who sent the nine-headed lizards flying. Clang! Clang! The nine-headed lizards fell to the ground one by one. However, the nine-headed lizard's physical body was extremely strong. Although it took a terrifying attack from the evil Dominator Saint, it didn't suffer any damage. Duzu was a natural counter to the nine-headed lizard, so there was no problem. The two ghost emperors hadn't condensed a physical body yet. The nine-headed lizard couldn't hurt them. Lin Feng and the others didn't suffer any damage. But the others didn't. The others suffered great damage from the nine-headed lizard's attack. People kept dying. The four forces suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, everyone was about to rush out of the island. Just as they were about to rush out. But at this moment, however, an unforeseen event occurred. A low roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if some ancient existence had awakened from a deep sleep. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. The darkness in front of them dissipated. Everyone could finally see some of the surrounding scenes. They saw that the palaces had become dilapidated palaces. Many of the palaces were stained with blood. And there were corpses everywhere on the ground. Illusion. Seeing the sudden change in the scene, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It's not an illusion. What we saw before was an illusion, but now it's real. The Demon Lord said. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. The Demon Lord's words were simply too shocking. If that was the case, it was truly shocking. This was because Lin Feng and the others had an Emperor Realm Master overseeing them. Could it be that even old man Xianxia was fooled? Generally, illusions were created by illusory arrays. Among the many formations, the illusory formation was obviously a relatively low-level formation. To be able to use such a low-level formation to deceive everyone. This ability. It was enough to be described as shocking. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Suddenly, a series of deep voices resounded between heaven and earth. When they heard that deep voice, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. He had only heard the voice of that supreme being. He had yet to see what kind of creature that existence was. It was already so shocking. So, it was hard to imagine how terrifying that existence was. The air seemed to have frozen. Thump, 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 thump. Heart, Lin Feng hurriedly covered his chest. He found that his heart was beating very fast. He even felt that his chest was about to split open. This feeling was too painful. Bang, 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 and at this moment, the chests of the cultivators exploded. Those cultivators who were slightly weaker. They couldn't withstand that terrifying oppressive force at all. They all died tragically. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, the densely packed nine-headed lizards rushed towards those corpses and began to gnaw on them. Those nine-headed lizards were very small. The smallest nine-headed lizard was only as long as a finger. The larger nine-headed lizards were about 10 centimeters long. Hurry up and come with me. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors. He activated his magnetic field and blocked that terrifying oppressive force. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors were in Lin Feng's magnetic field, and the pressure on their bodies was reduced by a lot. Lin Feng brought the four of them and quickly rushed outside. Now that a great disaster was about to befall them, they flew separately. They couldn't care less about the others. Everyone, good luck. The experts of the other four forces also took action to protect their cultivators. They each chose a direction to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a figure appeared in the darkness. That figure. From illusory, it became real. After seeing that figure, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It was a creature with a human body and a lizard head. There were a total of 9 lizard heads. Each of the lizard heads had a sinister and terrifying look in their eyes. Is it that 9-headed lizard that was worshipped? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized that it wasn't that lizard, because the 9-headed lizard that was worshipped in the side hall was a male lizard. And this lizard in front of him didn't look at the head. If he only looked at the body. It was obviously a woman's body, and it was very graceful and moving. But if it was coupled with those 9 lizard heads, it would look ferocious and terrifying. I'm from hell. A sinister and terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Then, waves of terrifying fluctuation swept through heaven and earth. That fluctuation had an extremely powerful attack power. It was shocking and moving. Bang, 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 that fluctuation was an indiscriminate attack, so everyone was hit. Including Lin Feng. After being hit by that terrifying fluctuation, kacha-kacha sounds were heard. The magnetic field was actually destroyed. And Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. This is too terrifying. Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. That creature was so powerful. It was simply unimaginable. In the distance, even the most powerful emperor-level powerhouse, Old Man Songhai, couldn't withstand the 9-headed lizard's attack and was also swept away. Many cultivators' bodies directly exploded, and they died tragically on the spot. The situation in front of them was really despairing. As for that terrifying existence, it continued to step forward. Terrifying power spread out again, and for the second time, it suppressed everyone. Many people couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. And just at this extremely dangerous moment, a terrifying creature appeared in this place. It turned out to be the creature in the wasteland. You're not dead yet? I'll send you to hell. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, the two sides fiercely clashed together. The powerful collision caused the entire island to shake violently. Everyone was shocked. They did not understand why the wasteland creature was fighting the 9-headed lizard queen. However, the battle between the two terrifying creatures gave Lin Feng and the rest a chance to escape. Despicable thing, you've been suppressed for so many years and you're still not dead? The nine-headed lizard queen's cold voice could be heard. His voice contained a monstrous killing intent. The wasteland creature said coldly, "Filthy thing, aren't you cursed? Why haven't you completely lost yourself?" These two creatures were so powerful. But now, they were attacking each other. Something unknown must have happened in the past to make them attack each other. However, this was destined to be a secret. Ordinary people would not know the secret of the past. Lin Feng and the rest were not interested in knowing what happened between these two terrifying creatures that caused them to fight to the death after so many years. Now, Lin Feng and the rest only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Bang bang bang, the two terrifying creatures clashed fiercely. Every time they clashed, the earth would shake. Their battle prowess was so strong that it was shocking. If it was someone else fighting with them, they would have died countless times. Destroy them first. Suddenly, the two terrifying creatures spoke at the same time. Although they were fighting to the death, these two terrifying creatures did not want to let Lin Feng and the rest go so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, the two terrifying creatures quickly chased after the group. Boom boom, then, the two terrifying creatures attacked. The nine-headed lizard queen spat out energy balls one after another. A total of 9 energy balls were spat out. Each energy ball contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The wasteland creature gently waved its claws. Whoosh, suddenly, claw lights flew out one after another. The dense claw lights instantly tore apart heaven and earth. They were so powerful. People couldn't help but shudder in fear. Bang bang bang, the bodies of the cultivators exploded under the nine-headed lizard queen's attack. They died on the spot. After their bodies exploded, the nine-headed lizard queen directly devoured the blood chi that was formed from their exploding bodies. Puff. Puff. Puff, at the same time, the sound of tearing could be heard. Under the attack of the wasteland creature. The cultivators' bodies were torn apart by the wasteland creature. Then, the cultivators were devoured by the wasteland creature. A large number of cultivators died. Many people could not help but reveal a deep look of despair. In their opinion, it was impossible to escape. They could not see any hope of escaping. Therefore, many people were in despair. Lin Feng and the rest were targeted. Not bad, not bad. For great sovereigns. That kid who hasn't even become a great sovereign has such a powerful bloodline. The wasteland creature looked at Lin's group. He quickly flew towards Lin Feng and the rest. A terrifying aura. It was suffocating. The creatures of the wasteland were too powerful. There was simply no way to resist. We'll stop him. Zhu. The evil dominator saint shouted. Those two people were loyal and devoted to Lin Feng. Now that they saw the wasteland creature chasing after them, they would rather sacrifice themselves. They also wanted to give Lin Feng a chance to escape. The two ghost emperors hesitated for a moment. They quickly said, "Young master, leave quickly. We will definitely hold it back." The two ghost emperors had no choice but to acknowledge Lin Feng as their master. But they only agreed to serve Lin Feng for 100 years. But after following Lin Feng, the two ghost emperors realized. Lin Feng did not look at them as if they were slaves. Lin Feng was very sincere to them. And he had been helping them to break through their cultivation. So, the two ghost emperors gradually became convinced of Lin Feng. Now, they were very loyal to Lin Feng. Of course, compared to Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint was more loyal to Lin Feng. The two ghost emperors might be a little worse. This was because Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint had followed Lin Feng for a long time. The fact that the two ghost emperors were willing to die for Lin Feng was enough to show their loyalty to Lin Feng. The two ghost emperors originally thought that he was afraid of death. But they didn't know until now. They were actually willing to die for others. Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors' voices fell. The four of them turned around and pounced towards the wasteland creature that was chasing after them. At this moment, Lin Feng was incomparably touched. To have such loyal and devoted subordinates, Li Tianlan thought. It was truly a blessing in life. How could he bear to watch Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors die in the hands of the wasteland creature? Therefore, Lin Feng opened his hand, and a powerful mana enveloped Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. Then, Lin Feng instantly activated a void teleportation array. The void teleportation array enveloped Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. Then, it wrapped them up and was about to send them out. Void teleportation array? Humph. What wishful thinking, you can't escape. The wasteland creature let out a contemptuous sneer. Then, he opened his hand and attacked Du Zhu and the other three who were enveloped by the void teleportation power. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and quickly charged towards the wasteland creature. Young master, Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors couldn't help but have their eyes pop out of their sockets. They wanted to rush out and fight side by side with Lin Feng. They even wanted to risk their lives to stall the wasteland creature. Then, Lin Feng would be able to leave this place. However, it was already too late. The four of them were teleported out. The wasteland creature's attack that was originally aimed at Du Zhu and the other three was blocked by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Lin Feng bought time for Du Zhu and the other three to be teleported out. Bang! Lin Feng, on the other hand, was sent flying by the wasteland creature's terrifying attack. Half of his body exploded. If not for Lin Feng's strong physical body and his immortal divine body, that attack just now, Lin Feng would probably have been killed. Even so, the wasteland creature's attack almost killed Lin Feng. As expected of the wasteland creature, its cultivation is really strong. Lin Feng looked at the wasteland creature with a gloomy expression. He activated his immortal divine body. His body quickly recovered to its original state. You know my identity? The wasteland creature narrowed its eyes and looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous expression. Lin Feng said indifferently. Of course I know. I'm just very puzzled. Don't the creatures of the wasteland usually not leave the wasteland? Why did you walk out of the wasteland back then? Kid, is this something you have the right to ask? The wasteland creature sneered and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. This attack from the wasteland creature was extremely terrifying, shocking everyone to the extreme. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of suffocation. That feeling was too terrible, making Lin Feng feel as if he was going to lose his life at any time. Fate seemed to no longer be in his own hands. The power of the wasteland's life form, it was unimaginable. Heaven-mending technique. Facing the terrifying attack of the wasteland's life form, Lin Feng did not choose to fight the wasteland's life form head-on. Instead, he chose to use the heaven-mending technique to dodge the attack of the wasteland's life form. Because the attack of the wasteland's life form this time was much stronger than the previous one. As a result, Lin Feng felt that even if he activated the black dragon sword, it was very likely that he would not be able to block the attack of the wasteland's life form. Since that was the case, it was better to dodge the attack of the wasteland's life form. There was no need to continue fighting with the wasteland's life form. Shwa, with a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. A talisman stone appeared in his hand. That talisman stone. Not anything else. It was the Destiny Stone. It was something that senior sister Shui Linglong gave to Lin Feng to save his life at a critical moment. Destiny Stone, it could change fate once. Right now, Lin Feng was being targeted by the wasteland's life form. Lin Feng's fate should be death. Once the Destiny Stone was crushed, Lin Feng's fate would become rebirth. Therefore, as long as he crushed the Destiny Stone, Lin Feng would be able to resolve the crisis in front of him. Just as Lin Feng was about to crush the Destiny Stone, suddenly, Lin Feng discovered that a treasure in the mountain river ring was fluctuating violently. When he sensed the treasure, Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. That treasure! It was actually the Saint Emperor Stone. The Saint Emperor Stone was a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained a long time ago. The Saint Emperor Stone was a treasure that the Fire Qilin had given to Lin Feng. Back in the Sky Martial continent, the Fire Qilin had gone through untold hardships to obtain the Saint Royal Stone, but it was besieged by countless cultivators. Thus, the Fire Qilin swallowed the Saint Emperor Stone. However, this almost took the Fire Qilin's life. The Fire Qilin's divine power was completely devoured by the Saint King Stone. After the fire Qilin took the Saint King stone out of its body, it felt that the Saint King stone was too demonic. It didn't dare to keep it and gave it to Lin Feng. This was a supreme treasure. It had been a long time. Nothing strange had happened. Now that something strange had happened, Lin Feng was very surprised. Lin Feng originally planned to crush the Destiny Stone and leave. But now, the Sage Emperor Stone had mutated. Buzz, at this moment, the Saint Emperor Stone flew out. Human heritage. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the Saint King Stone. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but shake slightly. Because that voice. It was Han Fizi, the war saint. Years ago, the Saint Emperor Stone was stained with the blood of the war saint Han Fizi. The war saint Han Fizi was a powerful existence. In the history of the human race, the war saint Han Fizi had an extremely important position. The war saint Han Fizi had passed down many great Dao. Han Fizi advocated that the power of the human race should be concentrated in the hands of the human monarch. The monarch of the human race led everyone to rise in the chaotic world. This was because the human race was weak, so their strength had to be concentrated. This way, it would be easier to unite. If the human race didn't unite, perhaps the human race would once again become the slaves of other races. Their status would not even be as high as some of the livestock raised by those races. Han Fizi's ideas were promoted in the human world. Therefore, in that era, the power of the human race was very concentrated. Under the leadership of the ancient Saint Emperor, the human race was extremely united. Perhaps it was because of this that the human race was able to survive until now. And the war saint Han Fizi had many classic views that were passed down. These views even had a huge impact on future generations. For example, don't blow the hair but nitpick. Han Fizi general principles: win without arrogance, lose without resentment. Shang Junshu battle techniques: 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. Han Fizi elder Yu, using a spear to attack a shield. Han Fizi Nani, more haste, less speed. Han Fizi external Chu Shua above left, flashy but impractical, empty but useless. Han Fizi difficult to speak: winning is the strongest. Only those who can defeat themselves are the strongest. Seeing is clear. Only those who can recognize themselves are wise. There is a Tao in the world, and there is a plan to calculate. One must have a certain principle when doing things. One must calculate both the gains and losses. If one wants to succeed, one must first fail. If one wants to succeed, the first thing one may encounter is failure. Therefore, Han Fizi played an extremely crucial role in the development of the human race. No one knew how Han Fizi died in the past. Now, this bloodstained sacred Emperor Stone. Perhaps it was left behind in this world. The only thing that had something to do with Han Fizi. When the words human heritage were spread, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of pride. Many races had been annihilated in the course of history. But no matter how many great wars broke out, but the human race still survived until now. This was the human heritage. Buzz, Han Fizi's shadow appeared. He stood in the void. His aura was so otherworldly. Standing in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. What human heritage? It's just a lowly race. The wasteland creature sneered. He looked down on the human race and mocked them, saying that they were a lowly race. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to slander the human race? Lin Feng looked coldly at the wasteland creature, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The words of the wasteland creature completely infuriated Lin Feng. The human race. It was not inferior to any race, the human race, it was the most glorious race, because the human race not only had the human heritage, but also the human heritage and spiritual heritage. So, the human race understood etiquette, justice, shame, filial piety, loyalty, and trust. This was something that other races could never understand. What? You don't believe me when I say that you humans are a lowly race? I have traversed the star field and have seen the human race in many places. The human race is always so weak, living at the bottom, and even being slaves and servants. What's wrong with me saying that the human race is a lowly race? The wasteland creature looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. That gaze was filled with disdain from the bottom of his heart. The wasteland creature's voice was cold as he charged toward Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. It made people feel suffocated. Human heritage will never be extinguished. At this moment, the shadow of war sage Han Fizi spoke. The next moment, when Han Fizi entered his body, Lin Feng immediately felt an unprecedented power surge into his body. That feeling made Lin Feng have the urge to look up to the sky and roar. That feeling was simply too good. Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble slightly. Now, Han Fizi's strength fused together with Lin Feng's for a short time. Die. The wasteland creature's cold voice suddenly sounded. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Facing the terrifying attack of the wasteland creature, Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. Dragon Elephant Arm, Lin Feng couldn't help but shout in his heart. Now that Han Fizi's power merged with his body, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to an unimaginable level in a short period of time. Naturally, his various abilities were increasing crazily. Including the power of the Dragon Elephant Arm, Lin Feng used the Draconic Elephant Arm, a peerless and invincible skill. It instantly shattered the vacuum. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and the wasteland creature fiercely collided. Dang 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 dang, both sides kept retreating, and they were actually evenly matched. This is impossible. The wasteland creature shouted in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Because the wasteland creature didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. He didn't even take the war sage Han Fizi seriously. But now, he actually couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to the wasteland creature. My clan's holy emperor's shadow merged with my body, and you can't defeat me anymore. Now you know who's the lowly creature, right? Trash like you don't even have the right to carry my clan's holy emperor's shoes. Lin Feng looked at the wasteland creature and couldn't help but curl his lips. Murderous intent. Lin Feng's words angered the wasteland creature. He said coldly, "Brat, do you know what a stupid thing you've done?" Lin Feng said indifferently. A stupid thing? I don't think so. You're a lowly race to begin with. Do you know what the greatest race in history is? Let me tell you, the greatest race in history is the human race. When the heavens and earth was first created, the first living being was the ancestor of the sovereign's imperial clan. The sovereign clan was the first human race. Countless Xianxian life forms were born later on, and countless of them took the appearance of their ancestor. This is the greatness of the human race. Only lowly creatures like you. Only ignorant fools would think that the human race is a lowly race. Of course, you might know that the human race is ancient and noble, but for the sake of your own vanity, you're insulting the human race. You're just trying to hide the jealousy in your heart. Just look at your hideous appearance, and it's obvious that you're a dirty and lowly race. Am I right? In the past, you weren't even fit to carry my clan's holy emperor's shoes, and you still aren't. Soon, you won't even have the right to carry my shoes. However, I can see that you have some cultivation, so I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground, kowtow to me, and swear your loyalty to me. I can reluctantly take you in as a slave. Lin Feng continued. In terms of eloquence, Lin Feng didn't lose to anyone. His words angered the creatures of the wasteland so much that they trembled all over. The wasteland creature was a powerful existence that everyone respected. Who would dare say such words to him? But now, Lin Feng had not only said such words, but also said many more. The wasteland creature couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Little bastard. I'm going to break every bone in your body. The wasteland creature looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Trash like you? I can make you vomit blood with 3 punches. Lin Feng continued to provoke the wasteland creature. I'm so angry. I'm going to eat you. The wasteland creature was furious. He roared. He directly pounced at Lin Feng. Then, Two sharp claws quickly clawed at Lin Feng. Shua shua, although it was only a physical attack, it still formed a claw light. The wasteland creature's physical body was terrifying enough. Therefore, the wasteland creature was extremely confident in his physical body. In addition, Lin Feng said that he could make him vomit blood with 3 punches. How could the wasteland creature endure such contempt? Therefore, the wasteland creature once again used his physical body to activate martial arts moves to deal with Lin Feng. The wasteland creature wanted to kill Lin Feng with his physical body, to prove his strength. And this was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. Because Lin Feng had greatly improved in all aspects. The power of the dragon elephant arm suddenly increased. Then, the power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times would definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, facing the attack of the wasteland creature, Lin Feng activated the 5 devouring martial spirits. The power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times poured into his arms. The power of 1 punch. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. It was shocking. When the power reached the peak, it could break through 10,000 methods with force. Breaking the attack of the wasteland creature was not a problem. Bang! The power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times suddenly erupted. It was really a peerless terror, directly breaking the attack of the wasteland creature. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch directly hit the chest of the wasteland creature. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The powerful wasteland creature could not resist the power of Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm by 5 times. Wah! And the wasteland creature vomited blood from Lin Feng's punch. No. This is absolutely impossible. This is absolutely not true. The wasteland creature could not accept what had happened. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a human cultivator. This made the wasteland creature almost go crazy. I originally thought that I would need 3 punches to make you vomit blood, but I didn't expect that I would only need 1 punch to make you vomit blood. This is really unexpected. Trash is trash. I said that you are trash, do you admit it? If I was at the same level as you, do you believe that I would be able to kill you in 1 move? Now you know who is the lowly race, right? Lin Feng quickly killed the wasteland creature, not wanting to give it a chance to struggle. He unleashed a terrifying attack on the wasteland creature. At the same time, he continued to provoke the wasteland creature. When the wasteland creature was suppressed in the past, it had never suffered such humiliation. But now, it suffered such humiliation. It was really a great humiliation. Therefore, the wasteland creature could not accept it. Anger attacked its heart. With a wah, it vomited another mouthful of blood. I said that you are trash and you still don't admit it. With such a poor psychological endurance, you don't even have the qualifications to be my slave. Although the wasteland creature couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Eat Lin Feng's flesh. Drink Lin Feng's blood. But the wasteland creature also knew that Lin Feng's physical strength was too strong. It wasn't something he could contend against. Therefore, the wasteland creature didn't want to fight Lin Feng in close combat anymore. He wanted to distance himself. He wanted to use his powerful magic power to suppress Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wouldn't give him this chance. The best way to kill the wasteland creature was to destroy his physical body. The wasteland creature wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's attack, but he found that Lin Feng was following him like a shadow. He couldn't dodge at all. Therefore, the wasteland creature had no choice but to take action to defend against Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The 2 sides collided again. The strength of the dragon elephant arm increased to an unimaginable level. It was very powerful. It was shocking. Crack! Crack! This time, the wasteland creature's arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, directly suppressing the wasteland creature to the point that he could only defend himself. He had no strength to fight back at all. Lin Feng's morale was greatly boosted. The War Saint Han Fizi was really terrifying. It was just a shadow that had entered his body, but it had already erupted with such a terrifying combat power. How powerful was the War Saint Han Fizi at his peak, perhaps? The War Saint Han Fizi at his peak. Even if he entered the wasteland. They were all existences at the level of rulers, right? But such a powerful war Saint Han Fizi. How did he fall? Just this point, Lin Feng was puzzled. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about this. Lin Feng only wanted to kill the wasteland creature. If he could kill the creatures of the wasteland and then plunder their origin to refine, he would be able to kill them. He would definitely be able to increase his combat strength again. Increase his savings. Before breaking through to the Great Emperor, Lin Feng had to constantly collect all kinds of origin, top-notch heaven and earth treasures, and other things to refine. At the same time, he had to cultivate all kinds of 3,000 great Daos to increase his own great Dao foundation. Constant accumulation, 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 only then could Lin Feng shock everyone when he broke through to the Great Emperor. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng rushed forward and punched towards the wasteland creature. Crack crack crack, it was unknown how many of the wasteland creature's bones were broken. Lin Feng saw the hope of killing the spirit of the wasteland. After he threw 9 consecutive punches. The wasteland creature was already severely injured. It was almost couldn't hold on at that moment. Lin Feng threw his 10th punch. He wanted to kill the spirit. Escape escape escape, at this moment, the wasteland creature couldn't help but roar. Then, with a loud bang, the wasteland spirit's body exploded. Terrifying energy waves Lint was at fangs to self-explode. When the wasteland creature's body exploded, the energy shockwave was so terrifying that it was shocking. Therefore, facing the wasteland creature's terrifying attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly cast magic immunity, great defense technique, and heavenly pagoda to protect himself. 3 layers of defense. Lin Feng was still sent flying. The heavenly pagoda's defense was instantly destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was now possessed by the Sage Emperor and was very powerful. In the end, he resolved the wasteland creature's self-explosion. But what shocked Lin Feng was that the wasteland creature didn't die after self-exploding. When it had just self-destructed, the wasteland creature had once again derived a new body. Damn it! Damn it! You didn't die from the explosion. The wasteland creature's expression was extremely gloomy, and its entire face was distorted. Just now, the wasteland creature had used a heaven-defying technique. It definitely couldn't be used too many times. What technique was that? Lin Feng asked. Die. The wasteland creature didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, it condensed a huge energy ball. Then, the wasteland creature threw the huge energy ball at Lin Feng. That energy ball contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He had used the demon-worshipping god diagram. This powerful divine ability had been passed down to him by Mother Nuwa. Its power was extremely tyrannical. After Lin Feng used the demon-worshipping god's picture, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In an instant, in the void, an illusory world appeared. In that illusory world, Goddess Nuwa appeared. In the surroundings, densely packed ancient devils, they knelt on the ground and submitted to Goddess Nuwa. At the same time, the demon lord's voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Cicada shedding is the wasteland creature's desperate technique. It said that this technique can only be used once in a lifetime. If it dares to use it a second time, its soul will be shattered and scattered. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the cicada shedding to have such harsh requirements. The communication between the demon lord and Lin Feng was done in an instant. It didn't affect Lin Feng's attack. At this moment, the wasteland creature shot out an energy ball. It collided with Lin Feng's demon-worshipping god diagram. Lin Feng's demon-worshipping god diagram directly broke the energy ball of the wasteland creature. Then, the wasteland creature was sent flying. If it wasn't for the cicada shedding technique, you would have died without a burial place. And the cicada shedding technique can only be used once in a lifetime by your race. Now, I'll see how you die. Lin Feng's face was full of dense killing intent. He quickly charged towards the wasteland creature, wanting to kill it. The battle here had already attracted everyone's attention. No one expected it. Lin Feng actually had such a method. It's the treasure floating beside him. The cultivators stared at the heavenly king stone with greed in their eyes. Come and help me kill this kid. The things on him must be extremely shocking. Maybe some of them can help you remove the curse? The wasteland creature blocked Lin Feng's attack while looking at the nine-headed lizard queen. Hearing that, the nine-headed lizard queen ignored the other cultivators. She quickly flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to besiege Lin Feng with the wasteland creature. Go go go, the surviving cultivators naturally didn't dare to stay and watch the show. Instead, they quickly fled. Kid, hand over your life. After the nine-headed lizard queen flew over, she directly condensed a demonic mountain shadow and charged towards Lin Feng. The wasteland creature condensed a destructive starfield and smashed towards Lin Feng. Humph. Facing the attacks of the two terrifying existences, Lin Feng coldly snorted. Boundless Haki was an extremely terrifying technique. Moreover, Lin Feng's combat strength had increased so much. Displaying Boundless Haki. This was even more shocking. After Lin Feng displayed Boundless Haki, this powerful divine ability instantly collided with the attacks of the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. Along with the violent collision, there was a sudden sound. Boundless Haki. Invincible. It directly destroyed the attacks of the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. After that, Boundless Haki bombarded the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. The two terrifying creatures were directly sent flying by Lin Feng's Boundless Haki. Damn it! How can this brat be so powerful? The nine-headed lizard queen said with a gloomy expression. That bloodstained sacred rock is definitely extraordinary. The wasteland creature said greedily. He was looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of greed in his eyes. With Lin Feng's cultivation, he could display such powerful combat strength after being possessed by the sacred emperor's phantom. Let alone them. Although they were not humans, the wasteland creature believed that they would have a way to control the sacred emperor stone. They might even be able to borrow the power inside the sacred emperor stone. Don't hold back anymore. Use all your strength to kill this brat. The nine-headed lizard queen said coldly. She was also tempted by greed. However, killing Lin Feng was the most important thing now. As for who would get the treasures on Lin Feng after Lin Feng was killed, at that time it would depend on who was stronger between her and the wasteland creature. Although these two terrifying creatures were working together, in reality, these two terrifying creatures were still enemies. However, the huge benefits in front of them made them temporarily put aside their grudges. They chose to work together. Boom boom boom, at this moment. Terrifying auras surged out from the bodies of the two terrifying creatures. The wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen began to circulate their powerful magic. The magic in their bodies was like a torrential flood, sweeping through the world and shaking the void. The power was so strong, it was truly shocking, obviously. The wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen were preparing an even more powerful attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent after sensing the aura fluctuations from the two terrifying existences. With the War Saint Han Fizi's projection in his body, Lin Feng was no longer afraid of the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen. Lin Feng was just about to unleash a powerful divine ability to deal with the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen. However, Lin Feng discovered that the power in his body was rapidly weakening. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the War Saint Han Fizi's power could not be maintained for too long. What a pity! What a pity! If only it could last a little longer. Perhaps I can kill one of them. But now, the War Saint Han Fizi's strength is rapidly declining. I have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, the situation will be extremely unfavorable. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Whoosh, without stopping, he turned around and rushed outside. The wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, so they were both preparing their ultimate move. Such a powerful move. Naturally, it would take a little longer to prepare. The two of them were about to succeed. However, at this moment, Lin Feng escaped. This made the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen have the urge to vomit blood. Kid! Don't run! After the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen dispersed their divine abilities, they quickly chased after Lin Feng. As they chased, they roared. But Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Soon, he rushed out of the island. Because of the curse, the nine-headed lizard queen could not leave the island. And the wasteland creatures had a deep grudge with the nine-headed lizard queen. After realizing that Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace and could no longer catch up, they returned to the island and fought with the nine-headed lizard queen. Soon, Lin Feng flew dozens of miles away. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Han Fizi's shadow flew out of Lin Feng's body. Endless connections. After Han Fizi's shadow flew out, he looked at Lin Feng and said aloud. Looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with relief. Lin Feng was shocked. A brand. Could it still have consciousness? This was too inconceivable. Senior. Could it be that you still have a soul in the Saint Emperor Stone? Lin Feng asked the question in his heart. If Han Fizi still had a soul in the Saint Emperor Stone, with Han Fizi's ability, maybe he could reincarnate. For the human race. This was definitely a joyous occasion. It's not a soul. My soul has long since dissipated into thin air. This is an obsession of mine. There is a matter that has yet to be resolved, so this obsession of mine has yet to dissipate. Perhaps, after that matter is resolved, my obsession will also disappear with the wind. Han Fizi said. Hearing Han Fizi's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sadness in his heart. Han Fizi was the Saint Emperor of the human race. A Saint King like him had made countless contributions to the human race. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of death. It was really sad and lamentable. People couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Is there anything this junior can do for senior? Lin Feng said in a dry voice. He really wanted to do something for Han Fizi within his power. In Lin Feng's heart, he really hoped that Han Fizi could survive. Even if it cost Lin Feng 50 million years of lifespan. In exchange for 5 years of Han Fizi's life. Lin Feng would agree without hesitation. But Lin Feng knew. Many times. Things were not as simple as he thought. Many times. Many things. They were all filled with helplessness. I'll stay by your side and use your chi to protect my obsession. Perhaps the awakening of this obsession has a great deal to do with your luck. Han Fizi said, therefore, you don't have to do anything anymore. Perhaps, before my obsession dissipates, it can appear a few more times. Lin Feng's mood was very low and sad. He really didn't want to see the ancient Saint Emperor of the human race end up like this. Don't be sad. Don't be sad for me. Everyone has their own destiny. This is something that can't be changed. Han Fizi said. He wanted to reach out and pat Lin Feng on the shoulder. But his hand stopped in midair before touching Lin Feng. Because, his body was only formed from his obsession. It was not a real body. Such an illusory body could not have any physical contact with Lin Feng. Man can conquer the heavens. There must be a way to defy the heavens and change fate. I will work hard to find such a way to revive Senior. You are considerate. You don't have to deliberately do these things. Many things can be done naturally. Han Fizi said. Let nature take its course. Lin Feng muttered these 4 words, savoring these 4 words. From these 4 words, he could tell. He tasted some special charm from it. That kind of charm. It was as if it made Lin Feng feel enlightened. The great Tao was simple. Sometimes. It was a simple sentence. Perhaps it contained the truth of the great Tao. Just like what Han Fizi said now. Just 4 words. But it contained the supreme great Tao. Lin Feng knew that Han Fizi was giving him pointers. He cupped his fists to Han Fizi to thank him. Thank you for your pointers, Senior. It's your own enlightenment. Han Fizi looked at Lin Feng with appreciation. At this moment, Han Fizi's body was dissipating bit by bit. Han Fizi's body couldn't appear for too long. This obsession couldn't be accommodated by heaven and earth. If it weren't for Lin Feng's luck protection, perhaps, this divine will. There would never be a day when it would wake up. I wanted to teach you some supreme supernatural powers, but unfortunately, there are no memories of any supernatural powers in my obsession. I can't teach you, but the Holy Emperor Stone is very extraordinary. Back then, it recorded a powerful supernatural power. You can comprehend it. If you can successfully comprehend it, it will be of great use to your future. Han Fizi said. After saying this, his body disappeared into thin air. And the holy light of the Holy Emperor Stone dimmed. Perhaps. For a long time. Han Fizi couldn't appear again. The Holy Emperor Stone recorded a powerful supernatural power? What kind of supernatural power is it? Lin Feng was very puzzled. Previously, he had never thought that the Saint Emperor Stone would actually record such a powerful divine ability. Because Lin Feng never found any clues on the Holy Emperor Stone. He carefully observed the Holy Emperor Stone. Suddenly. Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Some mysterious runes appeared on the Holy Emperor Stone. In the past, there were no runes on the Saint Emperor Stone. These runes. All of them had just appeared. Lin Feng guessed that the appearance of these runes had something to do with Han Fizi. Could these runes be the incantation for the divine ability that Senior Han Fizi mentioned? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. Furthermore, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Perhaps it was just as he had guessed. However, now was not the time to study these runes. The most important thing now was to leave the sea area. One day later, Lin Feng left the sea. He tried to communicate with Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors. This was because there was a special soul imprint between them. Therefore, within a certain distance, Lin Feng could sense the presence of the four people. However, this time, Lin Feng failed. He couldn't sense the existence of Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. They should have only been teleported 300 li away. Moreover, they should be able to use their senses to find me. Therefore, we should be very close to each other now. However, I can't sense the four of them. This is really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There was only one possibility for this situation. That was that Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors had entered a place that blocked all senses. Even their spiritual will could sense it. It could be blocked. The four of them should not be in any danger when they were together. Lin Feng was quite confident in the four of them. Since he couldn't contact Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors, Lin Feng found a hidden place to enter seclusion. He couldn't wait to study the Holy Emperor Stone. What kind of divine ability is recorded in the Holy Emperor Stone? Even an expert like Senior Han Fizi seems to admire this divine ability. It must be an extremely heaven-defying divine ability, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He carefully observed the runes on the Holy Emperor Stone. The runes were very ancient and filled with a mysterious feeling. Lin Feng carefully looked at them and found that he didn't recognize the runes on them. Over the years, Lin Feng had seen all kinds of ancient runes. However, this was the first time he had seen such runes. Demon Lord. Have you seen such runes before? Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. I've never seen such runes before, but judging from their shape, they seem to be a kind of runes passed down by Taoism. Demon Lord said. Taoism's runes? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Taoism, it had a long history, and it was incomparably mysterious. Taoism's inheritance was also incomparably powerful. In fact, nowadays, the various divine ability inheritances were more or less related to Taoism. The ancestors of Taoism, the three pure ones. There were also figures that reigned supreme in both ancient and modern times. There was a saying that Buddhism was Tao. In the world of cultivators, there was even a saying. Even Buddhism, they all evolved from Taoism, not to mention other sections. Since the Demon Lord said that these runes might be Taoism's runes, didn't that mean that the divine ability inheritance recorded on the Holy Emperor Stone might be Taoism's inheritance? Lin Feng cultivated two Taoism inheritances. The first was the divine ability of one qi into three pure ones. It was one of the supreme techniques of Taoism. The second was the true word Lin of the 9 words mantra. Lin Feng's comprehension was so strong. He could comprehend any divine ability. And it was comprehending those divine abilities in a short period of time. It had a lot to do with the true word Lin. True word Lin, it could help cultivators comprehend the Tao. This was a heaven-defying method. In fact, any of the 9 words mantra of the Taoism inheritance. They were all extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, the most important thing was 9 words mantra. Each had its own wonders. Lin Feng tried to communicate with those mysterious runes with his divine will. At the same time, he activated the true word Lin. It helped him comprehend the runes on the Holy Emperor Stone. Time passed. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly heard a dong 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 sound. That sound. It was like the sound of the Honglu bell being rung. The next moment, Lin Feng found that he had arrived at a continuous range of mountains. This was a celestial mountain. There were endless celestial mountains. Cranes could be seen soaring into the sky everywhere. Those cranes spread their wings and flew high. Their wings flapped gently. His body flew more than 10 miles away. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. At the peak of a celestial mountain, there was a pavilion. There was a big bell hanging in the pavilion. A Taoist priest. He rang the big bell. When the bell rang, many Taoists appeared on the square. Under the lead of the elders, these Taoists sat cross-legged and comprehended the Tao. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned slightly. What are these Taoist priests doing? Are they cultivating together? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Taoism was too mysterious. Therefore, everything about Taoism was to Lin Feng. There was a sense of mystery about it. He sat down as well. Cultivating with these Taoist priests. The incantation of Lin played a key role at this time. It helped Lin Feng blend into this group of Taoist priests. It was a very special feeling. Lin Feng felt as if he had become a Taoist priest. A special aura filled the air between heaven and earth. That special aura made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. It was as if all the pores on his body were about to open. He tried his best to breathe in this world. To comprehend this world. The 3 old Taoist priests sitting on the platform led everyone to cultivate together. Everyone's breathing. It was exactly the same as the 3 old Taoist priests. Lin Feng's breathing was exactly the same as the 3 old Taoist priests. Vaguely, he felt the aura of great Tao. This feeling made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in the Tao Law. His body seemed to be going through a special sublimation. At this moment, the old Taoist priest in the middle suddenly opened his mouth and softly spat out a word. It was the word Tao. It contained the power of great Tao. It was mysterious and unfathomable. This word. It was the word Bing. Lin Feng was very surprised. The word Bing was very special. Especially in Taoism, this word was even more special. The 9 words mantra of Taoism. Lin, Bing, Do, Shi, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The word Bing was ranked second. It could be seen from this. The word Bing. How important it was. Previously, Lin Feng had seen the Peacock King and others use the supernatural power of the word Bing. This divine ability was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Once it was used, it could forcibly control the opponent's weapon. Then, with the opponent's weapon, attack the opponent himself. His opponent was caught off guard. Just a little carelessness. He would definitely die under the attack of the soldier mantra. Right now, the old Taoist lightly uttered the word army. This made Lin Feng very confused. Lin Feng also thought of a possibility. Could it be? The old Taoist lightly uttered the word army. It had something to do with the army mantra. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Army mantra. That was a divine ability that everyone dreamed of. If he could get the weapon incantation. To Lin Feng, this was definitely a huge opportunity. The Bing mantra could play an extremely crucial role for Lin Feng. The sound of the Great Path intertwined between heaven and earth. The sound of the Great Path reverberated throughout the world. An unknown amount of time had passed. Lin Feng felt as if he had heard something special. That kind of sound was ringing in his ears, as if someone was lying next to his ears. That was the legendary voice of the heavenly Tao. Waves of sound. It contained the great Tao of heaven. When he heard that kind of sound, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. Because, in the voice of the heavenly Tao, it contained a series of chants. Those chants. It turned out to be the cultivation chants of the army mantra. The army mantra. The supreme divine ability that Lin Feng had been peeping at for a long time. Now Lin Feng actually had an epiphany of the cultivation chants of this divine ability. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Once the army mantra was an unparalleled divine ability, it would definitely have an extremely heaven-defying effect. Lin Feng worked hard to comprehend the contents of the army mantra. As time passed, chants after chants, they were remembered by Lin Feng in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the scene in front of him disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he found that he was still in the cave where he was in seclusion. He still held the Saint Emperor stone in his hand. Just now, Lin Feng entered the state of epiphany and sensed that mysterious world. In that mysterious world, he sensed the cultivation method of the army mantra. This was the power of the great Tao. I really got the cultivation chants of the army mantra. Soon. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This was because a new spell had appeared in his mind. As for the extra part of the spell, it was the cultivation chants of the army mantra. This made Lin Feng excited. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. His face was full of ecstasy. Lin Feng's mind quickly immersed in the cultivation chants of the army mantra. This divine ability was indeed incomparably wondrous. Of course, such a miraculous and powerful divine ability would be extremely difficult to cultivate. But Lin Feng had confidence in himself. He believed that he could definitely cultivate the army mantra successfully. Lin Feng didn't cultivate the army mantra here, because it took time to cultivate this divine ability. But now, it wasn't the best time to cultivate this divine ability. This was the Stone State ruins. There must be a lot of opportunities here. At this moment, the most important thing to do was to go somewhere else to look for opportunities. Maybe he could even gain something. Lin Feng left the place of seclusion and quickly flew towards the depths of the Stone State. At this time, Lin Feng found many cultivators. But the cultivators who entered here were obviously not from the four major forces. The four major forces had suffered heavy losses. There probably weren't many people left now. Could it be that someone really sold the information? That's why so many people entered here? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Because some of the cultivators from the four major forces knew about the Stone State ruins. So Lin Feng wasn't sure which cultivator sold the information about the Stone State ruins. Lin Feng continued to fly towards the depths. On this day, Lin Feng saw a white tiger galloping in a mountain forest. The white tiger's aura was extremely terrifying, causing him to turn pale with fright. But soon, Lin Feng discovered that the white tiger wasn't a real white tiger. It was formed by a spiritual aura. This made Lin Feng very shocked. How could a spiritual aura be so powerful? Lin Feng followed behind the white tiger. In the end, the white tiger rushed into a mountain range and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng tried to search for the white tiger with his divine sense. There were no clues at all. He couldn't help but touch his chin. Where did that white tiger run off to? Lin Feng didn't rashly enter the mountain range because he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying aura in the mountain range. That terrifying aura made Lin Feng very wary. Lin Feng walked around the mountain range and carefully observed it. Soon, he couldn't help but frown. Because Lin Feng discovered that this mountain range was actually the terrain of a white tiger fighting a dragon. The white tiger was in charge of killing. The white tiger fighting the dragon. This was a place of absolute death. It was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people entered it. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. But in this kind of place, Lin Feng planned to enter the mountain range to explore. He was bold because of his skill. He knew that the mountain range was dangerous. But he also wanted to enter and explore. Perhaps to be able to gain something in the mountain range. Lin Feng carefully rushed towards the mountain range. The terrain of the white tiger fighting the dragon was destined to be extremely dangerous. It emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, making people suffocate. In the mountain range, Lin Feng found that his divine sense was suppressed very much. Therefore, here, it was difficult to use divine sense to explore the surrounding situation. It's really strange. I released my divine sense outside to explore the mountain range. My divine sense wasn't suppressed at all. But now that I'm releasing my divine sense inside, it's actually suppressed. I don't know what kind of power is suppressing my divine sense. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This mountain range was full of strangeness, but there might be some amazing opportunities hidden in such a place. Lin Feng went all the way in. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. Lin Feng pricked up his ears to listen. He heard that strange sound. Lin Feng's mind trembled slightly. He felt that something seemed to be approaching. Whoosh, suddenly, a black light came out from the forest and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. That black light. It turned out to be a pitch-black insect. When he saw the pitch-black insect, Lin Feng's face showed an extremely surprised expression. That pitch-black insect's speed was really too fast. Such a fast speed. It made that pitch-black insect instantly turn into a cold light that could cut through heaven and earth. If it were other cultivators, they wouldn't even be able to react in time. Their bodies had already been torn apart by that pitch-black insect. They died on the spot. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng was good at speed. Although the pitch-black insect's speed was unbelievably fast. But Lin Feng's speed was even faster. He flicked his finger. A beam of sword chi shot out. Poochie. The sword chi slashed the pitch-black insect's body. The pitch-black insect was directly cut in half by the sword chi. And at this time, a terrifying scene occurred. When the black bug was split into two halves, a lot of liquid flowed out of his body. As for the liquid, it was light green in color. The pale green liquid was so terrifying that it corroded a thumb-sized black hole in the void. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of bug was this? Wasn't the poison in his body too terrifying? It could even corrode the void. If the venom dripped onto a person's body, who would be able to withstand the venom's attack? Think about it. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer to where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng felt that the situation was not quite right. He sped up and rushed towards the depths. Right at this moment, a dense swarm of tiny insects flew out. All of them were pitch-black bugs that contained a terrifying poison. Even the venom of a single black bug could corrode the void. Moreover, there were so many pitch-black bugs now. At a glance, there were countless of them. When he saw those pitch-black bugs on Lin Feng's face, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He hurriedly took out the heavenly mystery pagoda. And at this moment, the dense swarm of pitch-black bugs had already rushed over. They directly surrounded Lin Feng. The endless pitch-black bugs were lying on the defensive light shield outside Lin Feng. They were constantly gnawing at the defensive light shield. Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire, wanting to burn those pitch-black bugs to death with the heavenly fire. But very quickly, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. Those pitch-black bugs were actually not afraid of being burned by the heavenly fire. Such a powerful heavenly fire, it actually couldn't hurt those pitch-black bugs. This made Lin Feng feel a sense of disbelief. This is the black flame scorpion bug. It is rumored that it is a terrifying demonic bug born in the hellfire. Its body contains an extremely terrifying poison. The poison contained in the bodies of 10 black flame scorpion bugs can kill an emperor god-level cultivator. And because this poisonous bug is born in flames, it has an extremely strong immunity to flames. Even the heavenly fire can't hurt these bugs. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. This kind of poisonous bug was a little too terrifying. 10 of them could poison an emperor god to death. Perhaps dozens of them could poison an immortal emperor to death. Hundreds of them could poison an emperor-level expert to death, and in front of him, This poisonous bug. It covered the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. He didn't know how many of these poisonous bugs there were. If the defensive light shield formed by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was destroyed by these poisonous bugs, then, at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng directly used the divine ability, 10,000 swords return to sect. The densely packed sword chi slashed towards the poisonous bugs. Screech! The densely packed poisonous bugs all let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. There were so many poisonous bugs. They roared together. The sound wave attack formed was extremely powerful. Clang clang clang, accompanied by the sound of violent collisions. The billions of sword chi condensed by Lin Feng. They were all blocked by the poisonous bugs. They couldn't hurt the poisonous bugs. And the poisonous bugs closest to Lin Feng began to spit out venom. The venom stuck to the light shield. Chi 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 sounds could be heard. The defensive light shield formed by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was damaged. It was constantly corroded. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The defensive light shield formed by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. It would be completely destroyed. Once it was destroyed, Lin Feng would be in danger. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Screech! At this moment, the mother bug in the mountain river ring actually let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. This is? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. He didn't know why the mother bug would let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry at this time. He carefully sensed every movement of the prehistoric demon-refining insect queen. The mother bug kept roaring. It roared dozens of times in a row. Kacha kacha, the eggshells of the mother bug's eggs actually began to crack. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the primordial demon bug would hatch at this time. One by one, the primordial demon bug larvae crawled out of the eggshells. Then, those primordial demon bug larvae flew out of the mountain river ring. Lin Feng saw a scene that shocked him. One by one, the primordial demon bug larvae actually drilled into the bodies of the densely packed poisonous bugs. In the blink of an eye, one by one, the bodies of the venomous insects dried up. The flesh and blood of those poisonous bugs were sucked dry by the primordial demon bug. The great desolate demon refining insect is using these black flame scorpions as nourishment for its evolution. The demon lord couldn't help but say in shock. Lin Feng quickly nodded. He also had an incredible feeling. He never thought that the great desolate demon refining insect would be so powerful. Everything he knew about the great desolate demon refining insect was from what he heard or read in some books. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the great desolate demon refining insect was. The only thing he knew was that even in the Great Desolate Era, the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect was also one of the most powerful social creatures. Now, these Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect displayed heaven-defying abilities. They directly treated these terrifying black flame scorpions as their food. It was unbelievable. Great! This is great! The more powerful the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect is, the more beneficial it is for me. Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. The Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect was one of the 3 insect species that Lin Feng controlled. It was also the only insect species that lived in groups. The Emperor Archaic and the Ancient Ancestor insect were naturally powerful enough. But there was only one Emperor Archaic and one Ancient Ancestor insect each. The Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect. It was a huge swarm of insects. Therefore, to be honest, the threat of the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect swarm was more terrifying. Screech! Screech! The densely packed black flame scorpions let out sharp screeches. Those black flame scorpions were frantically avoiding the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect. At the same time, many black flame scorpions were attacking the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect. They hoped to kill the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect. However, these Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect were very powerful. Although they were only larvae, they had extremely extraordinary and heaven-defying abilities. The Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect directly swallowed the black flame scorpion's attacks. Then it continued to drill into the bodies of the black flame scorpions. It began to devour large amounts of the black flame scorpion's flesh, essence, and venom. Those dead black flame scorpions were only left with the outermost layer of carapace. All the flesh, essence, venom, and even internal organs in the carapace were completely devoured by the great desolate demon refining insect. As the primitive demon refining insect devoured the black flame scorpions one after another, the black flame scorpions were devoured by the primitive demon refining insect. The primitive demon refining bugs began to evolve. This was the first evolution of the prehistoric demon refining insect after it hatched. The bodies of the primitive demon refining bugs grew larger. Furthermore, those prehistoric devil refining insects had shed their shells. The new shell was even sturdier and more powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, when the black flame scorpions realized that they were no match for the desolate demon refining insects, they quickly fled into the distance. The desolate demon refining insect chased after the black flame scorpion for a while, but it still managed to escape. Because there were too many black flame scorpions. However, the number of prehistoric demon refining insects could not be compared to the number of black flame scorpions. It was extremely unrealistic to want to exterminate all of the black flame scorpions. The number of the first batch of primitive demon refining insects was about 30 to 40,000. These were the earliest eggs hatched by the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The prehistoric demon refining insect queen was very similar to the ant queen. He was the king of his race. However, the main task was to give birth to an heir. The entire race. They were all the offspring of the mother worm of the prehistoric era. Therefore, the entire race. They were very loyal to the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The densely packed prehistoric demon refining insects surrounded Lin Feng and danced around him. Lin Feng felt waves of divine will waves. Those divine will waves were emitted from the prehistoric demon refining insects. The first batch of prehistoric demon refining insects had successfully hatched and even completed an evolution. Therefore, they were very excited. Lin Feng let these prehistoric demon refining insects enter the mountain river ring. After the first batch of prehistoric demon refining insects hatched, they would definitely be of great use to Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to walk in. He felt that this mountain range was really a blessed land. Although danger lurked everywhere, it was a huge gain for him. In the mountain range, the mountains were continuous. Lin Feng crossed 3 mountains in a row. Just as he entered the range of the 4th mountain, suddenly, a gust of wind swept over. In the gust of wind, there were actually dense and powerful restrictions. Restrictive spells appeared one after another. They could easily shatter the void. They were very powerful. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. What a powerful restriction storm. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Restriction storm, as the name implied, it was when the restrictions gathered together and formed a powerful storm. The storm swept through heaven and earth. The destructive power was unimaginably terrifying. Anyone who was swept into the restriction storm, they could be torn to pieces by the powerful restriction storm. Fortunately, Lin Feng was proficient in formations. Anyone who faced such a terrifying restriction storm, they would feel that it was troublesome. They might even die in it. Even Lin Feng. After being surrounded by the restriction storm, he was also very careful. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were powerful. He shuttled freely in the restriction storm. He dodged the attack of the restriction storm. He continued to go deeper into the mountain range. Lin Feng passed through the restriction storm. He arrived at the 5th mountain. In the 5th mountain, he saw a huge skeleton. That's the skeleton of a white tiger? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. The skeleton of a white tiger. It was actually the skeleton of a white tiger. Lin Feng still clearly remembered the white tiger he saw before. Although it was only a spiritual manifestation, it was incomparably powerful. That white tiger, was it related to the skeleton of the white tiger in front of him? The white tiger was a sacred beast. Among the 5 sacred beasts, it was a sacred beast that specialized in killing. So, it was widely spread in the outside world. Among the 5 sacred beasts, in terms of attack power, the white tiger should be the most powerful. Such a powerful white tiger had fallen here. He didn't know what happened in the past. To think that such a terrifying being had actually fallen. Lin Feng walked towards the white tiger skeleton, wanting to see if there were any sacred bones left behind. If the white tiger could leave behind a sacred bone, perhaps there would be some extraordinary things recorded on the sacred bone. For example, some inheritance. Although this white tiger had died many years ago, its skeleton still emitted a terrifying aura. That kind of pressure wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Sacred bone. Lin Feng approached the white tiger skeleton, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. Because he saw a bone covered in runes. That bone was surrounded by sacred light. Obviously, that bone was a sacred bone. The white tiger's sacred bone was still there, which made Lin Feng very excited. He was about to collect the white tiger's sacred bone. But at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Waves of cold wind blew over. A cold aura filled the air. It was as if some terrifying existence was about to descend. After feeling that sinister and terrifying aura, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He 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 he. Eerie and terrifying laughter suddenly resounded through the forest. After hearing that eerie and terrifying voice, Lin Feng quickly took out the black dragon sword. That voice made him feel uneasy. Who? Come out. Lin Feng said coldly. Hey. Black dragon sword, I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see this treasure again. That voice said in surprise. Obviously, that mysterious existence actually recognized the black dragon sword. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. In the darkness, a figure walked over step by step. Soon, Lin Feng saw this figure. This was an extremely strange-looking creature. It had a human body, a scorpion tail, 2 arms like the arms of a qilin, and a head like a crocodile's head. What monster? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Although he didn't know the origin of this creature. But, Lin Feng could feel the terror of this creature. This was definitely an existence that defied the heavens. Even the demon lord didn't say anything. The demon lord shouldn't be able to see the origin of this terrifying creature. Or else. The demon lord told him. Lowly creature, you dare to call me a monster. You're simply courting death. Your flesh and blood are very delicious. I'm going to devour your flesh and blood now. The monster let out a sinister laugh. Then, it opened its big hand and suddenly grabbed at Lin Feng through the air. A loud rumbling sound suddenly came out. In the void, a big hand of energy was condensed. That big hand of energy directly grabbed at Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying power contained in that big hand of energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This existence. It was really terrifying. A casual attack was actually so powerful. Cut! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He held the black dragon sword in his hand, and a powerful magical power was continuously poured into the black dragon sword to activate the power of this treasure. The power of the black dragon sword suddenly increased. Then, Lin Feng directly slashed at the big hand of energy that was grabbing at him. Clang! That terrifying attack blasted on the big hand of energy. A tyrannical power erupted. Lin Feng was actually sent flying by that big hand of energy. Clang! Lin Feng's body fiercely hit a rock wall. There was a rumbling sound. The entire rock wall instantly collapsed. This monster is so powerful. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The battle power displayed by this monster was simply unstoppable. This mysterious stone state was indeed too extraordinary. These existences that appeared. One was more terrifying. Lin Feng felt. This monster in front of this monster. Even when compared to the wasteland creature, the 9-headed lizard queen, it was not inferior. To defeat, it wasn't such an easy thing, unless Han Fizi, the war saint, appeared again. Then, the power fused with his own power. Only then could he defeat this monster. Other methods. Lin Feng hadn't thought of that. Rumble. The monster's gigantic hand continued moving towards Lin Feng, trying to grab him. Whoosh. Lin Feng moved horizontally to the left. He dodged the monster's attack by a hair's breadth. However, the monster's attacks were relentless. It once again grabbed at Lin Feng. His attack was condensed and didn't dissipate. He didn't grab Lin Feng. It seemed to never dissipate. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He was targeted by this monster. The situation was a little troublesome. Lin Feng didn't even plan to take the white tiger's sacred bone. He planned to leave this place as soon as possible. If he really couldn't. Thus, he decided to use the Stone of Destiny. Lin Feng had just thought of this. Suddenly, he felt it. The white tiger haki that he cultivated actually took the initiative to circulate. Lin Feng's white tiger haki seemed to be attracted by some kind of power. At this moment, the speed of circulation was getting faster and faster. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised and puzzled. He didn't know about the white tiger haki. Why did it circulate? Boom. At this moment, the white tiger haki seeped out. Behind Lin Feng, the phantom of a white tiger appeared. That white tiger phantom. It was the spirit aura that evolved from the white tiger haki. Roar. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the forest. Then, a white tiger leaped out. The white tiger that appeared. It was the white tiger that Lin Feng saw before. Now, the white tiger appeared again. Although this white tiger was only formed by the spirit aura, it was extremely powerful. It has long been reduced to ashes. But now, it has revealed its spirit aura. Could it be that it died unwillingly? The monster sneered after seeing the white tiger appear. Roar. The white tiger that appeared roared again and charged directly at Lin Feng. Then, it merged with the white tiger phantom that appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. What was going on? How did that white tiger fuse with the white tiger haki formed by the white tiger haki? This made Lin Feng puzzled. Although the aura of the spirit aura is very powerful, it might not be able to display its own fighting strength. It needs to rely on some mediums to be able to release its power. The white tiger phantasm formed by the chi aura is of the same origin as the white tiger clan. The white tiger phantasm formed by the chi aura can merge with the white tiger phantasm and use the white tiger phantasm's body to release its own power. At this moment, the demon lord suddenly said. Lin Feng never thought that there would be such a mysterious connection between them. Roar. After the white tiger phantom behind Lin Feng merged with the white tiger that was formed by the spirit aura. Suddenly, the roar shook the sky. Then, he leaped out. Lin Feng found that he had lost control of the white tiger phantom. Now, the white tiger phantom was controlled by the white tiger that was formed by the spirit aura. Let's continue the battle from back then. The white tiger suddenly said, its killing intent awe-inspiring. Back then, I could kill you once. Now, I can kill you a second time. This time I will completely destroy your will. In this way, I can break the curse that you imposed on me before you died. At that time I will be able to leave this place. The terrifying creature said coldly. Hearing their conversation, Lin Feng was very surprised. He could roughly recall what happened back then. Back then, the white tiger and the terrifying creature in front of him had a great battle. However, the white tiger was no match for this terrifying creature. In the end, it was killed by this terrifying creature. Before being killed, the white tiger cursed this living being. As a result, this terrifying creature was also trapped here. Lin Feng, of course, supported the white tiger in defeating that terrifying creature. Because the white tiger was one of the early totems of the human race. Boom, the two terrifying existences did not speak much and directly exploded with their strongest aura. Then, they quickly rushed towards both sides. Bang bang bang, the two terrifying existences fought together. The current them. Naturally, they could no longer be compared to their peak. But they were still powerful. Their strength was shocking. Every time they collided, the world of 100,000 miles in the void seemed to tremble. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the white tiger skeleton while the two terrifying beings were fighting. He kept the sacred bone on the white tiger skeleton. Hee hee. So many runes. And it's the sacred bone of the white tiger. I'm rich. Lin Feng revealed a smile. At this moment, the white tiger suddenly roared, hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique. Accompanied by the voice of the white tiger. Endless domineering aura. It was emitted from the white tiger's body. That domineering aura was too terrifying. This kind of domineering aura could only be released when the white tiger's domineering aura was cultivated to the peak level. It made Lin Feng feel deeply shocked. The white tiger clan was born with domineering aura. That kind of domineering aura. It was the white tiger's domineering aura that Lin Feng cultivated. Lin Feng's white tiger's domineering aura was cultivated to the second level. He could just achieve the transformation of domineering aura. It evolved into a white tiger phantom. It was far from the level that the white tiger displayed. Once the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique was used, with the white tiger as the center, the surrounding void began to collapse and shatter. The sky fell and the earth sank. It was simply a doomsday scene. Sacred ancestor descends. Suddenly, the terrifying creature let out a series of deep roars. Then, behind that terrifying creature, a mysterious and illusory world emerged. No one knew what kind of world that was. The only thing they knew was that that world was very scary, and the aura it emitted was cold and eerie. It made people feel as if they had fallen into hell. And in that illusory world, a terrifying being walked out step by step. That terrifying being seemed to be the sacred ancestor that this terrifying being mentioned. However, no one could see the sacred ancestor's appearance clearly. That sacred ancestor. It seemed to be an illusory shadow. He walked out of the illusory world. Lowly creature. After the terrifying existence walked out, it let out a low voice. The lowly existence he spoke of. Naturally, he was referring to the white tiger. This was the contempt and disdain that came from his bones. What race is this guy? You actually dare to say that the white tiger is a lowly existence. You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. In the past, when the human race was in danger, the 5 sacred beast clans, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Brilliant Serpent, had once protected the human race. As such, in the past, the ancestors of the human race regarded the 5 sacred beasts as the totems of the human race. However, countless years had passed. Totem culture disappeared. However, the 5 sacred beast clans had done many things for the human race in the past, and many human cultivators still remembered them and were deeply grateful to them. Lin Feng was one of them. He had seen this introduction and history in the classic of Mountains and Seas. So when he heard the illusory figure call the white tiger a lowly creature, it was simply filled with righteous indignation. Break! The illusory figure made a move. He opened his big hand and slapped towards the white tiger. The hegemonic chi of heaven and earth condensed by the white tiger. It was actually shattered by the illusory figure. This scene. It was simply unbelievable. But this was real. The glory of the sacred ancestor shines through the ages. After the monster that summoned the illusory figure saw this scene, it immediately knelt down and bowed to the illusory figure with incomparable devotion. White tiger fighting heaven technique. The white tiger roared and jumped up. It turned into a dazzling killing light. It contained endless killing intent. It quickly slashed towards the illusory figure. The white tiger fought against the heavens. This attack was one of the most powerful attacks of the white tiger. Now, it was used by the white tiger. Humph. Lowly ant. Your little tricks are simply too weak in front of this ancestor. The illusory figure's voice was cold. This existence. From the beginning to the end, he didn't put the white tiger in his eyes. This existence once again swept a punch towards the white tiger. Above his fist, there was an extremely strange power lingering. That kind of power, cold and terrifying, seemed to come from the power of hell. Bang! The illusory figure collided with the white tiger again. This time, it was exactly the same as before. The white tiger was swept away by this existence's punch. Although the white tiger's attack was extremely powerful. However, it couldn't contend with this illusory figure. It's just a shadow, but it's actually so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he didn't want to believe what he saw, he had to believe it. The illusory figure rushed towards the white tiger, wanting to kill it. When Lin Feng saw that the white tiger was about to suffer, he thought of the mysterious iron box. He didn't know about the mysterious iron box. Could it deal with the illusory figure? Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He took out the mysterious iron box. Then, he quickly rushed towards the illusory figure. Reckless thing. The illusory figure looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant. That was a kind of contempt and disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. The illusory figure directly slapped towards Lin Feng with his palm. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng opened the mysterious iron box. A terrifying aura spread out from the mysterious iron box. Puff. Puff, Lin Feng's body was penetrated by the mysterious iron box. He hurriedly healed his injured body with the immortal divine body. When the illusory figure saw the minced meat in the mysterious iron box, he couldn't help but cry out in horror. How is this possible? No. Impossible. Wasn't he already turned into ashes? Why is his corpse still in the world? The illusory figure seemed to recognize who the minced meat in the mysterious iron box was. As powerful as he was. In his eyes, he actually revealed a deep look of horror. Bang! The minced meat in the mysterious iron box vibrated with a terrifying bloody light, directly sweeping towards the illusory figure. Lin Feng had opened the mysterious iron box many times. He had never felt such a terrifying killing intent. That kind of killing intent was transmitted by the minced meat. The minced meat seemed to have a spirit. Towards the illusory figure that leaked a trace of heaven's secret. The intent to kill was aroused. Bang! The bloody light swept out from the minced meat swept across the illusory figure's body. In an instant, the illusory figure's body directly exploded. Vanished into thin air. No, no, no. This is impossible. How can the divine ancestor be defeated? The terrifying monster couldn't accept all this and couldn't help but roar. Roar, the white tiger struggled to get up from the ground. Even if the divine ancestor's attack is destroyed, I can still destroy a lowly existence like you. The monster couldn't help but sneer when it saw the white tiger pouncing toward it. Its eyes were full of contempt and disdain, and it still didn't take the white tiger seriously. 9 changes of the overflowing sky. Invincible divine fist. The terrifying monster couldn't help but roar. His body flickered with terrifying light. 9 lights flashed in a row. Each light seemed to be able to shatter the world. This terrifying monster indeed had a lot of means. And its means were extremely terrifying. The power of the means it displayed now was really amazing. It collided with the white tiger and actually sent the white tiger flying again. Back then, it wasn't without reason that this monster could kill the white tiger. In terms of strength, it was indeed stronger than the white tiger. However, the white tiger, continued to charge at the monster without fear of death. The white tiger would never give up. Kill, kill, kill. A low roar came out, and the white tiger rushed toward the monster again and again. After charging more than a dozen times in a row, it was repelled by the monster. Lowly thing, you want to fight with me with your little strength? You're overestimating yourself. The monster sneered again and again. Looking at the white tiger, its eyes were full of killing intent and deep contempt. The white tiger pounced again. However, the result was the same as before. It was repelled again. It couldn't compete with this terrifying existence at all. Lend me your sword. The white tiger looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew which sword the white tiger wanted to borrow. He directly took out the black dragon sword. Whoosh! The black dragon sword quickly flew toward the white tiger. The white tiger bit the black dragon's sword. Then it rushed toward the monster again. The white tiger came with the sword in its mouth. Its combat strength increased sharply. This time, the white tiger directly broke the monster's attack. Then, the black dragon's sword slashed the monster's body. Puff! Black dragon's sword, it tore apart the monster's body. Ah! You actually hurt me, you lowly ant, you actually hurt me. I will completely destroy your obsession and make you unable to reincarnate for all eternity. After the monster was injured, it immediately roared. This was the first time he was injured, and he couldn't accept the fact that he was injured. Therefore, his killing intent was monstrous. The monster's hand suddenly turned into stone. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. How could this monster be petrified? What kind of method was this, or rather, this monster? Was he originally a Stone Clan creature, perhaps? Is this monster a creature from this universe? Of course. Even if he wasn't a creature from this universe, it could also be a creature from the stone race. It wasn't like there weren't any stone creatures in the foreign world. The white tiger attacked again. The monster used its petrified hands to counter white tiger's sword attack. The monster and the white tiger collided again and again. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. White tiger's sword attack has greatly increased. It was actually blocked by that monster. That monster is really too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just now, after he opened the mysterious iron box to destroy the sacred ancestor's shadow, he closed the mysterious iron box again. Then, Lin Feng activated the immortal divine body to restore his physical body. Then, he began to watch the battle. He thought that white tiger's sword could kill that monster. Even if it couldn't kill that monster, it should be able to suppress that monster. But who would have thought? White tiger's sword still couldn't cause too much damage to that monster. That monster's battle strength was so strong. It made Lin Feng extremely shocked and moved. Lin Feng decided to help the white tiger deal with that monster. He used 1 qi into 3 pure ones. And then, he used the 9-layered magnetic field. It directly oppressed that monster. The power of the 9-layered magnetic field was astonishing. Even a monster as powerful as that was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9-layered magnetic field. Its battle strength also dropped by at least 30%. And the white tiger received the bonus of the magnetic field. Its battle strength increased instead of falling. At the same time, the stone sword, the heavenly drum, the bell of Hades, the 9 demons picture, and other magic treasures all flew out. Under Lin Feng's control. These magic treasures all charged towards that monster. Although Lin Feng's battle strength might not be taken seriously by that monster definitely couldn't underestimate Lin Feng's powerful magic treasures. No matter how strong that monster was, it was only flesh and blood. How could it contend against Lin Feng's magic treasures, seeing Lin Feng take out so many magic treasures to attack that monster? The white tiger's speed directly increased to the extreme. White tiger's sword. One strike after another struck towards that monster, completely holding it back. That monster wanted to block the attacks of Lin Feng's magic treasures. However, he was held back by the white tiger. He couldn't fight back. Bang! 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 One magic treasure after another bombarded the monster's body. A series of muffled sounds of collisions could be heard. That monster suffered a huge amount of damage. Under the bombardment of so many magic treasures, half of its body directly exploded. Ah! That monster let out a painful roar, and a pair of extremely resentful eyes looked at Lin Feng. He cursed loudly, "Little bastard! It's all your fault for ruining my plans. I'm going to tear you into pieces." That monster abandoned the white tiger and directly pounced towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. No wonder this monster wanted to kill Lin Feng so much. In this battle, he should have won. But because of Lin Feng's participation, in the end, he was the one who was seriously injured. This kind of blow, it made this monster almost crazy. Therefore, this monster completely hated Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. to vent the hatred in its heart. When Lin Feng saw the monster rushing towards him, he quickly retreated. He sneered and said, "Didn't you say that your race is noble? Now that you've been seriously injured, do you know who's the lowly thing now? You were simply asking for humiliation before, you're the lowly thing." After hearing Lin Feng's words, this monster was so angry that smoke was coming out of its 7 orifices. "Little bastard. I'll torture you ruthlessly and make you beg for death." This monster couldn't help but roar. He sped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. But it was intercepted by the white tiger. The white tiger's attack became more and more powerful, suppressing this monster to the point that it couldn't fight back at all. And Lin Feng continued to control one powerful magic treasure after another, bombarding this monster. Bang bang bang. One after another, powerful magic treasures bombarded the monster's body. Suddenly, this monster's body directly exploded. Ah! My body! My body was actually destroyed. It was actually destroyed by you 2 lowly ants. You 2 lowly ants, just you wait. I won't let you off. The monster roared with resentment. Then, it rolled up the blood mist that its body had turned into and was about to escape. The vitality of this monster was too strong. It was simply shocking. Its body was destroyed, but it didn't die. Seeing that the monster wanted to escape, Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too late to escape now." Endless domineering aura condensed and directly blasted towards the blood mist that the monster's body had turned into. The monster's body was now only left with blood mist and its soul. Therefore, its combat strength had fallen to the bottom. At the same time, the white tiger rushed out again with the sword in its mouth and charged towards the blood mist that the monster had turned into. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The monster's soul and the blood mist that its body had turned into had experienced the attacks of Lin Feng's endless domineering aura and the white tiger's sword. Such a terrifying attack. It had been blasted on its body twice in succession. The monster couldn't bear it. The blood mist that its body had turned into had been scattered. Only the source was left floating in midair. At the same time, the monster's soul had also been completely destroyed. Only the source of its soul was left. It was also floating in midair. This monster's cultivation was so powerful. Its source was naturally incomparably powerful. Lin Feng hurriedly put away the monster's source. The white tiger formed by Ling Yun and the white tiger phantom formed by Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura separated. The white tiger returned the black dragon sword to Lin Feng. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked him. "No need to thank me. It's really me who should thank you. It's also me who should thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have found the opportunity to take revenge?" The white tiger said. His body began to gradually fade away. "Senior, your body." Seeing the white tiger phantom that was gradually fading away, Lin Feng's expression was very moved. In the past, the white tiger race was one of the totems of the human race. Seeing such a white tiger sacred beast disappear like smoke. Perhaps no one could avoid grief and sorrow. Practice well. This world is very big. When your cultivation is strong enough, you will open a new door. When you open that door, you will find that this world is far more mysterious than you can imagine. You are still young, and your future is full of infinite hope. White Tiger said. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with gratification and encouragement. Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. Lin Feng said. White Tiger nodded. Immediately after, his body completely dissipated. Looking at the white tiger skeleton not far away, Lin Feng felt a little sad. He dug a grave and buried white bones in it. Then, he erected a tombstone. There were 6 words written on the tablet. Senior White Tiger's tomb. I hope Senior can rest in peace. Lin Feng murmured. After which, he didn't stay any longer and flew out. Just as they arrived outside the mountain range, suddenly, the void cracked open. A figure rushed out. A palm slapped towards Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread out. That aura was too terrifying. It was suffocating. After seeing the cultivator who attacked, Lin Feng was very shocked. He had actually seen this cultivator before. This cultivator was a female cultivator. Lin Feng remembered that she seemed to be a female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiend star field. She looked very young. Originally, Lin Feng thought that this female cultivator was just an outstanding disciple of the younger generation in the 10,000 Fiend star field. When she came out this time, she followed him to gain experience. But until this moment, Lin Feng knew how wrong he was. This female cultivator was not as simple as an ordinary young cultivator. Her cultivation was too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that this female cultivator was even stronger than Wan Qiyuan, an emperor-level expert in the 10,000 Fiend star field. Lin Feng didn't know why he had this feeling. However, this feeling was so strong. Why was such a young female cultivator so powerful? Could it be that she was enlightened by a peerless expert, or was there another reason? But no matter what the reason was, now that Lin Feng felt the strength of this female cultivator, a strong sense of death arose in his heart. He performed the Great Death Substitution technique. He wanted to use this magical power to get rid of this female cultivator's attack. However, the surrounding void distorted. This female cultivator changed the surrounding laws of heaven and earth and actually suppressed Lin Feng's Dharma power. Therefore, Lin Feng was unable to successfully perform the Great Death Substitution technique. I already knew that you had many tricks up your sleeve, so I was especially wary of you. Now that the laws of the surrounding void have been changed, your Dharma power is suppressed and you can't use your magical power, only death awaits you. This very young female cultivator said. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment. One by one, silhouettes rushed out from the forest. A total of 8 people. They were all cultivators from the 10,000 Fiend star field. For example, Wan Qiyuan and Wan Yanming were among them. Originally, there were about 20 cultivators from the 10,000 Fiend star field who entered the Stone State ruins. Obviously, after experiencing the previous unforeseen event, the rest had already died in the Stone State ruins. Now, only these cultivators were left in the 10,000 Fiend star field. Those cultivators looked at Lin Feng coldly, their eyes filled with killing intent. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Only these people knew how terrifying the female cultivator was. Seeing that the female cultivator's attack was about to hit Lin Feng contacted Bibi at this time. The little guy flew out and shot out a 7-colored immortal light that wrapped Lin Feng. Swoosh, then. The two of them traveled through the void and left. The female cultivator's attack exploded in midair. Big fatso, big baddie. Lin Feng and Bibi appeared 100 meters away. Bibi shouted at the female cultivator who attacked. Of course, that female cultivator wasn't fat. Not only was she not fat, her figure was quite hot and charming. He didn't know what kind of aesthetic taste Bibi had. She actually thought that such a charming female cultivator was a big fatso. Who are you calling fat? When he heard Bebe call him big fatty, he was stunned. The female cultivator was so angry that her face turned ashen. She looked at Bibi angrily. She looked as if she wanted to tear Bibi in half. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful, even though this female cultivator had a very extraordinary background? Her strength was also extremely terrifying. But she was still just like any other ordinary woman. She also paid attention to her image. She also liked to hear others praise her beauty and charm. He didn't say that she was a big fat person or something like that. Big fatso, I'm talking about you. You're so meaty. If you're not a big fatso, what are you? This female cultivator's body was naturally not fleshy. It was just plump. Women were more plump, more charming. But in Bibi's eyes, plump was equivalent to fat. The female cultivator said fiercely, "You still have the nerve to call me big fatso? Look at yourself. You're as fat as a ball, and you still have the nerve to talk about others? Can't you have some self-awareness?" Bibi retorted, "Big fatso, not only are you fat, but even your eyes are not good. Is Master Bay fat? Master Bay is clearly strong, okay? Hearing Bibi's childish voice call him Master Bei, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. This little guy. What a top-notch product. He was not old. He knew a lot. His method of humiliating others was top-notch. Little thing, I'm going to tear you apart. The female cultivator shouted angrily, and then rushed towards Lin Feng and Bibi. The two of them turned around and flew into the distance. This woman's cultivation was too powerful. Fighting against her. It was simply courting death. Lin Feng was naturally not stupid to this extent. Now, Lin Feng just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Bibi was sent into Lin Feng's mountain river ring, and Lin Feng stepped on the world. He pushed his speed to the limit. Lin Feng's speed was like a bolt of lightning. It was unbelievably fast. Even the female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiend Star region was shaken off by Lin Feng. Although that female cultivator was extremely powerful, in terms of speed, there was still a big gap between her and Lin Feng. It was too rare to see a cultivator who could be faster than Lin Feng. Unless it was a race like the Great Rock King, who was good at speed, they could suppress Lin Feng in terms of speed. Otherwise, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to suppress Lin Feng. After getting rid of the group of people from the 10,000 Fiend Star region, Lin Feng found a place to refine the monster's powerful source. That monster's cultivation was so terrifying. His source. How powerful would it be? How much would his source be able to increase his cultivation? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was extremely excited and couldn't wait to see what would happen. Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He sat cross-legged. Then he took out the monster's source. Lin Feng started using the ancient Dracophant formula and started absorbing the original strength of the monster. The powerful source began to decompose. The source all turned into the purest energy. And that energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing the pure qi, Lin Feng sensed that his body was starting to transform. That kind of transformation made Lin Feng's life force evolve to a higher level. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the origin. That shadow. It was exactly the same as that monster. That shadow directly drilled into Lin Feng's mind. Little bastard, you didn't expect it, did you? I left behind a remnant soul. This remnant soul crossed the sea and even the white tiger didn't notice it. The monster's remnant soul let out an extremely proud laugh. He searched for Lin Feng's soul in Lin Feng's mind. I want to devour your soul, as long as I can devour your soul. At that time, I can replace you. The monster's remnant soul said sinisterly. He wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul, and then replace Lin Feng to control Lin Feng's body. In this way, that monster would be able to obtain a different kind of new life. And Lin Feng's soul was scattered. Very soon, the monster's remnant soul found Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul had always been stored in his natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Hey, this natal magic treasure is quite interesting. But it's useless for you to hide in it. Today, you will definitely die. The monster's remnant soul sneered. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. That monster. It launched an attack on Lin Feng. A terrifying attack was unleashed, drowning out the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng's voice came out from the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp, reckless thing. A mere remnant soul actually wants to devour my soul? What a daydream. Today, I will let you die without a burial place. As his voice faded, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp flew out. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp shot out a ray of Primal Chaos light. That ray of Primal Chaos light directly swept over the monster's attack. Now that the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had transformed into an Emperor weapon, its power had reached an incredible level. Although the monster's remnant soul was extremely powerful, but the power released by Lin Feng's soul activated the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was not weaker than the monster's attack. Therefore, after the attacks of both sides collided, it suddenly formed a stalemate. And at this moment, Lin Feng's soul turned into Luya's stargazing chart and flew out. This was the supreme technique passed down by Taoist Luya. This divine ability was absolutely terrifying. When the monster's remnant soul saw the Tao diagram formed by the soul charging towards it, it hurriedly released a galaxy world to block Lin Feng's attack. It was just that the monster's remnant soul was distracted by the primal chaos ancient lamp. Therefore, the power of the attack was not particularly strong. That galaxy was instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's attack. Then, Lin Feng's star-gazing chart quickly arrived in front of the monster and directly attacked the monster's remnant soul. A bang was heard. The monster's remnant soul. It directly shattered. No. I can't accept this. Although the monster's remnant soul was shattered, its will was not completely destroyed. Therefore, the monster's remnant soul roared unwillingly. Bang! The primal chaos ancient lamp descended from the sky and directly attacked the monster's remnant soul, directly shattering its will. Lin Feng continued to refine the monster's origin. After all the origin had been refined, Lin Feng's soul level soared from the fifth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm and directly broke through the restrictions of the Immortal Emperor realm. Then, it rose to the Imperial Emperor realm. In the end, it stopped at the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. Although Lin Feng's realm did not break through to the Great Emperor realm, Lin Feng's battle strength had increased by 3 times. Moreover, the light of calamity between Lin Feng's brows became even stronger. He could attract the lightning tribulation at any time and anywhere. Even if he could try to break through to the Great Emperor realm, Lin Feng did not intend to do so. This was because the 3,000 Great Tao that he cultivated was still a distance away from his goal. 3000 Great Tao. 3,000 Great Tao. I have to collect 1,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao as soon as possible. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Then, he took out the white tiger sacred bone. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed runes on the white tiger sacred bone. He did not know what was recorded in the white tiger sacred bone. Lin Feng activated the mantra of Lin and began to comprehend the mysterious runes on the white tiger sacred bone. The white tiger sacred bone was extraordinary. The runes were very mysterious. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending the runes of the white tiger sacred bone. Time passed. Gradually, he began to comprehend some of the mysteries. The runes began to regroup in his mind. Those runes. They turned into eternal immortal runes. Every immortal rune. They were all-encompassing. This shocked Lin Feng. The runes on the white tiger sacred bone were too extraordinary. He looked carefully. There were a total of 99 runes. But the specific content of these runes, Lin Feng didn't know yet. He locked onto one of the runes and began to carefully comprehend the content of this rune. The runes were mysterious and unfathomable. It was not easy to comprehend them. However, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, his comprehension was strong, and he had the Dharma mantra of Lin. Therefore, Lin Feng began to comprehend. It didn't seem to be as difficult as he imagined. Finally, Lin Feng successfully comprehended the content recorded in the immortal rune. When his divine consciousness fused into the immortal rune, Lin Feng saw a starry sky world. In the starry sky world stood a white tiger. The white tiger's body began to move. Every movement. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Every movement. It contained thousands of changes. Lin Feng was immersed in the white tiger's vivid movements. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body shook. Vaguely, he heard a long roar resounding through heaven and earth. Great fighting heaven technique. Along with the long howl, the crowd was stunned. The white tiger leaped up and rushed to the 9 heavens. It seemed to want to kill the heavens. The white tiger was really powerful. Its combat power was shocking. This is the legendary Great Fighting Heaven technique. This is a very rare offensive 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This 3,000 Great Tao was definitely powerful. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. Could it be that these 99 immortal runes contain the cultivation methods of the 3,000 Great Tao? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. If that was the case, that would be too exciting. He hurriedly studied the other immortal talismans. Soon, Lin Feng became excited. This was because when he tried to comprehend the second immortal talisman, he discovered something. The second immortal talisman also recorded one of the 3,000 great Daos. This 3,000 great Dao was called the Great Pressure Technique. This 3,000 great Dao was a support type 3,000 great Dao. Once it was activated, it could form a powerful aura pressure. Of course. Most importantly, this divine ability could support Haki and increase its power. Next, Lin Feng continued to study the other immortal talismans. One immortal talisman after another was comprehended by Lin Feng. Each immortal talisman recorded one of the 3,000 great Daos. 99 immortal talismans. It recorded 99 types of 3,000 great Daos. Originally, Lin Feng had cultivated a total of 578 types of 3,000 great Daos. Now that he had obtained these 99 types of 3,000 great Daos, Lin Feng had 3,000 great Tao, 677. Heaven-defying. How heaven-defying? One had to know. Lin Feng had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm, but he had already collected 677 types of 3,000 great Daos. Even if it was the most ancient force. To be able to collect 1 to 200 types of 3,000 great Daos over the long years. This was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. And all these years, Lin Feng had actually collected 677 types of 3,000 great Daos with his own ability. One could imagine. How heaven-defying was this? Ha 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 ha, this is great. If I successfully cultivate these 99 types of 3,000 great Daos, then my battle strength will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that my great Dao foundation will be greatly improved. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Before becoming an emperor. Shaping the great Dao foundation. This was an extremely important point. This concerned what kind of achievements a cultivator would eventually achieve after becoming an emperor. For example, some cultivators who cultivated fewer of the 3,000 great Daos might stop at the God Emperor realm in their lifetime and it would be difficult for them to break through. If a cultivator cultivated hundreds of 3,000 great Daos, he might be able to become an Emperor Master. The difference was very obvious. Of course, there was no lack of cultivators who specialized in one Dao. They would only cultivate one type of 3,000 great Daos in their lifetime and use this type of 3,000 great Daos as their foundation. Complete the breakthrough. They might also achieve extremely high achievements in the future. However, this kind of cultivator who only cultivated one type of Dao in their lifetime was too rare. And this kind of cultivation method was also very rare today. This stone state ruins is really my blessed land. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After he came out of seclusion, he continued to explore the stone state ruins. Because Lin Feng had yet to discover the greatest treasure in the stone state ruins. It was the stone state imperial city. In the past, the monarch of the stone state was so powerful. After he died, was he buried in the stone state imperial city, after coming out of seclusion. Lin Feng began to search for the stone state imperial city. He found that many cultivators had entered the stone state ruins recently. Most of those cultivators were traveling in groups. There were large forces from the starry sky world. For example, Lin Feng saw experts from the Demon Dragon Star area and even the Sun Moon tribe appear. He had a grudge with these two forces before. In addition to these two forces, there were many other powerful forces. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. There was no lack of cultivators or forces. In addition, Lin Feng also saw experts from the heavenly sage great world. It seemed the news of the stone state ruins had spread. The merchants who bought this news would definitely seize this opportunity to publicize and peddle this news. They would also be able to make a lot of money. Now, those people seemed to have achieved their goal. In addition to the major forces in the starry sky world, Lin Feng also saw many starry sky bandit forces. For example, the cultivators of the skeleton bandit group he saw earlier. He didn't know if the hundreds of skeleton bandit group cultivators led by Sun Shirzong had been killed by the wasteland creatures. The cultivators of the skeleton bandit group that Lin Feng saw later were not Sun Shirzong's group. In addition, Lin Feng also saw experts from the evil demon bandit group. Among these bandits, he saw the young leader of the evil demon bandit group, Xianxia, who he had seen at the trade fair. In addition, there were also more than a dozen powerful Starry Sky bandit groups that had come to the Stone State ruins. Therefore, the Stone State ruins could be said to be very lively now. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many forces fighting together to snatch opportunities, and it was difficult to distinguish who would win. Countless people were buried in the war. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel, and Lin Feng had long been used to it. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally saw the Stone State Imperial City. It floated in the clouds, surrounded by divine light. It was so mysterious and unfathomable. When he saw the city in the sky, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into shock. Is this the Stone State's imperial capital? Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The Stone State's imperial capital was actually built in the clouds, and it was so huge. The Stone State's rulers' methods in the past were truly powerful. Kill, 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 kill. Lin Feng looked at the words above the Stone State's imperial capital's gate. It was a blood-red word. The blood-red words looked as if they had just been written. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but those 5 blood-red words had not dried up. It seemed to have been written with the blood of a supreme expert. Who wrote the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital? Blood that wrote the word kill. Whose blood was it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He was puzzled. What happened in the Stone State in the past was still a mystery. No one knew what had happened. Perhaps, the secret was hidden in the Stone State's imperial capital. People of the future could find the root of this matter in the Stone State's imperial capital. Restrictions are everywhere. I still can't enter the imperial capital. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He could only continue to wait outside. Then, he would find an opportunity to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who came here. Many cultivators had already arrived outside the Stone State's imperial capital. When they saw the Stone State's imperial capital, they all revealed excited expressions. Many people wanted to enter the Stone State's imperial capital to search for opportunities. Now that they finally saw the Stone State's imperial capital, these cultivators were naturally very excited. I still can't contact Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. What kind of opportunity did those 4 obtain? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He had tried many times to sense the whereabouts of Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. However, all of them had ended in failure. Lin Feng tried to deduce their positions with the innate 8 trigrams. The divination of the Xianxia 8 trigrams art was displayed. The 4 of them seemed to be cultivating in a mysterious and ancient grotto heaven. However, it was difficult to determine the final location of the 4. I hope these 4 fellows can all make huge improvements. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Brother Lin. We meet again. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng looked over. It was actually Xianxia. This person had a notorious reputation. Earlier, he had exchanged for the God Legion token. Lin Feng didn't have much interaction with this person, so he didn't know why this person took the initiative to greet him. There were many experts gathered behind Xianxia. Those cultivators looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. However, Lin Feng was not frightened. His expression remained indifferent. He looked at Xianxia and said, "So it's Brother Xia. I really didn't expect to meet Brother Xia here." Xianxia said, "I can see that Brother Lin is not an ordinary person, so I want to make friends with Brother Lin." At this point, Xianxia whispered, "After that trade fair, many forces secretly investigated Brother Lin's identity, and they really did find out. So Brother Lin is the 9 prefectures world's human race genius, Lin Feng. In the Starry Sky world, I have also heard of Lin Feng's reputation." Xianxia didn't continue, but observed the changes in Lin Feng's expression. With his identity exposed, Lin Feng didn't panic at all. Because the starfield he was in was very close to the 9 prefectures world. So, it wasn't particularly difficult for these forces to inquire about Lin Feng. If they were far away from this starfield, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to inquire about Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Why are these forces inquiring about me? People die for wealth, birds die for food, the cruelty of the starry sky world is unimaginable. A young and rich cultivator like Brother Lin is the easiest to be targeted. Now, many forces want to take action, especially the Sun Moon tribe. The experts of the Devil Dragon Starfield have already begun to search for Brother Lin's whereabouts. Those forces, each of them claim to be righteous, but in reality, they are all sanctimonious people. I hate those sanctimonious people the most in my life. Therefore, I can't stand those people targeting Brother Lin. If Brother Lin needs anything in the future, feel free to find me. As long as I can help Brother Lin, I will definitely not refuse," Xianxia said. A notorious starry sky bandit actually expressed goodwill to him. It was really unbelievable. So, Lin Feng wouldn't believe Xianxia's words about being able to provide him with help. One must always be on guard against others. Not to mention in the cruel starry sky world. If he really believed Xianxia at that time, he would probably die without a burial place. Of course. Xianxia said that he was being targeted by many forces in the starry sky world. Lin Feng still believed this matter. He had too many treasures on him, too many powerful supernatural powers. Once his identity was exposed, it would be strange if he wasn't targeted. One doesn't hit a smiling person. No matter what Xianxia's purpose was to approach him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse him at this moment. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Thank you Brother Xia for your kind intentions. If I encounter any trouble in the future, I will definitely go and look for Brother Xia." Xianxia smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Lin is a straightforward person, then we have a deal now." After the two of them had a simple conversation, Xianxia then led his men and left. "Young master, are you really planning to help that Lin Feng?" a great emperor-level cultivator asked. Xianxia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said, "This Lin Feng is not a simple character, how can it be so easy to kill him? He has many tricks up his sleeve. Just now I went to express my goodwill to him, waiting for Lin Feng to be surrounded in the future and think of me when he escapes." After hearing Xianxuan's words, the eyes of the group of cultivators beside Xianxuan suddenly lit up. Besieged, a series of bloody battles. It will definitely consume a lot of energy, and his battle strength will greatly decrease. When that kid comes to young master, we can easily take him down, a great emperor-level cultivator said. That's right. Xianxuan nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Young master is really brilliant, the group of people praised. Xianxuan had a proud expression on his face. Kid, have you thought about how you want to die? At this moment, a cold voice came from the left. A group of cultivators quickly flew towards Lin Feng's direction. The person who spoke was the Sun Moon tribe disciple, Xianxia, whose limbs were broken and thrown out of the trade fair in Lanzhou Star. Xianxia had acted all high and mighty back then. When he saw that Lin Feng, a human cultivator, was invited to the trade fair, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. In the end, Du Zhu and the rest broke his limbs. He was even thrown down from the 7th floor of the 100 Joy Pavilion by Du Zhu. This incident caused a huge uproar. Because of this, Xianxia was humiliated and became the target of ridicule for countless people. Xianxia's injuries were easy to heal. However, the trauma to his heart was difficult to heal. Later on, the Sun Moon tribe investigated Lin Feng's identity. When they found out about Lin Feng's true identity, the Sun Moon tribe cultivators wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was because the Sun Moon tribe was also eyeing Lin Feng's Dharma treasures and superpowers. However, Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He disappeared without a trace. Although the Sun Moon tribe had sent people to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts, they could not find him. Xianxia was naturally the person who wanted to kill Lin Feng the most in the Sun Moon tribe. When he found out that the Sun Moon tribe wanted to kill Lin Feng, he was ecstatic. However, after searching for a long time and still not finding Lin Feng, he was furious. Now, he finally saw Lin Feng. The moment he saw Lin Feng, Xianxia could not believe his eyes. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. In Xianxia's eyes, today, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. There was no other possibility. Soon, a group of Sun Moon tribe cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Outside the Stone State's imperial capital, many forces had arrived. These cultivators were shocked by what was happening. They did not know who Lin Feng was, to be targeted by the Sun Moon tribe. What the hell is going on? Why is the Sun Moon tribe targeting that young human cultivator? Look at those Sun Moon tribe cultivators, they are all filled with killing intent. It's obvious that they want to kill that human cultivator. I wonder who that human cultivator is? There are mortal emperors among the Sun Moon tribe. That human cultivator is facing so many experts from the Sun Moon tribe and he is definitely going to die. Many cultivators started discussing. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng, being targeted by the Sun Moon tribe, was a dead end. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia indifferently and said, "So it's you." I was wondering who it was. Back then, at the 100 Music Pavilion Trade Fair, I only broke your limbs and spared your life. I was giving face to the Sun Moon tribe and I hope that you can turn over a new leaf. Looks like you did not take that lesson to you. To Xianxia, what happened last time was the greatest humiliation of his life. Thinking about that incident, Xianxia felt like he was going crazy. Now that Lin Feng mentioned it again, Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Brat! You lowly bloodline bastard! If it weren't for the fact that your 4 protectors were so powerful, do you think that you would be able to deal with this young master by yourself? I can kill you with one hand. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with venomous eyes. Trash like you? What a joke! Lin Feng looked at Xianxia with disdain. Everyone could see the contempt in his eyes. Lin Feng did not care about Xianxia at all. I know who he is, said Ji Futian. At this time, someone among the spectators said. Who is he? Someone asked. Back at the Lanzhou Star, Xianxia had a conflict with a young man from the human clan. Xianxia had been crippled by the 4 great emperors of the human clan. Now, the human clan cultivator who was surrounded by the Sun Moon tribe was that young man from the human clan. That young man's identity was not simple. It was said that he was the genius of the 9 continents' great world, Lin Feng. Now, many forces are looking for him. They want to kill him and take his treasures and superpowers. What? He was the genius of the human clan of the 9 regions, Lin Feng? Rumor has it that he possesses several magic treasures that are at least immortal tier. Moreover, he has grasped many of the 3,000 great Daos and even several peerless divine abilities. That's right. That's him. Originally, many forces were looking for him but could not find him. They thought that he had left the star field. Who would have thought that he is still here? This kid has not entered the Great Emperor realm, but it is said that he can kill some Great Emperor realm cultivators. I've also heard about this matter. If he relied on his own strength, I don't believe that he has this ability. I reckon that he is so powerful with the help of those powerful magic treasures on him. Without those magic treasures, this kid is not much of a threat. Lin Feng's identity was exposed. Next, the surrounding cultivators began to whisper to each other. Although these cultivators had not seen Lin Feng in person, they had heard of some rumors. Many people looked at Lin Feng with greed. There were forces that wanted to kill Lin Feng and take his treasures. It was not just 1 or 2. But now, Lin Feng was surrounded by the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators from the other forces had to restrain themselves. Because, the Sun Moon tribe was not a force that anyone could offend. Snatching the prey from the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. Wasn't that courting death? At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. Lin Feng looked at him with disdain and contempt. Xianxia was deeply provoked. Xianxia had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces. You reckless fool. 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to kill you. Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng. Trash like you dares to boast so shamelessly? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. He still looked at Xianxia with disdain. Kid, do you think I am still the Xianxia of the past? Let me tell you, I am not. Now, I have broken through to the great emperor realm. Xianxia's eyes flashed with coldness. As soon as he finished his words. Next. A terrifying aura surged out from Xianxia's body. It was an aura that only great emperors could have. Great Emperor. Xianxia has broken through to the great emperor realm. The Sun Moon tribe cultivators could not help but exclaim. He is indeed a Sun Moon tribe cultivator. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, his aura is much stronger than other great emperors. His strength must be many times stronger than other great emperors. Many cultivators who were watching the show could not help but exclaim. This was because Xianxia had hidden it well. No one knew that he had broken through to the great emperor realm. This was the first time Xianxia had revealed his great emperor realm aura. Xianxia had wanted to find a chance to amaze the world. Now, he finally had the chance to see the Sun Moon tribe cultivators and the surrounding cultivators looking at him in shock. Xianxia felt extremely comfortable. So you've broken through to the great emperor realm. No wonder you're so confident. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Xianxia's aura was indeed much stronger than other great emperors. The Sun Moon tribe was one of the top powers in the starry sky world. The Sun Moon bloodline of this tribe was not to be underestimated. As such, Xianxia might not be as talented as the top talents in the tribe. However, compared to the cultivators of the other races, his talent was also quite astonishing. That was why Xianxia's combat strength was so much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. He saw Lin Feng's disdainful expression even after he knew that he had broken through to the great emperor realm. This made Xianxia very angry. He thought that Lin Feng was bluffing. Furthermore, Xianxia did not think much of Lin Feng. He had heard many rumors about Lin Feng. However, Xianxia had always thought that Lin Feng was able to display such extraordinary combat strength. It was all because he had many powerful Dharma treasures. Without those Dharma treasures, he could kill Lin Feng in any way he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had many powerful Dharma treasures on him. After breaking through to the great emperor realm, Xianxia was not afraid at all. Brat. Die. Xianxia sneered and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Limitless Sun. Moon. Art, Xianxia's cold voice rang out. The limitless Sun Moon art was a terrifying superpower. Once the superpower was unleashed, it could summon the Sun Moon energy. The Sun Moon energy was one of the most terrifying powers in the world. Boundless Sun Moon energy surged towards Xianxia. It wrapped around Xianxia's fist. A streak of Sun Moon energy. It crushed the void. Furthermore, the Sun Moon energy had fused together to form a lethal force. It was unimaginable. Many people's faces changed when they felt the terrifying power of Xianxia's attack. What a powerful attack! This superpower must be the most powerful superpower passed down from the Sun Moon tribe. Such a divine ability is truly peerless and terrifying. That's right. This superpower is indeed powerful. It can summon the Sun Moon energy to attack. It is said that Yin energy is one of the most terrifying powers in the world. Now that Xianxia has summoned so much Sun Moon energy, its power is unimaginable. Will that brat be killed by Xianxia's attack? Don't underestimate him. Don't forget that the brat has many powerful treasures on him. Even if he can't defeat Xianxia with those treasures, it won't be easy for Xianxia to kill him with a single punch. That's right. It was unrealistic to want to kill that brat with one punch. However, with Xianxia's current cultivation level, if he were to attack 3 times in a row, there's a high chance he could kill that brat. The cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. In the eyes of those people, the only thing they needed to know was how many of Xianxia's attacks Lin Feng could withstand. Enough. But when that tyrannical punch came crashing down, it was too late. Even the void was shattered. The invincible punch enveloped Lin Feng. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would take out a powerful superpower to counter Xianxia's attack. But they realized Lin Feng did not take out any superpower. Lin Feng did not move in the face of Yin Xianquan's attack. Is that brat scared out of his wits by Yin Xianquan? Ha 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 ha, perhaps there is such a possibility. It seems that the saying is true. Hearsay may be false, but seeing is believing. The outside world cannot take the rumors of that brat seriously. It seems that brat is simply a waste. Many people laughed in disdain. These people felt that the rumors in the outside world were probably not true. Lin Feng's performance had disappointed them, just as Yin Xianquan's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be killed by Yin Xianquan's attack. But right at that moment, Lin Feng moved. Everyone saw. Faced with Yin Xianquan's powerful attack, Lin Feng's hands kept changing seals. In front of Lin Feng, suddenly, a mysterious world appeared. In that mysterious world, a true dragon appeared. Roar! The true dragon roared. The sound shook the starry sky. The skill Lin Feng had just used was the dragon imprint, a peerless skill. This superpower was the legacy of the true dragon emperor. That powerful true dragon. It rushed out of Lin Feng's illusory world. Its huge body. It was shocking. The aura emanating from the true dragon's body made countless people feel suffocated. Many people couldn't help but reveal a feeling of horror and loss of color. Many of the spectators thought that Lin Feng would not be able to take even one attack from Yin Xianquan. Until now. They knew. How ridiculously wrong was he? Lin Feng was too powerful. It was powerful to the point where people couldn't help but be aghast. Yin Xianquan also felt the power of Lin Feng's superpower and his face changed. Originally, Yin Xianquan thought that after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, killing Lin Feng would be as easy as killing an ant. But when he felt the power of Lin Feng's superpower, only then did Yin Xianquan realize how wrong he was. Yin Xianquan did not want to fight Lin Feng head-on. Because he felt that he could not block Lin Feng's attack. So, Yin Xianquan wanted to avoid Lin Feng's attack. Then, he joined forces with the other experts of the Sun Moon tribe to deal with Lin Feng. Although it would be embarrassing. However, it was still much better than losing his life. But the reality was, Yin Xianquan could not avoid Lin Feng's attack. The real dragon formed by the real dragon seal was too powerful. Real dragon claws. Shattering heaven and earth. Yin Xianquan saw that he could not avoid the attack and his eyes turned cold. Kill! Yin Xianquan roared. Then he leaped up. A powerful attack blasted towards the true dragon. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, the two sides collided fiercely. Everyone saw. Yin Xianquan's body exploded when he collided with the real dragon formed by Lin Feng's superpower. His body and soul were destroyed. Yin Xianquan, who was a great emperor, was killed by Lin Feng in one move. How is this possible? Seeing this, the cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone thought that they were seeing things. Yin Xianquan was a great emperor of the Sun Moon tribe. He was actually killed by a quasi-emperor cultivator in a single move. Around them, complete silence. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of seeing Lin Feng kill Yin Xianquan. They could not believe their eyes. Yin Xianquan was so powerful. Yet, he was killed just like that. If the two sides had fought for more than 10 rounds, Yin Xianquan's death would not have been so shocking. More importantly, Yin Xianquan was killed by Lin Feng in a single move. A moment ago, Lin Feng didn't even use a treasure. He killed Yin Xianquan in a flash. If he had used a treasure, how terrifying would he have been? Someone could not help but exclaim in shock. Lin Feng's battle prowess had shocked everyone. Many had thought that Lin Feng's battle prowess was boosted by magic treasures. As for Lin Feng himself, there was nothing to be afraid of. Only now did they realize. His previous thoughts were so wrong. Lin Feng himself was a heaven-defying existence. His cultivation base was simply too terrifying. Looks like the rumors are true. There were rumors that he had participated in the Emperor War in the 9 states and even killed Emperor realm cultivators. Someone else said. He seems to be at the peak of the boundary Emperor realm. To be able to kill Xianxia in a single move at this level of cultivation is too unbelievable. Someone continued. But there were also people who questioned. Although Lin Feng did not use any magic treasures, some magic treasures are special. They do not need to be used at all. The cultivator who uses the magic treasures can use the power of the magic treasures to fight against the enemy. There are indeed such magic treasures. But they are extremely rare. Any one of them is unimaginably valuable. Someone said. It is rumored that Lin Feng has many top-grade magic treasures. He even has a few immortal-grade magic treasures. So, it is not surprising that he has such a magic treasure. Someone else said. The cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Some people thought that Lin Feng had killed Xianxia with his own strength. He did not use any magic treasures. But this was too unbelievable. Therefore, only a very small number of cultivators believed in this. However, the vast majority of people still believed that Lin Feng had borrowed the power of a powerful artifact. That was how he managed to kill Xianxia. Brat! How dare you kill a member of the Sun Moon tribe? You are seeking death. A middle-aged cultivator gloomily looked at Lin Feng. His eyes could not help but reveal a dense killing intent. The middle-aged cultivator who spoke was called Yin Wutsong. It was the immortal emperor from the Sun Moon tribe. This person was at the 5th level of the immortal emperor realm. Extremely tyrannical. Previously, Lin Feng had used the Black Dragon Sword to kill immortal emperor-level cultivators. But without using the Black Dragon Sword, he had never killed a cultivator of this level before. Scram as far as you can. Otherwise, all of you from the Sun Moon tribe will die here today. Lin Feng flicked his sleeve. Then, he said coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Many people even thought that they had misheard. This was because Lin Feng was facing a 5th-level immortal emperor expert. Therefore, at this very moment, Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. One must know that the difference between the Emperor God realm and the immortal emperor realm is like heaven and earth. The gap is so big that it is almost impossible to overcome. This Lin Feng actually dares to ask Yin Wutsong to scram as far as he can. He completely disregards Yin Wutsong, a 5th-level immortal emperor expert. This brat is too arrogant. Does he think that he can be so presumptuous in front of an immortal emperor expert just because he killed a cultivator who had just entered the great emperor realm? Many cultivators could not help but discuss. They were all paying attention to the development of the situation. Little bastard, you are too arrogant. Today, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces as an offering to Yin Xianxuan's spirit in heaven. Yin Wutsong said coldly. As his voice fell, Yin Wutsong stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. Inside his body, it emitted a wave of destructive energy. An immortal emperor expert was indeed not comparable to an emperor god cultivator. After the terrifying aura emitted from Yin Wutsong's body, many of the weaker cultivators could not bear it at all. Their faces were as pale as paper. These cultivators had no choice but to quickly retreat. If they retreated too slowly, they might even be killed by the terrifying aura emitted from Yin Wutsong's body. Divine Moon Art. Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice came from Yin Wutsong's throat. He had unleashed an extremely terrifying divine ability. Behind Yin Wutsong, suddenly, a huge moon appeared in the sky. The moon was Yin. The power of the moon. It was said that it was a terrifying power born from the moon. There had always been a saying in the starry sky world. It was said that the Sun Moon tribe was related to the moon. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether this saying was accurate or not. However, many of the divine abilities of this tribe were related to the moon. Just like the divine ability called Divine Moon Art in front of him. After this divine ability evolved into the moon, waves of cold energy emitted from the moon. What is that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the center of the moon. An illusory shadow appeared. Is that a cultivator? Then, someone exclaimed. It was a terrifying creature. It was surrounded by the moonlight. When the creature walked out, everyone knew that it was a divine spirit born from the moon. It was known as the divine moon art. Lowly ant, you are doomed to fall forever. After the divine moon art walked out of the moon, it looked coldly at Lin Feng. In its eyes, it was full of killing intent. This terrifying existence. It seemed to have its own consciousness. Divine Moon Fist. The divine moon art attacked and punched towards Lin Feng. Endless power of the moon gathered on the fist of the divine moon art. The bright moon. It floated behind the divine moon art. It was like the Buddhist light behind the head of a divine monk. It illuminated the world. The most terrifying thing was that the bright moon created by the divine ability had a special connection with the real moon in the sky. It could continuously summon the purest power of the moon and then support the divine moon art. The powerful divine moon fist directly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not avoid it. What a terrifying attack. Will Lin Feng be killed by the divine moon art? The battle prowess of the divine Yi was shocking. It was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that the onlooking cultivators were also shocked and moved. However, facing the attack of the divine Yi, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng walked in the void. Mysterious incantation after incantation. Suddenly, they resounded between heaven and earth. That is the great path of destiny, immortal, the power of destiny. No one can resist it, now. I am the incarnation of the path of destiny. Any lowly existence who dares to blaspheme the path of destiny is destined to be punished by the path of destiny. Lin Feng's voice sounded mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone felt that. Lin Feng's body seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Everyone has their own destiny. It was difficult to reverse. It was destined to be destiny. Only by cultivating the great fate technique could one go against the heavens and change one's destiny. I am the master of destiny. I stand in the river of destiny and see through the past, present, and future, Lin Feng's voice continued. A loud rumbling sound was suddenly heard. A river of destiny. It streaked across the void. It appeared in this world. Lin Feng stood in the river of destiny. He was like an immortal and indestructible god. The power of destiny. It curled around his body. Lin Feng seemed to be able to see the past and the future. Lowly creature, even if you are a god born from the moon, you are still like an ant in front of the master of destiny. Lin Feng looked at the divine Yin. The aura on Lin Feng's body was too terrifying. It was as if he had really become the master of destiny. Lin Feng's battle prowess was already extremely terrifying. Let alone now. Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively. The Great Fate technique, which was ranked second among the 3,000 great Daos, was mysterious and unfathomable. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the terrifying aspect of the divine ability, the great destiny art, it was gradually revealed by Lin Feng. I shall represent the great Tao of destiny to punish you, a lowly being who dares to blaspheme the Tao of destiny. Lin Feng waved his hand. The river of destiny let out an earth-shaking rumble. Then, it directly engulfed the god of shadow. Facing the oppression of the Tao of destiny, the god of extreme Yin didn't even have the courage to resist. No. When the river of destiny swept over, the god of extreme Yin let out a terrified cry. The next moment, the god of extreme Yin was directly drowned by the river of destiny. This, all the spectating cultivators were shocked beyond words. They couldn't understand Lin Feng's incantation. However, everyone saw how terrifying Lin Feng's divine ability was. It was simply too terrifying. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. That was the attack of a 5th-level immortal emperor. They were all broken by Lin Feng in an instant. Just how strong was Lin Feng? Now it's your turn. Lin Feng's cold eyes looked at Yin Wucang, the 5th-level immortal emperor. Since the enmity had already been formed, Lin Feng wouldn't be merciful. He would kill if he had to. The world of cultivators didn't allow you to sympathize with your enemy. Lin Feng continued to urge the river of destiny to attack Yin Wucang. Yin Wucang's expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The river of destiny directly enveloped Yin Wucang. Break! Yin Wuzong couldn't help but roar. He continuously used 4 or 5 powerful divine abilities to break Lin Feng's River of Destiny. But in the end, he failed. Yin Wuzong won't be killed, right? Yin Wuzong is a 5th-level immortal emperor. He can't be killed so easily, right? But the current situation is too bad for Yin Wuzong. That Lin Feng must have other terrifying techniques that he hasn't used yet. Look, Lin Feng is walking towards Yin Wuzong. The spectating cultivators exclaimed. Go, save the Lord. The 2 Sun Moon tribe god emperors shouted in a deep voice. There were more than 30 cultivators on the Sun Moon tribe's side. Of these 2 god emperor level cultivators, one was a 6th heavenly layer god emperor. The other was an 8th level god emperor. They were also quite tyrannical existences. They led more than 30 Sun Moon tribe cultivators to attack Lin Feng. They wanted to save Yin Wuzong. Humph. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He couldn't help but snort. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the River of Destiny swept towards the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. There were 2 God Emperor level cultivators and over 30 other cultivators. All of them were trapped. Bang bang bang, those cultivators below the Great Emperor realm. Their bodies exploded. These people couldn't pose any threat to Lin Feng. The 2 God Emperor experts were trapped in the River of Destiny and their situation was extremely bad. They couldn't help but struggle bitterly. Oh my god. Lin Feng is terrifying. He's fighting against so many strong cultivators alone, and he's still fighting with ease. Some cultivators exclaimed. Has this guy really not entered the Emperor realm? Some people questioned, thinking that Lin Feng might be hiding his cultivation level. Otherwise, he couldn't be so tyrannical. Even if he borrowed the power of a treasure. He shouldn't be so tyrannical, just as everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Yin Wuzong. I told you to get lost, but you didn't listen. Now, are you ready to die? Lin Feng looked at Yin Wuzong indifferently. My father is the great elder of the Sun Moon tribe. If you dare to kill my evolution, the Sun Moon tribe will definitely not let you go. With the power of the Sun Moon tribe, it will be easy to kill you. Why don't we both take a step back? I will never trouble you again in the future. Yin Wuzong said with an ugly face. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe Yin Wuzong's words. If he let Yin Wuzong go, this guy would definitely find experts to deal with him. This person. He would definitely die. Endless domineering power. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He displayed the 2nd level of the supreme domineering power, endless domineering power. Endless domineering power condensed together and blasted towards Yin Wuzong. Yin Wuzong's complexion changed greatly when he felt the earth-shattering power surging towards him. He hurriedly displayed a defensive superpower called Limitless Heavenly Dipper Art to block Lin Feng's attack. However, his divine ability was instantly broken. Endless domineering power bombarded Yin Wuzong's body. Yin Wuzong's body exploded. He died on the spot. At this moment, Yin Wuzong's storage ring cracked. A ray of saint light quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng was shocked. What was in Yin Wuzong's storage ring? It actually took the initiative to destroy Yin Wuzong's storage ring and then escaped? Lin Feng did not know what it was. But he instinctively felt it. That thing was definitely an extraordinary treasure. If he could get it, it would be extremely powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng could not wait to get the treasure. Lin Feng's powerful dermic power suddenly rolled out. It directly swept towards the supreme treasure. The treasure wanted to shake off Lin Feng's grasp but it could not do so. In the end, Lin Feng grabbed it. Lin Feng's face revealed a smile, however, he did not immediately check what the treasure was. He kept the treasure in his mountain river ring. Then, he quickly flew towards the other 2 Sun Moon tribe great emperors. Lin Feng directly displayed his boundless domineering aura. This powerful technique attacked the other 2 Sun Moon tribe great emperors. The power was simply earth-shattering. The 2 Sun Moon tribe great emperors could not withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack and were eventually killed by Lin Feng. He actually killed all the experts of the Sun Moon tribe. He is really decisive in killing. It is said that this person played an extremely important role in the Nine States War. Now, I finally believe this rumor. The Sun Moon tribe lost so many experts. They will definitely not let this matter rest. Just wait and see, the Sun Moon tribe will definitely send powerful cultivators to kill this person. Many cultivators started to discuss. They were all talking about this matter. Lin Feng quickly left after collecting the origin source of these great emperors. Of course, he did not leave the Stone State's imperial capital. Instead, he recovered his body in a forest not far from the Stone State's imperial capital. When Lin Feng recovered to his peak state, he took out the mysterious treasure that he had obtained from Yin Wucong. The treasure was shrouded in holy light. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know what the treasure was. After Lin Feng took out the treasure, the saint light gradually converged. Finally, Lin Feng saw what the treasure was. That treasure was actually a jade talisman. As for that jade talisman, it was extremely ancient. There were extremely mysterious runes and symbols on it. Moreover, the word "sure" was written on the front of the jade talisman. After seeing this jade talisman, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. This jade talisman was simply too extraordinary. Lin Feng felt that this jade talisman might have something to do with the Stone State. Perhaps it was some kind of token. Demon Lord, look at this jade talisman. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord observed for a while and said, "This is a good thing. Perhaps it has something to do with some opportunities in the Stone State's imperial capital." Lin Feng thought so too. Therefore, this item was definitely a good item. After entering the capital of the Stone State, perhaps it could be of great use. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been comprehending the 3,000 great Daos. At the same time, he waited for the restriction that enveloped the capital of the Stone State to disperse. The news that Lin Feng had killed dozens of experts of the Sun Moon tribe, including an immortal emperor and 3 great emperor gods, quickly spread. This matter naturally caused a huge uproar. Many people were talking about this matter. This Lin Feng is an extremely heaven-defying figure. His luck is monstrous. He has many powerful magic treasures and many top-notch superpowers. He even has the 3,000 great Daos and several types of heaven flames. Moreover, he is the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Someone was deliberately spreading news about Lin Feng. They revealed all of Lin Feng's secrets. Obviously, they were very familiar with Lin Feng. Originally, the forces in the Starry Sky world had heard of Lin Feng. However, they did not know the details. Now, after hearing this news, they were extremely shocked. No wonder so many forces want to kill this man. A cultivator said. They also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know what was happening in the outside world. It was not until 10 days later that Lin Feng came out of seclusion. On this day, the restriction outside the capital of the Stone State fluctuated violently. Those powerful restrictions seemed to be gradually dispersing. Lin Feng had sensed that powerful fluctuation. He had just come out of seclusion. When he came out, he found that a large number of cultivators had already gathered. Even 3 of the top 10 interstellar bandit groups had come. They were Heaven, Hell, Yellow Spring. These 3 interstellar bandit groups were so powerful that it was unimaginable. Especially Heaven, the interstellar bandit group, which was ranked first among all the bandit groups. It was said that they were related to the Heaven domain. However, whether this was true or not was unknown. In addition, many top forces had also come. Therefore, this place was extremely lively. Lin Feng saw Elder Xianxia and the others from the 100 Joy Pavilion. Elder Xianxia's expression was not good because someone from the 4 forces had leaked the news. That was why so many forces were attracted. If they did not leak the news privately, then the people who came here were the 4 major forces. The treasures and opportunities here were also shared by the cultivators of the 4 major forces. The 4 major forces. The 100 Joy Pavilion is obviously in a dominant position. Moreover, among the cultivators who entered the Stone State ruins, Elder Xianxia's cultivation is the strongest. With his protection, the people from the 100 Joy Pavilion should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. they have no need to leak the news here. Therefore, the cultivator who leaked the news here should be one of the 10,000 Fiend Star Field, Bright Moon Star Field, or Yin Yang Star Field. However, if they leak the news, their own opportunities would also be reduced. If they simply want to earn a lot of money, leaking the news doesn't seem to be worth the loss. Lin Feng could not help but think. He suddenly felt that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps the other party did not just want to earn a lot of money. Lin Feng felt there might be other reasons for this matter. However, after all, this was only his guess. Lin Feng wasn't sure about the specifics of the situation. Rumble, rumble, the restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital was constantly dissipating. Everyone's attention was attracted by the Stone State's imperial capital. Finally, a large part of the restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital dissipated. Only a part of the restriction above did not dissipate. Moreover, that part of the restriction above seemed to be very strong and had no intention of dissipating. Open the city gate and enter the Stone State's imperial capital. A cultivator shouted loudly. Although the restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital did not completely dissipate. However, everyone already had a way to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. As long as they opened the huge city gate of the Stone State's imperial capital, they could enter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, many cultivators could not wait to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Therefore, those cultivators quickly flew towards the Stone State's imperial capital's imperial capital, wanting to open the Stone State's imperial capital's imperial capital's imperial capital's imperial capital. However, at this moment, the word kill was too demonic. It exuded a power that made people shudder. Many people stopped in their tracks, shocked by the word kill. Given our cultivation bases, why should we be afraid of a few kill characters written in blood? Someone said with a sneer. They were not afraid of the word kill. There were naturally many cultivators with such skills and courage. That's right. What are we afraid of? What's the big deal with the word kill written countless years ago? We can easily break it. Then another cultivator said. There were still many cultivators rushing to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital, wanting to be the first to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Perhaps everyone wanted to be the first to enter the Stone State's imperial capital, but some people were more cautious. Therefore, they were still observing. The group of cultivators who rushed to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital directly used powerful magical powers to bombard the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. When the attacks of many cultivators bombarded the gate, they were unable to cause any damage to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. What a sturdy gate, many people said in surprise. The gate of the Stone State's imperial capital was too sturdy. There was no way to blast it open. This degree of sturdiness. It was simply unbelievable. We don't believe that we can't destroy this gate. Those cultivators said coldly. Then they continued to prepare a new attack. But at this time, the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital emitted an extremely demonic luster. Buzz. Then a terrifying aura permeated the air. A strange blood-colored light surged out from the word kill. It enveloped all the cultivators who were attacking the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Ah, my head, suddenly. A group of cultivators covered their heads and screamed. Roar, the next moment. A series of low roars suddenly sounded. The eyes of those cultivators turned blood red. And each cultivator seemed to have completely lost themselves. Those cultivators exuded a chilling and terrifying aura. Next, a group of cultivators began to fight and kill each other. After seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed greatly. They lost themselves because of the blood-red word kill. A cultivator said, having seen through the clues. It was the strange word kill that had caused everything that had happened. The word kill was too demonic and terrifying. Puff. Puff. Puff, the sound of flesh tearing rang out one after another. The fleshly bodies of the cultivators were torn to shreds as they attacked one another. In the end, he died tragically. Soon, dozens of powerful cultivators died tragically. The smell of blood filled the air. The surroundings became completely silent. This was because the word kill above the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital had shocked everyone present. No one could resist the 5 demonic kill words. Right now, no one else dared to step forward. The 5 words kill scared off so many forces. Is there no way to enter? A cultivator said. Don't worry. Those major forces will be even more anxious. They're all anxious to enter. They'll definitely find a way to break the word kill. Then, another cultivator said, understanding the situation very clearly. He wasn't worried about the situation at hand. Lin Feng frowned. The word kill reminded him of the 7 words kill he saw in the Temple of Eternal Life. The Temple of Eternal Life was extremely mysterious. Lin Feng didn't know if it had anything to do with the Gate of Eternal Life. However, it was in the mysterious space inside the Temple of Eternal Life that he saw the legendary 9-province lamp. It was also there that he obtained the Primal Chaos Ancestral Chi. It was forged into his natal treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng would never forget the 7 words kill above the gate of life and death of the Temple of Eternal Life. Kill, 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 kill. First, kill the heavens. Second, kill the earth. Third, kill the gods. Fourth, kill the immortals. Fifth, kill the ancient devil. Sixth, kill the Buddhas. Seventh, kill all living things. The 7 words kill contained an extremely powerful will. It was easy to get lost in it. Back then, Lin Feng almost got lost in the 7 words kill. Fortunately, he woke up at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have died in the Temple of Eternal Life. The 5 words kill above the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital were very similar to the 7 words above the gate of life and death of the Temple of Eternal Life. Although the will contained was different. However, the unique aura that contained an unparalleled killing intent. It was exactly the same. It's just 5 words kill. If you want to break it, you can break it. At this time, someone snorted and stepped forward. It was a very young cultivator wearing a golden robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Some people couldn't help but curl their lips, not believing the young cultivator's words. So many experts had died before. It was obvious how terrifying the 5 words kill were. Even the Emperor realm experts of the major factions didn't dare to approach the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. It was enough to explain too many problems. And now, a young cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Naturally, it was hard to believe. Since no one dares to break the 5 words kill, let me do it. The young cultivator continued. His words caused many experts to be dissatisfied. What did it mean that no one dared to break the 5 words kill? Did he think that the Emperor realm experts of the major factions didn't have the guts to break it? Or did they not have the ability to break it? This kind of extended meaning. It made many experts' eyes turn cold. This guy is quite arrogant. He dares to say such words in front of so many people. He doesn't give any face to the Emperor realm experts of the major factions. A cultivator said. Yeah, I wonder where this guy came from. Is he really capable? Or is he just bragging? A cultivator continued. At this time, the young cultivator walked step by step towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. This guy is really going to break the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, many people thought that the young cultivator was blowing his own trumpet. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Naturally, no one thought that the young cultivator would joke around with his life. Hum. 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 The 5 blood-red words kill seemed to sense the young cultivator's aura. Because of this, terrifying blood-red light shook out and then blasted towards the young cultivator. The blood-red light from the word kill instantly arrived in front of the young cultivator. Just as it was about to land on the young cultivator's body, suddenly, the young cultivator attacked, sending a punch towards the incoming blood-colored beams of light. The young cultivator's attack was too powerful. His fist shook heaven and earth. It directly broke the blood-red rays of light. As the saying goes, when an expert attacked, one would know whether there was one or not. As soon as the young cultivator made his move, his skills shocked everyone. It shocked the surrounding cultivators. The young cultivator's expression was indifferent. He continued to step forward. The 5 blood-colored kill characters vibrated with blood-red light ripples. The blood-red ripples were terrifying. It could make people lose themselves. Even the cultivators who were far away were affected and almost went crazy. Many cultivators had to retreat quickly and stay far away. Only then did they recover. The word kill is too terrifying. It's not something that ordinary people can resist. A cultivator said. It was indeed as the cultivator said. The word kill was too terrifying. It could release all kinds of attacks. It was indeed not something that ordinary people could resist. However, the young cultivator was not an ordinary person. His methods were extremely powerful. He gently waved his hands in front of him. Instantly, an energy light shield appeared and enveloped the young cultivator. Streaks of blood-red ripples bombarded the energy light shield. They were all blocked by the energy light shield. This person's cultivation is really powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the young cultivator with great surprise. All these years, Lin Feng had seen so many different kinds of geniuses in his life. Like that young cultivator, he was a proud son of heaven. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Many people around couldn't help but exclaim. The young cultivator's attack. It caused many cultivators to be shocked. Soon, the young cultivator came in front of the 5 blood-colored words and wanted to destroy them. But at this moment, a blood-red light surged out from the word kill. In the blood-red light, 5 terrifying existences appeared. These 5 existences. Each one was more terrifying than the last. Their aura surged to the heavens. All of them charged towards the young cultivator. Was the word kill written with the blood of those 5 existences? Someone could not help but ask. He felt that this was very likely. Those 5 existences were bloodline projections. When they were killed in the past, someone used their blood to write the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, someone wanted to destroy the 5 words, so the bloodlines of the 5 cultivators revealed their figures. 10,000 Nirvana Art. Divine Thunder Demon Slaying / Supreme Mystery Immortal Vanquishing Art. Path of the Divine Court of the 9 Firmaments. Ancient Heaven Shattering Art. 5 terrifying existences made their moves. Each of their divine abilities could be described as peerless and terrifying. In an instant, they enveloped the young cultivator. Just as the attacks of the 5 terrifying existences were about to kill the young cultivator's body suddenly shone with golden light. At that moment, that young cultivator seemed to have transformed into an immortal god king. Immortal scorching sun. Eternal instant. Suddenly, that young cultivator shouted in a low voice. A blazing sun rose from his dantian into the sky. In an instant, it was dazzling. That blazing sun seemed to have become the center of heaven and earth. It seemed to have turned into an eternal divine sun of the 9 heavens. The blazing sun rose into the sky, suppressing the world. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive violent collisions suddenly rang out. That blazing sun directly broke the attacks of the 5 terrifying cultivators. Then, it shattered the bodies of the 5 terrifying cultivators. After the 5 terrifying existences were destroyed, the 5 blood-colored word kill actually began to dim. Soon, the 5 blood-colored word kill dried up. Open! That young cultivator directly pushed towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The gate of the Stone State's imperial capital was pushed open. That young cultivator was the first to rush in. He really broke the 5 blood-colored word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. That guy is so young, but his strength is a bit too terrifying. There are geniuses in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's hurry into the Stone State's imperial capital, maybe we'll get something. Many cultivators rushed into the sky. They flew towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Whoosh, 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 the fastest were naturally the great emperors of the major forces. After seeing the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital open, those great emperors all sped up towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. They were as fast as lightning. One by one, the great emperors entered the Stone State's imperial capital. Lin Feng also quickly rushed towards the Stone State's imperial capital. "Get out of my way! Get out of my way!" Someone riding a giant beast rushed over from afar, knocking many people away. Some of the weaker cultivators were even directly smashed to death. "It's Wan Xiankong." People from the Myriad Demon Star region quickly dodge. Some people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the newcomers, and hurriedly called for their companions to dodge. The group of cultivators riding wild beasts had extraordinary origins. They came from the Myriad Demon Star region, which was an extremely large star region in the starry sky world. The leading cultivator was called Wan Xiankong, and he was a cultivator of the ancient demon race. The ancient demon race was one of the most powerful demon races in the starry sky world, and their strength was not inferior to the sky demon race. Therefore, such a force. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. The group of people from the Myriad Demon Star region also entered the Stone State's imperial capital. It's really a gathering of all kinds of monsters here. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Whoosh, he also sped up, and quickly rushed into the Stone State's imperial capital. The Stone State's imperial capital was very large, and after entering, they saw a huge square. Originally, there was a 1,000-meter-tall statue in the square. But now, the statue had been broken in half. The upper half of the statue had fallen to the ground. Many people only hurriedly glanced at the huge statue before quickly leaving. Lin Feng didn't immediately leave, and he carefully observed the broken statue. The cultivator enshrined in the statue was a very valiant man. Is the owner of this statue the Stone State's monarch from back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's right, he's the Stone State's monarch. So many people came in, but they only glanced at him briefly. It seems that he's long been forgotten. At that moment, an old voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw that an old man was standing 3 or 4 meters away at some point in time. It was this old man who had just sighed. Given Lin Feng's current cultivation level, it was too difficult to appear by his side without making a sound. After all, Lin Feng's perception was too strong, but this old man was able to do it. Therefore, even Lin Feng didn't dare to guess what level of cultivation this old man had. "Senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists towards the old man. The old man nodded his head slightly. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, do you know anything about the Stone State?" "I've heard of it," the old man said. For some reason, Lin Feng felt that the old man was a little sad when he mentioned the Stone State. But Lin Feng didn't know why he was sad. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, do you know how the powerful Stone State was destroyed?" The old man said, "Those who defied the heavens would definitely be punished by the heavens." Lin Feng was shocked. The old man clearly knew something about what had happened back then. But now, the old man was clearly implying something. Those who defied the heavens, they would definitely be punished by the heavens. Was the old man saying that the Stone State's king was doing something that defied the heavens, and then he was punished by the heavens? A cultivator's cultivation was something that defied the heavens. But, Lin Feng felt that things weren't that simple. He felt that there was more to this than met the eye. Lin Feng continued asking, "Did the Stone State's king fall in the battle that destroyed the Stone State?" The old man said, "I don't know. What happened countless years ago is destined to be a mystery to the people of the future." Lin Feng felt that the truth wasn't as the old man said. This old man should know something. But, he didn't want to say it. Lin Feng knew how to deal with people, so he didn't continue asking. The old man didn't stay any longer. He walked into the depths. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Who is he? Facing the broken statue of the Stone State's king, he actually showed sadness. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Although the old man hid it very well, but, Lin Feng still saw through some clues. Perhaps no matter how powerful a person was, when they revealed their true feelings, they couldn't truly hide their feelings completely. The old man couldn't do that. After the old man entered the depths of the Stone State's imperial capital, Lin Feng also walked into the Stone State's imperial capital. The Stone State's imperial capital was very large area. The wide streets were filled with scars and holes, as if they were telling the story of what had happened here in the past. Many buildings had been severely damaged. Now, it had collapsed. A large number of cultivators were scattered in the ancient city, searching for opportunities to find opportunities. Lin Feng could see cultivators fighting from time to time. Perhaps it was the first time. There were indeed many things to be had. Those precious items, on the other hand, caused the surrounding cultivators to fight to the death. Lin Feng basically didn't participate in it. He walked into the depths. He wanted to find the inheritance of the Stone State's king, or the treasures left behind by the Stone State's king. Lin Feng didn't care about ordinary opportunities at all. Buzz. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the mysterious jade talisman he obtained from Yin Wutsong was emitting waves of fluctuations. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy, because he had always felt that this jade talisman was related to the Stone State's imperial capital. It was even related to the Stone State's king. This guess might really be verified. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman. The runes on the jade talisman twisted, and finally, a map appeared. Lin Feng carefully observed it. He found that the map that appeared on the jade talisman seemed to be the map of the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, there was a red dot of light on the jade talisman. That red dot of light seemed to be mobile. Could it be that this red dot of light is me? As I move, the red dot of light can move on the map created by this jade talisman? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. This method was really shocking. And this method? It was obviously the use of a large array. However, Lin Feng had never mastered such an extraordinary method. Where are these places? Lin Feng looked at the few places marked on the map in surprise. There was a small flag-like thing marking them. This made Lin Feng very surprised. There weren't many such markings on the entire jade talisman. There were only 4 or 5 of them. Lin Feng decided to go to these places to take a look. Maybe he could gain something. He chose a relatively close place and quickly rushed over. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at that place. It was a gloomy and terrifying old house. When he arrived, many cultivators also gathered around. Looking at the old house, Lin Feng felt a gloomy aura enveloping his entire body. The old house in front of him made him feel uneasy. Lin Feng decided to use the Xianxia 8 trigrams to deduce. The deduction technique of the Xianxia 8 trigrams was extremely mysterious. It didn't necessarily have to be calculated with the tortoise shell. Lin Feng's deduction method was a diagram deduction method. He could create some diagrams to deduce. Lin Feng carefully deduced for a while and couldn't help but frown slightly. This place was very strange. There was a terrifying aura that blocked the heavenly secrets of this place. Thus, it was difficult to deduce the specific situation of this old house. "Let's go in and take a look," a cultivator said. Then, they entered the old house. In the distance, cultivators arrived one after another and entered the old house one after another. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and also entered the old house. The old house was very large, and it was relatively well preserved. There were many courtyards. Everything showed that the expert who lived here in the past had an extraordinary identity. Many people couldn't wait to rush into the depths of the old house. There were also people who rushed to the surrounding houses. "Pharmacy, this is a pharmacy. Oh my God, is this an immortal pill?" Soon, the exclamations of cultivators came from the depths. Someone seemed to have found the pharmacy. A large number of cultivators rushed over. "Damn it, these pills are mine." Someone cursed loudly. "These are mine." Then, someone cursed again. Boom, a great battle immediately broke out. Facing so many pills, many people's eyes turned red. For the sake of benefits, they would fight to the death. It was very common in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng didn't lack pills. Therefore, when he saw the fierce battle that broke out in the pharmacy, he stayed far away and didn't participate. Lin Feng was looking for the orthodoxy of this place. Perhaps there were some powerful inheritances. It would be best if they were the 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng was eager to obtain more of the 3,000 Great Dao to increase his Great Dao Foundation. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of holy light flew out from the pharmacy. In the holy light, a 2- or 3-year-old boy appeared. Human-shaped supreme medicine, Lin Feng was shocked. That little boy was actually transformed from a medicinal pill. What level of medicinal pill was that? It actually turned into the shape of a human. It's a human-shaped supreme medicine, Chase. Many cultivators rushed out of the pharmacy. When they looked at the human-shaped supreme medicine, their eyes revealed endless greed. The human-shaped elixir emitted a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Not to mention swallowing the human-shaped precious medicine. Just by smelling the medicinal fragrance emitted from the human-shaped precious medicine's body, Lin Feng felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. They were greedily absorbing the medicinal fragrance in the air. The human-shaped precious medicine was too extraordinary and too precious. This was something that only existed in legends. Lin Feng had only seen it in the mountain and sea scripture. In reality, he had never seen it before. Lin Feng even had the immortal medicine on him, but it was said that the immortal medicine was not even as rare as the human-shaped precious medicine. From this, it could be seen just how precious was the human-shaped precious medicine? So many cultivators were chasing after the human-shaped precious medicine. If the human-shaped elixir wanted to escape, it would be an impossible task. Seeing the human-shaped precious medicine quickly flying in his direction, Lin Feng rushed towards the human-shaped precious medicine. He also wanted to obtain the human-shaped precious medicine. At the critical moment, it might be able to play a key role. Along the way, there were also some cultivators who attacked the human-shaped precious medicine. However, the human-shaped precious medicine's strength was extraordinary, and it sent several cultivators flying. I can't escape. Lin Feng rushed forward, opened his hand, and grabbed the human-shaped precious medicine. The human-shaped precious medicine attacked Lin Feng. Because the human-shaped precious medicine had turned into a little boy. Therefore, the little boy threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, the two sides collided. The human-shaped precious medicine was no match for Lin Feng. It was directly sent flying. Lin Feng, on the other hand, unleashed a powerful magic power, directly suppressing the human-shaped precious medicine. The human-shaped precious medicine wanted to escape, but it failed in the end. After Lin Feng suppressed the human-shaped precious medicine, he kept it into the mountain and river ring. Brat, hand over the human-shaped precious medicine. The densely packed cultivators quickly flew over, looking at Lin Feng with fiendish eyes. All of them had extremely greedy gazes. They were determined to obtain the human-shaped precious medicine. And now that the human-shaped elixir was in Lin Feng's possession, many people had the intention to kill Lin Feng. If it weren't for the fact that they were concerned about the cultivators from the other forces around them, they would have attacked Lin Feng long ago. Lin Feng looked at these people mockingly and said indifferently, "You all want it? Who should I give it to?" "Brat, I'm from the Wu family of the Supreme Devil Starfield. Hand over the human-shaped elixir, and my Wu family will protect you for the rest of your life." "Kid, I'm from the Duga clan in the Yin-Yang Starfield. Give the human-shaped elixir to my Duga clan, and we'll take you in and train you." Next. One cultivator after another shouted. They all wanted Lin Feng to hand over the human-shaped precious medicine to them. Lin Feng simply did not believe the benefits that these cultivators promised him. These people. If he took away the human-shaped elixir, in the blink of an eye, they would turn hostile and not recognize him. Lin Feng said with a smile that was not a smile, "With so many people, it's really hard to decide who to give it to. How about this, you guys kill each other, and whoever survives to the end will get the human-shaped elixir." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of cultivators immediately flew into a rage. They naturally understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Obviously. Previously, Lin Feng had said so much to them, but he was actually toying with them. These cultivators. How could they not be angry? All of them were furious, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. "Kid, you're courting death. Let's get rid of this guy first," many cultivators said coldly. Boom, 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 next. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth blasted towards Lin Feng. The power of those attacks was extremely strong. It was truly shocking. After all, it was a torrent of attacks from so many cultivators, so it was naturally terrifying. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to be drowned by these powerful divine abilities. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. Greater teleportation technique. Lin Feng opened his hand and displayed a powerful divine ability. This 3000 Great Tao was extremely mysterious. It was easy. Shifting the heavens. After Lin Feng displayed the greater teleportation technique, all sorts of divine abilities that attacked Lin Feng were under the effect of the greater teleportation technique. Lin Feng actually teleported them towards the surrounding cultivators who were attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng was giving them a taste of their own medicine. Not good, retreat. Many cultivators cried out in alarm and wanted to retreat quickly. However, it was already too late. Boom. Boom, boom. The attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth blasted down, and the power was extremely terrifying. Many cultivators could not dodge in time. They were directly killed by those powerful attacks. Other than the cultivators who were killed by those divine abilities, there were also many others who were injured. Miserable screams rang out one after another. Who the hell is this guy? He's actually so powerful? Some of the cultivators who were watching the show from afar were extremely shocked. Lin Feng looked so young. He had actually defeated hundreds of people by himself. It was too unbelievable. I don't know him. He seems to be a human cultivator. There are very few top experts in the human race, and there are even fewer experts in the younger generation. A cultivator said. If we're talking about the experts of the younger generation of the human race, that Lin Feng from the 9 provinces has been in the limelight recently. That kid can't be Lin Feng, right? Suddenly, a cultivator mentioned the name Lin Feng. Many people's eyes couldn't help but narrow. The name Lin Feng. Many people had indeed heard this name countless times, and it was as if thunder had struck their ears. However, although many people had heard of the name Lin Feng, there were very few people who had seen Lin Feng. Therefore, they couldn't be sure if the human cultivator who attacked not far away was Lin Feng. That's right. He's Lin Feng. I've seen this person before. A cultivator said. This cultivator had seen Lin Feng attack before. Hence, he remembered Lin Feng's appearance. The moment this cultivator said that, everyone was in an uproar. It was actually Lin Feng. When the cultivators who were besieging Lin Feng heard that the cultivator in front of them was the famous Lin Feng, their expressions changed drastically. They hated and feared Lin Feng, although they really wanted to obtain the human-shaped precious medicine. But Lin Feng's cultivation was so powerful. Those cultivators also knew their own limits. They didn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Then, a tall and burly cultivator walked out. This cultivator had long golden hair, and his aura was extremely valiant and intimidating. People from the myriad races, some cultivators recognized the other party's origin. The cultivators of the myriad races had a special mark between their eyebrows. It could be easily distinguished. It's Huang Yandao of the Golden Saint Lion race. Someone said, pointing out the identity of this cultivator. What? This person is Huang Yandao. He's a terrifying figure. Although he's only cultivated for more than 700 years, it's said that his strength has already suppressed many of the older generation experts. When they found out the identity of this cultivator from the myriad races, many people couldn't help but exclaim. So you're that human Lin Feng. I've heard of you. Huang Yandao's disdain for Lin Feng seemed to come from his bones. It was a deep disdain. It was a disdain that came from his bones. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew the Golden Saint Lion race's Huang Yanma. He didn't know this Huang Yandao. The myriad races and the 9 states had an irreconcilable relationship. Now that both sides had met in the outer realm, naturally, they wouldn't have a good attitude. Lin Feng said indifferently. What's wrong? What's the matter? Hand over the human-shaped elixir and break one of your arms. Then, I can spare your life. Huang Yandao said in an indisputable tone. Many people couldn't help but be shocked by Huang Yandao's domineering aura. As expected of the top expert of the myriad race's younger generation. Even when facing an expert like Lin Feng, he's still so domineering. He doesn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. I'm afraid this Huang Yandao is a little too arrogant. I wonder how strong Lin Feng is. No. Huang Yandao indeed has this strength. Huang Yandao has only cultivated for 700 years, but he had already broken through to the great sovereign realm 400 years ago. You all know how terrifying his talent is. Now, no one knows how strong Huang Yandao's cultivation is. In addition, the Golden Saint Lion race's talent is so strong. They are all top geniuses who can challenge people of a higher realm. Huang Yandao has the advantage of cultivation realm. Naturally, he looks down on Lin Feng. A cultivator said. After hearing this cultivator's words, many people couldn't help but nod. They felt that it made sense. Even the cultivators who thought Huang Yandao was arrogant before. They didn't think so anymore. Just a four-legged beast. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? Lin Feng said indifferently. The moment Lin Feng said that, the surroundings fell silent. Huang Yandao was incomparably arrogant. He was full of disdain and contempt for Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. However, Lin Feng was even more arrogant than Huang Yandao. This is going to be a good show. These two people are obviously extremely arrogant. Lin Feng is too arrogant. His cultivation is indeed not weak and his talent is also strong. However, when facing a top genius like Huang Yandao, he is destined to be trampled under Huang Yandao's feet. Being so arrogant in front of Huang Yandao is simply courting death. That's right. I think so too. You still don't know how to restrain yourself in front of Huang Yandao. You're simply asking for humiliation. Many of the surrounding cultivators began discussing amongst themselves. They were not optimistic about Lin Feng's chances. Huang Yandao was famous. In addition, he had broken through to the Emperor realm 400 years ago. Therefore, everyone had ample reason to believe that Huang Yandao could kill Lin Feng. Of course. There were also a few cultivators who thought highly of Lin Feng. However, there were simply too few cultivators who thought highly of Lin Feng. They could be counted on one hand. Brat. I've heard that you're very arrogant. Today, I've finally seen it. That's true. I also know that your strength is extraordinary, but so what? You won't be able to do anything in front of me. You should have heard of the saying, one must know one's limits, right? Don't be shameless when I give you face. In the end, you lost your life instead. Huang Yandao said indifferently. He did not attack Lin Feng directly. It was as if he disdained to attack. Now, his gaze towards Lin Feng was still filled with disdain and contempt. This sentence should be for you. I've seen too many cultivators like you. You don't have much ability, but you think you're infallible. Only when you really fight will you realize that you're so weak and pitifully weak. When the time comes, you're destined to be trampled under my feet. Lin Feng said indifferently. You, Huang Yandao's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng's words provoked him. Because of this, Huang Yandao had the intention to kill Lin Feng. I've always been a magnanimous person. On account of the goodness of the heavens, I can forgive you for offending me today. But you can't escape punishment. How about this, we'll do as you said before. Break one of your arms and scram as far as you can. Lin Feng continued with his hands behind his back. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone around was dumbfounded. Everyone had already seen Lin Feng's arrogant character. Just now, he had confronted Huang Yandao. He also had the upper hand. However, no one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually ask Huang Yandao to break one of his arms and scram. It was so arrogant that it was unbelievable. I've never seen such an arrogant person. Now it seems that Huang Yandao is far inferior to this guy. Huang Yandao has been completely enraged. Although this guy's mouth is good, it's useless. But what's the use? He's not Huang Yandao's opponent at all. When Huang Yandao attacks later, let's see how this guy deals with it. I know Huang Yandao. He's vicious and merciless. Just wait and see. Huang Yandao won't kill that brat straight away. He'll torture him until he's better off dead than alive. Only then will he kill him. Many cultivators whispered to each other, waiting for the battle to break out. Once it broke out, it would definitely be exciting. In everyone's opinion, with Lin Feng's cultivation, there wouldn't be any problem for him to resist for a period of time. But in the end, he was destined to die in Huang Yandao's hands. You don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Huang Yandao's voice was extremely cold. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A terrifying aura was emitted from Huang Yandao's body. That aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, a ray of light containing terrifying power surged out from Huang Yandao's body. It was an orange gas. It was actually orange hockey. Orange hockey was one level higher than red hockey. Among the 9 types of hockey, it was ranked 4th. This kind of hockey was naturally very powerful. Now, Huang Yandao directly used hockey to deal with Lin Feng. He wanted to use hockey to suppress Lin Feng. Hockey. Huang Yandao actually mastered hockey. This is orange hockey, the 4th stage of hockey. This kind of hockey is so terrifying. Just feeling this kind of hockey aura, my body is almost unable to move. Huang Yandao is too powerful. That kid is dead for sure. Many people exclaimed. Lin Feng. I've heard that you've also mastered hockey, but it's said that you only know the simplest way to use it. Letting you master hockey is really an insult to hockey. Release your hockey, or else you'll die a tragic death. Huang Yandao's mouth curled into a contemptuous expression as he looked at Lin Feng. I'll let you see the power of hockey cultivated to the 9th level. Even if you master hockey, you are just an ant in front of me. As his voice faded. This Huang Yandao obviously had a certain understanding of Lin Feng. He actually knew that Lin Feng had mastered the supreme domineering aura. Huang Yandao's orange domineering aura had broken through to the 9th level. This person's talent was really terrifying. He had actually cultivated his domineering aura to such a high level. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was precisely because he had cultivated his domineering aura to the 9th level. That was why Huang Yandao didn't put Lin Feng's supreme domineering aura in his eyes. In Huang Yandao's opinion, no matter how strong the supreme domineering aura was. But because the realm was too low. It was absolutely impossible to compete with his orange domineering aura. Kneel down. Huang Yandao's voice was cold as he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He shouted coldly. It shook heaven and earth. It shocked everyone. It was really domineering. Many cultivators couldn't help but look sideways. Huang Yandao is really handsome. If you want to marry Huang Yandao. Some female cultivators whispered to each other. They couldn't help but be captivated by Huang Yandao's domineering image. Huang Yandao is indeed domineering. This person will definitely achieve extremely heaven-defying achievements in the future. That's right. In the future, he will at least be a space overlord. Many male cultivators also said aloud. They admired Huang Yandao very much. They thought that Huang Yandao would definitely achieve shocking achievements. It was only a matter of time. As for Lin Feng, he was ignored by everyone. Huang Yandao was almost an unrivaled existence now. His domineering aura had been cultivated to the 9th level by Huang Yandao. How could Lin Feng compete with Huang Yandao? Just when everyone thought that Huang Yandao was about to kill Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng, who had endured Huang Yandao's domineering aura attack, also used the domineering aura he had mastered. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly came out, Huang Yandao. Do you think that you can compete with my supreme domineering aura just because you have cultivated your orange domineering aura to the 9th level? It was simply an extremely stupid idea. A low-level hockey was still a low-level hockey. How could it compete with a high-level hockey like the supreme hockey? High-level hockey has the most fatal suppression on low-level hockey. This kind of suppression is equivalent to the suppression of life. Now, I will let you know the terror of a supreme hockey. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Feng displayed the second layer of the supreme aura, boundless aura. Although Lin Feng's supremacy Haki had only reached the second level of Haki, Lin Feng's supremacy Haki had already reached the second level. However, it was still terrifying to the point where people couldn't help but be aghast. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the two domineering auras collided. At this moment, if the orange domineering aura of the Imperial Flame's path was compared to the boundless power of the ocean, in that case, Lin Feng's supreme aura was like an indestructible sword. This indestructible sword could easily split open the water of the vast ocean. Poof, the sound of something tearing could be heard. Lin Feng's supreme being aura displayed an almost heaven-defying battle prowess. It directly destroyed the orange domineering aura of Imperial Flame's path. Then, it continued to attack Imperial Flame's path. This is impossible. Imperial Flame's path roared in disbelief. His orange domineering aura had already been cultivated to the 9th layer. However, it was still broken by Lin Feng's second layer of the supreme aura. This was something that Imperial Flame's path could not accept. Thus, Imperial Flame's path roared. He did not want to believe what he had seen. But all of this, it was all real. Imperial Flame's path's attack was completely destroyed. Moreover, the power of the supreme aura was still extremely terrifying. It was about to hit Imperial Flame's path's body. Imperial Flame's path's reaction was extremely fast, and he quickly displayed a move of the Great Black Martial Art. It condensed a defensive crystal wall that was like a black tortoise's shell. The Great Black Martial Art was both offensive and defensive. It was also a famous Great Dao among the 3,000 Great Dao. However, even though he used the Great Black Martial Art, Imperial Flame's path was unable to completely dissolve the attack of the boundless aura. Crack crack. The defensive crystal wall formed by the Great Black Martial Art was destroyed. Then, Imperial Flame's path was sent flying. Wah! Imperial Flame's path spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. How is this possible? Many cultivators had expressions of disbelief on their faces. How domineering was Imperial Flame's path just now? It was to the point where everyone believed that Imperial Flame's path would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. However, the result was that Lin Feng had beaten Imperial Flame's path to the point of vomiting blood. This was an extreme contrast. Many people were still unable to recover from their shock. Is this your cultivation level? You're really too weak. In my eyes, you're like an ant. You dare to show off with this little bit of cultivation? If I were you, I would definitely obediently go into seclusion and cultivate instead of coming out to act cool. There's a saying that acting cool will be struck by lightning. However, you won't be struck by lightning, but you will die here. Don't worry, there are many cultivators who have died in this place, so you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly sounded out. Just as Imperial Flame's path was sent flying by the boundless aura, Lin Feng had already rushed towards Imperial Flame's path. In an instant, he had arrived beside Imperial Flame's path. Then, he moved his right hand. A punch was sent towards Imperial Flame's path. The fivefold Dracophant arm was activated. Lin Feng's punch seemed to be able to shatter a vacuum. Now, Lin Feng's strength had risen to a level that was enough to make people pale with fright. Physical combat. This was the method Lin Feng was best at. I think you're the one who's seeking death. To actually fight in close combat with us Golden Saint Lions, you're simply stupid to the extreme. Imperial Flame's path looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile on his face. He had just been injured by Lin Feng, and Imperial Flame's path viewed it as a great humiliation. Now, Imperial Flame's path wanted nothing more than to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. Originally, Imperial Flame's path thought that perhaps the chances were very slim. Because Lin Feng's combat strength was simply too strong, beyond his expectations. However, Imperial Flame's path didn't expect that things would actually take a turn for the better. Lin Feng actually chose to fight with him physically. The Golden Saint Lion's physical bodies were incomparably strong to begin with, and could even contend against god fiends. And Imperial Flame's path had swallowed a strange spirit herb like the petrification grass when he was young. His physical body could be petrified, and his physical body was much stronger than the other Golden Saint Lions. Therefore, close combat was one of Imperial Flame's Path's best techniques. Now that Lin Feng had chosen to fight in close combat with Imperial Flame's Path, it was exactly what Imperial Flame's Path wanted. Facing Lin Feng's five-fold Dracofant arm attack, Imperial Flame's Path also sent a punch towards Lin Feng. When he punched, his body actually petrified instantly. Imperial Flame's Path punched out, shattering the void. The strength of his attack was simply shocking. The corners of Imperial Flame's Path's mouth curled into a cold smile. The way he saw it, to withstand his incomparably terrifying punch. That kid is really stupid. As a human cultivator, he actually chose to fight with Huang Yandao's physical body. Is he tired of living so he wants to die quickly? A cultivator mocked. He felt that Lin Feng's choice to fight Huang Yandao in close combat was no different from courting death. It's not what you think. Lin Feng's physical body is also extremely strong, unlike other human cultivators who have weak physical bodies. A cultivator said. But no matter how strong his physical body is, it's impossible for him to fight against Huang Yandao's physical body because Huang Yandao's physical body can be petrified. Once petrified, it will become extremely terrifying. Almost no one can stop it. Then, another cultivator said. Indeed, once Huang Yandao's physical body is petrified, it's indeed terrifying. Another cultivator said. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the petrified Huang Yandao collided with Lin Feng's five-fold dragon elephant arm. Then, everyone saw a scene that shocked them to the core and even made them unable to believe their eyes. After the two of them collided, Huang Yandao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Ugh! Huang Yandao couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Crack, crack! At the same time, the arm which had collided with Lin Feng's attack was also broken. Even the white bones were exposed. The eerie white bones emitted a sinister and terrifying feeling. It made one's heart tremble. The surroundings were silent. There was no more sound. Everyone's eyes widened. Their eyeballs almost popped out. These cultivators. They thought that Lin Feng wouldn't be a match for Huang Yandao in a physical battle. However, the result was completely different from what they had imagined. Lin Feng was completely fine. On the other hand, Huang Yandao was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. Even one of his arms was broken. Shock, in everyone's hearts, they were all deeply shocked. The battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was truly unparalleled and unparalleled. His battle strength was unparalleled. No, 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 this can't be true. This can't be true. Huang Yandao couldn't accept this at all. When he first met Lin Feng, Huang Yandao despised Lin Feng so much. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. But now, regardless of whether it was a showdown of dermic powers or divine arts, or perhaps it was a battle of physical strength, he had failed miserably. How could Huang Yandao accept this? Huang Yandao was an extremely conceited person. Now, he had been defeated so miserably. This was even more unbearable for Huang Yandao than if he had been killed. But now, Huang Yandao knew that his defeat was certain. He was completely powerless to resist Lin Feng. Stay. In the end, only death awaited them. As such, Huang Yandao turned around and rushed outside, wanting to escape. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's too late to leave now. I said I would kill you, so I will kill you today." Lin Feng's words were incomparably domineering. It was an unquestionable tone. It was an incomparable confidence in himself. He said he would kill anyone. He would kill anyone. He would not give the other party a chance. Boundless domineering aura was unleashed once more, heading straight for the fleeing Huang Yandao. Bang, the attack landed on Huang Yandao's body. Huang Yandao was sent flying. Barf, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his injuries worsening. Lin Feng. Are you really going to kill me? If you don't kill me, I swear that I will never be your enemy again. And I can guarantee that our Golden Saint Lion clan will never be your enemy again. How about it? Huang Yandao couldn't help but shout. Lin Feng sneered. Humph. So what if you're from the Golden Saint Lion clan? I'll kill you today. If anyone from the Golden Saint Lion clan comes to avenge you, that'll be even better. When the time comes, I'll kill one if one comes. If two come, I'll kill two. They'll die a horrible death. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, which was filled with boundless killing intent, the surrounding cultivators all felt a surge of emotions. They all wanted to be like Lin Feng, who could kill without hesitation. I'll fight you to the death. When Huang Yandao realized that he couldn't escape, his face contorted. He wanted to gather his dermic powers and activate a powerful mystique to fight to the death with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give Huang Yandao the chance to do so. Lin Feng had already moved forward and arrived beside Huang Yandao. Then, he threw a punch at Huang Yandao. Huang Yandao's expression was extremely ugly. He had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang, the two sides collided once more. Crack! Crack, the sound of bones cracking rang out once more. This time, Huang Yandao's other arm was also broken by Lin Feng. Ah! Huang Yandao screamed. Previously, he was so majestic and awe-inspiring. And he had been looking at Lin Feng with a condescending attitude. He was incomparably contemptuous of Lin Feng. But now, he was severely injured by Lin Feng's attack. It was simply an extreme contrast. Die with me. Huang Yandao went crazy when he realized that he couldn't fight back against Lin Feng at all. Moreover, his hope of escaping was completely cut off. His body began to swell. It was like blowing up a balloon. His body was getting bigger and rounder. Anytime, anywhere. It was as if he was about to explode. After seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. The powerful Huang Yandao. Now, he was actually forced to the extent of self-destruction? Self-destruction? In your next life. You won't have this chance in this life. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He reached out his hand and gently pointed at Huang Yandao. Suddenly, dense runes flew out. 8 seals of God. The supreme sealing technique passed down from the celestial master sect. This sealing technique was simply a work of art that excelled nature. Dense runes surged out. Those runes connected together and turned into a series of sealing divine runes. Those sealing divine runes directly wrapped around Huang Yandao's body. All of a sudden, Huang Yandao's inflated body actually began to recover as before. No, why is it like this? Huang Yandao roared in disbelief. He revealed an incomparably terrified expression. Because, he found out. He didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. It wasn't until now that Huang Yandao knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He was simply like a demon. Huang Yandao. Let me search your soul and see what kind of powerful divine ability you've cultivated. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Then, Lin Feng's right hand grabbed Huang Yandao's head and then performed the soul-searching technique. Ah! Huang Yandao screamed in pain. Then, he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head slightly. There was a soul restriction in Huang Yandao's mind. If someone searched Huang Yandao's soul or Huang Yandao betrayed his family's secrets, the soul restriction could sense it. Then, the soul restriction was activated. Huang Yandao was instantly scared out of his wits. Just now, Lin Feng performed the soul-searching technique on Huang Yandao, so the soul restriction in Huang Yandao's mind was activated. Lin Feng had taken the source and storage ring of Huang Yandao, then. He coldly swept his gaze around and said with an indifferent expression, "Is there anyone else who wants to die?" Around. There was complete silence. No one dared to stand out and make an enemy out of Lin Feng. The battle prowess that Lin Feng had displayed had deeply shocked everyone present. Even though the human-shaped precious medicine had been taken away by Lin Feng. However, now, everyone had accepted their fate. Because, they wanted to snatch the human-shaped precious medicine from Lin Feng's hands. It was simply impossible for something like that to happen. The rest of the people dispersed. Then, they continued to look for opportunities. There were many courtyards and many treasures stored in each courtyard. Finally, many cultivators came to the deepest part of this ancient house. It was a huge purple bamboo forest. It was surrounded by rays of purple light. It looked very sacred. Many cultivators stopped outside to watch, but they did not enter the purple bamboo forest. Because everyone felt that such a place, it would definitely not be simple. Suddenly, at this moment, the sound of the zither rang out. When they heard the sound of the zither, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The sound of the zither rose in spirals. However, how could there be the sound of the zither here? Not only was Lin Feng shocked, everyone was extremely shocked. There shouldn't be any living beings in the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, the sound of the zither rang out. It was too strange. This made everyone extremely puzzled, not understanding where the sound of the zither came from. The purple bamboo forest is indeed extraordinary, a cultivator said, wanting to explore the purple bamboo forest. Then, cultivators began to enter the purple bamboo forest one after another. The purple light lingered within the purple bamboo forest, so the situation inside the purple bamboo forest was not very clear. The first batch of cultivators that entered the purple bamboo forest did not make any sound. This caused many people to become restless. Because, if those people were in danger, there would definitely be some movement. However, now, there was no movement at all. Didn't that mean, those people? He didn't encounter any danger. If he didn't encounter any danger, could it be that he had encountered an opportunity? Thinking of this, more and more people were unable to continue waiting outside. Let's go in and take a look, many cultivators said. Then, he also entered the purple bamboo forest. Lin Feng also entered the purple bamboo forest. After entering this place, Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with the purple bamboo forest. However, Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. So much so that Lin Feng once thought that it was just an illusion. The group of people walked towards the interior of the purple bamboo forest. Soon after, everyone saw the first batch of cultivators that entered the purple bamboo forest, and those cultivators all stood in place. He was motionless. No one knew what they were doing. What happened? Let's go and take a look. Everyone felt puzzled. Then, they walked towards the first batch of cultivators. When they arrived at the side of the first group of cultivators, everyone realized that these people's eyes were wide open. His body was motionless. It was as if he had lost control of his body. Someone reached out and touched a cultivator next to him. Instantly, that cultivator's body turned into ashes. After seeing this scene, a horrified expression appeared on everyone's face. What exactly happened? Why did this cultivator turn into ashes with just a light touch? Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. This was because this place was simply too strange. The other cultivators also reached out to touch the cultivators closer to them. A terrifying scene appeared. Those cultivators were all turned into ashes. Everyone's expression became extremely gloomy. Originally, everyone thought that these people had encountered an opportunity and didn't make any movements in the purple bamboo forest. In fact, they were collecting the treasures here. But after entering, they found out that these cultivators had already suffered a calamity. It was just that everyone didn't know how these cultivators suffered a calamity. What exactly happened to them? It was truly puzzling. This place is too strange, let's retreat, some cultivators said, unwilling to stay in the purple bamboo forest any longer. This was because the purple bamboo forest gave them a bone-chilling feeling. This place was indeed very dangerous. However, a place like this, perhaps there were some amazing opportunities hidden here. Therefore, many cultivators didn't want to leave and planned to continue exploring this place. The cultivators who were planning to leave gathered together and walked out. There was strength in numbers. If they really encountered danger, so many people gathered together, it would be easier to deal with. There were a total of more than 30 cultivators who planned to leave. They walked outside together. It's foggy, Lin Feng said. At this time, purple fog appeared in the purple bamboo forest, blocking everyone's sight. Those cultivators who left didn't go too far. But Lin Feng and the others could no longer see them. Those people's traces were covered by the fog. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Then, That voice stopped abruptly. Something happened. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. Something must have happened. Otherwise, such a shrill voice wouldn't have been heard. Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed towards the place where the scream came from. When they arrived at that place, they discovered it was exactly the same as what they saw before. More than 30 cultivators all stood in place, motionless. Will they also turn into ashes? A cultivator said with a trembling voice. Then, he reached out and gently touched the body of a cultivator next to him. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as the previous cultivators. The body of the cultivator who was touched was instantly reduced to ashes. This kind of death again. What exactly is hidden in this place? It actually allowed so many people to die in such a strange way. Many cultivators' voices trembled. The current situation could be said to be panicking. Isn't this Xianxia? This person is a great emperor. Now, he also died here? At this time, a cultivator pointed at a motionless cultivator and said aloud. Someone then reached out and touched the great emperor named Xianxia. The great emperor's body directly turned into ashes. Oh my god! Why did such a thing happen? A great emperor couldn't even resist? Many people said in horror. The situation in front of them was really too terrifying. Anyone who encountered such a situation, they would probably be filled with endless fear. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He carefully observed his surroundings. This purple bamboo forest was indeed very strange. At this moment, Lin Feng's expression changed when he sensed the cold wind blowing in the air. Something wasn't right. He felt like something was about to happen. The two groups of cultivators from before had died mysteriously. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. Perhaps it had something to do with the cold wind in front of him. Lin Feng quickly took out the mysterious iron box. This item was extraordinary and could play a key role in crucial moments. Especially now. Something strange was about to happen. Lin Feng felt that the mysterious iron box might be able to protect him. Everyone, be careful. I feel like something is about to happen. Lin Feng said in a low voice. Many people's expressions changed as they heard that. Following that, many cultivators took out some of their treasures. When they were outside, many people had Buddhist or Taoist treasures on them. Because Buddhist and Taoist treasures could ward off evil. These cultivators took out their Buddhist and Taoist treasures to deal with the crisis in front of them. Of course, not everyone had these treasures. The cultivators who didn't have these treasures all had ugly expressions on their faces. At this time, the cold wind was already blowing. Following that, something terrifying happened. One cultivator after another stood motionless where they were. As if their bodies were frozen. It's here, it's really here. After seeing this scene, many people cried out in horror. Weren't the frozen cultivators in front of them the same as the cultivators from before? After their bodies were frozen, they couldn't move. As if someone had cast a body freezing technique on them. The most horrifying thing was that those people's vitality disappeared in an instant. The others didn't even know how their life force disappeared. The situation in front of them was too shocking. Even though they had Buddhist and Taoist treasures, many cultivators were still trembling. The Buddhist treasures emitted Buddhist light to protect the cultivators. The Taoist magic treasures also emanated sacred light to protect the cultivators there. Those treasures temporarily protected them. But this situation didn't last for long. Not long after. One by one, the magic treasures began to crack. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. No, no, no. Many cultivators looked at the treasures that were cracking and screamed in horror. Those cultivators wanted those treasures to be restored to their original state. But no one could do that. The speed at which the magic treasures cracked was simply too fast. Bang, 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 soon. One by one, the treasures shattered. They turned into ashes. Everyone's face turned pale with fright. Many people wanted to rush outside. But, however, their bodies were frozen in place. Then, they lost all their life force. Lin Feng reached out and touched a cultivator next to him. The cultivator's body turned into ashes. He frowned. It was exactly as he guessed. These cultivators' deaths were related to the cold wind. And he was able to survive because of the mysterious iron box. The iron box. The dismembered corpses inside had unimaginable origins. Now, he had protected Lin Feng. But he didn't choose to leave. I'd like to see what secrets are hidden here. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He carried the mysterious iron box and walked towards the deepest part of the purple bamboo forest. Just now, a cold wind blew out from there. Purple gas rose. There was no sense of mystery. Instead, it was gloomy. In a hazy state, Lin Feng saw a man in purple. A man holding a treasure sword. Now, he was holding a sword with one hand. He looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Retreat. Or die. The man's voice was cold. Swish, with a flash of light, the black dragon's sword, the two stone swords, and the heavenly drum flew out. Lin Feng grabbed the heavenly drum. Then, he began to knock on it. Heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Unhindered in the world. Invincible. The power of the heavenly drum was released. It was truly peerless and terrifying. The heavenly drum summoned the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Endless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals swept through heaven and earth, charging towards the man holding the sword. The power of the heavenly drum was world-shocking. Lin Feng was only able to activate a small portion of the heavenly drum's power. These powerful magic treasure all had matching methods to activate them, and only those methods of activation were mastered. Only then would he be able to fully release the power of these magic treasure. However, Lin Feng had obtained the cultivation method of the Bing mantra. Lin Feng felt that perhaps after he cultivated the Bing mantra, he could use the Bing mantra to activate these magic treasure. At that time, even though he had not grasped the method to activate these magic treasure. However, relying on the wonders of the Bing mantra, the power of these magic treasure should be able to be released. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals formed by the heavenly drum charged towards the other party. At the same time, Black Dragon Sword. The two stone swords also flew out one after another. They charged towards the purple-cloaked man. 10,000. Sword. Slash. Immortal. Technique, an ice-cold voice suddenly sounded out. The purple-cloaked man's attack collided with Lin Feng's attack. Both sides' attacks were terrifying. It was hard to tell who would win. At this moment, Lin Feng summoned Bibi. Ya. Ya. After Bibi flew out, she immediately cried out in a childish voice. Although Bibi was young, her battle strength was already incomparably terrifying. He could help Lin Feng. After the little guy came out, he shot out streaks of seven-colored immortal light towards the purple-clothed man. At this moment, the purple-clothed man was being held back by Lin Feng, so Bibi's attack directly landed on the purple-clothed man's body. With a bang, a dull sound of impact was heard. After Bibi's attack landed on the purple-clothed man's body, the purple-clothed man's body directly exploded. Deliberately mystifying things. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The purple-clothed man was just an illusion, not a real person. Lin Feng continued to walk towards the depths, while Bibi floated in the air and walked towards the depths with Lin Feng. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the depths. After arriving here, he couldn't help but be shocked. Because Lin Feng saw a stone statue. The stone statue sat cross-legged. In the hand of the stone statue, there was actually a bamboo scroll. That bamboo scroll gradually became extraordinary. On it were densely packed golden runes, and the bamboo scroll was surrounded by a golden light. It emitted a mysterious and unfathomable power. There must be something shocking recorded in the bamboo scroll. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just as he was about to rush towards the bamboo scroll, a terrifying aura enveloped Lin Feng. That terrifying aura caused Lin Feng's expression to suddenly change. Who is it? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice. You really have a lot of treasures on you. A cold laugh was heard. Then, a woman appeared. The woman who appeared here was no one else. It was the mysterious female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiend Star region. At such a young age, she actually had the strength of an emperor sect. It was simply unbelievable. Wow. Big Fatso is here, Big Fatso is here. After seeing this female cultivator, Bibi immediately shouted. When he heard Bebe call him Big Fatty again, he was stunned. The female cultivator was so angry that her eyes were spitting fire. She glared fiercely at Lin Feng. She wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. It was Bibi who called you Big Fatso, why are you glaring at me? Lin Feng couldn't help but say speechlessly. He felt that he was wronged. Because Lin Feng didn't think this female cultivator was fat. On the contrary. He felt that this female cultivator belonged to the plump type. Very charming. Women were too thin. It would affect their charm instead. Like master, like pet. This little thing must have been taught badly by you. Such a beautiful and cute pet fell into the hands of a despicable and shameless guy like you and was harmed to such a state. You really deserve to die. The female cultivator said coldly. After Lin Feng heard the female cultivator's explanation, he really wanted to cry but had no tears. He was really wronged. This kind of injustice. It was really comparable to the snow in June. Cut the crap, let's fight to the death. Lin Feng looked coldly at the female cultivator. Then he continued to punch on the sky drum one after another. Dong dong dong, earth-shaking sounds resounded through the sky. Heavenly soldiers and generals appeared and charged towards the female cultivator. Black dragon sword. 2 stone swords. They also charged towards the female cultivator one after another. As for Bebe, he flew towards the stone statue. Lin Feng and Bibi had a tacit understanding. One of them held the female cultivator back. The other took the bamboo slip. Humph. A cold snort suddenly sounded. The female cultivator attacked. She gently slapped out a palm across the void. In an instant, layers of ripples formed in the void. Those waves. It was actually the ripples of the void. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. The power of the ripples in the void was simply too strong. Lin Feng's magic treasures were all sent flying. Even Lin Feng was blown away by the attack. Bibi, who was flying towards the bamboo slips, was also sent flying. Emperor Ancestor level experts were indeed Emperor Ancestor level experts. His combat prowess was simply too terrifying. Are you reincarnated? Lin Feng said in a deep voice. This female cultivator was so young, yet so powerful. Except for the reincarnation of peerless experts. Lin Feng could not think of anyone else who could break through to the Emperor realm at such a young age. So what if I am? So what if he wasn't? In any case, you're about to become a dead man. Once I obtain the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade, I'll suppress you and extract your secrets. That will be the time of your death. The female cultivator said coldly. She walked towards the stone statue. She reached out to grab the bamboo slip in the stone statue's hand. That bamboo slip. It was actually called the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade. From the name, one could tell that the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was extraordinary. It was just that he didn't know what kind of treasure this Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was. Cloud Dream Immortal Jade. It's mine. Seeing that the Cloud Dream Immortal Jade was about to be in her hands, the female cultivator's face couldn't help but reveal an incomparably excited expression. But at this moment, the stone statue actually opened its eyes, then stood up and sent a palm strike towards the female cultivator. The void shattered. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The stone statue's attack was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. The female cultivator came a little later, so she didn't see the strange deaths of the cultivators from before. Lin Feng experienced the situation at that time. He knew that time. How dangerous and terrifying was it? Now, the stone statue had actually revived. Lin Feng instantly thought of a possibility. An existence that had silently exterminated so many cultivators. Could it be this stone statue in front of him? Perhaps, there was really such a possibility. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. The female cultivator's expression obviously couldn't help but change abruptly. However, she was powerful. Facing the stone statue's attack, her reaction was extremely fast. He slapped the stone statue with his palm. Bang, a dull collision sound was heard. Both sides fiercely bombarded each other. Something amazing happened. The powerful female cultivator was actually defeated. Her whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Wah, in midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong? Lin Feng looked at the stone statue in shock. It was really too terrifying. There was no way to contend with it. He hurriedly looked at Bibi and said, "Go, go, go." The female cultivator was obviously faster, as fast as lightning. She quickly rushed outside. Her injuries were extremely serious, and she was not in the mood to continue fighting. The stone statue didn't chase after the female cultivator, but locked onto Lin Feng. Then, it walked towards Lin Feng step by step. F***ck, are you crazy? Why aren't you chasing that woman? Why are you chasing me? Lin Feng couldn't help but say speechlessly. Logically speaking, this terrifying creature liked to devour the life force of cultivators, so it should first chase after the female cultivator in the Thousand Fiends star field. Because that female cultivator was an Emperor Realm expert. Her life force was much stronger than Lin Feng's. The iron box on your back. The stone statue looked at the iron box on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng finally understood why the stone statue didn't chase after the female cultivator. It turned out that it was because of the iron box. What? You know it? Lin Feng looked at the stone statue warily and asked. I shouldn't be seeing things. The stone statue spoke. He didn't answer Lin Feng, but muttered to himself. Boom. Then, a terrifying aura was emitted from the stone statue's body. The stone statue attacked Lin Feng. It directly attacked Lin Feng with a palm strike. He wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. Then, he took the iron box away. Yeah. Bibi saw that Lin Feng was in danger and immediately cried out anxiously. It waved its little claws and released a seven-colored immortal light that swept towards the stone statue. Two cold rays of light shot out from the stone statue's eyes, directly shattering Bibi's attack. Then, two rays of light swept across Bibi's body. Bebe screamed miserably as he was sent flying. I want your dog life. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned blood red. He took down the iron box and directly threw it at the stone statue. Bibi was to Lin Feng. It was as if she was his family. Now that Bibi was actually injured by the stone statue, Lin Feng's killing intent was monstrous. Aunt? You dare to resist? The stone statue's voice was cold, and its eyes revealed a look of contempt. The momentum of his palm did not decrease. It continued to attack Lin Feng. Bang, the iron box in Lin Feng's hand and the stone statue's palm fiercely collided. Along with the earth-shaking sound of violent collisions, there was an earth-shaking sound. Lin Feng was sent flying. The stone statue was too powerful. It was simply an invincible existence. To fight with such an existence. Despicable aunt, are you ready to die? That terrifying creature walked towards Lin Feng step by step. He wasn't from the stone clan. He was just a stone statue. Yet, he possessed such terrifying combat strength. Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. What was the origin of this stone statue? Why was it so terrifying? It was incomprehensible. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he tried to open the mysterious box. Perhaps he could use the corpse in the box to kill this fellow. Crack, crack, Lin Feng opened the mysterious box bit by bit. A terrifying aura spread out from the box. After sensing the terrifying aura coming from the box, the stone statue's expression changed abruptly. Could it be that what's inside is real? The stone statue exclaimed. Clearly, he knew something about the mysterious box. At the very least, he had heard rumors about it. The stone statue sped up. He didn't want Lin Feng to open the mysterious box. When he sensed the aura coming from the box, the stone statue had sensed danger. Thus, he wanted to end the battle quickly and finish off Lin Feng. However, the stone statue couldn't stop Lin Feng in time. Crack, crack, the mysterious box emitted intense grinding sounds. Next, Lin Feng opened the mysterious box. Inside the mysterious box, it contained the mysterious expert's flesh. Even though the body was destroyed, it still emitted an unbearable power. Pooh! Pooh! Lin Feng's body was penetrated by the terrifying power emitted by the flesh. The flesh attacked indiscriminately. It wouldn't stop attacking Lin Feng just because he was the owner of the mysterious box. Of course, Lin Feng was different from others in that he only suffered a small portion of the attack. Perhaps because of the mysterious box, the flesh didn't attack Lin Feng fatally. Otherwise, Lin Feng didn't even know how many times he had died. However, even though he had only suffered a portion of the mysterious iron box's attack, the damage to Lin Feng was still enormous. He had no choice but to activate his immortal divine body. He needed to rely on his immortal divine body to block the mysterious iron box's attack. Or else, he was afraid that only death awaited him. Die. Lin Feng held the opened mysterious iron box with both hands and rushed towards the stone statue. Then, it smashed directly at the stone statue. Lin Feng was not worried about the minced meat flying out. The minced meat inside the mysterious iron box was confined by a powerful force. Therefore, the minced meat inside the mysterious metal box would not fly out because of this. After seeing the minced meat inside the mysterious iron box, the stone statue quickly retreated. It was as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. His eyes flashed with deep fear. How could that be? How could this be? He kept murmuring these words. He couldn't believe that he had really seen the minced meat. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. With the stone statue's strength, dodging Lin Feng's attack shouldn't be too difficult. This time, the stone statue failed. As a result, a very strange power was released from the mysterious iron box. That very strange power directly enveloped the stone statue. The stone statue couldn't avoid it. He had no choice but to resist the mysterious iron box's attack. The chunks of flesh actually trembled slightly. Every piece of minced meat could release an unimaginably terrifying force with a slight tremble. That force directly enveloped the stone statue. Break! The stone statue roared, trying to break the terrifying force that enveloped his body. He threw out 36 punches in a row. However, he still couldn't break the terrifying force that enveloped him. Crack, crack. The stone statue's body began to crack. This was a very terrifying scene. The stone statue was so powerful, but he couldn't resist the force that came from the minced meat. However, in reality, the power of the minced meat wasn't that strong at the moment. If the minced meat completely released the power contained within, it would cause a terrifying lethality. This was unimaginable. I don't want to die like this. The stone statue roared angrily. He was struggling hard. However, he still couldn't change his fate. Crack, crack, his body was still cracking, and the cracks were getting faster and faster. It wasn't easy for me to get a drop of stone man blood. I should have evolved into a perfect stone man. Why did I end up like this? The stone statue roared, extremely unwilling. Originally, he was indeed just a stone statue, but later on, by chance, he gained spiritual awareness. He turned into a stone statue with spiritual awareness. In the ruins of the stone state, he saw a dead stone man. He obtained the stone man blood of that stone man. Since then, he had completed his transformation. He was evolving into a stone man. But now, he couldn't resist the minced meat's attack. All hope was about to vanish into thin air. It was destined to be a fleeting cloud. You brought this upon yourself. Don't even think about getting something that isn't yours. Otherwise, you'll attract a fatal disaster. Lin Feng said coldly. He grabbed the iron box and threw it directly at the stone statue. Clang, the stone statue was once again hit by the iron box. The stone statue was sent flying. Bang, this time, the stone statue's body was completely shattered. I'm really unwilling to accept this, the stone statue's final voice resounded in the purple bamboo forest. Then, he died completely. Is the stone man blood still on me? After Lin Feng closed the mysterious iron box, he didn't even have time to heal his injuries before he began to check the shattered stone statue. Finally, he found a drop of stone man blood. This drop of stone man blood contained a terrifying amount of energy. It was extremely precious. If he refined it, he would definitely be able to greatly increase his combat strength. Next, Lin Feng picked up the Cloud Dream Immortal slip. He carefully studied the runes on it. Vaguely, Lin Feng suddenly sensed that his surroundings had changed. Although he was still in the same purple bamboo forest, he seemed to have appeared in another purple bamboo forest. Immortal energy lingered in the purple bamboo forest. In the depths of the purple bamboo forest, a white-clothed woman floated like a fairy. She held a brush in her hand and wrote something on a bamboo slip. The distance was too far. Lin Feng couldn't see what the woman was writing. Could it be that the Cloud Dream Immortal slip was written by that fairy? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought of a possibility. Then, a shocked expression appeared on his face. The scene in front of him changed again. The celestial being had already disappeared. Lin Feng reappeared in the purple bamboo forest. These runes should be ancient characters. Demon Lord, do you recognize them? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. These are characters from the immortal era. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was shocked. What ancient characters? When Lin Feng heard the Demon Lord's first sentence, he couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. The Stone State's crisis. This meant that when this woman wrote the Cloud Dream Immortal slip, the Stone State had already encountered a serious crisis. It was even easier to understand that the book's magical power was in the immortal slip. Because the Stone State was in danger, this woman was worried that some magical powers would be lost, so she wrote them on the immortal slip. I want to write 3 Cloud Dream Immortal slips, each recording 300 magical powers. The Demon Lord continued. Lin Feng was shocked. 3 Cloud Dream Immortal slips, it was obvious that he had only obtained one of the scrolls. In other words, in addition to the Cloud Dream Immortal slip in his hand, there were 2 other Cloud Dream Immortal slips. He just didn't know where the other 2 Cloud Dream Immortal slips were. This is the first scroll. The Demon Lord continued to read. The first magical power. Great Creation Technique, Great Creation Technique? It's ranked 5th among the 3000 Great Tao. Lin Feng said in shock. The first magical power was actually one of the 3000 Great Tao. And it was ranked 5th among the 3000 Great Tao. The only pity was that Lin Feng had already cultivated this Great Creation Technique. The Demon Lord didn't read the small words below the Great Creation Technique. Those words were all cultivation techniques. The Demon Lord only read the names of the magical powers recorded on the Cloud Dream Immortal slip. Cloud Dream Immortal slip, there were a total of 300 magical powers recorded, and they were all 3000 Great Tao. Among the 300 types of 3000 Great Tao, there were 18 types of 3000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had cultivated before. In other words, there were a total of 282 types of 3000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had never cultivated before. This made Lin Feng wild with joy. Lin Feng lacked 3000 Great Tao. And he was extremely lacking 3000 Great Tao. Now Lin Feng could even try to break through to the Great Emperor realm, but he didn't do so. It was because he needed more 3000 Great Tao. Lin Feng now had a total of 677 types of 3000 Great Tao, including the 284 types of 3000 Great Tao. Add them together. A total of 961 types of 3000 Great Taos. Originally, Lin Feng planned to cultivate at least 1000 types of 3000 Great Taos before attempting to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Now, he wasn't too far away from his goal. Lin Feng decided to wait until he had mastered the 3000 Great Tao skills, then he would try to break through. Of course, he had cultivated several hundred types of the 3000 Great Taos. It would take quite some time. Lin Feng put away the things and walked outside with Bibi. The little guy was very active. He was curious about everything and kept looking around. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman and continued to search for the next target. There were marks on the jade talisman. They should all have their own opportunities. Therefore, Lin Feng only went to places that were marked. By the time he arrived at the second marked location, blood had already flowed like a river. In the depths, a great battle was still going on, and it was a battle between monarchs. More than a dozen great emperors were involved in the battle. There were many cultivators watching the commotion outside. Lin Feng asked about the situation here and found out. Someone found a complete immortal artifact in the depths. That was definitely a terrifying treasure. Hence, a great battle broke out. First, several waves of cultivators killed each other. Later, even Emperor Realm experts were attracted over. The situation here was completely out of control. A group of great Emperor Realm experts were locked in a fierce battle. Whoosh whoosh, two blood-stained figures rushed out. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue from the 100 Joy Pavilion. Lin Feng was quite familiar with the two sisters. This time, the two sisters joined forces to obtain that mysterious immortal artifact and failed to break through. They quickly flew into the distance. Chase, don't let these two escape. More than a dozen great emperors chased after them in exasperation. Immortal artifacts were too precious. And it was a complete immortal artifact. That made it even more precious. One had to know that the materials were hard to find. Many great emperors didn't even have emperor weapons. Not to mention immortal artifacts that surpassed emperor weapons. The preciousness of immortal artifacts couldn't be described with words. Its usefulness to a cultivator was immeasurable. No wonder so many great emperors chased after the Su sisters like crazy. The opportunity here had been taken by someone else. Lin Feng continued to head to the location of the next opportunity. It was still the location marked on the Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng arrived, the battle here had just ended. Someone had snatched the opportunity here. There were two more locations marked on the Jade Talisman. When Lin Feng arrived at the fourth location, he was surprised. The situation was exactly the same as the previous two locations. The opportunities at these two locations had already been snatched away. Lin Feng and Bibi headed to the fifth location. This location was in the deepest part of the Stone State's imperial capital. It seemed to be the imperial city within the Stone State's imperial capital. That was where the former ruler of the Stone State lived. They didn't walk far before the sky began to darken. The Stone State's imperial capital was gloomy at night. Because the Stone State's imperial capital was too big, the streets were silent. The shadow was very long. Until a mysterious thumping sound rang out. Ghosts. Bibi stretched out her snow-white little paw and pointed in a direction. Lin Feng looked over and saw a group of armed and armored soldiers walking over. Bebe was a very timid little fellow. She was so scared that she trembled. She immediately hid in the mountain river ring and didn't come out again. Are they Yin soldiers? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Who knew how many people had died in a place like this? Even if there were Yin soldiers, Lin Feng wouldn't find it strange. He didn't pay attention to the passing soldiers. Instead, he continued to head deeper into the city. There weren't many cultivators that could be seen at night. Lin Feng guessed that many cultivators were probably hiding. Because the Stone State's imperial capital was indeed quite strange at night. Lin Feng saw a woman appear in front of him. She had a graceful figure. She walked, swaying gently. Although he didn't see what she looked like, Lin Feng felt that she was definitely a peerless beauty. Fairy. The night is long. Don't you feel lonely, empty, and cold walking alone on this quiet street? This humble one can be the flower protector. Lin Feng said. He had always been this carefree. When he saw a beautiful woman, even if he didn't have any special relationship with her. But Lin Feng also wanted to see what she looked like. Any man. They all liked to see beautiful women. Because seeing a beautiful woman, perhaps a bad mood would become a good mood. But the woman didn't answer Lin Feng. She continued to walk forward and then entered the street on the left. At this time, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. The Stone State's imperial capital was too quiet at night. Traces of grayish-brown gas filled the air. The entire Stone State's imperial capital was deathly silent. It was as if it had turned into a city of death. Maybe it really isn't suitable to move outside at night. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was a little uneasy. The Stone State's imperial capital might be more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Feng decided to find a place to rest. There were many ancient residences in the Stone State's imperial capital. But not all of them were suitable for resting. Some of the ancient residences were very terrifying, hiding great dangers and dangers. Entering one of them was very likely to be met with disaster. Lin Feng chose an ancient residence, then pushed the door open and entered. Then, he closed the door of the ancient residence. The ancient residence wasn't particularly big, but it was well preserved. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt the aura of a cultivator. Although the other party hid it very well, but it still couldn't hide it from Lin Feng. That aura was emitted from the living room. After Lin Feng entered the living room, he found that there was no one there. He said with a faint smile, "Fairies, we're old acquaintances. Why are you still so cautious?" It turned out that the two cultivators hiding here were none other than the sisters Su Jiaomei and Su Jiayue. Lin Feng was very familiar with Su Jiaomei and Su Jiayue's aura. When he sensed that someone was here, Lin Feng already knew that it was the two of them. Not long ago, Lin Feng remembered it very clearly. After Su Jiaomei and Su Jiayue obtained the immortal artifact, they broke out of the encirclement and escaped. More than 10 great emperors chased after the two sisters. It seemed that they hadn't left the Stone State's imperial capital. Perhaps they felt that there were other opportunities in the Stone State's imperial capital, so they didn't want to leave so soon. Or maybe it was because they were injured. It wasn't good to leave now. Of course, it could be both reasons. We didn't guard against Lin Gongzi. We were just worried that someone else would come here later. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiayue walked out of the inner hall. Su Jiaomei continued. She was still as charming and flirtatious as before. But now, her face was a bit pale. It was obvious that she hadn't recovered from her previous injuries. Su Jiayue's situation was similar to Su Jiaomei's. I really didn't expect to meet young master here. Seeing young master here, we sisters can finally relax. Su Jiayue said sweetly. Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean?" Originally, the two of us stayed here and treated our wounds with fear and trepidation. We were afraid that someone would come and take our lives. But now that Lin Gongzi is here, we naturally don't have to be afraid of these things. With Lin Gongzi here, no matter what danger we encounter, Lin Gongzi will definitely protect us two sisters. Su Jiayue said. Lin Feng looked at Su Jiayue with a faint smile and said, "Fairy, you're quite confident. It's just that our friendship doesn't seem to be that deep. Although there have been gatherings, nothing actually happened. If we really meet with danger, I'm afraid we'll just fly away in the face of disaster." Su Jiaomei said, "Young master is not that kind of person. The two of us won't misjudge a man." Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to flatter me. Of course, there's no problem in protecting the two of you. How about this? What's that immortal artifact you obtained? Hand it over to me, and I can guarantee your safety." Su Jiaomei's eyes turned cold. "Young master, are you trying to take advantage of us?" Su Jiayue's voice turned much colder. "Isn't the world of cultivators like this?" Lin Feng said indifferently. "Humph. If young master wants to fight, we sisters can accompany you to the end. When the time comes, let's see who will emerge victorious." Su Jiaomei and Su Jiayue said in unison. As expected of sisters, their thoughts were exactly the same. Lin Feng said indifferently, "We've known each other for a while, so there's no need to fight and hurt our friendship. Since you two fairies are unwilling to hand over the immortal artifact, then just don't hand it over. However, you two fairies need to promise me something else." "What is it?" Su Jiaomei and Su Jiayue heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lin Feng's words. Then, they looked at Lin Feng and asked. "Recently, I've been researching the dual cultivation technique," Lin Feng said with a smile. When they heard Lin Feng's words, their expressions changed slightly. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, I think you want both the woman and the treasure, right?" At that moment, loud laughter came from outside. A middle-aged cultivator walked in from outside. He was a great emperor-level expert, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Hawkwolf King. When they saw this cultivator, Su Jiaomei and Su Jiayue's expressions changed abruptly. The two sisters clearly knew this person. However, Lin Feng did not know this middle-aged cultivator. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. Lin Feng had just arrived in the starry sky world from the 9 provinces Great World. There were many experts in the starry sky world that Lin Feng did not know. After the Hawkwolf King appeared, he waved his hand and immediately sealed off the living room. "Sir, are you trying to catch us all in one fell swoop?" Lin Feng looked at the Hawkwolf King indifferently. "Kid, I saw you earlier. You're that Lin Feng? Since you want to fight, the three of you will naturally die." The Hawkwolf King's lips curled into a sinister smile. The Hawkwolf King had sealed off this place because he was worried that news would leak out. After all, the Su sisters were from the Hundred Joy Pavilion. The Hundred Joy Pavilion was an overlord of the starry sky world. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke them. As for Lin Feng, he had many treasures on him and many powerful divine abilities. The Hawkwolf King did not have a chance to attack before, but now, he finally had the chance. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue's expressions were extremely ugly because they were injured. They could not unleash much of their combat strength. The Hawkwolf King was a peak immortal emperor. He had such a powerful cultivation. Even if the three of them worked together, they would not be a match for him. Seriously, any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to jump around in front of this young master. "Fairies, let this young master deal with this person first, then I'll discuss the matter of dual cultivation with you two fairies," Lin Feng said. Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue immediately became speechless. What kind of situation was this? Lin Feng was actually still thinking about that extremely despicable thing. Moreover, Lin Feng was actually so contemptuous and disdainful of the Hawkwolf King. It was probably because Lin Feng did not know how terrifying the Hawkwolf King was. If he knew the Hawkwolf King's cultivation, she wondered if she regretted what she had just said. "Kid, you're about to die, yet you still dare to provoke this king so recklessly. This king will not kill you directly later. This king will break every bone in your body and let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead." The peak of the immortal emperor realm was indeed an extremely terrifying realm. Even in the starry sky world, he could be considered a tyrant. However, today, the cultivator the Hawkwolf King was facing was a monstrous existence like Lin Feng. The Hawkwolf King's attack was indeed extremely powerful. If it was purely based on his own combat strength, Lin Feng might not be a match for the Hawkwolf King. However, Lin Feng had many Dharma treasures on him to deal with the Hawkwolf King. He was naturally full of confidence. When the Hawkwolf King's attack arrived, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Swoosh, light flashed. Lin Feng took out one Dharma treasure after another. Black dragon sword, heavenly drum. The two stone swords flew out. Lin Feng held the heavenly drum in his hand and directly struck it. Dong. 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 A deafening sound was heard. The heavenly drum resounded through the clouds, condensing heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They directly charged towards the Hawkwolf King. At the same time, under Lin Feng's control, the black dragon sword and the two stone swords also charged towards the Hawkwolf King. Lin Feng multitasked and launched the most violent attack on the Hawkwolf King. How powerful was this attack? It was simply destructive. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking. Sensing the terror of Lin Feng's attack, the Hawkwolf King hurriedly took out a battle spear. This was a battle spear made of bronze, and its power was extremely extraordinary. The Hawkwolf King held the battle spear to block Lin Feng's attack. Clang! 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 3 consecutive strikes. The Hawkwolf King sent Lin Feng's black dragon sword and the two stone swords flying. Then, he struck out with his palm and neutralized the heavenly drum's attack. "I'm only a step away from stepping into the Imperial Emperor realm. So what if you have many Dharma treasures on you? It's impossible for you to fight against me." The Hawkwolf King looked at Lin Feng indifferently, his face filled with killing intent. With that, the Hawkwolf King charged towards Lin Feng with his spear in hand. He held the spear with both hands, and the invincible spear directly stabbed towards Lin Feng. Even the void was shattered. The Hawkwolf King was truly a terrifying existence. Humph. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Just as the Hawkwolf King's attack was about to land on him, Lin Feng used the heaven-mending technique and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared behind the Hawkwolf King. The I Chi turning 3 pure ones was displayed. Following that, the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki pressed down on the Hawkwolf King. The Hawkwolf King's battle prowess had been greatly weakened. Meanwhile, Lin Feng took out the 9 devils painting and the Hell King's bell. The 6 supreme treasures were activated at the same time, hurtling toward the Hawkwolf King. This was Lin Feng's peak combat strength. The Hawkwolf King was shocked. He felt the threat of death. He wanted to retreat, but Lin Feng's attack had locked onto him. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to take action to defend against the attack of Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. Shatter the sky, the Hawkwolf King growled. He used a peerless and invincible spear attack. The spear swept out. It directly formed a barrier of light formed from spear light. It swept towards the 6 supreme treasures. However, just how powerful were Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures? How could the Hawkwolf King withstand them in his current state? Moreover, the Hawkwolf King's battle prowess had been weakened by at least 30% by Lin Feng. The Hawkwolf King, whose battle prowess had been sharply reduced, was even less able to defend against Lin Feng's attack. There was a ripping sound. It suddenly rang out. The Hawkwolf King's spear attack was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. No. The Hawkwolf King sensed the aura of death enveloping him, so he couldn't help but cry out in horror. Bang! 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 However, in the next moment, along with the sound of 6 violent collisions, there were 6 sounds of violent collisions. Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures directly bombarded the Hawkwolf King's body. The Hawkwolf King couldn't withstand the attack of Lin Feng's 6 supreme treasures. His body exploded. His body and soul were directly destroyed, leaving only his origin energy and storage ring. Lin Feng put away the Hawkwolf King's origin energy and storage ring, as well as his own supreme treasures. Su Jiamei and Su Jiayue watched this battle with their mouths agape. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had killed the Hawkwolf King, who had the strength of the top of the Celestial Emperor layer. It was simply too unbelievable. Fairies, now that the troublesome Hawkwolf King's soul has returned to hell, no one can disturb the 3 of us. Lin Feng looked at Su Jiamei and Su Jiayue with a half-smile. The 2 girls' faces were pink. Originally, they were extremely resistant to Lin Feng's suggestion. However, now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Following Lin Feng, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Women needed to find a good home to return to. Lin Feng seemed to be a good candidate. Sir, if you can treat us well, we're willing to promise you, Su Jiamei said. Su Jiayue also nodded, clearly having the same thoughts as Su Jiamei. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He just wanted to tease the 2 of them. He didn't have such thoughts. Who would have thought that Su Jiamei and Su Jiayue would actually agree? Lin Feng said with a smile, if your charm is too great, everyone will love you, and flowers will bloom when they see you. I was actually joking with the 2 fairies just now, so you don't have to take it seriously. You bastard. Su Jiamei and Su Jiayue immediately roared. They ignored their image and directly pounced on Lin Feng. This farce finally ended with Lin Feng being beaten up by the 2 girls. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. No matter how charming a woman was, once she got angry, it could take half a person's life. Su Jiamei and Su Jiayue found a place to heal their injuries. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of Huang Yandao and Hawkwolf King. He wanted to see what was in the storage rings of these 2 people. He checked carefully. There were indeed many good things. However, Lin Feng couldn't find the 3,000 Great Dao that he wanted the most. Very few cultivators would put these orthodoxies inheritances in their storage rings. They would often remember it in their minds and then destroy the things that recorded the orthodoxies inheritances. Actually, it wasn't just other cultivators who did this. Even Lin Feng did the same. The next day, when he woke up at dawn, Lin Feng planned to part ways with Su Jiamei and Su Jiayue. Let's meet again, said Lin Feng while waving. Then, he quickly left. That bastard who doesn't understand romance. Su Jiamei and Su Jiayue looked at Lin Feng's departing figure and couldn't help but gnash their teeth and curse Lin Feng. In the end, the two sisters couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng left. They didn't know if they would have any more interactions. The palace of the Stone State's imperial capital was shrouded in a layer of golden holy light. From time to time, the sound of the heavenly Tao would come out from it. It was like the sound of a zither and a flute. There were many cultivators gathered outside, all waiting to enter. Lin Feng saw many major factions wanting to enter the palace. Lin Feng even saw a few emperor-level experts, including the mysterious female cultivator from the Myriad Fiend Star Field. She actually dared to come here when she's injured. It seems that this place should have something that woman needs. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a contemplative expression. The Empress sect of the Myriad Fiend Star Field was very terrifying. But now, she was injured. The situation wasn't ideal. Of course. Her cultivation realm was too high. Even if ordinary cultivators knew that she was injured, they didn't dare to provoke this woman. Because it was no different from courting death. Now, cultivators from various major factions gathered outside the palace. There were even more than a dozen interstellar bandits led by Heaven, Hell, and Yellow Spring. The evil demon experts also arrived one after another. It was really a gathering of all kinds of monsters. Perhaps the corpse of the Stone State's monarch is still inside. Will the mystery of what happened in the Stone State be solved? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that perhaps the truth was really about to be revealed. What happened in the Stone State back then was destined to be impossible to hide. Lin Feng was also waiting patiently. The restriction that enveloped the palace was very powerful. If it didn't disperse on its own accord, other cultivators who dared to touch the restriction would obviously not have a good ending. He waited for about 3 days. Finally, the restriction that enveloped the palace began to gradually disperse. Everyone's faces revealed an expression of anticipation. 1 day later, the restriction that enveloped the palace completely dispersed. Everyone flew towards the palace. The palace was very large. Many people scattered to search for opportunities. When Lin Feng flew into the palace, he saw a woman passing by in front of him. Lin Feng could only see the woman's silhouette. It was actually the mysterious woman he saw a few days ago. At that time, Lin Feng only saw the other person's back. Although he didn't see what this female cultivator looked like, he could tell that she was a goddess just by looking at her back. The woman's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared without a trace. There's a Tao platform in the depths, and there's a coffin on it. The king of the Stone State might be buried there. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. When the news spread, it immediately startled everyone. Everyone quickly rushed to the depths of the square. Lin Feng also came to the depths of the palace. There was a huge square here, and in the center of the square, there was a Tao platform. The runes on the Tao platform were intertwined. These runes were extremely complex and profound. Moreover, the Tao platform looked like a huge altar. The altar is the Tao platform, the Tao platform is the altar, Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur. He felt that things were a little complicated. It was not as simple as he had imagined. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that this place was a bit strange. However, when Lin Feng wanted to find out what was strange, he didn't find anything. Is the problem on the Tao platform? Or is it because of that coffin? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with the coffin. It made him feel uneasy. Open the coffin and see, a cultivator said. They wanted to open the coffin. Now, cultivators who were qualified to approach the Tao platform were all existences above the Great Emperor realm. If they hadn't stepped into this realm, they didn't even have the right to approach the Tao platform. All right. Then let's open the coffin and see. Following that, many great emperors agreed with this point of view. They wanted to open the coffin and see if the king of the Stone State was really buried there. I'll open the coffin, a female cultivator said and stepped forward. This female cultivator was actually the Empress sect from the Myriad Fiend Starfield. Xianxia. It's actually this woman. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but mutter, as if they had recognized this woman. Who is she? She looks very young. A cultivator asked, very curious about the identity of the Empress sect from the myriad fiend starfield. This one Xianxia isn't a simple person. It's said that she's the reincarnation of a peerless expert, and it's said that she has already awakened the memories of her previous life. That cultivator said. What? There's such a thing? Many people couldn't help but exclaim, their faces full of incomparable shock. The reincarnation of a peerless expert, the meaning behind this. Everyone was very clear about this. It was absolutely shocking. Allowing Wan Xianxia to grow was because of the cultivation experience of her previous life. Therefore, what kind of achievements could Wan Xianxia achieve in the future? It was simply unimaginable. Taking the initiative to open the coffin was not an easy task. And it was very likely that she would face great danger. The other great emperors saw that Wan Xianxia had taken the initiative to ask her to open the coffin. Naturally, they were happy to see this. Alright, Fairy Wan will open the coffin. Many great emperors said in unison. What is this woman trying to do? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He looked at Wan Xianxia, who was walking step by step toward the platform, and felt that something was wrong. He felt that, at this moment, Wan Xianxia seemed to be a little too enthusiastic. She was clearly injured. Not only did she not heal her injuries, she even took the initiative to ask her to open the coffin. Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of something. Originally, the news of the Stone State ruins was only known by people from the four major forces. But in the end, the news was leaked out. Lin Feng targeted the 10,000 Fiend Star Zone, the Bright Moon Star Zone, and the Yin-Yang Star Zone. He felt that one of the three forces should have leaked the news. Now that he saw Wan Xianxia taking the initiative to open the coffin, Lin Feng felt that, the person who leaked the news, it should be someone from the 10,000 Fiend Star Zone. But why would the 10,000 Fiend Star Zone leak the news? Lin Feng didn't know for now. Perhaps the foxtail of the 10,000 Fiend Star Zone would be revealed soon. At this moment, Wan Xianxia had already stepped onto the platform. Wan Xianxia stood in front of the coffin, her lips moving quickly. He didn't know what she was saying. Lin Feng immediately frowned. What was Wan Xianxia saying? He felt that, this was a very strange situation. Many great emperors seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Therefore, the great emperors all frowned. Fairy Wan, what are you doing? Aren't you going to open the coffin? A great emperor-level expert urged. Wan Xianxia, on the other hand, launched a series of hand seals. Rays of divine light surged into the coffin. Rumble. Rumble, suddenly. The coffin shook. Even the entire Dao platform began to shake violently. After seeing this scene, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal an incomparably shocked expression. What are you doing? Many great emperors' expressions changed drastically as they glared at Wan Xianxia. By now, everyone naturally knew. Wan Xianxia didn't sincerely want to open the coffin. She had other motives. It was you from the 10,000 Fiend Star Field who leaked the news about the Stone State ruins. Old Man Songhai's expression was gloomy as he charged toward Wan Xianxia, wanting to kill her. Old Man Songhai looked like a good guy. But in reality, which person like him didn't kill decisively? How could he be a completely good guy? That good guy appearance was just Old Man Songhai's external image. The great emperors from the Bright Moon Star Field and the Yin-Yang Star Field also came to their senses. Their hatred for the people from the 10,000 Fiend Star Field was monstrous. If the people from the 10,000 Fiend Star Field hadn't leaked the news, how could so many cultivators enter the Stone State ruins, and the opportunities and treasures they obtained were far more than what they had now. Therefore, the great emperors from the two star fields rushed into the sky and charged toward Wan Xianxia. Kill Wan Xianxia. Otherwise, I'm afraid something terrible will happen. A cultivator shouted in a deep voice, having a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Wan Xianxia's strange actions were enough to explain many things. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the monarch realm cultivators soared into the sky and charged at Wan Xianxia, intending to kill her. But they attacked Wan Xianxia at this time. Obviously, it was too late. The entire Dao platform underwent a huge change. Distorted formation runes appeared on the Dao platform one after another. Those formation runes intertwined. Then, they quickly extended out. Every formation rune vibrated with destructive power, sending the great emperors flying. Then, those formation runes sealed off the entire huge square. All the cultivators were trapped in the square. They wanted to leave. They couldn't leave. What is Xianxia trying to do? Many people looked at Xianxia with ugly expressions. Xianxia must have an ulterior motive for trapping everyone. Burning sky array. At this moment, Xianxia's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. The runes intertwined together to form an incomparably terrifying great burning sky array. The void was instantly ignited. My body is burning, Lin Feng said. Next, a cultivator cried out in horror. That cultivator's body was actually burning up. He tried his best to extinguish the flames on his body, but to no avail. The burning sky array was extremely strange. It could ignite the magic power within a cultivator's body. When the magic power was ignited, the cultivator's body would ignite. This was a burning from the inside out. The first cultivator's body began to burn. Next, second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place, sixth place, one cultivator after another began to burn. Ah! An incomparably shrill scream suddenly rang out. One cultivator after another screamed in agony. Soon, those cultivators were burned to ashes, and the essences in their bodies were turned into the purest energy. One after another, they rushed toward the coffin on the platform. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. My future is so smooth. How can I die here? I don't want to die either. I still have a fairy-like fiancé that I haven't married yet. I don't want to die here like this. Many cultivators cried out in horror. But no one could save them. The flames here were too strange. Even Lin Feng's magic power began to burn. Not to mention the ordinary cultivators. Emperor-level cultivators could temporarily resist the flames, but they couldn't resist for too long. As for the cultivators who hadn't reached the emperor level, they were burned to ashes one by one. In the end, they were all turned into supplies for the coffin. He wants to open the coffin by sacrificing cultivators, the demon lord said in a deep voice. Lin Feng nodded with a gloomy expression. That despicable woman, Xianxia, was indeed thinking of this. That woman's methods were extremely terrifying. He had to leave this place quickly. Or else, the situation wouldn't be good. Lin Feng circulated the heavenly fire in his body to suppress the strange flames that ignited his magic power. The heavenly fire's powerful power played an extremely crucial role at this time. It directly suppressed the strange flames that ignited Lin Feng's magic power. But now Lin Feng could only protect himself. He couldn't save others. He tried to leave this place, but he was forced back by the formation. The formation here was abnormally terrifying. Even with Lin Feng's methods, it wasn't easy to break the formation here in an extremely short period of time. Therefore, Lin Feng was now in some trouble. A large number of cultivators died. Originally, there were close to 10,000 cultivators from various factions here. But in the end, there were only a little more than 100 people left. Among these 100 people, some of them were emperor-level experts. There were also some who weren't emperor-level experts but had extraordinary methods. For example, cultivators like Lin Feng. As for the remaining cultivators, they were all sacrificed. Xianxia, you deserve to die. The 10,000 Fiend Star region should be destroyed. Many cultivators roared in exasperation. They couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into pieces. Destroy the 10,000 Fiend Star region. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. She didn't care about those cultivators' roars at all. Crack, crack. At this time, the coffin also changed after absorbing the pure energy of nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators. The coffin was originally sealed by a powerful restriction. But now, those restrictions were beginning to crack open. The coffin is about to open. Many people's expressions became serious. The coffin opened. What would happen? Could it really be the Stone State's monarch inside? Could it be that the Stone State's monarch would be resurrected? None of this was known. Crack, crack, The formation patterns on the coffin cracked more and more. Finally, all the formation patterns cracked completely. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The coffin lid flew up. Clang. The coffin lid fell on the platform. The next moment, a terrifying creature sat up from the coffin. It was an extremely handsome man. He had a face so handsome that it was almost demonic. There was a huge bloody hole in the man's chest. His heart. The man whose heart had been dug out still had a horn and a pair of golden wings. He didn't know what race this being belonged to. In the past, Lin Feng had never seen such a race. This isn't the Stone State's monarch's corpse. Where was the Stone State's monarch's corpse buried? Or, the Stone State's monarch didn't die back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. When he thought of that possibility, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. If the Stone State's monarch really didn't die, where would he go? A long time had passed. Did time bury the Stone State's monarch? Lin Feng suddenly remembered Wan Xianxua's background. This Wan Xianxua was the reincarnation of a peerless expert. And now, she was actually taking such a huge risk. She didn't hesitate to offend so many factions and sacrificed nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators. It was all to release the mysterious winged cultivator. Could it be, Wan Xianxua knew this mysterious winged cultivator in her previous life? Lin Feng also thought of another possibility. Did that winged cultivator die when the Stone State was destroyed? Was he a subordinate of the Stone State's monarch, or was he an enemy of the Stone State's monarch? If he was a subordinate, then Wan Xianxua should also be one of the experts who participated in the destruction of the Stone State. However, Lin Feng guessed that Wan Xianxua had suffered extremely serious injuries in that battle. Her body was probably destroyed. So she had no choice but to reincarnate. This method was different from the method of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation in the legends. When a peerless expert reincarnated, their soul would enter the mind of an unborn child and enter a deep sleep. They hoped that one day, they would be able to recover. Lowly creatures, you dare to stop me from escaping? Have you thought about how you want to die? The terrifying winged cultivator walked out of the coffin. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. Although he had lost his heart, he was still extremely terrifying. His aura shook the world. It was suffocating. This was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. He threw a punch at one of the great emperors across the void. The great emperor's expression changed drastically. He wanted to quickly dodge the attack of that terrifying creature. However, that great emperor realized that he had been completely locked down. Therefore, there was no way to avoid it. He had no choice but to face that terrifying being head-on. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The attacks of the two existences clashed. The great emperor-level expert's body directly exploded, his body and soul annihilated on the spot. Seeing that, the surrounding cultivators revealed looks of disbelief. After all, that great emperor was an emperor realm expert. Cultivators of this level, in the entire starry sky world. He was definitely an overlord-level existence. But now, he was actually killed in an instant. This scene could only be described as horrifying. After killing that Imperial Emperor-level expert, the winged creature abruptly inhaled. The origin energy of the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator was directly devoured by the winged creature. Delicious. It's really delicious. Can you understand the feeling of being trapped in a coffin for countless years? The winged creature coldly glanced at the surrounding cultivators. His face was cold, ferocious, and filled with killing intent. It made one's heart palpitate. He was like a demon that had walked out of the world of hell. When everyone faced him, they would all feel a sense of fear. That kind of fear was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. No one spoke. At this moment, no one dared to talk to this terrifying being without permission. No one could understand his temperament. If they really wanted to communicate with him, it was very likely that they would be killed by him. Darkness, loneliness, hatred, unwillingness, desire, the winged creature continued. He seemed to be talking to himself. In the endless darkness, I tasted loneliness and loneliness all by myself. Hatred grew in my heart and took over my body and mind. I was unwilling to be trapped in there forever, so I began to struggle. It was precisely because of my constant struggle that I didn't die. Finally, one day, I sensed a familiar aura, and I saw the hope of escaping. When he reached this point, the winged creature looked at Xianxia beside him. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. The winged creature said that he sensed a familiar aura. Could it be that he sensed Xianxia's aura, or could it be that he sensed the aura of Xianxia's past life's memories in her mind? Now, I'm finally free. This feeling is great. I'll give you all a chance to submit to me. Swear that you'll become my slave, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll all become my food. The winged creature said coldly. Humph. It's not certain who will emerge victorious. Old man Xianxia said coldly. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of many cultivators. They wanted to join forces and fight to the death with this winged being. Because everyone had cultivated to this level. They were all reputable figures. Who would willingly become someone else's slave? They would completely lose themselves. This was even more unbearable than killing them. Do you all want to die? The winged creature said coldly. His cold eyes swept across all the cultivators around him. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young. No one chose to join the winged cultivator and become his slave. If you're smart, you should know what to choose. Xianxia said. Xianxia, you vicious woman. If I don't die, I'll skin you alive sooner or later and dig out your heart to see if you have a heart of a snake or scorpion. Some cultivators looked at Xianxia coldly. That cultivator watched his brothers die one after another. But there was no way to save them. Therefore, he hated Xianxia to the extreme. Xianxia said with a sneer. A person who's about to die dares to say such shameless words? You're overestimating yourself. Everyone, let's do it. With so many of us joining forces, I don't believe that we can't kill that guy. Old man Xianxia said. That's right. There's no need to be afraid at all. That guy has been trapped for so many years, and his heart has been dug out. His combat strength has decreased tremendously. With so many of us, we might not necessarily lose. Another Emperor Sec-level expert shouted in a deep voice. The two Emperor Sec-level experts encouraged everyone one after another. This greatly boosted everyone's morale. Kill. The cultivators couldn't help but shout. Or use powerful divine abilities. Or take out some powerful magic treasures. More than 100 people. All of them attacked. With so many cultivators attacking at the same time, their attacks were incredibly powerful and terrifying. However, the winged being had an extremely cold expression on his face. He stretched out his hands. Then, he gently pushed in the air. A terrifying power instantly surged out and swept through the world. It was extremely powerful. It was simply unimaginable. Bang, 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 along with the sounds of violent collisions, a series of violent collisions could be heard. One after another, the divine abilities were broken. One after another, the magic treasures were sent flying. The winged being was simply too powerful. He was able to fight against so many experts alone. He was actually in an invincible position. Such a cultivation base could only be described as heaven-defying. Damn it. What kind of existence was this guy at his peak? Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. This being was truly too terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. However, they didn't give up just like that. Everyone continued to use their powerful attacks to attack the winged being. The second wave of attacks continued to bombard the winged being. The second wave of attacks was even more powerful than the first wave. Over 100 cultivators attacked with all their might without holding back. Although there were fewer people. But their willpower was condensed. Therefore, these people joined forces and even formed a blood-chi dragon. The blood-chi dragon circling above them bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It roared at the sky and shook the world. Do you lowly ants think that you can contend against me just because you're working together? How laughable. Ants will always be ants. In front of me, you ants are destined to become a pile of bones and be buried here forever. The winged being's voice was extremely cold. His body gradually floated into the air. Then, the pair of huge golden wings began to flap. Every time the huge golden wings flapped, violent golden gales would be formed. The golden gales were extremely terrifying. When they swept out, they had the power to destroy the world. Everyone's second wave of attacks was attacked by the golden gales. It was broken again. The wing being floated in the golden gales. His cold gaze swept across everyone. At this moment, it was as if he had become the ruler of the world. No one could fight against such a terrifying existence. In front of such a terrifying existence, there was only fear, despair, and trembling. Puff. Puff. Puff, the powerful golden astral wind continued to rush towards them after breaking through their attacks. The power was too strong. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another, along with the sound of something being torn apart. One cultivator after another was attacked by the astral winds. It was directly torn to pieces. The winged creature greedily devoured the essence of the dead cultivators. Comfortable. It's so comfortable. I like this feeling. It's as if I've returned to the past, the winged being couldn't help but ask. At this very moment, he was extremely excited. However, in the eyes of others, this guy was a little perverted at this moment. However, this fellow was truly horrifying. Even though his heart had been dug out, he still possessed such formidable combat strength. This was truly inconceivable. Everyone was struggling to resist the attack of the golden wind. Lin Feng was the same. He used the heavenly profound pagoda to protect his body, and at the same time, he used the great defensive technique and the magic immunity theurgy. That was how he managed to block the attack of the golden gale. However, not everyone could withstand the attack of the golden gale. Under the attack of the golden gale, more and more cultivators died. I beg you. Don't kill me. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Spare me, spare my dog life, please. When some cultivators were facing death, their inner defenses finally collapsed. They began to beg for mercy from the winged being. However, there were also many people who watched all of this with indifferent expressions. They did not beg for mercy. Some people would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now, the winged being said coldly. He took the lead to attack the cultivators who were begging for mercy. His methods were extremely cruel. Puff. Puff. Puff, along with the sound of something being torn apart one after another. The cultivators who were begging for mercy were all killed by the winged being. I hate spineless things like you the most in my life. After killing those cultivators, the winged being couldn't help but sneer. This existence was extremely terrifying and difficult to fight against. How long had it been since the battle started? More than half of the people had died under the attacks of this terrifying existence. There was no lack of great emperor-level experts among them. Now, no one could see any hope of defeating this terrifying being. Of course, some of the cultivators present were hiding their final escape methods. Some of them were already planning to use these methods. For example, Lin Feng had the Stone of Destiny. He could use it at this time. Buzz, just as these cultivators were planning to use their hidden methods to leave this place, in the outside world, sword chi swept across the world, a dazzling sword chi tore apart the formation of this place. Next, a treasured sword flew over, streaking across the void, and slashing towards the winged being. Stone sword. When he saw the treasured sword, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The treasured sword that suddenly appeared here was actually one of the 36 stone swords. An elder walked over, controlling the stone sword, fighting a great battle against the winged creature. The winged being's battle strength was too heaven-defying. Facing the stone sword's attack, it was still able to handle it with ease. The stone sword inheritance hasn't been destroyed yet? The winged being couldn't help but mutter to himself. His methods were extremely terrifying and incomparably violent. The pair of wings was his strongest magic treasure. The wings slashed towards the stone sword as fast as lightning. The void was instantly torn apart. Next, the pair of golden wings collided with the stone sword. The stone sword was actually suppressed. Are you a descendant of the Stone State's monarch? The winged being coldly looked at the old man controlling the stone sword. Lin Feng looked at the old man in shock. He had actually seen that old man before. When he had just entered the Stone State's imperial capital, Lin Feng had stopped alone at the outermost square to look at the broken statue of the Stone State's monarch. This old man had appeared. He was actually a descendant of the Stone State's monarch. This was truly shocking. It turned out that not all of the people of the Stone State had perished back then. It seemed that some people of the Stone State had escaped. Xianxia, the great-grandson of the Stone State's monarch. The old man said, and his attacks became even more powerful. Then I'll kill you first, and then I'll exterminate your clan. The winged being's voice was ice-cold. Light flashed in his hands. A blood-colored spear appeared in his hand. The winged being wielded a blood-colored spear. His aura had completely fused with the blood-colored spear. The blood-colored spear should be his natal treasure. The winged being swung his blood-colored spear at the stone sword. Clang, the stone sword and the blood-colored spear collided. Suddenly, an earth-shaking sound of violent collisions rang out. The stone sword was sent flying. You don't even know how to activate the stone sword. How can you unleash its power? This treasure should be the stone sword sealed in the Stone State's imperial capital, right? Since you've obtained the stone sword, you should have left instead of appearing here. You'll only end up losing your life if you do. The winged being said coldly. He was extremely arrogant and did not take Xianxia seriously at all. Who will be the victor? That remains to be seen. Xianxia's voice was cold. He held the stone sword and charged at the winged being. Clang! 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 The treasures in their hands collided. Every collision caused a part of the void to collapse. This level of collision really made people turn pale with fright. After more than 10 rounds of collisions, the winged being seized an opportunity and stabbed with his blood-colored spear. Poochie, the blood-colored spear pierced a bloody hole in Xianxia's chest. Blood immediately gushed out. Xianxia was sent flying. He had suffered a terrifying blow. His body had suffered extremely serious injuries. You do have a trace of the glory of the Stone State's monarch, but your cultivation level is too low. Back when I was at my peak, I could have killed an ant like you with a single glance. The winged being had an indifferent expression as he walked toward Xianxia with his blood-colored spear in hand. Boast. Keep boasting. If you're really that powerful, you wouldn't have had your heart dug out. Who doesn't know how to boast these days? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was incomparably astonished. Who dared to say such words at a time like this? Who dared to say that the winged being was boasting? Did he think that he wasn't dying fast enough? Who is it? The winged creature had a cold gaze. It's me. Lin Feng stepped forward. It's Lin Feng. A cultivator recognized Lin Feng's identity and said aloud. Lin Feng? 9 prefectures Lin Feng? Someone asked doubtfully. That's right, it's this kid. The other party nodded. Is this brat courting death? Some cultivators said. They felt that Lin Feng's actions were no different from courting death. Ant-like thing actually dares to jump about before me? You're simply courting death. The winged creature's voice was indifferent. A palm shot towards Lin Feng. That brat is dead for sure, many people said. He felt that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. This was because the winged creatures were simply too powerful. There was simply no one who could contend against this terrifying creature. Lin Feng's cultivation was not bad. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to contend against this terrifying existence. Therefore, many people felt that facing the winged creature's attack, Lin Feng was probably going to die. However, when the winged spirit's attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. Lin Feng disappeared. Lin Feng used the Great Death Substitution technique to neutralize the winged creature's attack. The next moment, he appeared beside the old man. Senior. I'll lend you 2 stone swords. I'll help you kill the enemy. Lin Feng said. Then, he waved his right hand. Immediately, 2 stone swords flew out. Thank you, young friend. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the 2 stone swords Lin Feng took out. The more stone swords he collected, the more powerful they were. These stone swords seemed to be able to boost each other's power. The power displayed by one stone sword naturally could not be compared to the power displayed by 3 stone swords. The old man controlled the 3 stone swords to attack the winged creature. The winged creature's expression was extremely ugly. An existence at his level, high and mighty. Looking down on the world. He attacked to kill Lin Feng, a cultivator he regarded as an ant. He actually failed. This was equivalent to a slap to his face. Now, Lin Feng actually took out 2 stone swords and lent them to Xianxia to deal with him. The winged creature wanted to tear Lin Feng apart. Although Xianxia did not control the special technique to activate the stone swords. However, with the addition of 2 stone swords, Xianxia clearly felt that the 3 stone swords had a special connection with each other. The power of the 3 stone swords increased greatly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the 3 stone swords quickly attacked the winged creature. The 3 stone swords attacked the winged creature at lightning speed in midair. The blood-colored spear in the winged creature's hand blocked the attack of a stone sword. A pair of golden wings blocked the attack of the other stone sword. What are you waiting for? Kill him! Old Man Songhai shouted. Boom boom boom, the dozens of surviving cultivators attacked. All sorts of powerful divine abilities and magic treasures were launched at the winged creature. The winged creature was now held back by Xianxia's 3 stone swords. Therefore, it did not have time to deal with the attacks of other cultivators. All sorts of powerful divine abilities and magic treasures slammed into the winged creature's body. Although the winged creature was extremely powerful, it was still made of flesh and blood. After receiving so many attacks, it could not help but vomit blood. Slash, when the winged being was sent flying, Xianxia took advantage of this rare opportunity. He controlled the 3 stone swords to attack the winged being. Puff, the winged creature's expression changed slightly. The blood-colored spear in its hand swept out and knocked away one of the stone swords. A pair of golden wings swept towards the other 2 stone swords. However, the pair of golden wings only hit one stone sword. The other stone sword charged in front of the winged creature. Then, the sword stabbed into the winged creature's body. A shrill scream could be heard. The winged creature was severely injured. He pulled out the stone sword that pierced his body and tried to suppress it. However, the stone sword struggled and escaped his control. Good, good, good. You all deserve to die, all of you deserve to die. I will not let you go. Especially the brat who controls the 2 stone swords. I will tear you to pieces. Send your soul into purgatory and torture it for eternity, the winged creature roared with hatred. Then, he swept Xianxia and tore through the void. It was not an easy task to kill a winged creature. After all, the creature was simply too powerful. Kill it. Easier said than done. However, now that the creature had been severely injured, it would most likely be quiet for a while. Let's go, Xianxia looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng put away his 2 stone swords and left with Xianxia. Finally, they left the stone state ruins and arrived in the starry sky. Finally, they landed on a planet. Senior, how are your injuries? Lin Feng asked. I'm fine. Xianxia said. After a slight pause, he continued, this time, I have to thank you for your 2 stone swords. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to deal with that creature. Lin Feng had many questions. For example, what was the origin of that winged creature, what had happened to the stone state in the past, had the stone state's king really died, and so on. May I ask a few questions? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Lin Feng was delighted. He then asked, did the stone state's king die in the past? This was something he wanted to know the most. In the past, the stone state's king was an existence that even the 3 realms did not dare to offend. It was widely rumored that the stone state's king had died in that battle. However, Lin Feng felt that the rumors might be wrong. The stone state's king might not have died. Of course. This was only Lin Feng's guess. As for whether the truth was the same as his guess, Lin Feng did not know for now. Great-grandfather went missing in that battle. Xianxia sighed. Xianxia then explained what had happened in that battle. The Stone State's king seemed to have predicted this, so he had sent some of his clansmen out of the Stone State in advance. Not long after, the Stone State really did encounter a crisis. The Stone State was known as the Starry Sky Holy State. It was a silent message. The king of the Stone Kingdom disappeared without a trace after that battle. No one knew if the king of the Stone State had fallen in that battle. Even the descendants of the Stone State's king did not know. The group of people that had been sent away by the Stone State's king had survived. As a result, the orthodoxy of the Stone State was not destroyed. Why did this battle start? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He was very concerned about this. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any forces that would want to offend someone as powerful as the king of the Stone State. However, this was clearly not the case. The other party was willing to pay a heavy price to destroy the Stone State's monarch and destroy the Stone State. There should be a huge secret hidden within. Xianxia said, perhaps it has something to do with it. What is it? Lin Feng asked curiously. The heaven-shaking steel. Xianxia said. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The heaven-shaking steel was an existence that could rival the door of everlasting life and the godly court. It was one of the greatest secrets in the universe. Lin Feng even had 2 damaged heaven-shaking steels with him. The heaven-shaking steel was incomparably powerful. But in the past, there was a heaven-shaking stone tablet that was destroyed by someone. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence could destroy a supreme treasure like the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng could not help but continue asking, could it be that the king of the Stone State obtained a heaven-shaking steel? Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. My great-grandfather obtained a heaven-shaking steel. Moreover, his rise was greatly related to the heaven-shaking steel. However, I was still very young back then, so I only heard about this from the people of the previous generation. According to the people of the previous generation, my great-grandfather comprehended the secrets of the heaven-shaking steel. Lin Feng was moved when he heard this. The heaven-shaking steel's secrets were incomparably shocking. For example, the 3,000 grand daos, the method to become an immortal, the ultimate divine abilities, and so on. These were all relatively small secrets hidden by the heaven-shaking steels. These were not the true peerless secrets. Over the countless years, many cultivators had tried to comprehend the secrets of the heaven-shaking steels. However, it was said that they could only comprehend a few top-tier divine abilities at most. They could not comprehend the core secrets of the heaven-shaking steels. However, the king of the Stone State had done it. This was too shocking. The sky-shaking stone steel hides an extremely shocking secret, and this secret is too terrifying. Therefore, this secret has been taken apart. Each of the 18 sky-shaking stone steels hides a part of the secret. Xianxia continued. What is this secret? It was actually separated and hidden within the 18 heaven-shaking steels. Could it be the secret of eternal life? Lin Feng could not help but ask. No. It can't be the secret of eternal life. It might be even more shocking than this secret. Xianxia said. According to the narration of the previous generation, this secret was too shocking. Even my great-grandfather felt extremely uneasy. Later on, my great-grandfather seemed to have sensed something and wanted to move the Stone State to an unknown place. However, for some unknown reason, my great-grandfather failed. After that, some of the clansmen were sent away, and the Stone State was destroyed. This was a secret that shocked Lin Feng greatly. He thought of the creatures he had seen in the wasteland and the terrifying winged creature. Lin Feng then said, previously, I saw a terrifying existence walk out of the wasteland. As for the winged creature, I don't know its origin. They should be the creatures that besieged the Stone State back then, right? Xianxia said. That's right. They were a part of the creatures that besieged the Stone State. However, they were clearly not the true masterminds behind the scenes. No one knows who the mastermind is. After that battle, my great-grandfather disappeared along with the heaven-shaking steels. Lin Feng chatted with Xianxia for a long time, and he learned about many things that had happened in the past. However, it was very difficult to determine who was targeting the Stone State. Too many secrets of the past were destined to be buried by history. It was difficult for future generations to find out. It had to be said. This was a great pity. This stone sword was left behind by my great-grandfather. However, I'm already old. I shouldn't be able to control it anymore. Xianxia took out his stone sword and could not help but sigh. He handed the stone sword over to Lin Feng and said, "You're still young, you have a bright future ahead of you. Besides, you already have 2 stone swords. Maybe in the future, you'll be able to obtain even more stone swords. If you keep this stone sword, it'll be even more useful." "Thank you, senior." Lin Feng did not refuse and accepted the stone sword. This was because the stone sword was simply too important. Lin Feng even hoped that one day, he would be able to collect all 36 stone swords. If he could really collect all 36 stone swords, it would definitely be a heaven-defying weapon of mass destruction. "Young friend, let's meet again." Xianxia patted Lin Feng and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing. Lin Feng was very grateful for this senior's kindness in giving him the stone sword. He bowed in the direction that Xianxia had left in. Then, Lin Feng stood up. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng had been waiting for Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors to appear. However, he didn't manage to wait for the 4 of them. Perhaps, they were still cultivating in seclusion in the land of opportunity. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried about the 4 of them. Firstly, it was because the 4 of them had powerful cultivations, and when the 4 of them worked together, their methods were extremely extraordinary. Secondly, it was because they all knew the ancient star map to the Undying Realm. If they couldn't find him, the 4 of them would definitely head to the Undying Realm. At that time, perhaps they could meet again in the Undying Realm. The news about the Stone State ruins spread more and more, even though many of the opportunities in the Stone State ruins had already been obtained. However, there were still many cultivators entering the Stone State ruins one after another. Another thing happened in the Starry Sky world. Many forces were looking for Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's identity was exposed, it attracted the interest of many forces. The main reason was that Lin Feng had too many good things on him. Many people viewed killing Lin Feng as equivalent to obtaining more than 10 heaven-defying opportunities. As a result, now, more and more forces wanted to kill Lin Feng and seize Lin Feng's things. Not to mention, right now, Lin Feng was alone in the Starry Sky world. It was the best time to kill Lin Feng. If they waited until Lin Feng broke through to the Great Emperor realm, it would be very difficult to kill Lin Feng. Many forces valued this point. So they wanted to kill Lin Feng at this time. In the Starry Sky world, a large number of cultivators were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng originally wanted to leave this star field and head to a more distant star field. No one in those star fields should know him. When the time came, he could find a place to cultivate in seclusion and cultivate all the hundreds of 3,000 great Daos he had obtained. Right now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to cultivate these 3,000 great Daos. But obviously, now was not the best time to cultivate these 3,000 great Daos. Lin Feng's plan to leave the Starry Sky world ultimately failed. He had been discovered. There seemed to be experts in the Tao of divination among the forces of the Starry Sky world. He deduced Lin Feng's position. A large number of experts surrounded Lin Feng. There was no lack of great emperors. Lin Feng experienced one bloody battle after another. He didn't know how many people he had killed. He had no idea how many scars he had on his body. Lin Feng only remembered the countless corpses of cultivators falling to the ground. In the short span of half a month, they had gone through too many battles. After another big battle, Lin Feng evaded the besiegers. Finally, he landed on a lonely planet. This was a planet that had lost all life. Every user has any vegetation. Moreover, there was a constant sandstorm. After arriving here, Lin Feng hurriedly looked for a place to recuperate. His injuries weren't light. An Emperor Ancestor Realm expert had injected terrifying sword chi into his body. That sword chi was still constantly destroying Lin Feng's life force. If not for Lin Feng's strong physical body, perhaps he would have died under the sword chi's attack. Lin Feng circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to dissolve the sword chi in his body. Then, he circulated the immortal divine body to heal his injuries. I've been found so many times. Which expert is deducing my position? Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He decided to find the cultivator who deduced his position. Then, he would kill that person. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to escape from the encirclement of so many forces. Lin Feng used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce who the cultivator who deduced his position was. Dragon Eye Planet. It was a planet at the edge of the Demon Dragon starfield, relatively close to the Lanzhou starfield. This planet was under the control of the Demon Dragon starfield. It was very lively. The Demon Dragon race of the Demon Dragon starfield had built a huge mansion on this Dragon Eye planet. This star was called the Dragon's Eye star because it looked like the eye of a dragon. That was how the planet got its name. Currently, many cultivators were gathered on the Dragon Eye planet. They were discussing how to deal with Lin Feng. These cultivators from the extraterrestrial worlds were determined to kill Lin Feng. Dragon Eye Planet. Demon Dragon Mansion. Many experts from various forces were gathered. We've just received news that the latest encirclement failed again. Lin Feng is very cunning, and his methods are superb. He has escaped many times. An expert from a cosmic race said in a deep voice. If we can't kill him, it'll be a big problem. When he gets stronger in the future, he'll definitely seek revenge. Therefore, since we've decided to take action, we must kill him. Another expert said. Fellow Taoist star operator, can you deduce Lin Feng's position again? The third expert said as he looked at a skinny middle-aged man. No one knew the name of this thin middle-aged man. They only knew that this person called himself Star Operator. This person was good at deducing the heavenly cycle using the movement of the stars. This method could be said to be miraculous. Previously, it was this person who had deduced Lin Feng's position. And he had deduced it several times. All of them were successful. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this Star Operator's method was. Of course. Xianxia smiled faintly. However, you should know the old rules. He paused slightly. Star Operator continued. An evil glint flashed in his eyes. Of course we know. At night, we'll order people to send food over. An expert said. Keek, great. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. Next. Star Operator began to deduce. He needed to use some tools to deduce. They were jade slips. There were a total of 12 jade slips. The 12 jade slips summoned a starry sky world in the extraterrestrial world. One after another, stars were suspended in the starry sky world. Of course, that was only the shadow of the starry sky world. Star Operator's deduction technique relied on the stars in the shadow of the starry sky world to deduce Lin Feng's position. This was a very miraculous method. Those who didn't understand this kind of deduction technique wouldn't be able to understand the mysteries of this technique. This wasn't the first time they had seen this kind of deduction technique. However, the surrounding people were still in a daze. It was hard to see the wonders. After a series of deductions, Star Operator said, I've deduced this guy's position. Where is it? Many people asked anxiously. Lanzhou Planet. Star Operator said. Lanzhou Planet? This kid has some relationship with the 100 Joy Pavilion. Could it be that he wants to use the 100 Joy Pavilion's relationship to escape? A martial emperor expert said coldly. Is this where that guy lives? Lin Feng landed on the Dragon Eye planet. He did not know what had happened in the Demon Dragon Mansion's meeting hall during the day. This time, he descended on the Dragon Eye planet. Lin Feng not only used the Great Escape technique to change his appearance. He also used the Path of Destiny to hide his aura. In a short period of time, he guessed that the cultivator who had mastered the secret technique would not be able to deduce his exact location. However, Lin Feng knew that he had to end the battle quickly. If the other party deduced a few more times, he would definitely give himself away. At that time, he might be found. As for the previous deduction of Lin Feng's whereabouts, the news that Lin Feng had appeared on the Lanzhou planet was made up by Star Operator. Star Operator realized that his deduction had failed this time. However, Star Operator did not say it out loud. Because, no matter how powerful a deduction master was, it was impossible to succeed every time. It was normal to fail once. Moreover, every time he succeeded, these forces would contribute delicious food. If he told them that his deduction had failed, what would those people think of him? At that time, the delicious food at their fingertips would probably be gone. Star Operator enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by many forces. Therefore, he had to do his best to show off his unfathomable ability in front of the experts of the various forces. To gain the trust of these people. To his current position, Star Operator thought that he had done a good job. Although Lin Feng had deduced that the cultivator who deduced him was on the Dragon Eye planet. However, Lin Feng did not know who the other party was or where he lived. Lin Feng came to the restaurant where the news was gathered to inquire. I heard that many experts from various forces have gone to the Lanjiao planet. It seems that Lin Feng must be on the Lanjiao planet. Otherwise, why would so many forces go there? The guests at the table next to Lin Feng were discussing this matter. I wonder if that Lin Feng will be killed this time? Another person said. Lin Feng stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Hello, brothers. I am Lin Qing, and I have just entered the starry sky world to cultivate. I heard that many forces have surrounded the Lanjiao planet, and you also mentioned Lin Feng. What is going on? Brothers, is it convenient for you to tell me?" They saw that Lin Feng was a young and handsome man. Several cultivators invited Lin Feng to sit down with them. Asked a fat middle-aged cultivator. "You know Lin Feng, little brother?" asked a fat middle-aged cultivator. Said Lin Feng. "Of course I know. I've heard that he's a cultivator from Jiuzhou. He's extremely strong and has precious treasures." "That's right, it's him." Now that many forces have their eyes on this kid, they invited the Star Operator to divine his whereabouts. The Star Operator divined many times, and the kid was found time and time again. However, the kid escaped each time. The Star Operator divined again and found that Lin Feng was hiding on the Lanjiao planet. Many forces suspect that Lin Feng had entered the 100 Music Pavilion to hide. Now, they are heading towards the Lanjiao planet with a large army. They are probably determined to kill Lin Feng. The fat, middle-aged cultivator said. I see. Lin Feng nodded, then asked, "Brother, who is this Star Operator you mentioned?" The fat, middle-aged cultivator asked in surprise, "Brother, you have never heard of this Star Operator?" Lin Feng quickly shook his head. The middle-aged cultivator smiled. "Brother, you know too little about the experts of the outside world. You can't just go out and train like this. Before you go out, you should carefully understand the structure of the outside world and the various powerful cultivators. That way, you won't offend people you shouldn't offend." "Brother, you have a point. I will keep that in mind," Lin Feng said hurriedly. The middle-aged cultivator had a smug look on his face. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of being able to point out the world. He continued, "This Star Operator is not an ordinary person. It is said that he has mastered an extremely mysterious divination technique. He can divine many unimaginable things. Even many great forces treat this Star Operator with respect and treat him as a guest of honor. There is such a strange person? I really want to pay Star Operator a visit, but I wonder where he is?" Lin Feng asked. Star Operator lives in the Demon Dragon Prefecture. However, it is not easy to meet him, the middle-aged cultivator said. Where there is a will, there is a way. If you don't try, how do you know it won't work? Lin Feng could not help but smile. At night, Lin Feng arrived outside the Demon Dragon Prefecture. The entire Demon Dragon Prefecture was enveloped by a restrictive barrier. If one wanted to enter, they would have to touch the barrier. Once they touched the barrier, they would be discovered. The only safe entrance was the main gate. However, there were hundreds of guards guarding the main gate. The place was heavily guarded. There was also a demon-revealing mirror hanging above the main gate. No one could hide from them. If one wanted to enter the Demon Dragon Prefecture through the main gate, it was also something that was almost impossible to accomplish. Lin Feng asked around and found out a shocking piece of news. It turned out that the upper echelons of many great forces were gathered in the Demon Dragon Prefecture to discuss how to deal with him. Therefore, the Demon Dragon Prefecture was now filled with experts. There were no less than 100 Emperor Realm experts. Moreover, they were all high-level Emperor Realm experts. It was unrealistic to barge into the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Once the Emperor Realm experts in the Demon Dragon Prefecture were alerted, death would be the only way out. Therefore, there was only one way. That was to find a way to sneak into the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Xianxia would definitely die. Therefore, the trip to the Demon Dragon Prefecture. For Lin Feng, it was imperative. How do I get in? Lin Feng frowned. Entering the Demon Dragon Prefecture was the most important thing now. If he couldn't enter the Demon Dragon Prefecture, how could he kill Xianxia? Drive, drive, drive. Right at this moment, 3 ferocious beasts were pulling a beast carriage. The beast carriage stopped outside the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Whose carriage is this? Why aren't you stopping it? The leader of the guards said coldly. The one driving the carriage was a middle-aged female cultivator. She said coldly, "Are you blind? Can't you recognize Fairy Xinyan's carriage?" What? Is Fairy Xinyan sitting in the carriage? The leader's expression changed slightly. Fairy Xinyan was a famous expert in the starry sky world. Moreover, Fairy Xinyan had a great background. It was said that she was related to the demon realm. Get the hell out of here. He was being reprimanded by a coachman. The guard leader felt that he had lost all face and was incomparably furious in his heart. However, thinking that this coachman was Fairy Xinyan's coachman, the guard was wary and did not dare to make a move. However, he did not step aside. The guard leader said, "Every cultivator who enters the Demon Dragon Mansion has to be checked. This is our responsibility. Fairy Xinyan, please understand the difficulties of our subordinates." When the middle-aged woman heard the guard leader's words, her face darkened. Just as she was about to say something, a melodious voice that sounded like the chirping of an oriole came from the beast carriage. "Aunt Rong. Don't make things difficult for these guards. They are just following the rules." As soon as the voice finished speaking, the curtain was pulled open. A veiled woman appeared in their line of sight. She must be Fairy Xinyan. The guard leader looked inside the beast carriage and did not find anything unusual. Then, he said, "Open the demon-revealing mirror. Check it carefully." The eyes of the middle-aged woman who was addressed as Aunt Rong turned cold. "Don't tell me you don't want face?" This Aunt Rong had an extremely bad temper. However, her cultivation was terrifying. When she was angry, a terrifying aura was emitted from her body. Thump. Thump, the guard leader could not bear it and knelt down. The hundreds of guards around him knelt down as well. The guard leader wanted to say something, but he was shocked to find that he could not even utter a word. He felt as though his body was going to collapse at any moment. It was a terrible feeling. The guard leader was an expert who was only a step away from becoming a great emperor. He did not even dare to imagine what level the coachman was at. Emperor? Or emperor sect? The guard leader could not help but think to himself. Aunt Rong. Spare these people. If they want to use the demon-revealing mirror, let them do so. Fairy Xinyan said. Her voice was still as melodious as ever. Just by listening to her voice, one could fall in love with her. Fairy Xinyan might be such a woman. There was no need to look at her figure or her appearance. Just by listening to her voice, one could not help but fall in love with her. Humph. I'll spare your lives. Search quickly, don't waste my young miss time. The guard leader naturally knew how to behave. At this moment, he did not dare to use the demon-revealing mirror to check. He quickly said, "I have misspoken. Please forgive me this time. Sir and Fairy Xinyan are both important figures. Naturally, there won't be any problems. You're really a dog. If I don't whip you, you won't learn your lesson," Aunt Rong said angrily. The guard leader smiled bitterly, but he didn't dare to refute. If he really dared to refute, he would be slapped to death by this Aunt Rong. At that time, he would have died in vain. The Demon Dragon clan would not offend such a powerhouse for him. Fairy Xinyan returned to the beast carriage and drew the curtains once again. Meanwhile, Aunt Rong drove the beast carriage into the Demon Dragon mansion. This carriage is not something that any small ant can climb onto. The immortal carriage is extraordinary. If a weak ant climbs onto it, it won't be able to withstand the aura here and will only lose its life. Fairy Xingyan sat in the beast carriage. She extended her hand and gently tapped an ant in the beast carriage. Whoosh, suddenly. There was a flash of light. The ant in the beast carriage turned into a cultivator. This cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. The beast carriage was extraordinary. It was densely covered with restrictions. The demon-revealing mirror couldn't see the situation inside the beast carriage. As such, when the beast carriage opened, Lin Feng used the transformation technique and turned into an ant to hide in the beast carriage. He then avoided the detection of the demon-revealing mirror. Lin Feng initially wanted to leave without making any noise. Who would have thought that Fairy Xingyan would discover him? Lin Feng extended his hand to block Fairy Xingyan's attack. Bang! It was accompanied by a violent collision sound. Fairy Xingyan and Lin Feng collided for the first time. The beast carriage was soundproof. Aunt Rong, who was outside, didn't notice anything. Fairy, why do you have to be so aggressive? Lin Feng asked. You sneaked into the beast carriage and entered the demon dragon mansion. Who are you? What's your motive? Fairy Xingyan said coldly. Her slender hands moved continuously, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She grabbed at Lin Feng's neck. Fairy, why have you come to the demon dragon mansion? Lin Feng asked. He reached out again and grabbed Fairy Xingyan's slender hand. Why should I tell you my business? Fairy Xingyan snorted coldly. She lifted her leg and kicked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed Fairy Xingyan's slender hand with his right hand and her ankle with his left. Then, he said, perhaps we can sit down and talk peacefully. Let go of me. Fairy Xingyan glared at Lin Feng fiercely. She thought that she could easily take down this man in front of her. But who would have thought, close combat. She actually lost. Instead, she was suppressed by this man. Although she wasn't completely restrained, Fairy Xingyan's perception was very strong. She could sense, in such a narrow space in the beast carriage, if the man in front of him wanted to kill him, he would not hesitate. She might not be able to fight him in close combat. Fairy Xingyan had always been very confident in her close combat ability. This was the first time she felt that her close combat ability couldn't be compared to others. This made Fairy Xingyan very curious as to who this man was. Fairy Xingyan is really a worm in my stomach. That's what I thought too. Moreover, watching a peerless fairy quietly and then doing something unforgettable with this peerless fairy is truly a great enjoyment in life. Lin Feng said with a smile. He let go of Fairy Xingyan. Fairy Xingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She glared at Lin Feng fiercely and said, nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth. Lin Feng said as though he had been wronged. What I meant was to talk about business with Fairy Xingyan. What were you thinking? Could it be that you were thinking the wrong way? Fairy Xingyan had an impulse to kill Lin Feng with a punch. It was this shameless man who had led her astray. And this bastard still dared to say that she was thinking the wrong way. In the world, how could there be such a shameless person? Who are you? What are you doing here? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, you should know what the consequences will be. Fairy Xingyan looked at Lin Feng coldly. Human cultivator of 9 continents, Lin Feng. I'm here to kill. Lin Feng said. So you're that Lin Feng? Fairy Xingyan looked at Lin Feng deeply. Obviously, she had some understanding of Lin Feng, who was wanted by various major forces. Lin Feng said, I can kill without leaving a trace and come and go as I please. With my means, I can leave quietly after killing someone and no one will be able to discover me. Humph. Fairy Xingyan snorted coldly but did not refute Lin Feng's words. Once an expert made a move, one would know if there was one or not. When Fairy Xingyan fought with Lin Feng earlier, she had already probed Lin Feng's depth. He was indeed a powerful figure. However, Fairy Xingyan was still somewhat unconvinced. Although Fairy Xingyan was also very good at close combat. However, close combat was not Fairy Xingyan's strongest technique. Fairy Xingyan's strongest technique was still the use of divine abilities. As such, Fairy Xingyan felt that if it was a battle of divine abilities, Lin Feng could forget about gaining any advantage over her. Now, can you help me keep this a secret? Lin Feng asked again. The news of him coming here could not be leaked. Otherwise, he would definitely be implicated. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Who do you want to kill? Fairy Xingyan asked. Xianxia. Lin Feng did not hide anything from Fairy Xingyan and said directly. This person indeed deserves to be killed. Fairy Xingyan said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He had not expected Fairy Xingyan to say that. Why did Fairy Xingyan think that Xianxia deserved to be killed? Among them, could there be some hidden reasons? However, Fairy Xingyan did not seem to have the intention to discuss this matter with Lin Feng. As such, Lin Feng did not probe further. You can leave now. Fairy Xingyan said. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Xingyan and said with a smile, you have a beautiful appearance and a melodious voice. I really want to know what kind of peerless beauty is under the veil. I wonder if I have the fortune to see it today. Fairy Xingyan said with a faint smile, after seeing it, you will have to pay the price. Looking at Fairy Xingyan's expression, I am destined to not be able to see the peerless beauty today. Lin Feng opened the car door. It was only then that Aunt Rong noticed Lin Feng. She was shocked and wanted to take action. However, she was stopped by Fairy Xingyan. See you later. Lin Feng turned to look at Fairy Xingyan and said with a smile. He didn't stop and quickly disappeared into the night. Young miss, who is he? Aunt Rong asked doubtfully. Lin Feng. A very interesting person. Fairy Xingyan revealed a smile. He is that Lin Feng? Aunt Rong had obviously heard of Lin Feng's reputation. After learning that the man just now was Lin Feng, she was very surprised. It was too easy to find the star operator's residence in the Demon Dragon Prefecture. Lin Feng was hiding in the dark. He saw a maidservant passing by, and then his divine sense quietly invaded the maidservant's mind to search for the whereabouts of the star operator. In the memory of the maid, Xianxia was an incredibly terrifying figure. Because, Xianxia kept asking the forces in the star field to send virgin girls to him. Every time. At least 10 of them. It was said that, after plucking, Xianxia would eat those girls as food. Moreover, he would skin them alive. It was incomparably cruel. Now, the maidservants in the Demon Dragon Prefecture all turned pale when they talked about Xianxia. They were afraid that they would be sent to Xianxia one day. Kill Xianxia. They didn't know how many innocent girls would be saved. This was a matter of accumulating great merit. Lin Feng found the location of Xianxia's residence in the maidservant's memory. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Feng quickly sneaked over. There were people here. It was eerie. Lin Feng saw that there were many silhouettes floating around the courtyard. Unexpectedly, they were all wandering ghosts. Those wandering souls were all girls. Because they died too tragically. Therefore, their resentment was extremely strong. After death, they turned into ghosts. Those wandering souls naturally wanted to find Xianxia and take his life. However, their cultivation was not enough and they couldn't hurt Xianxia at all. No wonder no one dares to come here. This place is haunted at night. Ordinary people don't dare to come here at all. Even those who are not afraid of these ghosts probably don't want to have too much interaction with a pervert like Xianxia. Lin Feng couldn't help but say to himself. As soon as he sneaked into the courtyard, he heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the room. Then the voice stopped abruptly. Lin Feng guessed that it was very likely that the girl sent to Xianxia had been murdered. This bastard. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse as he rushed towards Xianxia's room. At the same time, he struck out a series of array patterns and directly sealed the entire courtyard. After sealing the courtyard, Lin Feng let out a long breath. In this way, no matter how big the commotion was, he wasn't afraid of alerting other cultivators. Bang! Lin Feng came to the door and kicked it open. Then, when Lin Feng entered the room, he saw something that made him want to vomit. On the ground, there was a dead woman lying on the ground. And Xianxia was gnawing on the woman's body. Except for the woman. Lin Feng also saw some broken limbs. Obviously, there should be many people who died before that woman. However, those people. Basically, they were all eaten by Xianxia. Who are you? After seeing Lin Feng come in, Xianxia's eyes suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. The person who will kill you. Lin Feng said coldly. Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly sneered, who do you think you are? How dare you boast so shamelessly in front of me? Kid, go to hell. Xianxia leaped out and blasted a palm toward Lin Feng. This Xianxia not only had extremely profound attainments in the art of deduction. His cultivation was also extremely powerful. He was actually an immortal emperor-level powerhouse. However, so what if he was an immortal emperor? In front of Lin Feng, he still couldn't do anything. Facing Xianxia's attack, Lin Feng met it with a palm. Bang! The two sides collided. That tyrannical power surged out. Wah! Xianxia was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. In midair, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face revealed an expression of extreme shock. Such a young cultivator actually had such a terrifying cultivation. Moreover, the cultivator in front of him was still a human cultivator. A person suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. You are Lin Feng. His expression was extremely ugly as he said. That's me. Did you not expect that I would personally come here to take your life? Lin Feng looked coldly at Xianxia. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Kid! You don't take the right path to heaven, but you barge into hell. This is the Demon Dragon Mansion, where experts are as common as clouds. You are simply courting death by coming here. As his voice faded, Xianxia took out a dozen jade talismans. Then, a dozen jade talismans flew toward Lin Feng and exploded. Xianxia wanted to use the energy of the jade talisman's explosion to stall Lin Feng. And he himself shattered the roof with a palm. Then, boom! A loud sound was heard. After more than a dozen jade talismans exploded, the terrifying energy instantly flooded Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. He turned around and rushed back. He dodged the power of the jade talisman's explosion. At this moment, Xianxia had already rushed outside. He wanted to go forward and call for help. However, he found that the entire courtyard was sealed by a restriction. Lin Feng chased after him and said with an indifferent expression, Xianxia, I heard that your divination technique has reached the peak of perfection. Have you ever divined that you would die here today? Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy. He said coldly, it's not that easy to kill me. Swish, with a flash of light, Xianxia took out a treasure. This treasure turned out to be a demonic banner-type supreme treasure. With a light wave of this magic banner-type treasure, endless evil spirits appeared. Those evil spirits were all moving towards Lin Feng to kill him. This 10,000 ghost banner has been refined by me for a total of 120,000 years. Originally, this treasure was my trump card. I wouldn't use this treasure easily to avoid exposing my trump card. But now, you've forced me into such a tight corner. I'll use this treasure in advance and let you have a taste of what it's like to die from being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. Xianxia's voice was extremely cold, containing monstrous killing intent. He was obviously very confident in this supreme treasure of his. Therefore, in Xianxia's opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. No matter how Lin Feng struggled in front of him, in the end, it would only be a dead end. Screech! A sharp and ear-piercing cry was heard. The densely packed evil spirits let out mournful roars. All of them pounced toward Lin Feng. The cries of so many evil spirits could instantly destroy a cultivator's soul. However, Lin Feng's soul was protected by the primal chaos ancient lamp, so he was not afraid of the soul attack of 10,000 ghosts. Humph! Today, I'll take care of your 10,000 ghosts. Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a treasure flew out. This treasure. It was the ghost-raising jar. The two ghost emperors were born from the ghost-raising jar. The ghost-raising jar was the nemesis of these ghosts. The ghost-raising jar floated in the air. An incomparably powerful devouring force gushed out. Waves of powerful devouring power engulfed the group of malicious ghosts that were pouncing on them. Those malicious ghosts. All of them were swallowed by the ghost-raising jar. No, no, no. After seeing this scene, Xianxia's eyes turned blood red. How difficult was it for him to nurture those malicious ghosts? However, those malicious ghosts were actually swallowed by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. Xianxia was simply mad with hatred. Now, he wished he could cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. However, the reality was that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Originally, Xianxia wanted to rely on the 10,000 Ghosts banner to deal with Lin Feng. Now, the 10,000 ghosts of the 10,000 Ghosts banner had been devoured by Lin Feng's ghost-raising jar. The power of the myriad ghosts banner could no longer be unleashed. Whoosh, Xianxia turned around and rushed out of the courtyard. He took out hundreds of jade talismans. Boom, those jade talismans exploded at the same time. It produced an energy that could destroy heaven and earth. The jade talismans wanted to destroy the array that Lin Feng had set up. However, the energy of the jade talisman's explosion was blocked by the array that Lin Feng had set up. Xianxia's plan fell through. And at this time, Lin Feng had already arrived beside Xianxia and punched towards Xianxia. The power of that punch. Shattering heaven and earth. Xianxia hurriedly exchanged a punch with Lin Feng. Kacha kacha. His arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's unparalleled punch then blasted onto Xianxia's chest. Kacha kacha. The bones in Xianxia's chest were directly broken. Xianxia suffered heavy injuries from Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Seal. Following that, Lin Feng used the 8 divine seals, wanting to seal Xianxia. This person, Xianxia, could be said to be extremely guilty. He deserved to die 10,000 times. However, Lin Feng did not plan to kill him directly. Because, that would be letting Xianxia off too easily. One seal after another was applied on Xianxia's body. Xianxia was directly sealed by Lin Feng. Have you thought about how to die? Lin Feng looked at Xianxia with an indifferent expression. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Star Assembly sect. Our Star Assembly sect's disciples are as high as the clouds. We even have experts of the Holy Emperor level guarding us. Moreover, each of them is proficient in the art of deduction. If you kill me, the Star Assembly sect will not let you off. Xianxia directly brought out the forces behind him to threaten Lin Feng. This was the first time that Lin Feng had heard of this Star Assembly sect. However, from Xianxia's methods, one could see that this Star Assembly sect was extraordinary. Perhaps it was just as Xianxia had said. If he really killed Xianxia, perhaps he would offend this Colossus, Star Assembly sect. But, so what if he offended this Colossus, Star Assembly sect? This person, Xianxia, must die today. Lin Feng looked coldly at Xianxia, and said, Today, no matter what you bring out, no one can save you. There should be a lot of innocent people who have died tragically in your hands all these years. I see that outside this courtyard, there are densely packed malicious ghosts. Those malicious ghosts should be the malicious ghosts that were formed from their resentment after being cruelly killed by you, right? I won't kill you myself. I'll let those malicious ghosts who hate you to the bone kill you. No, no, spare me. I beg you to spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything. Xianxia begged loudly. He was really afraid. Because, his mana was now sealed by Lin Feng. He was not much different from an ordinary person. How could he deal with those malicious ghosts outside who hated him to the bone? Thinking of facing those malicious ghosts with his flesh and blood, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Feng said coldly, The cycle of karma, retribution is not good. This is the punishment you deserve. As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Feng opened a restriction in the courtyard. Then, he sent a sound transmission to those malicious ghosts, saying, Xianxia has already been captured by me. If there's a grudge, take revenge. If there's a grudge, take revenge. Come in. When those malicious ghosts that were lingering outside the courtyard heard Lin Feng's words, they immediately became extremely excited and rushed in. Densely packed malicious ghosts. They looked at Xianxia with incomparably resentful eyes. After Lin Feng saw all these malicious ghosts fly in, he sealed off the courtyard. Xianxia, we died so miserably. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Go to hell. One by one, the malicious ghosts roared and pounced towards Xianxia. Don't come over, all of you get lost, don't come over, Xianxia cried out in fear. But it was impossible to stop those malicious ghosts. The densely packed malicious ghosts surrounded Xianxia. One by one, the malicious ghosts drank Xianxia's blood and ate his flesh. Thank you for your help, young master. If not for young master, we definitely wouldn't have been able to take revenge. The female ghosts thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, you don't have to thank me. Now that the resentment in your hearts has dissipated, you can enter the cycle of reincarnation. Who knows if there really is a cycle of reincarnation in this world? The female ghosts said. Then, they all left. They disappeared into the night. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng also planned to leave. This time, Lin Feng wanted to find a place to cultivate for a period of time. He wanted to finish cultivating the 3,000 great Daos before thinking about what to do next. Lin Feng turned into a spirit insect and rushed out of the door. The light of the demon-revealing mirror shone on Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure appeared. However, Lin Feng had already left quickly. By the time the guards reported this matter, Lin Feng had already left the Dragon Eye planet. He was traveling in the starry sky world. Lin Feng avoided wave after wave of cultivators who surrounded him. Gradually, he left the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng originally thought that he was about to completely escape danger, but he didn't expect to run into a group of starry sky bandits. They were from the Fiend Bandits, and the leader was the young leader, Xianxia. Brother Lin, I didn't expect that we would meet here. Xianxia said to Lin Feng with a fake smile. Lin Feng said, yes, I really didn't expect that. Brother Xia, where are you planning to go? I have nothing to do, so I'm casually walking around in the starry sky world. Xianxia said. Then, he said meaningfully, I heard that during this period, many people have been searching for Brother Lin's whereabouts. It seems that those people didn't expect that Brother Lin would actually leave this place. Lin Feng said indifferently, the first stop of a starry sky voyage is quite rich. However, now that I'm leaving this place, I'm destined to have nothing to do with those forces. It seems that Brother Lin is really magnanimous. Are you only using those forces as stepping stones? Xianxia could not help but say. Perhaps they can be called stepping stones. At the very least, they did serve the purpose of honing my strength. Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, you are truly open-minded. My father has heard many things about Brother Lin. He wishes to meet Brother Lin. Is that possible? Xianxia asked with a smile, but there was a sinister expression hidden in the depths of his eyes. Xianxua's Evil Devil Bandit Group was a notorious bandit group in the starry sky world. He was completely unprincipled when doing things. He killed without batting an eyelid. Lin Feng had always been very wary of Xianxua's invitation, Lin Feng naturally would not agree. If he really went, that was to enter the tiger's den. At that time, he would most likely die. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid it's a bit unfortunate, because I still have some things to deal with. After I'm done, I'll definitely pay you a visit. Xianxua's expression darkened. He sneered and said, so, Brother Lin doesn't want to give me face? What are you talking about? I'm indeed busy, so I can't go. I hope Brother Xia can understand. Lin Feng said. Xianxuan sneered and said, I really can't understand. Since Brother Lin doesn't know how to appreciate favors, I can only force Brother Lin to meet my father. Once we fight, swords and sabers have no eyes. I hope Brother Lin won't blame me if I injure Brother Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxuan waved his hand. In an instant, ancient ships surrounded Lin Feng. There were a total of 12 ancient ships. Every ancient starry sky ship had an expert overseeing it. Lin Feng said indifferently, since Brother Xia wants to fight, I can only accompany you to the end. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the ancient ship Xianyuan flew out. Lin Feng flew into the ancient ship Xianyuan. Attack! Xianxuan ordered. Woo woo woo, the sound of a bugle horn resounded through the sky. Boom! 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 The ancient starships launched powerful attacks one after another. Spirit stone cannonballs streaked across the starry sky world and bombarded the ancient ship Xianxia. The power of these spirit stone cannonballs was incomparably tyrannical. Not to mention the spirit stone cannonballs launched by the 12 ancient ships. The power was even more formidable. The spirit stone cannonballs fell like rain. At this moment, Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Emperor Rune restriction on the ancient ship Xianxia. The Emperor Runes twisted. They formed the most powerful defensive restriction. When the dense rain of cannonballs smashed on the ancient ship Xuanyuan's defensive restriction, all of them were blocked by the defensive restriction. At this moment, the ancient ship Xianxia also began to launch its attack. Lin Feng had previously obtained 100 bronze spirit stone cannons. These bronze spirit stone cannons were extremely powerful, and Lin Feng had equipped them all on the ancient ship Xianxia. These bronze spirit stone cannons could be said to have directly raised the ancient ship Xuanyuan's power by several levels. But now, this was the first time these bronze spirit stone cannons had fired spirit stone cannonballs. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of loud noises. A dense number of giant spirit stone cannonballs were fired from the bronze spirit stone cannons. After these giant spirit stone cannonballs were boosted by the bronze spirit stone cannons, their power had increased to a shocking degree. Cannonballs landed on the ancient starships one by one. Then, the giant spirit stone cannonballs exploded. Bang! 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 Along with a series of violent explosions, there was a series of explosions. The destructive energy bombarded the defensive restriction formed by the 12 ancient starry sky ships of the Fiend Bandit group. Lin Feng Xuanyuan's ancient ship Xuanyuan's defensive restriction could withstand the attack of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit group. However, the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit group couldn't completely withstand the attack of the Xuanyuan's ancient ship. When the giant spirit stone cannonballs bombarded the defensive restriction of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit group, kacha 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 sounds could be heard. The seals on the ancient starships began to crack. Seeing this scene, Xie Duanhuan's face suddenly changed. He had never thought that Lin Feng would have such a powerful ancient ship. One ancient starry sky ship was able to gain a crushing advantage over their 12 ancient starry sky ships. Quickly retreat! Xie Duanhuan ordered with a gloomy expression. Bang! 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 However, before those ancient ships could retreat, the Xuanyuan's ancient ship had already launched a new round of attack. Giant spirit stone cannonballs once again bombarded. Suddenly, the defensive restriction of the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit group was activated. Then, the giant spirit stone cannonballs directly hit the 12 ancient ships of the Fiend Bandit group. Lin Feng's Xianxia ancient starry sky ship was indeed extremely powerful. The destructive power it displayed was truly shocking. Seeing the 12 ancient starry sky ships on his side all suffer serious damage, Xie Duanhuan flew into a rage. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Xie Duanhuan ordered the 12 ancient starry sky ships to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. If they didn't withdraw now, the 12 ancient starry sky ships would really be destroyed by Lin Feng's Xianxia ancient starry sky ship. The value of these starry sky ships was extremely high. Every loss of one ancient starry sky ship was a great loss. Such a loss, even their demonic bandit group would feel the pain. This battle was extremely intense. Lin Feng constantly controlled the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship to attack the 12 ancient starry sky ships of the demonic bandit group. The huge spirit stone cannonballs rained down like rain. They were simply too dense. Since they had already made their move, they should kill all of them instead of letting them escape. If they were to let them escape, that would be the only way. It would be very disadvantageous for him, because the other party would most likely invite more powerhouses. One had to know that the demonic bandit group had countless experts. There were even venerable sovereigns in charge. If they really invited so many experts, he would die without a burial place. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to wipe out these people. The dense barrage of giant spirit stone shells caused great damage to the 12 ancient starry sky ships of the demonic bandit group. The 12 ancient starry sky ships exploded one after another. Many cultivators couldn't escape from the 12 ancient starry sky ships and were killed inside the 12 ancient starry sky ships. Some cultivators who were lucky enough to escape from the cabins couldn't escape from the ancient starry sky ships. Then, they were drowned by the powerful energy generated by the exploding giant spirit stone shells. Then, they died tragically in the explosion of the giant spirit stone shells. This battle was completely one-sided. After Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was upgraded, it had become almost invincible. It was very difficult to find an ancient starry sky ship that could match the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship in the starry sky world. Unless a large number of ancient starry sky ships besieged Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Moreover, in order to destroy Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky battleship, it would have to be as easy as crushing dry weeds. This was because Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky battleship had the ability to repair itself. If he couldn't destroy Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship would be able to repair itself. In that case, it would be impossible to destroy the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. More than half of the cultivators on the 12 ancient star ships had died. Only a small portion of the remaining cultivators managed to escape in a sorry state. Following that, all 12 ancient ships exploded. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to escape with their lives were all injured. As a result, the battle prowess of these people naturally fell drastically. Seeing the destruction of the 12 ancient star ships and the deaths of so many of his subordinates, he couldn't help but sigh. Xie Duanhuan's face turned ugly. Xie Duanhuan had dominated the starry sky for a long time. He had never suffered such a big loss before. But now, he had suffered such a big loss in Lin Feng's hands. Xie Duanhuan's hatred towards Lin Feng had reached its peak. Xie Duanhuan ordered the remaining cultivators to bombard Lin Feng's Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship with weapons. Lin Feng looked indifferent and continued to order the miniature puppets on the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship to fire a dense barrage of spirit stone shells. The attacks of Xie Duanhuan's subordinates were once again blocked by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's defenses. The spirit stone shells fired by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship directly exploded in the midst of the demonic bandit group's crowd. A large number of cultivators were killed by the explosions. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship's offensive grew stronger and stronger. Finally, as time passed, the demonic bandit group only had a little more than 100 people left. Originally, they had more than 10,000 people on their side. But now, those cultivators had basically been killed by the spirit stone shells fired by the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. But Lin Feng still hadn't made a move yet. He had almost wiped out the other party. This was because the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was too powerful. Ever since the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship had been upgraded, its power had suddenly increased to an unbelievable level. The remaining 100 people were basically the most powerful group of cultivators. There were several heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses. However, they didn't have any Emperor Realm powerhouses on their side. Because Emperor Realm powerhouses were the overlords of the starry sky world, existences of this level rarely moved outside. Even if the demonic bandit group had a few Emperor Realm powerhouses. But those people weren't people that Xie Duanhuan could command. Although Xie Duanhuan was the son of the demonic bandit group's leader, but he didn't have the strength to make those Emperor Realm powerhouses listen to his orders. The world of cultivators was like this. Most of the time, strength was important. Even if your identity wasn't ordinary, but if your strength wasn't up to par, those top-notch powerhouses wouldn't listen to your orders. If the other party had an Emperor Realm powerhouse, Lin Feng might have paid more attention to them. But these people didn't even have an Emperor Realm powerhouse. How could they be Lin Feng's match? Lin Feng directly flew out of the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. He put the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship away, then looked coldly at Xie Duanhuan. He sneered and said, "Xie Duanhuan, do you think I don't know why you approached me? Everyone knows the ambition of a wolf. I didn't fall out with you because I couldn't be bothered to deal with you. But since you want to die today, I don't mind fulfilling your wish." Xie Duanhuan's expression became even more unsightly. He said coldly, "Lin Feng, do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? You think too highly of yourself. Apart from myself, I have 3 immortal emperors, 4 emperor gods, and more than 100 boundary emperors. With so many people working together, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Xie Duanhuan was very confident in his side's strength. Although the 2 ancient starships had collided, he had suffered a great loss. But Xie Duanhuan believed. If it was a battle between cultivators, when the time came, Lin Feng would die. There was no way he could survive. Xie Duanhuan was so confident because he had experienced many great battles over the years. Every time they fought, he would emerge victorious in the end. In addition, Lin Feng was alone, and they had more people on their side. Lin Feng was strong enough and had many treasures on him. But Lin Feng hadn't entered the Emperor realm. Xie Duanhuan admitted that Lin Feng was very strong. But Xie Duanhuan believed that Lin Feng wasn't as strong as the rumors said. There must be some exaggeration in the rumors. Attack! Kill him! Xie Duanhuan ordered. One cultivator after another took out their treasures. A terrifying aura spread out. All kinds of attacks surged out. Magical powers and magic treasures gathered together, containing a world-destroying wave of energy. Together, they flooded towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. Once the boundless domineering aura was used, it would be the most violent attack. There was a difference between the boundless domineering aura and a magnetic field. Its greatest use was to imprison and suppress. Next was attack, defense, and so on. And the boundless domineering aura was the craziest attack. The attack contained within the boundless domineering aura was too powerful. This was a terrifying attack that you could never imagine. The power was so strong that it was simply shocking. When the boundless domineering aura bombarded the bodies of those cultivators, suddenly, a series of explosions could be heard. The cultivators of the evil devil bandit group were simply unable to withstand the attack of this terrifying sacred art. One by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. Under the attack of the boundless domineering aura, the bodies of those cultivators crumbled, their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they died miserably on the spot. In the blink of an eye, there were only 8 people left on the other side. These 8 people were Xie Duanhuan, 3 immortal emperors, and 4 divine lord-level cultivators. The rest of them had all fallen. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xie Duanhuan's mouth twitched violently. Boundless anger seemed to ignite his body. So many subordinates. There were many experts. It was not easy to recruit these experts. Now, so many experts had all fallen. The losses of the evil devil bandit group were simply too great. Xie Duanhuan knew that he had underestimated Lin Feng's battle strength this time. Although he knew that Lin Feng's battle strength was extraordinary. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng would be so powerful. It was simply shocking. An immortal emperor-level powerhouse said, "Young master, this person is simply too powerful. We should not continue to fight with him. We should leave quickly and report this matter to the higher-ups. At that time, the leader will definitely send experts to kill this child. If we want to kill this child, we must send out an immortal emperor-level powerhouse to have any hope." Xie Duanhuan did not want to admit this point, but what this immortal emperor-level powerhouse said was very reasonable. In Xie Duanhuan's heart, he could not help but feel a deep sense of jealousy towards Lin Feng. He was also so young. Why was Lin Feng abnormal to such an extent? Xie Duanhuan wished so much that he could have Lin Feng's ability, but he didn't have such ability. Xie Duanhuan really wanted to kill Lin Feng right now. He wanted to kill all the young cultivators who were more talented than him and had a brighter future than him. Jealousy could make a person extremely crazy. It could even make people go to extremes. Xie Duanhuan was such a person. Xie Duanhuan and the others wanted to escape. Then, he invited experts to kill Lin Feng. But how could Lin Feng give him this opportunity? Lin Feng was like the Grim Reaper who had just walked out of hell. Step by step, he walked towards Xie Duanhuan and the others. A cold expression appeared on his face as he sneered. "It's too late to escape now. Have you decided how you want to die?" This time, Lin Feng didn't use his endless domineering aura. Instead, he used his magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the superposition of the 3 heists was extremely powerful. It directly enveloped Xie Duanhuan and the other 7 great emperors. After being enveloped by the magnetic field, these people's battle power was greatly weakened. His movements also became sluggish. Their speed was greatly reduced compared to before. Lin Feng rushed forward and took out the black dragon sword. With the black dragon sword in his hand, he slashed towards an emperor god-level expert. When the god emperor saw Lin Feng coming for him, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Facing Lin Feng's attack, he waved the long saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Feng. Clang! 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 The black dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand clashed with the god emperor's long saber. The long saber in the cultivator's hand was directly split into 2 by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Then, the black dragon sword's power didn't decrease. It viciously struck the head of this god emperor cultivator. With a poochie sound, fresh blood spurted out. The god emperor's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Seeing the death of this god emperor cultivator, Lin Feng's face was filled with a cold smile. He looked coldly at Xie Duanhuan and the others, and said, "This is only the first person. Next, it's your turn." As his voice fell, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the second god emperors. The second god emperors fought with Lin Feng. Similarly, he was not Lin Feng's opponent and was killed by Lin Feng's sword. Xie Duanhuan did not dare to stay and quickly fled. Actually, there were many great emperors on Xie Duanhuan's side. If they joined forces, they would fight to the death with Lin Feng. It was hard to say what the final result would be. After all, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he was only one person. But when Xie Duanhuan and the others saw how strong Lin Feng was, their confidence completely collapsed. Thus, they did not have the courage to fight with Lin Feng. They only thought of escaping. It was precisely because they were afraid before the battle. The defeat of these people was already destined. Xie Duanhuan looked at the other 2 god emperors, and then said in a deep voice, "The 2 of you, go and stop Lin Feng." Wasn't intercepting Lin Feng now the same as sending himself to death? The 2 great emperors naturally did not agree. The 2 of them ignored Xie Duanhuan and flew in the other direction. They actually chose to get rid of Xie Duanhuan. "What are you doing? Could it be that you want to betray the evil devil bandits?" Seeing the 2 great emperors leave, Xie Duanhuan could not help but roar in anger. One of the great emperors sneered, "Xie Duanhuan, although we have joined the evil devil bandits, we are not your subordinates. Our status is on the same level as yours, and you do not have the qualifications to order us around. If not for the fact that you are the son of the leader, do you think we would listen to you? Now that this Lin Feng is unable to fight against him, we do not want to die with you." The second great emperor said, "That's right. You provoked this Lin Feng yourself, and it has nothing to do with us. This person obviously wants to kill you, so we must draw a clear line with you." After the 2 god emperors finished speaking, they sped up and fled. The expressions of the other 3 immortal emperors also became uncertain. Lin Feng quickly killed his way over. Feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, the 3 immortal emperors gritted their teeth. They also quickly made a decision. "Young master, when disaster strikes, let's split up and flee." After the 3 immortal emperors left these words, they all flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the 5 great emperors abandoned Xie Duanhuan and fled. This Xie Duanhuan directly fell into a state of complete abandonment. Xie Duanhuan's roar was more like a hysterical roar before his death. His roar was useless. It was unable to change the minds of those great emperors who had left. How does it feel to be betrayed? Lin Feng looked at Xie Duanhuan indifferently. Towards this person, he had already made up his mind to kill, and would definitely not give Xie Duanhuan a chance to escape. "Lin Feng, you little bastard. If you want to kill me, you're still far from it." Xie Duanhuan roared, and then took out a jade talisman. It was actually a void teleportation talisman. This void teleportation talisman could open a void gate and teleport Xie Duanhuan out instantly. Once activated, the power of the void teleportation talisman could be released. "Bibi." Lin Feng hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Bibi. "Yeah. Yeah." After the little guy heard Lin Feng's summon, it flew out and waved its little claws. Rainbow immortal light shot out. At the same time, Xiaoduanhuan crushed the void teleportation talisman. But, the void gate could not be condensed. Why is it like this? Xiaoduanhuan roared in disbelief. He was still hoping to escape with the help of the void teleportation gate. But now, the void teleportation gate did not even appear, so this plan would naturally fail. Xiaoduanhuan could not accept what he saw. His eyes couldn't help but turn blood red. Little Bibi's race talent is to imprison the void. Your void teleportation talisman is also useless. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and charged towards Xiaoduanhuan. He directly slashed at Xiaoduanhuan with his sword. The power of the black dragon sword. It suddenly exploded out. Xiaoduanhuan was shocked. He hurriedly took out his magic treasure. His magic treasure was actually an emperor weapon. This emperor weapon was called Yama's blade. The king of hell will let you die at midnight. He would not let you live until dawn. Yama's blade slashed out. Ghosts and gods were not left behind. The power was great. It was shocking. This emperor weapon. It was obviously a very high-level emperor weapon. Lin Feng guessed that Xiaoduanhuan might have obtained this monarch weapon by chance. Of course, it could also be a protective treasure given to him by his father. The Yama's blade slashed out, even forming a hazy shadow. The illusory figure was incomparably powerful and terrifying. His aura was terrifying. That phantom. It appeared to be the projection of the King Yanluo of Hell. The power of Yama's saber had reached a shocking level. However, no matter how powerful this supreme treasure was, it was unable to contend against Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Clang! The Yama saber and the black dragon sword collided. An earth-shaking sound of violent collisions rang out. Xiaoduanhuan's hands that were holding the King of Hell's blade were shattered. Blood immediately flowed out. His entire body was sent flying. Why is your cultivation level so low? His battle prowess is so strong. Xiaoduanhuan couldn't help but roar in anger. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with deep jealousy. Lin Feng said faintly, "Bloodline and sacred art. I have the undying bloodline and the sovereign emperor bloodline. I have cultivated no less than 10 kinds of sacred arts from ancient to modern times. In addition, I have cultivated more than 600 kinds of 3,000 great Daos, and I still have hundreds of 3,000 great Daos that I have yet to cultivate. Do you know why I have such battle prowess?" When Xiaoduanhuan heard Lin Feng's words, his expression suddenly changed. Xiaoduanhuan had also heard that Lin Feng had cultivated many powerful sacred arts. However, Xiaoduanhuan didn't expect that Lin Feng had cultivated so many 3,000 great Daos. It was truly inconceivable. Therefore, Xiaoduanhuan had completely given up on continuing to fight with Lin Feng. He only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. If he was given another chance, he would be able to do it again. Xiaoduanhuan didn't even want to provoke Lin Feng, this demon. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Xiaoduanhuan turned around and fled into the distance. However, the difference between his speed and Lin Feng's was huge. He couldn't get rid of Lin Feng's pursuit at all. Lin Feng quickly chased over. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and once again slashed towards Xiaoduanhuan. "Lin Feng. Do you really want to kill me? Let me go, I will never be invincible with you again." Xiaoduanhuan shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "If you want to beat a snake, you have to kill it with a stick. Otherwise, you might be bitten by the snake." Lin Feng compared Xiaoduanhuan to a snake. His comparison was extremely appropriate. Xiaoduanhuan was like a poisonous snake. This hatred was formed. This person must die. Or else. The unlucky one might be himself. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. After feeling the terrifying power of the black dragon sword, Xiaoduanhuan's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. He turned around and slashed at the black dragon sword. Clang! The black dragon sword and Xiaoduanhuan's Yama saber collided once again. Xiaoduanhuan's arm was almost broken. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as paper. This attack just now. It directly injured Xiaoduanhuan. And Lin Feng's attacks were endless. After Xie Duanhuan was sent flying, he quickly chased after him. The black dragon sword once again slashed out. Xie Duanhuan was tired of dealing with it. Once again, he waved his saber to block. Clang! The saber and sword collided. Clang! This time, when they collided, Lin Feng unleashed the Supreme Reincarnation Fist, this unparalleled sacred art. The Supreme Tao. This was Lin Feng's own Tao. When the Supreme Reincarnation Fist was activated, the sacred art array formed by all the sacred arts in Lin Feng's body was operating quickly. Together with the Supreme Reincarnation Fist's divine ability grand formation, it shone brightly. The reason why Lin Feng had used such a powerful skill was because he wanted to end the battle quickly. With the fastest speed, he took care of Xie Duanhuan. Xie Duanhuan used the Qilin divine arm to block Lin Feng's attack. His arm directly turned into a Qilin arm. The power of one punch. It was also extremely terrifying. But there was nothing he could do. He was still unable to compete with Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Xie Duanhuan collided. Then, cracking sounds came out. Xie Duanhuan's arm directly broke. Ah! Xie Duanhuan couldn't help but scream. The next moment, Lin Feng's tyrannical punch directly landed on Xie Duanhuan's chest. How could Xie Duanhuan withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack? Xie Duanhuan's body directly exploded. A grayish-brown ball of light wanted to tear the void and escape, but it was directly suppressed by Lin Feng. This grayish-brown ball of light was Xie Duanhuan's soul. Ah, Lin Feng, you little beast, I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse your future fate to be 10 times, 100 times more miserable than mine. Xie Duanhuan's soul cursed bitterly. Soul-searching technique. Those ancient forces would often set up restrictions in the minds of their disciples, in order to prevent their disciples from being searched by others when they were robbed, and then steal all kinds of secrets or inheritances of the sect. But Xie Duanhuan did not come from those ancient forces. His father was a heinous space bandit. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that there was no restriction in Xie Duanhuan's mind that could destroy the soul. So, he used the soul-searching technique on Xie Duanhuan. Soon, Lin Feng found that his guess was completely correct. There was indeed no soul restriction in Xie Duanhuan's mind. Lin Feng began to search Xie Duanhuan's soul. All kinds of memories flashed through his mind like a fleeting view of flowers. In the end, Lin Feng found the various magical powers that Xie Duanhuan cultivated. Lin Feng was surprised to find that Xie Duanhuan had cultivated 86 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. And among these 86 kinds of 3,000 great Daos, there were 72 kinds of 3,000 great Daos that he had never cultivated before. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a total of 961 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. If these 3,000 great Daos were included, added together, it would be 1,033 kinds of 3,000 great Daos. Originally, Lin Feng planned to collect at least 1,000 kinds of 3,000 great Daos before considering breaking through to the Emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng's minimum goal had been achieved. Lin Feng then destroyed Xie Duanhuan's soul. After collecting Xie Duanhuan's origin and storage ring, Lin Feng and Bibi left together. Bibi, this little fellow, had never slept since she woke up. She began to eat crazily. All kinds of heaven and earth spirit essence. Bibi did not refuse. She ate until her little belly was round. Now, Bibi returned to the mountain river ring to enjoy the delicious food. And Lin Feng quickly flew towards the depths of the starry sky world. He needed to find a place to refine the hundreds of 3,000 great Daos. Evil Demon Star. Origin Spirit Lamp Hall. There were many origin spirit lamps enshrined here. To be able to be enshrined here, the owners of the origin spirit lamps all had extraordinary origins. Or they were the relatives of the leader of the evil demon bandits. Otherwise, they were the higher-ups of the evil demon bandits. Today, 2 Emperor Realm cultivators had their Yuan spirit lamps shattered one after another. This matter was discovered by the guards stationed in the primordial spirit lamp hall. These guards hurriedly reported this matter to their superiors. It was a big deal that two great emperors had fallen at the same time. The upper echelons of the evil demon bandits arrived one after another. Even the leader of the evil demon bandits had come in person. However, these people had just arrived at the primordial spirit lamp palace. Cracking sounds could be heard. Another primordial spirit lamp shattered. This time, it was the broken primordial spirit lamp. It was Xianxia's origin spirit lamp. Soon after, the demonic bandits issued a bounty in the starry sky. The content is as follows. Anyone who could capture Lin Feng alive would be rewarded with a Grand Emperor Grade Monarch weapon, 10 types of 3,000 Great Daos, and 10 million immortal stones. Anyone who could kill Lin Feng would be rewarded with an Imperial Lord level Imperial weapon, 5 types of 3,000 Great Daos, and 8 million immortal stones. As soon as the Starry Sky bounty was posted, this immediately caused an uproar in the Starry Sky world. The rewards of the evil demon bandits were simply too generous. Following that, many people inquired about why the evil demon bandits would issue a bounty in the Starry Sky. It quickly disappeared and spread out. It turned out that the young leader of the evil demon bandits, Xianxia, was killed by Lin Feng. Thus, the leader of the evil demon bandits was furious. He swore that no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill Lin Feng. And he wouldn't kill Lin Feng. He swore not to give up. That was why he issued such a generous bounty in the Starry Sky. Many forces were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. However, there were no clues. Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. In the dark and cold Starry Sky world, the stars were like silver sand in the sky. Lin Feng landed on a nameless planet. This nameless planet wasn't particularly large. Lin Feng directly drilled into the center of the planet. He was cultivating in seclusion here. As a result, he wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Lin Feng planned to go into seclusion to cultivate the hundreds of types of 3,000 Great Daos he had obtained. Lin Feng's seclusion this time was a little longer. Because he needed to comprehend hundreds of types of 3,000 Great Daos, even with the help of the Lin word, it would take quite a bit of time. In addition, Lin Feng still wanted to comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space. If he could comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space, then Lin Feng's use of the Tao of space, it would reach an extremely profound level. Now, although Lin Feng had cultivated the Great Void technique, the Great Void technique was somewhat related to the Tao of space. But after all, it wasn't exactly the same. To be precise, the Great Void technique was a branch of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was too complicated, too mysterious, and contained thousands of things. All these years, Lin Feng had been comprehending the inheritance of the ancient god of space. However, it was a pity, the inheritance of the ancient god of space was not that easy to comprehend. Of course, Lin Feng did not give up. All these years, he had been trying to comprehend the inheritance of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng felt that he was getting closer and closer to comprehending the inheritance of the ancient god of space. Lin Feng spent a full 10 years in seclusion this time. In these 10 years, Lin Feng had successfully cultivated all 3,000 Great Tao. So now, Lin Feng had already cultivated 1,033 types of the 3,000 Great Tao. The tribulation light between Lin Feng's eyebrows was dazzling. It was almost unable to suppress it. I'm going to break through to the Great Emperor realm, Lin Feng said. He was going to break through. Now, if he chose to break through, Lin Feng felt that there was at least a 70% chance of success. Lin Feng had been looking forward to becoming an emperor for a long time. Now, he could finally break through to this realm. However, at this moment, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Quickly suppress the tribulation light between your eyebrows. Don't summon the lightning tribulation. Now is not the best time to break through. Why? After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng immediately asked. Now, Lin Feng really wanted to break through. He did not want to continue waiting. Your potential has not been fully excavated yet. Yao Jun said, your current accumulation is indeed strong enough, but you should realize that the light of calamity between your eyebrows can continue to be suppressed. This means that your potential hasn't been fully activated. You can choose to continue accumulating for a period of time. Of course, you can break through now, but I don't recommend it. You can obviously continue accumulating, so why don't you continue accumulating? Although breaking through now will greatly increase your battle strength, it will waste your talent. After all, breaking through to the Great Emperor realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Since you only have one chance, you naturally have to do your best. What a cultivator could not waste the most was talent and potential, otherwise, they were destined to not reach the heights they should have. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Therefore, Lin Feng did not think too much about breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. He planned to do as the Demon Lord said. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. He continued to search for the 3,000 great Daos to refine. The 1,033 types of 3,000 great Daos did not reach the limit of Lin Feng's breakthrough. That was to continuously increase the number of 3,000 great Daos. Anyway, there was still a long way to go before reaching the Undying Realm. Going to the Undying Realm, he could not be too hasty. He had to let nature take its course. While training, he would increase his cultivation. Then, he would go to the Undying Realm. This was to let nature take its course. Lin Feng continued to cultivate in seclusion. He began to study the inheritance of the Space Ancient God. What Lin Feng obtained was the inheritance of the first-generation Space Ancient God. This generation Space Ancient God was different from the other Space Ancient Gods. It was like the unique status of the first-generation ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. Naturally, it was not something that the other ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan could compare to. It was the same for the first-generation Space Ancient God. He was the first existence in the era of the titled gods to truly master the path of space. Therefore, the battle strength of the first-generation Space Ancient God should be the strongest. His comprehension of the path of space was also the most profound. As time passed, Lin Feng did not know when, but he vaguely heard the sound of the Dao bell. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt that he had arrived in a mysterious world. In the depths of that world, there was a mountain forest. Halfway up a mountain, there were ancient trees, cliffs, stone millstones, and so on. And an old man was sitting on a stone bench next to the stone millstone. His back was facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried hard to see the old man's appearance, but he tried several times. He failed. His back was facing the common people. I wonder who he is. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he was comprehending the inheritance of the first-generation Space Ancient God. Could it be? Could this old man in front of him be the first-generation Space Ancient God? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Senior, Lin Feng said. Sitting cross-legged in the forest, transforming into vegetation, suddenly, Lin Feng heard the mysterious old man speak. He was extremely shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Then, Lin Feng attempted to comprehend the Tao. However, he didn't gain anything. Wanting to comprehend the Tao of space was simply too difficult. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He wanted to continue asking the old man about the mysteries of the Tao of space. Perhaps he could be enlightened. However, when Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked ahead, the old man had already disappeared. Where did he go? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Then, he sighed. He still had to rely on himself to comprehend the Tao. It was destined that he could not rely on others. Thinking of this, Lin Feng closed his eyes again. He activated the true word of Lin and tried his best to comprehend the great Tao inheritance of the ancient god of space. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he tried again and again, but he still couldn't comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the Tao. This made Lin Feng feel extremely helpless. I sensed something and entered this illusory world. That's why I was able to see that old man. Logically speaking, I should have been able to comprehend the Tao. However, I still can't comprehend the mysteries of the Tao of space. Where did I go wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this time, Lin Feng was carefully analyzing every step and process of the Tao of space. He was trying to figure out his understanding of the Tao of space. However, Lin Feng still didn't gain anything. Not long after, a light suddenly flashed in Lin Feng's mind. He thought of a sentence. Sitting cross-legged in the forest, transforming into vegetation, transforming into vegetation. What does that mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He vaguely felt that the key to comprehending the Tao this time was this sentence. Could it be that I want to transform into a stalk of grass? A tree? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He used the great transformation technique and transformed into a stalk of grass. However, he still didn't gain anything. Lin Feng used the great transformation technique again and transformed into a tree. Still, he didn't gain anything. Lin Feng finally transformed into his original body. I transformed into a stalk of grass and a tree, but I still didn't gain any enlightenment. Why is that? Lin Feng asked rhetorically. A gentle breeze blew over. Lin Feng smelled the fresh smell of grass. He heard the sound of leaves flapping. It was like the most beautiful music. It was very pleasant to the ears. Wild grass covered the mountains and plains. Ancient trees that were full of business. Lin Feng suddenly felt something in his heart. He thought of a poem. Wildfire can't burn it. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. These wild grasses were very ordinary. However, these wild grasses had extremely tenacious vitality. Even if they died again and again, they could still wake up in the next year. Then, they would display even more vigorous vitality. And these ancient trees had flourishing branches. The vitality from the ancient trees continuously flowed into those branches. Lin Feng saw a withered branch. It seemed to be about to die. However, under the nourishment of the ancient tree, the withered branch actually regained vitality and finally sprouted again. The grass is telling me, no matter what happens, never give up the hope of living. The ancient tree is telling me, when it grows into a towering tree, it can protect the people around it. If it reaches out, it can protect countless creatures, am I right? Lin Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, the old man who disappeared actually appeared again. He still had his back to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng still couldn't see what the old man looked like. Then, the old man stepped into the distance. Lin Feng followed closely behind the old man. Time passed day by day. It was unknown how much time had passed. Lin Feng, who had been motionless for a long time, finally moved. His body gradually became illusory. But looking carefully, his body didn't become illusory. Looking at the place where Lin Feng was, he found that it was empty. Looking again, Lin Feng seemed to be sitting there again. Everything was so mysterious and unfathomable. This was the inheritance of the space god. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In that illusory space, after experiencing countless difficulties, he finally comprehended the inheritance of the space god. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. Comprehending the inheritance of the space god was really important. Ha 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 ha, now even the space god's way of space has been comprehended by me. This is really great. Lin Feng took out the storage rings of many great emperors. Then, he began to check the treasures in these storage rings. These great emperors had a lot of good things on them. It was just that emperor-level magic treasures were rare. Now, there was a shortage of materials. These great emperor-level experts wanted to forge their own emperor-level weapons, so they needed to find the materials to forge them. But this was the most difficult. And it was not easy to obtain the emperor-level weapons left behind by the ancient people. It required an extremely heaven-defying opportunity. However, Lin Feng still obtained an emperor-level treasure. Yama Blade. Xie Duanhuan's treasure, a high-level emperor-level weapon with terrifying power. Lin Feng also found another treasure in Xie Duanhuan's storage ring. It was the god's token. Back at the trade fair, Lin Feng also coveted the god's token. But unfortunately, the god's token was exchanged by Xie Duanhuan. Who would have thought? After a while, the god's token finally fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng carefully observed the god's token. This token was the token to open the god's battlefield. It was extremely important. That was the last battle before the innate lifeforms were wiped out. Countless experts participated in it. That battle ultimately led to the end of the era when the innate lifeforms ruled the heavens. Because too many experts had died, countless orthodoxies had lost their inheritance. In the many great eras that followed, cultivation had always been at a low point. Until the appearance of the Master of Gods, cultivation began to rise from decline to prosperity. A long time had passed. The scenes of the past might have long been buried by history. But in the gods' battlefield, there must be countless experts, magic treasures, and orthodoxies. I don't know where this god's battlefield is, but since I have the god's token, I will definitely have the chance to go there in the future. But I don't know what I can get in the god's battlefield. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was still looking forward to the trip to the god's battlefield. Lin Feng kept the god's token. He rested for a day. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. After many years of seclusion, the starry sky world was still the same. It was just that after so many years, the forces that had wanted Lin Feng were unable to find Lin Feng's whereabouts. Therefore, many forces gave up on pursuing Lin Feng. The Xianxia ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng then added some spatial arrays to the Xianxia ancient starship. Because of this, the ancient starship Xuanyuan's speed became even faster. It was like jumping through the void. His speed was so fast that people couldn't help but be shocked. And in these years, the starry sky world was extremely restless. Firstly, the Nine Mysteries Great World was becoming more and more chaotic. Many powerful forces had descended upon the Nine Mysterious Great World. Firstly, they wanted to snatch the resources of the Nine Mysterious Great World. Secondly, they wanted to snatch the supreme treasure that the Nine Mysterious Great World's Lord had obtained from the Supreme Divine Court. However, it was said that the supreme treasure was secretly taken away by the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord's clansmen. The clansmen of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord went into hiding. Currently, many forces were still searching for the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord's clansmen, hoping to find that supreme treasure. The other thing was that the people of the starry sky world were in a state of panic. The other thing was related to the gluttonous god demons. Something happened in the forbidden god world. Many cracks appeared. Many gluttonous god demons escaped from the forbidden god world and destroyed many life planets in the starry sky world. Those gluttonous god demons were extremely cruel. They directly devoured the origin of cultivators to recover their strength. In these years, the cracks in the forbidden god world seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. More and more gluttonous god demons escaped from the forbidden god world. Every year, there would be gluttonous god demons escaping from the forbidden god world. 5 years ago, the gluttonous god demons attacked the Universe Great World. The Universe Great World suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the Universe Great World eventually fell. The Universe Lord was a terrifying existence. He had no choice but to escape from the Universe Great World. Lin Feng also received some news about the starry sky world. In particular, the news about the gluttonous god demons shocked him. There is a peerless existence among the gluttonous god demons. It is said that their cultivation has reached great heights. They are even more powerful than the 5 ancestors of the myriad races in the past. On a planet where cultivators gathered, Lin Feng received this news. Although the 5 ancestors of the myriad races had fallen in the 9 continents, but in the past, their reputation shook the entire starry sky world. Even though they had been dead for so many years, many people still had a fearful expression when mentioning the 5 ancestors of the myriad races. Even among the many forces in the outer realms, experts who could reach the level of an emperor lord were extremely rare. No wonder the gluttonous god demons were so powerful. They actually had an emperor-level expert overseeing them. It was indeed terrifying. The emperor-level expert of the gluttonous god demons did not make a move. If that existence had made a move, the Universe Great World would have been destroyed long ago. A cultivator said. He seemed to know more about the Universe Great World. Why didn't he make a move? Someone asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe it's because he doesn't care. That cultivator said. The gluttonous god demons became the biggest topic in the starry sky world. It was a headache for countless people. Some of the major forces planned to join forces to deal with the gluttonous god demons. But obviously, it was not an easy task to deal with the gluttonous god demons. Lin Feng did not stay on this planet for too long. He soon left. But Lin Feng did not know that he was being watched. Lin Feng, you little bastard. You didn't die in the huge star cluster of the Lanzhou star. This time, you will definitely die in this star cluster. The cultivator in the dark had a sinister look in his eyes. The Forbidden God realm was a special place. It was said to be a special world parallel to the starry sky world. This world. It could be connected to any planet or any starry sky world. Now. In a certain starry sky world. Cracking sounds could be heard. The void was cracking. I'm finally going to be free. I'm finally going to be free. An extremely excited voice could be heard from the broken space. This damned place, the Forbidden God realm, can't trap me anymore. Then. That excited voice could be heard again. From the few simple words spoken by the voice, one could tell that the voice was very powerful. The place where the broken space was connected. It turned out to be the Forbidden God realm. Crack, crack. The space was still cracking. Black gas filled the air. A powerful creature was condensed from the black gas. Now. The broken space only cracked open a few cracks. The creature trapped in it escaped. The creature was surrounded by darkness. It was unknown what kind of creature it was. Ha 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 ha, I've finally escaped from the Forbidden God realm. I've finally seen the light of day again. This was a living being that had escaped from the Forbidden God realm. It was a devouring god fiend. The culinary god demon was shrouded in darkness. Because of this, many cultivators called the culinary god fiend an emissary of hell. The culinary god demon's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Even if he had been imprisoned in the Forbidden God realm for tens of thousands of years. The culinary god demon's battle prowess was still terrifying. In the Forbidden God realm, the culinary god demons were one of the most terrifying races. Once these god-eaters escaped from the Forbidden God world, they would be able to escape from the Forbidden God world. It would quickly wreak havoc in the starry sky world. By constantly devouring the origin of all kinds of living beings in the starry sky world, he could increase his strength. And this time, it was no exception. After the culinary god demon broke free, it quickly searched for a life-bearing planet. Mysterious moon planet. On an ordinary planet with life in the starry sky world. The Star Lord was an immortal emperor-level cultivator. After the culinary god demon arrived, boundless darkness covered the sky and shrouded the lunar star. When the darkness fell, mysterious moon Star Lord was startled. Who dares to invade lunar star? Mysterious moon Star Lord snorted coldly and soared into the sky. He quickly flew towards the gluttonous god demon who was hiding in the darkness. The terrifying god-eater demon looked coldly at planet Lord Xianxia. Lowly existence, you are only fit to become my food. Gastronomic god demon looked at mysterious moon planet Lord coldly. Then, endless darkness enveloped mysterious moon planet Lord. The mysterious moon Star Lord, who was an immortal emperor, could only parry the attacks of the god-eating demon. They were completely unable to retaliate. Finally, the mysterious moon Star Lord was killed by the culinary god demon. There were a total of 1.25 billion living beings on the mystic moon planet. But no one escaped. Even the ferocious beasts on the mysterious moon planet couldn't escape and were all devoured by the god-eating demons. Mysterious moon planet. From a bustling planet of life, it had turned into a desolate planet of death. This gluttonous god demon was constantly searching for new targets in the starry sky world. The living beings on the various planets. They were all devoured by the culinary god demon. The culinary god demon's strength was rapidly recovering. In the starry sky world, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship quickly jumped through space-time. As Lin Feng's understanding of the Tao of space grew deeper and deeper, Lin Feng applied all of these insights to the Xianxia ancient starship. Recently, he had been studying space-time arrays. Furthermore, all these space-time arrays had been set up on the Xianxia ancient starship. Therefore, the Xianxia ancient starry sky battleship's ability grew stronger and stronger. Now, he directly jumped through time and space. Every jump, he was able to instantly leap over 100 miles. At this moment, the ancient starship Xianxia was currently leaping through the void. After one jump, the Xianxia ancient starry sky ship needed to rest for a while. Only then could he continue to jump. This was similar to how a cultivator would feel fatigued after an intense battle. After using the void jump, the ancient starship Xianxia also felt tired. I need to rest. After a good rest. After that, he would be able to perform void jumps. In the starry sky world, the culinary god demon once again devoured all the living beings on a life planet. Boom boom boom, the culinary god fiend's body emitted waves of violent waves that were truly shocking. Boundless darkness surrounded the culinary god demon. The starry sky world was a world of darkness to begin with. After stacking the dark energy surging out of the culinary god demon's body, it was so dark that one couldn't even see his own fingers. The culinary god demon's aura grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, the culinary god demon seemed to be undergoing a metamorphosis. I want to recover the strength I had in the past. In the darkness, the culinary god demon couldn't help but roar. Every roar shook heaven and earth. In the darkness, a huge whirlpool was formed. The huge whirlpool, it spun violently. Every time the whirlpool spun, it could absorb essence from all directions. Absorb it. The essence was continuously devoured by the whirlpool and then poured into the culinary god demon's body. Not enough. Still not enough. Far from enough. The culinary god demon roared. The whirlpool continued to grow bigger. Bigger, bigger still, even some of the surrounding planets were attracted by the whirlpool. As they neared the whirlpool, bang bang bang, suddenly, a series of violent explosions rang out. One planet after another, they directly exploded. After the planets exploded, they produced the purest energy. The pure energy, completely poured into the culinary god demon's body. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the culinary god demon seemed to have completed his breakthrough. His aura became incomparably terrifying. It was many times more terrifying than before. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. I've finally recovered to the Imperial Emperor level. The culinary god demon stood in the void and roared excitedly. Recovering to the Imperial Emperor level was only the first step. Next, the culinary god demon believed that he would recover very quickly. Rumble, as soon as the culinary god demon's laughter faded, suddenly, a loud noise shook the sky. In the void, a huge ancient starship rushed out. This ancient starship was none other than the Xianxia ancient starship. Damn. Why is it so dark outside? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Although the starry sky world was a dark world, the 6 senses of cultivators were very powerful. Therefore, it didn't affect their vision. But now, the Xianxia ancient starship jumped out of the void. It actually appeared in the darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. No, at this moment, Lin Feng heard a terrified cry. In the next moment, the sound of a violent collision was heard. The Xianxia ancient starship seemed to have crashed into something. Could it have hit someone? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He hurriedly ran out of the cabin. The Xianxia ancient starship jumped through the void. Its speed was too fast. Such a fast speed, once it charged, the resulting impact was simply unimaginable. The surroundings were dark, and Lin Feng's vision was obstructed. Therefore, he couldn't see the specific situation in front of him. The darkness is starting to disperse. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. The darkness dispersed. Lin Feng's vision finally returned to normal. The Xianxia ancient starship had stopped. In front of the Xianxia ancient starship, there was a large amount of blood mist. I really killed someone. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. He really didn't want to kill someone. It was really an unintentional mistake. It was all because it was so dark here. Right at this moment, the Demon Lord's tone couldn't help but be shocked. What's wrong, Demon Lord? Is there something wrong? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said in a strange tone, the one you killed should be a culinary god demon. Lin Feng had already lost count of how many times he had heard about the terrifying existence known as the man-eating demon. However, this was his first time seeing one. Of course. The man-eating demon he saw today could not be considered a true man-eating demon. This was because the man-eating demon's body had already been completely destroyed. This man-eating demon's origin energy is still here. With such a powerful origin energy, it seems to be at least an emperor-level expert. The man-eating demon's origin energy is different from the rest. It will be extremely useful to you. The demon lord could not help but say. The man-eating demon's origin energy is different from the rest? Lin Feng revealed an extremely astonished expression. Lin Feng then asked, what's the difference between the man-eating demon's origin energy and the origin energy of other living beings? The demon lord said. You will know once you collect the origin energy. Lin Feng nodded and then collected the man-eating demon's origin energy. Something that shocked Lin Feng happened next. The man-eating demon's origin energy. It actually condensed together. It transformed into a fruit. This is? Lin Feng looked at the fruit in shock. The man-eating fruit. It's a special fruit that only the man-eating demon's origin energy can condense into, the demon lord said. What's so special about this fruit? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Special. Very special. The man-eating fruit is known as the Emperor Law fruit. The demon lord said. Emperor Law fruit. This was yet another new term. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of it. What's the use of the Emperor Law fruit? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The demon lord said. The meaning of Emperor Law is very easy to understand. It's the meaning of Emperor Law. After cultivating to the Emperor realm, a cultivator's life form will undergo a complete transformation. At that time, the body will produce Emperor Law. Emperor Law is very special. It contains incomparably terrifying power. Moreover, it is surrounded by countless runes. Thus, it is extremely powerful. The number of Emperor Laws will often affect a cultivator's combat power. Under normal circumstances, only after a boundary Emperor cultivator breaks through to the Great Emperor realm will they condense an Emperor Law. However, if a cultivator consumes the divine fruit, they will be able to refine the Emperor Laws within the divine fruit. As such, even before becoming a great monarch, one would have already mastered the great monarch laws. Once you break through to the martial monarch realm, you can imagine how terrifying your battle strength will be. If a cultivator has enough Emperor Laws in their body, they might be able to challenge sovereigns, saint emperors, and even sovereign lords. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng was deeply shocked. He suddenly thought of the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was so powerful. It had only been a few years since she became a great emperor. She could even compete with great emperors. The reason was not only because the Red World Fairy had cultivated 3,000 great Daos. I'm afraid there was an even more shocking reason. And that was, the Red World Fairy had refined an Emperor Law. Of course, there are many factors that affect a cultivator's battle strength. An Emperor Law is only one of them. The demon lord said. But there is no doubt. If you can refine an Emperor Law, then your battle strength will greatly increase. This unlucky guy who was killed was an imperial emperor when he was alive. In other words, his Emperor Law should be at the imperial emperor realm. The Emperor Law of a cultivator at this level must be very terrifying. Right now, your cultivation is able to contend against an immortal emperor realm cultivator. This is almost the limit you can reach. Even though there is only a thin line between an immortal emperor and an imperial emperor realm cultivator. But it is also the difference between heaven and earth. If you can refine an imperial emperor realm Emperor Law, then you will complete your transformation and be able to grasp the power that only an imperial emperor realm cultivator can grasp. At that time, with your methods, it shouldn't be difficult for you to contend against some early-stage imperial emperors. Lin Feng's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Before entering the emperor realm, he could contend against an imperial emperor. It was like listening to a fairy tale. But, this was true. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. This was truly a great opportunity. How many Emperor Laws can a cultivator produce in their body at each stage? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon lord said, this varies from person to person. Different individuals will produce different Emperor Laws in their body. Generally speaking, a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the God Emperor realm can only condense one Emperor Law. A cultivator at the second heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 3 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the third heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 9 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the fourth heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 27 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the fifth heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 81 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the sixth heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 243 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the seventh heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 729 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the eighth heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 2,187 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the ninth heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 6,561 Emperor laws. A cultivator at the 10th heavenly layer of the God-Emperor realm can condense 19,683 Emperor laws. These are the Emperor laws condensed by cultivators at the God-Emperor realm. If one breaks through to the immortal Emperor realm, the Emperor laws in one's body will completely transform and fuse together. After these Emperor laws fuse together, they will form the immortal Emperor laws. The division of Emperor laws between cultivators at the immortal Emperor realm is the same as the division of Emperor laws between cultivators at the God-Emperor realm. However, the number of Emperor laws between different cultivators may be the same. However, because these cultivators have different accumulations, the power of the Emperor laws is different. The power of one Emperor law condensed by some monstrous cultivators may be even more terrifying than the power of tens of thousands of other Emperor laws. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod his head. He was very clear about this point. Just like the magic power in Lin Feng's body. It might be even stronger than all the magic power in the body of a cultivator at the same level. The Demon Lord continued, "What I just said is only for ordinary cultivators. Those monstrous cultivators may have some other changes in the Emperor laws in their bodies due to various opportunities. Before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, refining Emperor laws is very useful for raising one's cultivation level." "Do you know why?" the Demon Lord suddenly asked. Lin Feng shook his head. The Demon Lord continued, "For example, if you refine one Emperor law now, when you break through to the Great Emperor realm, you will actually have 2 Emperor laws in your body. When you break through to the Great Emperor realm, the Emperor law you obtained from someone else will gradually be assimilated and eventually become one of the Emperor laws in your body. When you break through from the first sky of the Divine Emperor realm to the second sky of the Divine Emperor realm, your body will have 6 Emperor laws instead of 3. When you break through from the second sky of the Divine Emperor realm to the third sky of the Divine Emperor realm, your body will have 18 Emperor laws instead of 9. In other words, these Emperor laws will increase exponentially as your cultivation level increases. Therefore, before you break through to the Great Emperor realm, the more Emperor laws you refine, the better. This will have an unimaginable effect on your future." Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Emperor laws he refined from others could actually split into more Emperor laws as his cultivation level increased. This was too heaven-defying. An Imperial Lord level Emperor law. It was extremely terrifying. Of course, the more the better. This depends on the Imperial Lord level Emperor realm of the heaven-eating god demon that was killed. The higher the realm, the more Imperial Lord level Great Emperor laws it contains after death. The Demon Lord said. "Then I'll refine this divine eating fruit and see how many Emperor laws there are." Lin Feng smiled. He returned to the cabin. He carefully observed this divine eating fruit. Lin Feng immediately discovered. This divine eating fruit was actually emitting a series of thumping sounds. It was like the sound of a heart beating. The divine eating fruit was extremely extraordinary. It made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Lin Feng circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. He began to refine the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. Under the refinement of the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, a shocking scene appeared. The medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was gradually refined into the purest energy. Lin Feng began to devour the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. As the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was gradually devoured by Lin Feng's magic power began to increase. His magic power became stronger and stronger. Stronger and stronger. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. As his magic power continued to increase, Lin Feng's combat strength also continued to increase. After all the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit was refined, Lin Feng immediately discovered an Emperor Law floating in front of him. There's only one Emperor Law. It seems that the heaven-eating god demon that was killed was an early-stage imperial emperor. The demon lord said. The early-stage imperial emperor usually referred to the first, second, and third stages of the imperial emperor realm. An Emperor Law was extraordinary, however. The Emperor Law condensed from the divine eating fruit was only a part of the Emperor Law in the heaven-eating god demon's body. For example, if a heaven-eating god demon at the third stage of the imperial emperor realm had 9 Emperor Laws. After he died, the heaven-eating god demon turned into a divine eating fruit. Theoretically speaking, the divine eating fruit could condense 9 Emperor Laws at most. But in reality, that was not the case. The Emperor Law condensed from the divine eating fruit was far less than the one this heaven-eating god demon had. It was just as the demon lord had guessed. This culinary god fiend was indeed an early-stage imperial emperor when he was alive. To be precise, he was only at the second firmament of the imperial lord realm. This culinary god might have been extremely powerful when he was imprisoned in the god-forbidden realm. But after a long time, his cultivation base, he had already fallen down. Before he was killed, he had just broken through the shackles of the imperial emperor realm. Then, he took the opportunity to climb up another step. In the end, his cultivation stopped at the second heaven of the imperial emperor realm. However, as soon as he broke through, the ancient starry sky ship, Xianxia, rammed him to death. He was really unlucky. Lin Feng began to refine this imperial lord-level Emperor Law. Suddenly, the Emperor Law vibrated with a terrifying ripple, and the terrifying ripple slammed into Lin Feng. Emperors were terrifying. He was unwilling to be refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was injured by the terrifying power of this Emperor Law. His face was extremely pale. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You're dead. An ownerless object still dares to struggle? You're overestimating yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful dermic power surged into the Emperor's Law, suppressing it. The Emperor Law struggled more and more. But after all, it was just a law. It didn't have its own consciousness. The struggle from before was just an instinctive reaction. Therefore, it was impossible for this Emperor Law to completely resist Lin Feng's refinement. In the end, this Emperor Law was suppressed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng began to refine this Emperor Law with all his might. Refining an Emperor Law was not an easy task, especially when the one Lin Feng was refining was from an imperial lord-level expert. It was even more difficult to refine such a powerful Emperor Law. Lin Feng tried many times before he gradually formed a special connection with the Emperor Law. With this mysterious special connection, the Emperor Law no longer resisted Lin Feng's refinement. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. The Emperor Law no longer resisted his refinement. This was the first step in refining the Emperor Law. A journey of 1,000 miles. It began with a single step. The first step. It was the beginning of success. Time passed. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, this Emperor Law was refined by Lin Feng. A terrifying strength emerged from Lin Feng's body, which made the earth and sky lose color. That power. It was simply too terrifying. That power came from the terrifying power contained in the Emperor Law. That was the power of an imperial lord-level gluttonous god demon. One had to know that the gluttonous god demon was an extremely terrifying creature. His combat strength far surpassed cultivators of the same level. The gluttonous god demon could even easily challenge those of a higher level. From this, one could see how powerful the gluttonous god demon was. Such a tyrannical existence, his Emperor Law. It also far surpassed the Emperor Law of the same level. Perhaps a single Emperor Law of the gluttonous god demon was stronger than a few or even dozens of Emperor Laws of the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. This was just like how Lin Feng would break through the Emperor Law in the future. After condensing the Emperor Law, his Emperor Law would be many times stronger than the Emperor Law of the same level. Ha 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 ha, I've finally refined this Emperor Law. I can feel an unimaginable power brewing in my body. That power should be the power of an Imperial Lord-level Emperor Law, right? In the past, I could at most fight against peak immortal emperors. I couldn't fight against Imperial Lord-level experts. Now that I've refined this Emperor Law, I can finally challenge Imperial Lord-level experts. Lin Feng couldn't help but say excitedly. The Demon Lord said, the gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law is very violent. That's why you spent so much time refining the gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law. If it were any other cultivator, their body wouldn't be able to withstand the violent power of the Emperor Law. In the end, their body would self-destruct. The requirements for refining the gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law are too strict. But for you, this isn't too serious. Now that so many gluttonous god demons have appeared in the starry sky world, to others, these gluttonous god demons are as terrifying as the death god that walked out of hell. But for you, these gluttonous god demons are the greatest opportunity to increase your cultivation. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's heart immediately palpitated. The Demon Lord's words were simply too true. Every time he refined a gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law, his battle strength would greatly increase. The gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law would naturally be refined as soon as possible. Because refining a gluttonous god demon's Emperor Law, his accumulations would be even more powerful. Before breaking through to the Imperial Lord level, the more powerful his accumulations were, the more his battle strength would increase after breaking through. His potential would also be greater. Since that's the case, I'll look for gluttonous god demons in the starry sky world. Then, I'll hunt them down and refine their Emperor Laws to increase my cultivation. Lin Feng revealed a smile. The ancient starship Xianyuan quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was lost in thought. These are the two group accounts of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Everyone, add them. Also, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art's side story. For example, the side stories of some characters were posted on Old Steamed Bun's WeChat public account. Search for Wangzai Old Steamed Bun on WeChat public account and click follow. You can see all kinds of side stories. Tonight, we will release the Mysterious Metal Box's side story. Everyone, add Old Steamed Bun's WeChat public account. Thank you, everyone. I hope that everyone will support the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Art. Everyone had a dozen yuan, but it was the money Old Steamed Bun used to support his family. Refining the God-eating Devil Emperor was a way to increase his combat strength. Lin Feng was probably the only one who could do such a crazy thing. However, it was not an easy task to find the ogres in the vast starry sky world. Lin Feng searched for more than 10 days but did not find any trace of the ogres. On this day, Lin Feng saw a life planet in the distance. He flew towards the life planet. When Lin Feng landed on the life planet, he was shocked to find that the life planet had been destroyed. The life planet in its heyday. People came and went. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Now, it had become a dead land. The cries of malicious spirits could be heard everywhere. During the day, they could even see ghosts roaming about. Even a life-bearing planet has been destroyed. What exactly happened? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He felt that this place was not simple. Lin Feng landed in an ancient city. The ancient city was eerily quiet. There were many stalls on the streets. The doors of the shops were even open. But there was no one. He could only see some wandering malicious spirits. Screech! Those malicious spirits let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. Then, the malicious spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, directly pouncing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand. Swish, a light flashed. Suddenly, the ghost-raising jar flew out. Huff, 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 a powerful devouring force gushed out from the ghost-raising jar. One by one, the malicious ghosts were enveloped by the powerful devouring force. Then, they were directly devoured by the ghost-raising jar. Previously, Lin Feng had activated the ghost-raising jar to devour tens of thousands of malicious spirits in the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Now, Lin Feng continued to activate the ghost-raising jar to devour the malicious spirits on this planet. Lin Feng felt that perhaps it wouldn't take long. he would be able to cultivate the third ghost emperor. Soon, the malicious spirits in an ancient city were all devoured by the ghost-raising jar. Four Seasons Restaurant. Lin Feng stopped in front of a restaurant. Four Seasons Restaurant, that was the name of the restaurant. When Lin Feng arrived at the Four Seasons Restaurant's kitchen, he found that the charcoal under the kitchen stove was still warm. It hasn't been extinguished for a long time. It seems that the calamity on this planet happened in the past few days. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Although the scale of this planet was not particularly large, it would not be a problem for hundreds of millions or even billions of people to live here. Now, on such a planet, all of the creatures had disappeared without a trace, leaving no clues behind. It was just too strange. This filled Lin Feng's heart with doubts and puzzlement. What exactly happened? Lin Feng entered the depths of the ancient city. In the depths, there was a huge palace. This palace was called Floating Palace. Lin Feng guessed. The owner of this palace should be the owner of this planet. Lin Feng entered the Floating Palace. There were many palaces. Lin Feng passed through one palace after another. Finally, he passed through 18 palaces. In the depths of the 18 palaces, there was another palace. The door of this palace was a stone door. The stone door on the left had a drawing of a giant dragon. The stone door on the right had a drawing of a white tiger. The two drawings were vivid and lifelike. Whether it was the giant dragon or the white tiger, they seemed to want to rush out of the murals. These two drawings, it was really shocking. Lin Feng tried to push open the stone door. However, the stone door was thick and heavy. He actually couldn't push it open. The legendary Dragon Tiger Stone. The Demon Lord said. Dragon Tiger Stone? What kind of stone is this? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Before this, he had never heard of this stone. The Demon Lord said, rumor has it that the Dragon Tiger Stone is one of the most mysterious ancient stones. There is a rumor that the place where the Dragon Tiger Stone was born is also the place where the heaven-shaking stone steel was born. Oh? There is such a rumor? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Demon Lord said, whether the rumor is true or not is still unclear for the time being. However, the Dragon Tiger Stone is indeed an amazing treasure. What can this thing be used for? Lin Feng asked. Naturally, it can be used to forge treasures. The effect is the best. It can be used for both offense and defense, and its power is great. The Demon Lord said. Forge treasures? Since it can forge treasures, why didn't the owner of this floating palace use the Dragon Tiger Stone to forge powerful treasures for his own use? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. The Demon Lord said, I think it's not that the cultivator is unwilling to forge the Dragon Tiger Stone into treasures, but that he doesn't have the ability. What do you mean? Lin Feng continued to ask. The Demon Lord said, the Dragon Tiger Stone is too hard. Ordinary people can't smelt the Dragon Tiger Stone at all, let alone forge treasures with it. If you want to smelt the Dragon Tiger Stone, you either need to have an extremely powerful cultivation or borrow some external power. For example, borrow the power of heavenly fire. However, heavenly fire is too rare. Borrowing the power of heavenly fire is unrealistic for countless cultivators. So that's how it is. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. The owner of the floating palace had only occupied such a small planet to cultivate. Obviously, this person's cultivation wasn't very high. Even if he was a great emperor. Lin Feng guessed. The owner was probably a beginner great emperor. Therefore, he couldn't forge the Dragon Tiger Stone into his own treasures. Look carefully at the two pictures. You'll see that the dragon and white tiger images weren't drawn on, but appeared on their own. The Demon Lord continued. Hearing that, Lin Feng moved closer and looked carefully. He found that it was exactly as the Demon Lord had said. The images of the giant dragon and the white tiger were not drawn on the wall. Instead, they were the images of immortal stones. The two pictures were formed by the Dragon Tiger Stone itself. It was too magical. You've now forged the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. But have you ever thought of forging another life origin magic treasure? The Demon Lord suddenly asked. Forge another life origin magic treasure? Lin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes. What was going on, he remembered. A cultivator's life. He could only forge one life origin magic treasure. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, can't a cultivator only forge one life origin magic treasure? The demon lord said, that's not right. To be precise, a cultivator can forge a few life origin magic treasures depending on how many primordial spirits they have. Because a cultivator's primordial spirit and life origin magic treasure are connected. You have one main primordial spirit and 3 auxiliary primordial spirits. In other words, in theory, you can forge 4 life origin magic treasures at most. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, he revealed a look of joy. He could actually forge 4 life origin magic treasures. This was too shocking. The demon lord's words made Lin Feng's heart palpitate. 1 main primordial spirit. 3 main primordial spirits. A total of 4 primordial spirits could be forged into 4 life source magic treasure. The life source magic treasure was too important to cultivators. The more one reached the later stages of cultivation, the role of the life source magic treasure became more and more obvious. Of course, the prerequisite was that the level of the life source magic treasure he forged was strong enough. It was not an easy task to forge the life source magic treasure into an invincible treasure. The requirements for the materials were too high. For example, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp that Lin Feng forged was forged with the Primal Chaos Ancestral Qi as the main material. After that, it was fused with the Dark Yellow Ancestral Qi and other treasures. Lin Feng's Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was so powerful. And now that it had broken through to the Emperor weapon, he believed that it would definitely break through to the immortal weapon in the future. The magic treasure that could truly help cultivators was a magic treasure like the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Of course, it was too difficult to forge a magic treasure like the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. The main reason was that the materials were hard to find. However, a material like the Dragon Tiger Stone was a rare refining material. This stone material came from the same place as the stone material that created the heaven-shaking stone tablet. Although it couldn't compare to the stone material that created the heaven-shaking stone tablet. But it was heaven-defying enough. One could imagine. Once this material was forged into a life source magic treasure. Perhaps, this treasure could also be upgraded to the immortal weapon level in the future. A magic treasure forged from a material like the Dragon Tiger Stone might not be comparable to the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp in the future. But it wasn't far off. Following that, Lin Feng thought about how to remove the Dragon Tiger Stone. This stone door was divided into 2 doors, left and right. Now that the 2 doors were combined, it was extremely difficult to open them. After Lin Feng studied for a while, he still couldn't figure out a way to open the stone door. In the end, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the diagram of the giant dragon and white tiger. The diagram of the giant dragon and white tiger. They echoed from afar. Was there some kind of special connection between them? Lin Feng didn't want to think about it. He was an extremely observant person. In addition, he had an extremely profound understanding of formations. Therefore, he could often find some clues. This time, Lin Feng discovered that the key to opening the stone door was the dragon and tiger diagram. It was a rune that formed the image of a dragon and a tiger. They were connected together. Mysterious and unfathomable. Taking a closer look, one could see that the runes were on 2 different stone doors, but the runes were different. However, there was a special connection between them. Let me draw a rune to connect the runes on the 2 stone doors. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He tried to draw a rune on the 2 stone doors. As for this rune, it connected the 2 doors together. To be precise, it should have connected the giant dragon and the white tiger together. Roar, the giant dragon let out a long roar. Roar, the white tiger's roar resounded throughout the world. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Finally, something shocking happened. The huge dragon and the white tiger rushed out of the stone door. After circling around Lin Feng smiled. He returned to the stone door again. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw what had just happened. He was astonished. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The world was so big. There were all kinds of strange things. This sentence was indeed incomparably correct. What Lin Feng saw fully confirmed the correctness of that sentence. After the huge dragon and the white tiger flew back to the stone door, they retracted and entered the interior of the stone door. Lin Feng revealed a surprised expression and could not help but mutter to himself, "Can I open the stone door now?" He stepped forward. He attacked again. He tried to open the stone door. Rumble. Rumble. This time, the stone door made a violent grinding sound. Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression. Because the stone door was really shaken by him. It seemed that the stone door was about to be opened. Crack. Crack, the stone door violently rubbed against the ground. Finally, the stone door was gradually pushed open by Lin Feng. However, the stone door had just been pushed open by Lin Feng by a gap of more than a meter. At this moment, a black shadow rushed out. The speed of the black shadow was so fast that it made one speechless. The black shadow stretched out its sharp claws and clawed at Lin Feng's chest. That terrifying claw lightly scratched. It seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. There was actually a living creature behind the stone door. He could not help but be shocked. The other party suddenly launched a sneak attack. It was too late to react to this attack. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Lin Feng dodged the claws of the black silhouette again and again. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. The black shadow could not help but let out an angry roar when its attack missed. Gluttonous god fiend. When Lin Feng saw the existence that attacked, his eyes suddenly lit up. That black shadow. It was actually a gluttonous god fiend. If one had not seen a gluttonous god fiend before, they naturally would not be able to recognize it. After all, it was pitch black and one could not tell what it was. However, Lin Feng had eaten the gluttonous god fiend fruit before. Therefore, he recognized the gluttonous god fiend. Lin Feng spent a long time looking for the gluttonous god fiend, but he was unable to find its whereabouts. Today, he actually saw a gluttonous god fiend here. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. In Lin Feng's opinion, the gluttonous god fiend was a peerless opportunity to increase his cultivation. Lowly human cultivator. You were actually able to dodge this lord's attack. This lord is truly astonished. But next time, don't even think about dodging this lord's attack. You will undoubtedly die. As soon as its voice fell, the gluttonous god fiend directly charged at Lin Feng. This gluttonous god fiend was as fast as lightning. Its sharp claws once again swiped at Lin Feng. Moreover, this gluttonous god fiend's body emitted a dark power. The darkness directly enveloped the floating palace. This dark power was very terrifying. If a cultivator was swallowed by the darkness, move, speed, combat power, they would all be greatly suppressed. This point, it was very similar to Lin Feng's magnetic field. Whoosh, cold light flashed. The gluttonous god fiend's sharp claws, it had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. If the gluttonous god fiend's claws were to land on him, his body would be crushed by the gluttonous god fiend's claws. An incomparably contemptuous expression flashed across the gluttonous god fiend's eyes. In the gluttonous god fiend's opinion, this human cultivator in front of him, there was no way he could escape. He would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He threw a punch at the gluttonous god fiend. That terrifying power suddenly erupted. After sensing the power erupting from Lin Feng's body, the gluttonous god fiend's expression changed abruptly. The claws that were originally swiping at Lin Feng changed its attack pattern. It directly slashed at Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng and the gluttonous god fiend collided. Crack, crack. Ah, the gluttonous god demon let out an incomparably shrill scream. He took on Lin Feng's terrifying attack. The gluttonous god demon was heavily injured. You're a human cultivator who hasn't even entered the Great Emperor realm. How can you be so powerful? The gluttonous god demon looked at Lin Feng in disbelief after being injured. A human expert. The gluttonous god demon had seen him before. However, a monster like this young human in front of him. The gluttonous god demon had never seen him before. Even some of the princes of the gluttonous god-demon imperial family before entering the great emperor realm. It was very difficult for them to have such terrifying fighting strength. However, this human cultivator in front of him had such terrifying fighting strength. The gluttonous god-demon couldn't help but be deeply shocked. He was a fourth-stage god-emperor realm gluttonous god-demon, because the gluttonous god-demon clan was incomparably powerful. In addition, when he was at his peak in the past, this gluttonous god-demon had the fighting strength of a holy emperor realm gluttonous god-demon. Therefore, although his cultivation level had dropped, with his race's talent and past experience, it was even possible for him to defeat an immortal emperor realm expert. But now, he had only clashed with a young human cultivator once. He had suffered such serious injuries. The gluttonous god-demon couldn't accept it at all. Lin Feng said indifferently. I only used less than 10% of my fighting strength just now. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the gluttonous god-demon's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. Lin Feng's words, he naturally didn't believe it, less than 10% of his fighting strength. How could he be so powerful? Who was he trying to fool? Kid. You're bragging to the heavens. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The gluttonous god-demon looked coldly at Lin Feng. He had some extremely powerful techniques. These techniques, they were all trump cards. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't use them normally. But now, the gluttonous god-demon knew, he had no choice but to use these powerful techniques to deal with this young human cultivator. Although this young human cultivator was good at bragging, however, his strength was indeed extraordinary. Darkness descends. Suddenly, the culinary god-fiend let out a deep roar. The next moment, boundless dark power surged out of the gluttonous god-fiend's body. At this moment, the dark energy that surged out of his body was very different from the dark energy that had surged out before. The dark power that had gushed out earlier, although it was also extremely terrifying, it was far from being comparable to the power of darkness at this moment. And what surprised Lin Feng was that, he realized, the culinary god-demon had actually disappeared. Lin Feng's divine will was constantly searching for the gluttonous god-demon. He clearly felt that the gluttonous god-demon should be here. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng searched for the gluttonous god-demon, he found nothing. The situation was extremely strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The demon lord said, the gluttonous god-demon has fused with the darkness. He has become a part of the darkness. This is an extremely terrifying technique that the gluttonous god-demons possess. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. The gluttonous god-demon's techniques were truly terrifying, as expected of a race that could threaten the entire starry sky world. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all, because Lin Feng had a way to deal with the gluttonous god-demon's techniques. Triple magnetic field superposition. Lin Feng activated Era Hockey, White Tiger Hockey, and Supreme Hockey at the same time. The triple hockey superposition. It formed a powerful magnetic field. It protected Lin Feng within it. Just as the magnetic field was activated, behind him, there was a muffled sound of collision. The gluttonous god-demon, who had turned into darkness, attacked Lin Feng. However, it was blocked by Lin Feng's magnetic field. The timing of Lin Feng's magnetic field was truly impeccable. If it was a little later, he might have been injured by the gluttonous god-demon. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. Do you think that I can't deal with you just because you're hiding in the darkness? The gluttonous god-demon didn't answer Lin Feng. The gluttonous god-demon turned into darkness. He observed from the darkness. He was looking for Lin Feng's weakness. Then, he wanted to launch a sure-kill attack on Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng was walking forward in the darkness. God said, "Let there be light," thus, there was light in this world. I am the embodiment of the great Tao of light. I am the messenger that dispels the darkness. Great light, dispel the darkness, let this world return to the world of light. A series of low and deep voices suddenly rang out. Next, Lin Feng raised his right hand. Suddenly, his right hand changed. His right hand became dazzling and resplendent. It was so bright. The light was so dazzling. Lin Feng used the great light. This was one of the 3,000 great Daos. It was also one of the 1,033 types of the 3,000 great Daos that he cultivated. This great light was capable of dispelling all darkness. At that moment, Lin Feng had used it. The surrounding darkness, it was gradually being dispelled. You, the gluttonous god demon's hoarse voice could be heard. There was a hint of fear in his voice. Lin Feng's great light completely countered his descent of darkness. A streak of black light rushed out under the cover of the darkness. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the darkness had not been completely dispelled to escape. However, Lin Feng had been paying attention to the situation outside. It wanted to escape under Lin Feng's nose. It was simply daydreaming. Lin Feng sneered. Gluttonous god demon. You won't be able to escape. I want to kill you and refine your emperor laws. How can I let you escape so easily? As soon as he finished speaking, endless chi condensed and shot toward the fleeing streak of black light. Bang! A muffled sound of impact was heard. The streak of black light collided with Lin Feng's endless chi. The streak of black light was beaten back to its original form. Ah! Who are you? The gluttonous god demon roared in fear. Lin Feng's strength made him feel a deep sense of despair. I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Our gluttonous god demon clan has an emperor-level expert. If you dare to kill me, you won't have a good ending. Why don't we both take a step back? The gluttonous god demon shouted. So what if you're an emperor-level expert? Perhaps it won't be long before an emperor-level expert dies in my hands. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged forward. He directly used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack the gluttonous god demon. 3 consecutive punches were thrown. Bang! Refine. After killing the gluttonous god demon, Lin Feng opened his hand and began refining the final blood mist left behind by the gluttonous god demon. The bloody mist left behind by the gluttonous god demon turned into a gluttonous divine fruit. Now, no matter what level of emperor law it was, Lin Feng did not reject it. Even if it was a first heaven god emperor's emperor law. Even if it was an emperor law, it would still be extremely useful to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng collected the gluttonous god fruit, he did not immediately refine it. This place was not the place to refine the gluttonous god fruit. He opened the 2 stone doors completely and carefully studied them. He found that the 2 stone doors were embedded into the palace and could be easily removed. Pung! 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 Lin Feng punched out 3 times in a row. The left stone door moved. It left the range of the door frame. After Lin Feng removed it, he kept it in his mountain river ring. Following that, pung pung pung, Lin Feng punched out 3 more times. The right stone door moved. Lin Feng did the same and removed the right stone door. Both stone doors were removed by Lin Feng. Following that, Lin Feng entered the deepest part of the palace. There were large amounts of treasures here. For example, immortal stones of various quality were piled up like mountains. Apart from that, there were many refining materials. Immortal iron, god stones, natural treasures, etc. This palace should be a treasure trove built by the floating palace's owner. Lin Feng naturally did not hold back. He kept all the treasures in his mountain river ring. Following that, Lin Feng returned to the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship soared into the sky. It flew towards outer space. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Wang! Wang! At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that 2 things in the mountain river ring were emitting intense fluctuations. Lin Feng used his spiritual will to investigate. When he saw the item emitting the fluctuations, he revealed an extremely shocked expression. The 2 treasures emitting the fluctuations were actually the 2 fire demon talismans that Lin Feng obtained before. Fire demon talisman. One of the 72 martial talismans. Martial talismans were very special. It had a huge impact on cultivators. This was because martial talismans could allow a cultivator's martial soul to evolve. Lin Feng's martial soul had already undergone 2 evolutions. Therefore, his martial spirit had increased from 1 devouring martial spirit to 5. If he could find a new talisman, at that time, he would still be able to borrow a new talisman. Once again, his martial soul evolved. If Linfang's martial soul were to evolve once more, the 5 devouring martial spirits might be able to evolve into 6 or even 7. The devouring martial spirit was extremely important to Lin Feng. For example, Linfang's 5 times dragon elephant arm. It was the devouring martial spirit that played a crucial role. If Linfang's devouring martial spirit had 6 or even 7 martial spirits, in that case, when he displayed the arm of dragon and elephant, it would be even more powerful. At that time, it would no longer be the 5 times dragon elephant arm. Instead, it was 6 times dracophant arms or 7 times dracophant arms. The fire demon talisman is acting strangely. What's going on? Could it be that these 2 fire demon talismans have sensed the location of the 3rd fire demon talisman? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Then, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Martial talismans were too precious. To collect a complete set of martial talismans was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng had always wanted to obtain a complete set of martial talismans. However, this was easier said than done. But now, Lin Feng saw the hope of gathering the fire demon talismans again. Lin Feng carefully observed the fire demon talisman. He wanted to rely on the fire demon talisman's reaction to find the 3rd fire demon talisman. However, at this time, Lin Feng's 2 fire demon talismans no longer emitted any fluctuations. He became ordinary and mediocre. What's going on? Could it be that the reaction to the fire demon talisman has disappeared? Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. After a long time, there was still no movement from the 2 fire demon talismans. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, and said, "It seems that they really have lost their connection. It's such a pity. It seems that the time to obtain the 3rd fire demon talisman is not ripe yet." Although the 2 fire demon talismans had lost their connection to the 3rd fire demon talisman, but Lin Feng believed it, since he had already sensed it for the first time. Then, in the future, he would be able to sense it for the 2nd time, or even the 3rd or 4th time. As long as the 2 fire demon talismans on him could sense the location of the 3rd fire demon talisman from time to time, Lin Feng believed it. It was only a matter of time before he obtained the 3rd fire demon talisman. Lin Feng kept the 2 fire demon talismans. Then, Lin Feng took out the divine eating fruit. Lin Feng began to refine the medicinal power of the divine eating fruit. The pure energy contained in the divine eating fruit was steadily increasing Lin Feng's battle prowess. After the pure energy had been completely refined, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Only the Emperor Law of the Divine Lord level was left. What made Lin Feng happy was that there were actually 3 Emperor Law of the Divine Lord level. Every Emperor Law. They were all emitting intense fluctuations. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. What a pleasant surprise. 3 Emperor Laws. How much would his battle prowess increase? Lin Feng began to refine the 3 Emperor Laws. After the experience of refining the Emperor Law for the first time, at this moment, he refined the Emperor Law again. It was much easier than the first time. Lin Feng only used a mere 10 days of the stone sword to successfully refine all 3 Emperor Laws. After successfully refining the 3 Emperor Laws, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Lin Feng felt that his battle prowess had soared once again. What made Lin Feng extremely happy was that refining the Emperor Law would not make the lightning tribulation light between his eyebrows stronger. It seemed, only by cultivating the 3000 Great Tao would the lightning tribulation light between his eyebrows become stronger. Breaking through the Emperor realm and breaking through other realms. It was somewhat different. After refining the 3 Emperor Laws, Lin Feng had already refined 4 Emperor Laws. An Imperial Lord level Emperor Law. 3 Emperor God level Emperor Laws. Lin Feng's battle prowess. He didn't know how many times it had increased. Lin Feng didn't plan to forge the Dragon Tiger Stone into a natal magic treasure for the time being. This was because refining the Dragon Tiger Stone was very difficult. It would take a long time to forge a precious material like the Dragon Tiger Mountain into a natal magic treasure. And Lin Feng was currently traveling in the starry sky. He was searching for traces of the God Eater. He didn't have that much time to refine the Dragon Tiger Stone. After he became an emperor, he would have time. The ancient starship Xianxia continued to fly quickly in the starry sky world. Lin Feng entered a starry sky world. That starry sky world. The starry sky was endless. Along the way, Lin Feng encountered many cultivators. On this day, a great battle broke out above a planet. Two beautiful female cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. When he saw one of the female cultivators, Witch Guan Guan, it turned out to be this woman. Lin Feng met the Witch Guan Guan in the battlefield of geniuses. In Lin Feng's impression, Guan Guan was a passionate and bold woman with a hot and charming figure. However, after parting on the battlefield of geniuses, Lin Feng never saw Guan Guan again. Later, he found out that the cultivators of the Saint Devil Palace had all gone to the Nine Regions Great World. However, in the Nine Regions Great World, Lin Feng also couldn't see Guan Guan. After many years, Guan Guan was as beautiful as ever. She was still that peerless demoness who could mesmerize people to death. And the female cultivator who was fighting with Guan Guan was also extremely beautiful. The female cultivator was dressed in white, which made her look very otherworldly. However, she always had a cold expression on her face, as if she didn't want strangers to come close. The cold female cultivator's cultivation was extremely powerful. Of course, Guan Guan's cultivation was also tyrannical enough. The two were locked in a fierce battle. The ancient starship Xianxia stopped in the starry sky world. Lin Feng stood on the deck and looked at the witch Guan Guan and said, "Why are the two fairies fighting together? This starry sky world is so dangerous. If the two of you are injured, others may find an opportunity to take advantage of." After hearing this voice, the two women turned their heads. The cold female cultivator couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw Lin Feng. Although the cultivator in front of her was very young, and his cultivation didn't seem to have broken through to the emperor realm, but he still gave her a feeling of extreme danger. The cold female cultivator didn't know why she had such a feeling in the depths of her heart. She always felt that the man in front of her was not as simple as he seemed. When the witch Guan Guan saw Lin Feng, she showed an extremely surprised expression. Then, her lips curled up slightly. Then, she revealed a mesmerizing smile. Even after many years, when the witch Guan Guan saw Lin Feng again, she still recognized Lin Feng's identity at a glance. Many years passed. Lin Feng's expression didn't change. "Husband, why aren't you coming to help me deal with this woman?" Demoness Guan Guan said sweetly. Her voice made Lin Feng's bones go soft. Witch Guan Guan's personality was very bold and unrestrained. In the past, she had always called Lin Feng her husband. He even told Lin Feng about it. She, the witch Guan Guan, was destined to be Lin Feng's woman. It was just that when Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of her, the witch had never let Lin Feng succeed. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally felt that the witch should take care of what she said. It was said in a flirting manner. Men could flirt with women. Women could also flirt with men. Being teased by such a high-quality woman like the witch Guan Guan, it was quite an interesting thing. He had teased her too many times. Dry wood meets raging fire. Perhaps the two of them might even turn the act into reality. When the cold as ice female cultivator heard the way witch Guan Guan addressed Lin Feng, her complexion changed slightly. Lin Feng gave her a strange feeling. He didn't look strong, but he gave her an extremely dangerous feeling. Therefore, the cold as ice woman didn't want to be besieged by the witch Guan Guan and Lin Feng. She once again slapped the witch Guan Guan. With the help of the collision generated during this confrontation, the cold as ice female cultivator quickly retreated. She looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way and then quickly left. "I wanted to make a move, but that woman has already left." Lin Feng shrugged and said. That woman left, but the witch Guan Guan didn't seem to take it seriously. She quickly flew towards the ancient starry sky ship Lin Feng was on. Then she landed on the ancient starry sky ship Xianxia. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but say with a smile. His praise came from the bottom of his heart. One had to know. In the past, Guan Guan was known as the #1 beauty of the demonic path. Her beauty was naturally a beauty that made all flowers pale in comparison. Guan Guan Guan, such a woman. No matter where she went, she would become the focus of everyone's attention. Guan Guan smiled and said, no matter how beautiful she is. Isn't she also your woman? Lin Feng reached out and hugged Guan Guan's small waist. But Guan Guan was like a butterfly. A butterfly step. She nimbly dodged Lin Feng's hug. Fairy, didn't you just say that no matter how beautiful she is still my woman? Why are you avoiding your man's embrace now? Lin Feng looked at Guan Guan with a smile that was not a smile. Guan Guan said, she is indeed young master's woman. But we have to wait until young master is officially married before we can have some intimate actions. After saying that, Guan Guan even winked at Lin Feng. This woman. She was really a vixen. Every move. She could make people fall head over heels for her. Lin Feng smiled and didn't continue on this topic. He asked, back then, I once inquired about you in the Sky Martial continent and the 9 provinces, but I didn't get any results. What have you been doing all these years? Could it be that you have been cultivating in seclusion? Guan Guan shook her head and said, that's not the case. Before the Sky Martial continent fell into chaos, I had already left the Sky Martial continent. I only heard about the Sky Martial continent a few years ago, and even the 9 provinces fell into chaos. But fortunately, the chaos has been quelled. Lin Feng nodded and said, yes, to be able to quell the chaos is really not easy. Guan Guan said, I heard that a few extremely terrifying existences appeared in the 9 provinces, and only then did they quell the chaos? I was cultivating in the Xian domain Star Ocean, and because it was rather far from the 9 provinces great world, the information I know about that great battle is limited. I wonder if the information I received is true. The information is correct. It was indeed a few experts who appeared and killed the myriad race's 5 ancestors, which quelled the chaos. Lin Feng said. Guan Guan couldn't help but say in shock, I didn't expect this rumor to be true. The 9 provinces great world has declined for so many years, but there are still experts who can kill the myriad race's 5 ancestors? It's really inconceivable. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although killing the myriad race's 5 ancestors was an indisputable fact. However, the 9 provinces great world had to pay a heavy price. For example, Xianxia, the old farmer, and the patriarch of destruction would be corroded by the curse. They might even lose themselves completely. In the end, they would become slaves to the curse. They wouldn't know who they were. They would live in pain for all eternity. As for the Mu clan's patriarch, because of that attack, his already short lifespan was greatly reduced. You don't look too good. Are you all right? Guan Guan couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lin Feng collected his emotions and said with a smile. Then. He mentioned that woman. Guan Guan curled his lips and said, that woman is called Murong Bing. I don't know where she came from, but when we were training, we had a conflict over a treasure. That treasure was taken by me, so this woman hates me. I never thought that I would actually see this woman in this world of stars. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred, so this woman wants to kill me. It's just that she doesn't have the ability to do so yet. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Guan Guan had been putting herself on a pedestal. This had to do with her unyielding personality. However, with Lin Feng's eyesight, he could still see it. That female cultivator called Murong Bing was very scary. She had some hidden techniques that she hadn't used yet. If she used them, Guan Guan shouldn't be a match for that female cultivator. Of course. Guan Guan's cultivation was strong enough. Lin Feng estimated that Guan Guan's cultivation should have reached the immortal emperor realm. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He didn't know how Guan Guan cultivated. What kind of opportunities did you get all these years? How did your cultivation increase so quickly? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Guan Guan said, back then, I entered a secret realm left behind by the time god to cultivate. That's why my cultivation increased. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. Space god. Time god. They were all ancient existences from the era of titled gods. They were many times stronger than ordinary innate life forms. Even immortals were extremely terrifying in front of them. Of course. The space god and time god that Lin Feng was talking about were the first generation titled gods. How many generations did the time god pass down their legacy? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. However, the secret realm that I entered by chance is very likely left behind by the first generation time god. 1 day outside. 1 year in that place. What? A day outside is equivalent to a year in the secret realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He could imagine. There must be many opportunities in that secret realm. Moreover, the law of time could create such a huge difference in time. No wonder, in such a short time, Guanguan's cultivation had actually reached the immortal emperor realm. Guanguan said, the secret realm that I entered was actually nothing. It is said that the time god left behind an even more incredible secret realm. 1 day outside is 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years in the secret realm. Unfortunately, I don't know where those secret realms are. Lin Feng said, this time god is truly heaven-defying. To think that his methods would be so terrifying, it's truly inconceivable. There was a slight pause. Lin Feng continued asking, where's the secret zone you were cultivating in? Such an extraordinary secret realm. Lin Feng naturally wanted to enter and cultivate as well. If he could get in. What a heaven-defying opportunity, Guanguan said with a wry smile, that secret realm has already disappeared. Originally, I wanted to continue cultivating in that rice landscape for a few more years, but that secret realm is very special. It seems that there is a specific time limit for cultivation. When the time limit was exceeded, I was sent out. As for where the secret realm went, I don't know. Hearing Guanguan's words, Lin Feng could not help but feel that it was a pity. Such an extraordinary secret realm. It had actually disappeared. There was no chance to enter and cultivate. It had to be said that it was truly a pity. Why did you come to this Star Sea world? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I obtained an ancient starry sky map. This ancient starry sky map recorded the starry sky Saint Emperor's training ground in the past. Guanguan said. Starry sky Saint Emperor? Lin Feng was very surprised. It was actually a Saint Emperor level expert. It seemed that Guanguan had come to find this Saint Emperor level expert's legacy. Do you have any clues? Lin Feng continued asking. Guanguan said, the stars in the spacetime world are always moving. After so many years, it is very difficult to find, so I haven't been able to find it for the time being. However, it should be in this star sea. This star sea is very vast. There are dozens of star fields. Finding it is not an easy task. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly as he said. Guanguan said, this starry sky Saint Emperor's training ground must be found because I heard that this starry sky Saint Emperor obtained the legacy of an ancient immortal. Therefore, the starry sky Saint Emperor's legacy is very likely to contain the legacy of an ancient immortal. Hearing this, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The legacy of an ancient immortal. It was naturally extremely heaven-defying. If he could obtain it, it would definitely be a great improvement for him. Husband, do you want to help me find it? When the time comes, the two of us will share the legacy. Guanguan said coquettishly. She revealed a seductive expression. It was really extremely charming. Lin Feng also had the same intention. Because if he could really find this starry sky Saint Emperor's legacy, then he might be able to obtain quite a few of the 3,000 great Dao. Other magical powers, magic treasures, and so on. Lin Feng might not care. But only the 3,000 great Dao. He cared about it very much. Because the 3,000 great Dao were too important to him. Before becoming an emperor, Lin Feng needed to constantly collect the 3,000 great Dao. Naturally, the more the 3,000 great Dao he refined, the better. This would play an extremely crucial role in Lin Feng's future. No problem. We can search together. At the same time, we can deepen our relationship during this period of time. I have missed you very much all these years. Lin Feng's eyes fiercely glanced at Guanguan's hot and delicate body, and then said. He, really? Guanguan asked with a flirtatious smile. Then she twisted her small waist and walked towards the cabin. In the following period of time, Lin Feng and Guan Guan searched for the location of the Starry Sky Saint Emperor's training ground. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used the ancient star map that Guan Guan took out as a medium and used the deduction technique of the innate 8 trigrams to deduce. They searched for about a month. The two of them arrived on a lonely star. This star was surrounded by a large amount of death aura. That kind of death aura was extremely terrifying. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of oppression. The two of them entered this death planet. They went deeper and deeper. Finally, they arrived outside a huge mountain range in the center of the death planet. This place really doesn't look like a place with opportunities. Guan Guan couldn't help but frown and say. Lin Feng said, whether the Starry Sky Saint Emperor's legacy is here or not, we'll know once we go in and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took the lead and flew towards the mountain range. Finally, they saw a huge cave dwelling in the deepest part of the mountain range. There were 4 words written on the cave dwelling. Star Cave Sky. Star Cave Sky, we really found it. This is the place where the Starry Sky Saint Emperor cultivated in the past, Guan Guan said in surprise. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, someone is here, Lin Feng said. Guan Guan nodded and could not help but frown slightly. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. It seemed that someone had followed them. However, both he and Guan Guan did not notice these people following them. From this, it could be seen just how extraordinary were these people's methods. Very soon, a group of people quickly flew over. There were a total of 13 cultivators. They were actually all Great Emperor Realm cultivators. These Great Emperor Realm cultivators were very powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he sensed the chi of some cultivators. Suaojuan, it's actually you. After seeing one of the cultivators, Guan Guan's expression suddenly changed. The cultivator that Guan Guan called Suaojuan looked rather young. However, Lin Feng sensed their life aura. He realized that this person's lifespan should be around 1,000,000 years. Of course, although the Suaojuan had lived for more than 100 years, his lifespan was estimated to be at least 10 to 20 million years. He still had an extremely long lifespan. Guan Guan. We really haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect to meet here. Suaojuan looked at Guan Guan with a smile that was not a smile. It was as if he was in control of everything. Humph. Guan Guan could not help but snort coldly. Her expression was very ugly as she said coldly, you obviously followed us here, and you have the nerve to say that we haven't seen each other for a long time? You are really hypocritical. Ha 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 ha. Suaojuan suddenly laughed out loud. He said, if someone else said this to me, they would have been a dead man. However, it's different for you. Perhaps, this is called loving the house and its crow. Lin Feng could tell. This cultivator called Suaojuan should be interested in Guan Guan. But Guan Guan. Obviously, she was not interested in this person. Put away that hypocritical look of yours. Who doesn't know that you, Suaojuan, have more than 900 concubines and you often give your women to others? Therefore, when I see someone like you standing in front of me, I feel disgusted. Guan Guan said with a cold smile. Surprisingly, Suaojuan did not get angry. He smiled and said, everyone, what do you think of this woman? A cultivator said, there aren't many women who can resist Brother Su's charm. Another cultivator said, this kind of woman is interesting. She can be taught slowly. She's much more interesting than those female cultivators who are obedient from the start. Ha 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 ha. It seems Brother Yan is also a top expert in teaching women, a cultivator said with a laugh. These people began to talk at the same time. And the topic was very explicit. These cultivators were very powerful. To them, women were just seasonings for their cultivation. They would not give true love. As he spoke, there was also a lot of discrimination towards women. In their eyes, women were just their playthings. Birds of a feather flocked together. Birds of a feather flocked together. These 13 people were all the same. No wonder they could gather together. Who are these people? And who is that Suaojuan? Lin Feng could not help but ask in a low voice. Guan Guan said with an ugly expression, among these people, I only know Su Aojuan. He is also from the Xian Domain Star Ocean. He is from the Su clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Xian Domain Star Ocean. His father is a grand elder of the Su clan. This person is already a sovereign emperor expert. Currently, the clan that I am relying on is my mother's clan. However, my mother's clan is much weaker compared to the Su clan. My mother's position in the clan is rather special. Although my mother's clan cannot be compared to the Su clan, it is still not a small matter. This Su Aojuan would not dare to do anything to us. However, these people have followed us here. It seems like we have no fate with this place. Seeing Guan Guan and Lin Feng talking so close to each other, Su Aojuan's expression could not help but sink. He felt that Guan Guan and Lin Feng's relationship should not be ordinary. This Su Aojuan had a very big hobby. And that was to collect beauties. He built a 10,000 immortal palace. Within the 10,000 immortal palace, it was the various beauties that Su Aojuan collected. Some of the beauties were his concubines. Some of the beauties, they were just female slaves that he played with. Ever since Su Aojuan saw Guan Guan, he had been thinking about Guan Guan. However, Guan Guan's mother was very powerful. Su Aojuan did not dare to go overboard. This time, Su Aojuan was heading to the 9 mysterious great world. He also wanted to go to the 9 mysterious great world to try his luck. He wanted to see if he had the chance to obtain the treasure that was passed down from the Supreme Divine Court. However, Su Aojuan did not expect to see Guan Guan. Su Aojuan had some understanding of Guan Guan and knew that Guan Guan had great luck. This time, he came out to walk around. Perhaps it was because he had obtained some special clues and came to look for the opportunity. Hence, Su Aojuan and the others followed him silently. Now, they had really found the opportunity. It was also the place of inheritance of the Starry Sky Saint Emperor. However, now, Su Aojuan was extremely angry. Because, the Guan Guan that he had been thinking about actually looked so intimate with another man. Brat! Who are you? Su Aojuan looked at Lin Feng and asked indifferently. What's the matter? Lin Feng looked at Su Aojuan indifferently and asked. This guy actually dared to peek at Guan Guan. He was simply courting death. Lin Feng had already regarded Guan Guan as his exclusive property. Such a top-grade woman. She could only be his. Who was this Su Aojuan? How dare he think about her? When he saw Lin Feng's carefree expression, Su Aojuan's brows could not help but twitch violently. In his eyes, there was also a flash of coldness. A cultivator who had not even broken through to the Emperor realm. He actually dared to act mysterious in front of him. He was simply courting death. A cultivator who has not even entered the Emperor realm actually dares to use such a tone to speak to me. You really overestimate yourself. Should I say that you are stupid? Or should I say that you are arrogant? Do you know that your actions are already enough for you to die 10 times? However, I can give Guan Guan face and spare your dog life. However, you have to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. Su Aojuan said in an unquestionable tone. Lin Feng dared to say no. He seemed to be about to unleash a thunderous attack to deal with Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, Brother Su is really talented. You can even think of such an insulting method. I really admire you to the extreme. Suddenly, a cultivator laughed out loud. Su Aojuan and the group all looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. Someone loudly berated, little brat. Didn't you hear what Brother Su said? Brother Su asked you to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. Let us see if you can do it well. Seeing this group of people humiliating Lin Feng, Guan Guan immediately said angrily, Su Aojuan, don't go overboard. Lin Feng's cultivation was not weak. However, he was only a peak quasi-emperor after all. Hence, Guan Guan knew that Lin Feng would definitely not be able to fight against these people. Hence, Guan Guan took the initiative to stand up for Lin Feng. So what if it's overboard? In a world where the strong are respected, no matter what the strong do, it's not overboard. Instead, it's the weak who get bullied. They only have themselves to blame, Su Aojuan said indifferently. He did not care about what Guan Guan thought. He was an extremely self-centered person. He would not easily change his mind once he decided on something. What will it take for you to let Lin Feng go? Guan Guan asked with an ugly expression. If they were to compete with strength, even if she and Lin Feng joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for Su Aojuan and the rest. Hence, she could only talk about conditions. Seeing Guan Guan so nervous about Lin Feng, Su Aojuan only felt a ball of fire burning in his heart. That ball of fire almost ignited his entire body. That ball of fire, it was the fire of jealousy. Su Aojuan laughed sinisterly and said, "It's not impossible to save this kid, but you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Guan Guan asked. "Accompany me for 3 days and 3 nights. Then, I'll let this kid go," Su Aojuan said. Hearing that, Guan Guan's expression became extremely ugly. "Why? You don't want to promise me?" Su Aojuan sneered and asked with an aggressive look. Guan Guan bit her lips, just as she was about to speak. At this moment, Lin Feng said indifferently, "You're called Su Aojuan, right? Emperor Realm cultivation is not considered weak. However, this does not give you the right to do whatever you want outside. I don't care if you offend others. However, if you dare to offend me, you're courting death. Just now, you wanted me to kneel on the ground and bark 10 times, right? Now, kneel on the ground and bark 10 times. If I'm satisfied, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground." When Lin Feng said this, everyone present was stunned. Because Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. Guan Guan was also dumbfounded. No one had expected Lin Feng to say such words. One must know. Su Aojuan was an imperial emperor. What kind of terrifying existence was that? Apart from Su Aojuan, there were 2 imperial emperors among the remaining 12 people. There were 10 other people. They were all at the immortal emperor realm. The combined power of such a group of people was simply unimaginable. However, Lin Feng actually dared to say such words to Su Aojuan. Even Guan Guan wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head and see what Lin Feng was thinking. Because after he said those words, it could be said that he had completely fallen out with Su Aojuan. Su Aojuan was such an arrogant and self-righteous person. He definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Good, good, good. There's actually someone who dares to say such words to me. He's simply courting death. Su Aojuan's face revealed a cold murderous intent. He was an Imperial Emperor realm expert. In the Starry Sky world, he was also an Overlord realm expert. Now, he was being humiliated by a Boundary Emperor. This anger. How could he swallow it? Now, Su Aojuan only had one thought in his mind, and that was how to torture this reckless brat in front of him. Humiliating you, that's because I have the strength to humiliate you. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel on the ground and bark like a dog, then only death awaits you. Lin Feng continued with an unquestionable tone, causing Su Aojuan to kneel on the ground. Arrogant. He was really too arrogant. A Boundary Emperor realm cultivator. He actually made an Imperial Emperor realm cultivator kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. Moreover, he even shamelessly boasted to this Imperial Emperor realm cultivator that he had the strength to humiliate an Imperial Emperor realm cultivator. The cultivators present had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Feng. Now, Guan Guan smiled bitterly at the side. He knew what kind of person Su Aojuan was. This person would take revenge for the smallest grievance. To humiliate Su Aojuan like this, Su Aojuan would definitely not let this matter rest. Guan Guan could not help but be very worried about Lin Feng's safety. Brat. Later, I will make you kneel on the ground and beg me to spare your dog life. Su Aojuan's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was already difficult to suppress. However, Su Aojuan did not want Lin Feng to die too easily. He wanted to ruthlessly torture and humiliate Lin Feng. Enough torture. Only then would he kill Lin Feng. Su Aojuan's body moved. He was about to make a move. At this moment, an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator said, to deal with such an ant, there is no need for Brother Su to take action. That would be beneath Brother Su's status. How about I suppress this brat on Brother Su's behalf? The cultivator who spoke was an extremely thin cultivator. There was a sinister and terrifying aura lingering around his body. He should be an expert of the demonic path. His eyes were extremely sinister and evil. He looked into that pair of eyes. It was enough to make people shudder with fear. This cultivator was called Lian Hualong. He was an expert of the demonic path. He was at the second heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. Among all of them, he had the lowest cultivation level. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. The second heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. In any place, he could be considered an expert. It was naturally an easy task for Lian Hualong to deal with Lin Feng. At least, that was how it seemed to everyone. If you want to deal with Lin Feng, you have to get through me first. Guan Guan said coldly. She wanted to protect Lin Feng. At the same time, Guan Guan transmitted her voice to Lin Feng, I will try my best to delay these people. You should run quickly. They won't dare to do anything to me. You don't have to worry about me. At this moment, Lin Feng naturally could not leave Guan Guan alone here. This was not something a man should do. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't worry. It's just a bunch of nobodies. It's a piece of cake. A bunch of mediocre characters? This time, the 13 experts on Su Aojuan's side all looked gloomy. Because, this time, Lin Feng had directly humiliated the 13 of them. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let's see how you die later. Many cultivators on Su Aojuan's side looked at Lin Feng coldly. In their eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. I only need one punch to beat you half to death. Lian Hualong stepped forward and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Next. Be careful. Guan Guan could not help but exclaim. Lian Hualong was a cultivator of the second celestial emperor layer, while Lin Feng only had the strength of the top of the Di-Chi layer. The gap between them was huge. As such, Guan Guan was extremely worried about Lin Feng's safety. She was afraid that Lin Feng would be in trouble. As for Su Aojuan and the rest, they looked at Lin Feng coldly as if they were looking at a dead man. A second heaven immortal emperor against a peak quasi-emperor. Naturally, it was a piece of cake. As such, they felt that, under Lian Hualong's attack, Lin Feng might not even have the strength to resist. Lian Hualong's terrifying attack was about to collide with Lin Feng's body. At this moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng raised his right hand and slapped towards Lian Hualong. Seeing that Lin Feng actually chose to fight Lian Hualong head-on, the corners of Su Aojuan and the others' mouths curled up into a mocking smile. They all thought that Lin Feng was overestimating his own abilities. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Fist and palm collided. Lin Feng and Lian Hualong collided. The scene that everyone imagined of Lin Feng being beaten half to death by Lian Hualong did not happen. Instead, Lian Hualong looked as if he was struck by lightning. His body flew out. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard. Lian Hualong's arm that collided with Lin Feng broke. Even his bones were exposed. White bones. It was extremely miserable. Ah! My arm! Lian Hualong could not help but scream. How is this possible? A series of exclamations could not help but resound in the air. Su Aojuan and the rest looked extremely gloomy. Lian Hualong was an immortal emperor realm cultivator. He collided with Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator. It was a completely one-sided collision. Lin Feng was completely fine. Instead, Lian Hualong was severely injured by Lin Feng. His arm was broken. It was truly inconceivable. Guan Guan also looked at Lin Feng with a shocked expression. Guan Guan could naturally sense Lin Feng's cultivation. Of course. Guan Guan also knew that Lin Feng was extraordinary. However, in Guan Guan's opinion, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, even if he could fight against an emperor realm cultivator who was a whole realm higher than him, he was still too weak. In terms of Lin Feng's realm, It was already not easy to fight against a God Emperor realm cultivator. After all, anyone who hadn't reached the Great Emperor realm was just an ant. For a cultivator who had yet to enter the Great Emperor realm to be able to fight against a God Emperor realm cultivator was already a legend. It was shocking enough. Against immortal Emperor realm experts, it should be very difficult. However, everything that was happening before his eyes was completely out of Guanguan's expectations. Lin Feng was already so strong that a casual strike could heavily injure a second-layer immortal emperor. Was Lin Feng really just a quasi-emperor? Guanguan even thought that Lin Feng had used a method to hide his cultivation. He had purposely concealed his cultivation level and only displayed the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor to the world. In fact, he wanted to confuse others. It was no wonder that Guanguan would think that way. If it was anyone else, seeing how terrifying Lin Feng was, they would probably think that way. Die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and directly slashed out a ray of sword chi. Buzz. That ray of sword chi shook violently. Next, that ray of sword chi slashed towards Lian Hualong, who was sent flying. Brat, you are courting death. When Su Aojuan and the others saw this scene, they could not help but be furious. Lin Feng actually wanted to kill in front of him. Was he not putting them in his eyes at all? The eyes of the cultivators flashed with dense killing intent. They wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, his angry shout could not stop Lin Feng's attack. That terrifying sword chi instantly tore through the void and slashed in front of Lian Hualong. Lian Hualong was shocked and wanted to use his divine ability to block Lin Feng's attack. But it was too late. There was a poochie sound. Along with that tearing sound, Lian Hualong's body was torn into two. Lian Hualong died tragically on the spot. Lin Feng waved his hand and Lian Hualong's body exploded, leaving behind the purest source, which Lin Feng kept. Now, Lin Feng had not broken through to the Emperor realm. An immortal Emperor-level origin source was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. During this period of time, Lin Feng had obtained a lot of Great Emperor source. And these Great Emperor source were all kept by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had not refined these Great Emperor source. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to refine these Great Emperor source when he broke through to the Emperor realm. In this way, the probability of breaking through would be higher. Brat. You deserve to die 1,000 times for your sins. Su Aojuan's voice was extremely cold and filled with cold killing intent. Lin Feng said indifferently, a piece of trash like you dares to say such words to me? Everyone had already seen Lin Feng's arrogance. However, everyone realized, as it turned out, Lin Feng's arrogance was only the tip of the iceberg. Even when facing an emperor-level expert like Su Aojuan, Lin Feng still acted so high and mighty. This made Su Aojuan and the others gnash their teeth in hatred. Does this guy really have the strength to deal with Su Aojuan? Guanguan could not help but mutter in her heart. Guanguan had some understanding of Lin Feng. She knew that Lin Feng was not the kind of person who did not know what was important. But now, Lin Feng was so arrogant and arrogant. It made those close to him happy. It made those enemies hate him. Guanguan felt that Lin Feng might really have the strength to do so. After thinking about it, Guanguan could not help but be shocked. She could not believe that this was real. After all, the other party still had 3 emperor-level experts. As for the 9 immortal emperors, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, could it be that he could rely on his own strength to deal with so many experts? Later, I will definitely slice off your flesh piece by piece. Then, I will pull out your soul and throw it into the boundless purgatory. You will suffer endless torture for all eternity. Su Aojuan's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. His eyes flickered with a cold light. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. As for the other cultivators, they had spread out. They wanted to deal with Lin Feng together. These people were really cautious. They were worried that Lin Feng had some powerful tricks up his sleeve, so they chose to attack together. Step back. I will deal with this group of trash. We will be able to end this battle soon. Lin Feng said. Hearing that, Guanguan hurriedly stepped back. Su Aojuan and the others' eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked down on them. This caused their killing intent towards Lin Feng to reach its peak. Boom, Su Aojuan was the first to attack. Terrifying magic power surged out of his body. He began to condense a powerful divine ability to deal with Lin Feng. At the same time, the other 11 Emperor-level experts also began to circulate their magic power and condense their divine abilities. 3 Emperor-level experts, 9 immortal emperors. Boom boom boom, a series of incomparably powerful divine powers blasted towards Lin Feng. The divine powers that Su Aojuan condensed were called the Proud Heaven Art. The power of this divine powers was incomparably terrifying. It looked down on the world and dominated the universe. It was extremely powerful. It was shocking and moving. The attacks of the other 11 Emperor Realm experts were also extremely terrifying. The 11 divine abilities were Thundercloud Slash, Dragon-Shaped Divine Fist, Ancient Annihilation, Hand of the Heavens, Divine Tao Collapse, Chilling Desolation, 10,000 Miles of Ice, Sword of Endless Stars, Falling Moon Divine Art, Stars Descending, and Shattering the 3 Realms. Each divine powers had their own unique points. Every single one of his divine abilities was unrivaled. Basically, it was one of the trump cards of these experts. Humph. Facing the attacks of the 3 emperors and 9 immortal emperors, Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. His expression was cold. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Today, I will let you know what I am capable of. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He began to circulate the dermic powers in his body. Powerful dermic powers surged out and shook the void. Waves after waves of horrifying shockwaves rippled out, carrying with them the power to destroy heaven and earth. People couldn't help but be moved by this. Lin Feng directly circulated the Emperor Laws in his body. These Emperor Laws drove all the dermic powers in his body to circulate together. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had completed some kind of sublimation. This was the first time he used the Emperor Laws in his body to fight against an enemy. That feeling was simply too comfortable. It made Lin Feng have the urge to roar towards the sky. The power in his body. It was like an avalanche. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones, 9 layers of Qi superimposed, Lin Feng attacked with an indifferent expression. He used the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones technique. Then, Lin Feng's original body and the 2 doppelgangers circulated 3 types of Qi. In an instant, the 9 layers of Qi superimposed together to form a powerful magnetic field that was so powerful that it would shock anyone who saw it. That terrifying magnetic field directly enveloped the 12 Emperor Realm cultivators. Bang! 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 Along with a series of terrifying collisions, there was a sudden sound. Lin Feng's 9-fold magnetic field broke through the 12 great monarchs' divine abilities one after another. Lin Feng's 9-fold magnetic field had the ability to attack, defend, intimidate, and oppress. Now, Lin Feng, who was circulating the Emperor Law in his body, cast the 9-fold magnetic field. The power displayed by the 9-fold magnetic field was truly shocking. This is absolutely impossible. The 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors were in disbelief. So many strong cultivators had attacked together, but Lin Feng had defeated them all by himself. These people really couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. Not far away, Guan, who was watching the battle, also became incoherent. He thought that he was seeing things. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was too terrifying. Guan couldn't even believe what he was seeing. But all of this, it was all real. Lin Feng was facing the attacks of the 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors with ease. After the 3 great monarchs and the 9 great immortal emperors were enveloped by Lin Feng's 9-fold magnetic field, their battle prowess was greatly suppressed. Therefore, everyone's battle prowess was greatly weakened. It's my turn to attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The 3 Lin Feng locked onto an immortal emperor-level cultivator and then quickly attacked. They were so fast. It made people speechless. The 3 immortal emperors didn't even have time to react. The 3 Lin Feng had already rushed in front of the 3 immortal emperors. Then, the 3 Lin Feng attacked the 3 immortal emperor-level cultivators. The 3 immortal emperors' expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly condensed their divine abilities to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Bang! Bang, then, along with the sound of a violent collision, the three Lin Feng collided with the three immortal emperors. Lin Feng was safe and sound. The three immortal emperors were all sent flying. Slash. The three Lin Feng shouted coldly at the same time. The three Lin Feng turned into three yin-yang Dao diagrams. They instantly tore through the void and headed towards the three immortal emperor-level experts who were sent flying. No, the three immortal emperor-level experts cried out in fear. However, other than shouting, they had no time to block Lin Feng's attack. The characteristic of Lin Feng's attack was that it was continuous and endless. Pfft. A tearing sound was suddenly heard, along with the sound of three ripping noises. The three immortal emperor-level experts were killed by the three Lin Feng. Strong, too strong, under the siege of the three great monarchs and 9 great immortal emperors. Lin Feng was still in an unstoppable state. He killed 3 great immortal emperors in a row. It was really terrifying. Damn it. Damn it. Su Aojuan's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. However, Su Aojuan clearly knew how bad their situation was. Lin Feng's 9-layered magnetic field was too strong. It caused a huge suppression on them. So, it was not good to continue fighting this battle. Although they still had 3 great monarchs and 6 immortal emperors. But, if they continued fighting, how many of them would be left in the end? So, now, Su Aojuan had already decided to temporarily avoid Lin Feng's attack. Let's retreat, Su Aojuan said in a deep voice. The rest of them obviously did not want to leave. One of the great monarchs said, Brother Su, as long as we attack with all our might, we will definitely be able to kill this kid. Now, we can give it our all. The great monarch's words were agreed by the rest. These people had already lost 4 immortal emperor-level experts to Lin Feng. They had suffered such a huge loss. If they did not kill Lin Feng, they would feel extremely aggrieved. However, Su Aojuan was extremely cautious. Although Su Aojuan was arrogant, he had always been a cautious person. It was also because of this character. That was why he was able to survive until now. Su Aojuan said, This kid is very strange. After we retreat, we will think of a way to deal with him. The rest of them were quite convinced by Su Aojuan. Since Su Aojuan insisted on retreating, the rest of the cultivators nodded and agreed. The other party had 3 great monarchs and 6 immortal emperors. If they wanted to retreat, it would be very difficult for Lin Feng to make them stay. After all, currently, Lin Feng had only refined 1 great monarch-level emperor law. If he could refine a few more great monarch-level emperor laws, he might be able to kill Su Aojuan and the rest here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Su Aojuan and the rest quickly flew into the distance. They were as fast as lightning. Lin Feng did not chase after them. Do not chase after a cornered enemy. Lin Feng naturally understood this principle. Lin Feng retracted his divine ability. The battle ended. The surroundings were a mess. In this battle, Lin Feng had obtained the origins of the 4 great monarchs. It could be considered a great harvest. Moreover, other than the origins of the 4 great monarchs, Lin Feng had also obtained the storage rings of the 4 great monarchs. Husband, you're so powerful. I'm so infatuated with you. Guan Guan looked at Lin Feng in a charming and flirtatious way. Even Lin Feng felt infatuated with the seductive look that she exuded. Lin Feng felt that he would be defeated by this woman sooner or later. Her charm was too great. He really couldn't stop her. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, It's a pity that Su Aojuan and the others escaped. Su Aojuan had 3 emperors and 6 immortal emperors. If they wanted to leave, it would be difficult to make them stay. So it's normal for them to be able to escape. And young master was able to kill 4 immortal emperors with ease under the siege of so many experts. This battle record is like a legend. Guan Guan couldn't help but say. In response to Guan Guan's flattery, Lin Feng smiled noncommittally. Lin Feng knew his own situation. He also knew what he would face in the future. He also knew the pressure he had to bear. If it was someone else who had such combat power, they might be extremely happy. But Lin Feng wasn't. Because with his current combat power, to him, It was far from enough. Neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. This was Lin Feng's style of doing things. Lin Feng said, "There's no time to lose. Let's enter the star cave and take a look. I wonder if there are any opportunities waiting for us inside?" Hearing that, Guan Guan's eyes lit up. She was also looking forward to it. She took out the ancient star map. Then, she poured her magic power into the ancient star map. The ancient star map flew into the air. Then, it shot out a ray of divine light. That ray of divine light. It directly shone on the restriction outside the star cave. Rumble. Rumble, only to hear. A series of loud noises could be heard. The restriction of the star cave began to crack. In the end, a gap appeared in the restriction of the star cave. Lin Feng and Guan Guan entered the star cave through the gap. After they entered, the restriction of the star cave closed again. There was a deep passage in front of them. The two of them followed the passage and went deeper. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the passageway. The passage in the star cave was so quiet that it was almost strange. Lin Feng and Guan Guan could even hear each other's heartbeat. They walked for about 1,000 meters. A huge cave residence appeared in their line of sight. Lin Feng and Guan Guan increased their speed and entered the cave dwelling. When they entered the cave, they immediately felt as if the world was spinning. When they stabilized their minds, they found that they had entered a starry sky world. It contained the power of the starry sky law. Most likely, the starry sky Saint Emperor had turned this place into a starry sky world. The Milky Way. And Milky Way. Numerous huge stars were revolving around them. Those stars. Guan Guan pointed at the stars in the Star River world. R. They were all densely packed with runes. Those runes were flowing with holy light. They were extremely mysterious. When he saw the stars, he was shocked. Lin Feng's face. They couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Divine ability runes. The runes on those stars are all divine ability runes. Lin Feng said. Divine ability runes? Guan Guan was extremely shocked. Lin Feng said, "Sit cross-legged in the starry sky and comprehend the Tao. You can try to get in touch with those stars and comprehend the wonders of the stars. Maybe you can comprehend something." Hearing Lin Feng say so, Guan Guan nodded. The two of them found a place to comprehend the Tao. Lin Feng found a place and then sat cross-legged. Then he began to comprehend the stars that were densely packed with runes. Lin Feng locked onto a star and comprehended the densely packed runes on it. Not long after, Lin Feng sensed the contents of those runes. He memorized the contents of each rune in his heart. When all the runes had been memorized by him, Lin Feng found that these runes formed the cultivation chant of a divine ability. 9 chaotic strikes. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The name of the divine ability he comprehended was called 9 chaotic strikes. It should be a divine ability passed down by the starry sky holy emperor. I wonder how powerful it is. Lin Feng then looked at the stars. He couldn't help but think. Could it be that those were the stars? Did each star record a divine ability? If that's the case, then it's too amazing. Lin Feng began to comprehend the other stars. Time passed. Lin Feng found that some of these stars could be comprehended, and some couldn't. Of the stars that could be comprehended, not every star recorded a sacred art. Some of the stars recorded some of his memories. However, those memories were all scattered images. Lin Feng guessed that they should be the memories of the starry sky holy emperor. What made Lin Feng happy was that he actually comprehended the cultivation method of the 3,000 Great Tao from the runes on a star. The 3,000 Great Tao that Lin Feng obtained was called the Great Confusion Technique. This Great Confusion Technique was very special. It was an auxiliary 3,000 Great Tao. Once it was used, it could confuse others. For example, the cultivator who used the Great Confusion Technique wanted to make the other party believe that he was someone. Or he wanted the other party to believe something. The other party might really believe it. After discovering that these stars recorded the 3,000 Great Tao, Lin Feng became even more excited. He continued to comprehend these stars, one after another. Lin Feng obtained more and more 3,000 great Dao. In the end, Lin Feng actually comprehended a total of 85 types of 3,000 great Dao. And among these 85 types of 3,000 great Dao, there were 67 types of 3,000 great Dao that Lin Feng had never cultivated before. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 1,033 types of 3,000 great Dao, including the 67 types of 3,000 great Dao that he had just comprehended and yet to cultivate. Added together, there were a total of 1,100 types of 3,000 great Dao. Not long after, Guan also woke up from her cultivation state. Guan had obviously comprehended many divine abilities. Therefore, she was extremely excited. She said, "It's a pity that this place only has various divine ability inheritances, but I don't see the treasures of the Starry Sky Holy Emperor." For an expert at the level of the Starry Sky Holy Emperor, his lifetime collection must be astonishing. Lin Feng also felt that it was a pity. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Lin Feng said, "It's already an extremely heaven-defying harvest to obtain so many powerful divine abilities." Guan nodded and left with Lin Feng. Not long after leaving the Starry Sky Cave, Lin Feng discovered the martial talisman moved again. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. It seemed that these two fire demon talismans must have sensed the third fire demon talisman again. Lin Feng took out two fire demon talismans. He saw that the lines on the two fire demon talismans were actually distorted. Those lines were like a map. It guided Lin Feng. The map to find the third fire demon talisman. Lin Feng studied it carefully. But he was confused. He didn't know where the specific location was. "What is this?" Guan looked curiously at the two fire demon talismans in Lin Feng's hands and asked. "This is a fire demon talisman. One of the 72 kinds of martial talismans. If you can gather all the fire demon talismans, you can improve the quality of your martial soul," Lin Feng said. "Martial soul?" Guan was very surprised. She said, "Martial soul is an ability that can often be used in the early stages of cultivation. It is a special ability of us human cultivators. Other races basically don't have martial soul. Unless other races have human bloodlines or a mutation in their bodies, they can awaken martial soul. However, as your cultivation increases, the effect of martial soul seems to be getting smaller and smaller, right?" It was indeed as Guan said. As a cultivator's cultivation increased, the effect of martial soul was getting smaller and smaller. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul was extremely extraordinary. And it was closely related to the arm of dragon and elephant. It could increase the power of the arm of dragon and elephant. Therefore, for Lin Feng, martial soul was still extremely important. In fact, in the world of cultivators, there was no lack of cultivators with special martial souls. Those special martial souls could bring about extraordinary abilities for these cultivators. Even if their realms had been raised to a very high level, those special martial souls, they could still provide great help to these cultivators. However, there were too few cultivators with these special martial souls. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. And most people's martial souls would increase as their cultivation increased. The effect would gradually weaken. So, with the increase in cultivation, human cultivators' reliance on martial souls became less and less. Lin Feng said, "My martial spirit is rather special, it has a special effect on my physical body." "So that's how it is." Guan couldn't help but nod. He then smiled and said, "Then I'll accompany you to find the third fire demon talisman." "Haha. It's naturally the best thing to have a delicate beauty like you accompanying me," Lin Feng said with a smile. In the following period of time, the two fire devil talismans often acted strangely. Lin Feng had a feeling. Perhaps he was not far from finding the third fire demon talisman. 1 month later, on this day, a red-crowned crane descended from the sky. The red-crowned crane landed on the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan with a letter in its mouth. Lin Feng and Guan were both alarmed. Guan obviously knew that crane. She asked, "Fairy He, why are you here?" The red-crowned crane said, "It was the palace lord who sent me to deliver a letter to senior sister." The voice of this red-crowned crane sounded like the voice of a 10-year-old girl. It was very crisp and pleasant to the ears. "Mother sent you here?" Guan Guan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had previously heard Guan Guan mention the power of her mother's side. Although it wasn't as powerful as the family that Su Aojuan was in. But to be honest, compared to the Su family that Su Aojuan was in, it was perhaps only slightly weaker. This kind of gap was naturally not big. And Guan Guan's mother's cultivation was very powerful. In that family, she had a unique position. Now, he heard Fairy he called Guan Guan's mother Palace Lord. He didn't know why Fairy he called Guan Guan's mother that way. Guan Guan didn't talk much about her mother's matters. So Lin Feng didn't know much about it. And Lin Feng himself was also a person who didn't like to pry into other people's privacy. Since Guan Guan didn't want to say more, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't ask more. After Guan Guan took down the letter, she opened it. Her expression was very calm. After reading the letter, Guan Guan said, "Husband, Mother summoned me back, so I can't accompany you for the time being. I need to make a trip back to the family. If husband is done with the matters here, you can go to the Ning family in the mysterious domain Star Ocean to find me." Ning family in the mysterious domain Star Ocean. It should be Guan Guan's mother's family. Good. When the time comes, I will definitely go. Lin Feng said. Guan Guan revealed a charming smile and said, "Husband, you must come. When the time comes, perhaps you can talk to my mother about our matters." After saying that, Guan Guan and Fairy he left together. The fragrance was still lingering. The beauty had already left. What a seductress. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Guan Guan's charm was naturally irresistible. Peerless elegance. Beautiful like a fairy. Thus, for Guan Guan, Lin Feng was determined to win. Lin Feng knew the general location of the mysterious domain Star Ocean. It was on the route to the Undying Realm. When traveling through the starry sky to the Undying Realm, it happened to pass by the mysterious domain Star Ocean. When the time comes, he must go to the mysterious domain Star Ocean's Ning family to meet Guan Guan's mother. While he was at it, he would take the opportunity to take control of this bewitching woman. The ancient starry sky ship continued to travel through the starry sky world. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge battle erupting on a planet. Dozens of cultivators were fighting against 3 culinary god demons. Those cultivators' strength was extraordinary. However, the culinary god demons were too powerful. Even though those cultivators' cultivation was extremely strong, and there were even 4 god emperors guarding them, the rest were all in the quasi-emperor realm, and most of them were high-level quasi-emperors. However, so many people joining forces. They were not the culinary god demons' match. 3 god emperor culinary god demons. Lin Feng's brows slightly raised. He flew out from the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Then he kept the ancient starry sky ship Xianyuan. Immediately, Lin Feng quickly flew towards the battle. The 3 culinary god demons must die. He needed the emperor laws of these culinary god demons to increase his strength. Lin Feng had already refined 1 monarch-level culinary god demon emperor law and 3 god emperor-level culinary god demon emperor laws. However, this was far from enough. Lin Feng wanted to continue hunting culinary god demons and refine their emperor laws to increase his strength. Unfortunately, culinary god demons were hard to find. Now was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, each of you will die a more miserable death than the last. The 5th stage god emperor culinary god demon said sinisterly. Among the 3 culinary god demons, this one was the strongest. As for the other 2, one was a 4th stage god emperor. The other was a 3rd stage god emperor. The 3 culinary god demons were killing this group of cultivators in the starry sky world. They seemed to be doing it for one thing. However, the group of cultivators attacked by the culinary god demons clearly did not intend to hand it over. Thus, the attacks of the three culinary god demons became increasingly fierce. Poochie! Poochie! Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The group of cultivators attacked by the culinary god demons. After those cultivators were killed by the gluttonous god demons. Their souls were not killed by the gluttonous god demons. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator was killed, his soul would also be shaken to the point of dissipation. Obviously, the reason why those cultivators' souls did not die immediately. It was because the gluttonous god demons did it on purpose. The gluttonous god demons opened their hands and grabbed the souls of the dead cultivators. They then stuffed them into their mouths and began to chew. The souls of the cultivators were chewed alive by the gluttonous god demons. Those souls let out shrill screams. After those cultivators died, they still had to bear the tragic fate of having their souls chewed alive. They died too miserably. The battle prowess of these three devils was frightening to the point that it left others aghast. The four great emperors and dozens of boundary emperors could only hold their own against the three gluttonous god demons. Their attacks could not harm the three gluttonous god demons at all. In the midst of the battle, the four great emperors were injured one after another. The four great emperors did not abandon the others and escape. This made Lin Feng feel quite surprised. The moral conduct of these four people was not bad. Of course, even if they abandoned the others and escaped. With the terrifying strength of the three gluttonous god demons, the four great emperors probably would not be able to escape. Soon, only a dozen or so cultivators were left. The battle between the two sides was not on the same level. Die. The gluttonous god demon who was a third-layer god emperor arrived in front of a female cultivator. His sharp claws clawed at the female cultivator. The female cultivator could not dodge in time. She was so frightened that her face turned pale. Her face was as pale as paper. Obviously, the female cultivator was in complete despair. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to fight against such a terrifying existence like the gluttonous god demon. Such a beauty is meant to be loved. If she dies like this, wouldn't it be a pity? Just as the female cultivator thought she was going to die for sure. Suddenly, a voice resounded in her ears. Following that, the female cultivator felt her slim waist being held by a pair of strong hands. The female cultivator looked at the person who held her. She realized. The cultivator who held her was a very young master. And he was very handsome. There was a faint smile on this young master's face all the time. Brat, let's die together. The culinary god demon laughed sinisterly. Terrifying claws. It enveloped Lin Feng and the female cultivator. He wanted to kill the two of them together. Lin Feng raised his right hand. In the void. With a light stroke. A beam of sword chi. He flew out. Poochie. A tearing sound was heard. Blood immediately spurted out. The female cultivator saw it. That third heavenly stage god emperor stage gluttonous god demon was actually split into two. Instant kill. An instant kill. Such a powerful god eater. He had actually been killed by this young master who had appeared out of nowhere. It was truly shocking. Who is this young master? What is his cultivation level? The female cultivator couldn't help but feel puzzled. This scene, the female cultivator was not the only one who was shocked. It also shocked everyone present. Brat, you're courting death. The other two culinary gods couldn't help but roar in anger. Their murderous intent soared to the sky. They directly pounced towards Lin Feng. These culinary gods could easily challenge those of a higher realm. Hence, their battle strength was extremely terrifying. Young master, be careful. The four great emperors couldn't help but exclaim. The two culinary gods that attacked now were much stronger than the one Lin Feng had killed before. Furthermore, they were attacking Lin Feng together. Hence, the four great emperors couldn't help but warn Lin Feng. At the same time, they all flew towards Lin Feng. They wanted to help Lin Feng deal with the four culinary gods together. However, at the next moment, the four great emperors revealed an extremely shocked expression. They saw facing the attacks of two powerful culinary gods. Lin Feng's right hand gently moved. Two beams of sword qi shot out from his fingertips. The two beams of sword qi cut through the void. They slashed towards the two powerful culinary gods. Puchi! Puchi! Two tearing sounds were heard. Two culinary gods. They were actually killed by Lin Feng on the spot. Shocking. In everyone's eyes. They were deeply shocked. Instant kill. Another instant kill. No matter if it was the culinary god that was at the third stage Emperor God realm. It was the two culinary gods behind him. Lin Feng killed those godly eater demons in one attack. However, everyone sensed Lin Feng's cultivation. They actually discovered Lin Feng was only at the boundary Emperor realm. Naturally, no one believed that Lin Feng was only at the boundary Emperor realm. They all thought that Lin Feng must have cultivated a special technique to conceal his cultivation. He suppressed his cultivation to the boundary Emperor realm. Lin Feng's right hand lightly patted the void. Pung pung pung, the bodies of the three gluttonous god demons, which had been split in half, exploded. Then, the exploded flesh turned into a bloody mist. Lin Feng collected the bloody mist. The bloody mist of the three culinary gods turned into three culinary god fruits. Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a smile. Culinary god fruits. He obtained 3 in one go. How many emperor laws were contained in these 3 culinary god fruits? Lin Feng was looking forward to it. I am Wang Lui. I have yet to ask for your name. The leading cultivator clasped his fists. He asked aloud. This cultivator's cultivation was not ordinary. He was at the 8th stage Emperor God realm. We met by chance. Why do you need to ask so clearly? Lin Feng said indifferently. He turned and walked towards the depths of the starry sky world. At this moment, Wang Lui said, Young master, please wait. Why? Is there anything else? Lin Feng looked at Wang Lui indifferently. Young master, this time we are going to a mysterious place. It is said that there is an immortal buried in that mysterious place. Wang Lui said. Oh? An immortal is buried? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. If it was really as Wang Lui said, that place was too shocking. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the culinary god demon that was at the 6th stage Emperor God realm. He was asking for something from Wang Lui and the others. Lin Feng guessed. The thing that the culinary god asked for should be related to the immortal graveyard that Wang Lui mentioned. Buried an immortal. Such a place was enough to make all the forces palpitate. If the immortal's legacy, magic treasures, and treasures that he had collected in his life were also in this place, the value was too great. Wang Lui saw Lin Feng's interest and said, It's like this. There must be a lot of good things in the immortal graveyard. If young master wants to go with us, you can choose the treasures inside first. Wang Lui knew that this trip would be dangerous. Hence, when he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he wanted Lin Feng to join them and get Lin Feng's protection. Good. I agree to join you. Lin Feng nodded and said. Hearing that Lin Feng had agreed to join them, the group of people were extremely excited. However, thinking of the tragic deaths of so many of their companions, these people's mood became low again. The death of their companions caused them to feel incomparable grief. But there was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only watch helplessly as their companions died, unable to save them. If not for Lin Feng's appearance, perhaps even more people would have died. We need to go to the Fire Snake Star to meet up with the other forces. Wang Lui said. Lin Feng asked in surprise, What's wrong? There are other forces going with us on this trip? Wang Lui nodded and said, That's right, we only obtained one of the keys. The other forces also obtained one each. But don't worry, young master, we have already discussed it. When we find the treasures, the various forces will equally distribute the treasures. When it's time for us to choose the treasures, we will definitely let young master choose first. Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything else. However, Wang Lui's equal distribution of the treasures was somewhat unrealistic in Lin Feng's eyes. Or rather, Wang Lui was taking things for granted. He might be a normal person who wanted to distribute the treasures equally. But the other forces would inevitably have other thoughts. Killing and stealing treasures was something that happened almost every day in the world of cultivators. Therefore, they had to be on guard against such things. Wang Lui and the others went to collect the corpses of their dead companions. They kept the bodies of their dead companions into their storage rings, preparing to bring these corpses back when they returned from the immortal graveyard. Lin Feng traveled with Wang Lui and the others. After chatting for a while, he found out that Wang Lui and the others came from the Sacred Star Sea. The Sacred Star Sea was quite far from here. In Lin Feng's memories, the Sacred Star Sea seemed to be even further away than the mysterious Domain Star Sea. Therefore, when Lin Feng introduced himself, these people did not recognize him. Everyone boarded the ancient starship and headed towards the Fire Snake Star. Everyone had their own room for cultivation. Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door. Creak, Lin Feng opened the door and saw a female cultivator standing outside. This female cultivator was tall and slender. Her pair of straight and slender legs made her look so stunning. This long-legged beauty had a palm-sized oval-shaped face. Her face was extremely beautiful and delicate. Her skin was also very good, as smooth as cream. She was definitely a rare beauty. This woman was none other than the woman Lin Feng had saved earlier. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving me. When the female cultivator saw Lin Feng, she couldn't help but recall the feeling of being held in Lin Feng's arms. She couldn't help but blush slightly. However, his movements did not slow down in the slightest. She bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Feng said. To the young master, it may have been as easy as lifting a finger. But to you Lan, it was a life-saving grace. The female cultivator said. You Lan, is that your name? You're beautiful, and your name is also beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He felt that this female cultivator was not only beautiful, but her name was also very pleasant to hear. After the female cultivator heard Lin Feng's praise, her face couldn't help but become more rosy. She even felt her heartbeat quicken. Lin Feng also came back to his senses. He also felt that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate. It was as if he had some intentions towards this female cultivator. It was as if he was hinting something to this female cultivator. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Fairy, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything else. I also didn't mean to offend you. The female cultivator said. I naturally wouldn't dare to misunderstand young master. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's not a good place to talk outside. Why don't you come in and sit for a while? A man and a woman alone in a room, if word got out, it would not be good. However, the female cultivator took a step forward as if she was possessed by a supernatural force. She entered Lin Feng's room. You're called Yulan, is your surname Yu? This surname is rather rare. Lin Feng said. The female cultivator said, My surname isn't Yu, but Xia. My full name is Xia Yulan. I see. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Xia Yulan curiously asked, Young master, did you come out to train alone? Lin Feng said, I was originally with a few companions, but we got separated some time ago. Therefore, I'm now training alone outside. Young master's cultivation is very strong. Even if you train alone in the starry sky world, you can still protect yourself. Unlike us, when we encounter a few god-eaters, we might be wiped out. After saying this, Xia Yulan's mood became somewhat gloomy. This was because the people who had died earlier were all from her sect. Some of them had a very close relationship with her. However, she could only watch helplessly as her companions died. Xia Yulan was powerless. This caused her to be overshadowed. Lin Feng said, It's good for the living to be filled with hope. Only with hope in one's heart can one have the motivation to move forward. Xia Yulan carefully pondered over Lin Feng's words. In the end, she nodded. She understood something. The pain in her heart, it also lessened a lot. The fiery snake star was a star with an extremely strange appearance. Looking at it from the starry sky world, the fiery snake star looked like a giant snake coiled in flames. The fiery snake star was enveloped in raging flames all year round. The temperature was incomparably hot. Lin Feng and the others boarded the ancient starship and arrived at the starry sky world outside the fiery snake star. We've arrived at the fiery snake star, Wang Lui said with a smile. Everyone walked out of the cabin. Lin Feng saw many ancient starships flying in the direction of the fiery snake star. There were also some cultivators flying in the sky. Similarly, they were flying in the direction of the fiery snake star. The fiery snake star is a rather famous gathering place of cultivators in the starry sky world. Therefore, there are many cultivators coming from all over the world every day. There's a huge trading market in the fiery snake star. There are many good things in the trading market. This trading market is second to none in the surrounding star fields. When the time comes, Lin Gongzi can go to the trading market to take a look. Wang Lui introduced the fiery snake star to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right. When the time comes, I'll enter the trading market to take a look." At this moment, the ancient starship Lin Feng and the others boarded also descended towards the fiery snake star. They directly landed on the huge square of the fiery snake star's main city, the fiery snake city. In this square, many ancient starships landed. Many cultivators walked out of the ancient starships one after another. Lin Feng and the others also walked out of the ancient starship. Wang Lui kept the ancient starship. Then, everyone walked towards the main road of the city. Lin Feng followed Wang Lui and the others. Presumably, these people had already agreed on a rendezvous point. Just as they were about to leave the square, Lin Feng saw a female cultivator not far away. Lin Feng really didn't expect to see this woman here. Zi Yuan. The woman he saw was none other than Zi Yuan. However, when the two of them met in the 9 provinces, they were already strangers. Zi Yuan obviously saw Lin Feng as well. However, she only glanced at Lin Feng. Then, she turned her head. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. He didn't disturb Zi Yuan. Perhaps this was the fate of people. Some things. It was fated. Some people. It was the same. There were many things and many people that couldn't be forced. This wasn't beneficial to anyone. Azure Dragon Inn. It was located in the northwest of Fire Snake City and occupied a huge area. This was an extremely high-end inn with many courtyards. The scenery was extremely beautiful. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or something else. When Lin Feng and the others arrived, Lin Feng was surprised. Lin Feng saw Zi Yuan again. And the place where Zi Yuan lived. It was very close to Lin Feng's place, only 1,000 meters away. Zi Yuan wasn't alone. There were more than 10 cultivators beside her. What really attracted Lin Feng's attention was a female cultivator in a black robe. That female cultivator gave Lin Feng a familiar feeling. And that female cultivator gave Lin Feng a very dangerous feeling. Lin Feng, Zi Yuan, and the others went to their courtyards one after the other. That kid actually appeared in this place. How interesting. The female cultivator in the black robe couldn't help but say. The corners of her mouth curled up into a sinister arc. No one knew what she was thinking. This female cultivator was none other than Supremacy Yuan. She was an extremely ancient and terrifying existence. Their clan was very terrifying. They had transcended eras and were immortal. Previously, Tai Dao Supremacy even treated Lin Feng as a toy in his palm. He wanted to slowly toy with Lin Feng to death. What do you plan to do? Should we just kill him? Zi Yuan asked indifferently. I really want to kill this kid directly, but I received a message from the higher-ups some time ago. This kid can't die yet. Supremacy Yuan Tian said. Oh? He still couldn't die? Why is that? Zi Yuan asked in surprise. For the time being, I don't know the exact reason behind this, but I'm guessing that it might have something to do with this kid's identity. Supremacy Yuan Tian said. Lin Feng has the blood of the Undying clan and the Sovereign clan in him. You said that the seniors might have spared him because of his identity. Which clan do you think it is related to? Zi Yuan couldn't help asking. Supremacy Yuan Tian said, I'm not sure about that. It's hard for us to guess what Old Antique is thinking. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others also arrived at the residence. Wang Lui said, Lin Gongzi. Let's rest here for a while. At night, we'll meet with the other forces. At that time, we'll introduce Lin Gongzi to the other forces. No problem. Lin Feng said. Yulan, bring Lin Gongzi to rest. Wang Lui said. Yes, Martial Uncle. Xia Yulan replied and brought Lin Feng to the second floor to rest. In the bedroom, Xia Yulan took out a cleansing talisman. In an instant, the room became spotless. Young master, this is your room. I live next door. If there's anything you need, you can call me. Xia Yulan said. Perhaps Wang Lui had noticed that Lin Feng and Xia Yulan were close. Therefore, he had let Xia Yulan stay next to Lin Feng. At the same time, she could take care of Lin Feng. If something happened between Lin Feng and Xia Yulan, Lin Feng wouldn't care. Wang Lui would be happy to see that happen. Because, this way, their relationship with Lin Feng would improve. Wang Lui didn't know what level of cultivator Lin Feng was. But Wang Lui knew. Lin Feng was so young. He could instantly kill an ogre at the 6th heavenly layer God Emperor realm. This was enough to show how shocking Lin Feng's potential was. Now, he was already so strong. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. If they could establish a relationship with someone like Lin Feng, it would be extremely beneficial for them. Good. You should go back and rest. Lin Feng said. Then, Yulan will take her leave. Xia Yulan said. Then, she left Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng closed the door. Then, he took out 3 divine eating fruits. Then, he sealed the room with a restriction. Previously, on the ancient starry sky ship, Lin Feng hadn't refined these divine eating fruits. After all, he was on someone else's ancient starry sky ship. He didn't know if the other party had any powerful methods. One must always be on guard against others. Therefore, to be safe, Lin Feng had been waiting for this moment. Now, he was in Fire Snake City. This inn was relatively safe. If Wang Lui and the others had any bad intentions, without the help of the ancient starry sky ship, it would be difficult for them to do so. Of course. It was even better if they didn't have any bad intentions. Lin Feng began to refine the 3 divine eating fruits. A large amount of pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. His battle strength was steadily increasing. When all the energy contained in the divine eating fruits was refined by Lin Feng, only 7 emperor laws were left floating in the air. After seeing the 7 emperor laws, Lin Feng revealed a happy expression. Although they were only emperor laws of the God Emperor level, but they were terrifying enough. And he actually obtained 7 of them at once. What a great harvest. If he refined these 7 emperor laws, his battle strength would definitely increase by a large margin. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. He began to refine these emperor laws. Now, Lin Feng was already very familiar with refining the God-eating devil emperor laws. Soon, the 7 God-eating devil emperor laws were refined by Lin Feng. After refining the 7 God-eating devil emperor laws, Lin Feng had a total of 1 emperor level God-eating devil emperor law. 10 God emperor level God-eating devil emperor laws. Bang! 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 Lin Feng had just finished his cultivation when he heard a knock on the door. Lin Gongzi, have you rested enough? We're about to set off. Xia Yulan's voice came from outside. Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the door. She opened the door to her room and saw Xia Yulan standing outside. All right, she said. Let's set off now. Xia Yulan nodded and led the way. After Lin Feng met up with Wang Lui and the others, they left their residence. The gathering place was called the Fiery Serpent House. It was opened by a mysterious person from the Fiery Serpent family, the master of the Fiery Serpent Star. It was the most lively and high-end gathering place on the Fiery Serpent Star. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at the Fiery Serpent House, they found that it was bustling with people coming and going. Many beautiful women shuttled back and forth in the Fiery Serpent House. Wang Lui and the others had clearly arranged everything in advance. Lin Feng and the others were the first batch of cultivators to arrive. After arriving here, everyone patiently waited for the cultivators of the other forces. Lin Feng had already done a certain understanding of the other forces. The other forces were also forces in the sacred star field. They were about the same strength as the force that Wang Lui and the others were in. The force that Wang Lui and the others were in was called the Star Sect. This force was not considered a top force in the sacred star field, but it was said that they also had an emperor-level powerhouse. Just like in the star field world. Only a force with a holy emperor-level powerhouse could be called a top force. If there was an emperor-level powerhouse in charge of a force, that would be the absolute overlord of the starry sky world. Their appeal would definitely be incomparably strong. It could be said that hundreds of people responded to a single call. For example, the myriad races from before. The heavenly sage great world where the myriad races were located had a total of 5 emperor-level old antiques. At that time, the myriad races were the super overlords of the starry sky world. So, the myriad races invaded the 9 prefectures. Many forces in the outer realm responded one after another. They followed the myriad races to invade the 9 prefectures. However, no one would have thought that the 9 prefectures that seemed to have weakened long ago still had a few terrifying existences. Even the 5 ancestors of the myriad races had fallen in the 9 prefectures. And those major forces that had followed the myriad races to invade the 9 prefectures, they had suffered heavy casualties. Many forces had suffered too many losses in the 9 prefectures, causing their forces to decline sharply. As a result, they were attacked by their enemies. In the end, they were destroyed. A great world like the 9 Mysteries Great World was now in turmoil. It was also because the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord who had invaded the 9 prefectures had fallen in the 9 prefectures. That was why such a situation had occurred. As a force with an emperor-level powerhouse, the Star Sect still had a certain status in the starry sky world. Many forces. They would also give face to the Star Sect. As for the other forces, they also had Emperor Realm Masters overseeing them. Among these forces, if someone broke through to the Emperor level, the forces they were in would immediately undergo a transformation. Obviously, such a large force was not peaceful. Many large forces were often accompanied by power struggles. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that the cultivator who had obtained the key to the immortal graveyard should be one of the 4 emperors. The 4 great emperors were on good terms with each other. They didn't inform the higher-ups of the sect because they were worried that the higher-ups of the sect would take away the opportunity that originally belonged to them. Therefore, after some discussion, the 4 great emperors brought some people out to search for the immortal graveyard. The 4 great emperors couldn't be blamed for being cautious. The world of cultivators was indeed too cruel. What happened to the Red World Fairy back then explained everything. Not long after, the second wave of cultivators arrived. All of them were female cultivators. The female cultivator in the lead was a middle-aged woman who looked quite graceful and noble. This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. This is fellow Taoist Lu Yixiang of the Female Abyss Pavilion. Wang Lui introduced both parties to each other. The cultivators of the pavilion were very confused. They didn't know why Wang Lu would be so cautious in recommending a quasi-emperor cultivator to Lu Yixiang. Could this young cultivator be a descendant of one of the great emperors of Astral Sect? The female cultivators of the Female Abyss Pavilion couldn't help but think. After thinking of this, some pretty female cultivators threw flirtatious glances at Lin Feng from time to time. They hoped to attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng was young, a quasi-emperor, and his cultivation was extraordinary. If he was really a descendant of a great emperor, his background was extremely extraordinary. Such a background. Naturally, it was easy to attract the favor of female cultivators. However, Lin Feng turned a blind eye to the seduction of the female cultivators of the Female Abyss Pavilion. So it's Lin Gongzi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Lu Yixiang smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist, you're welcome. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Ha 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 ha, it seems that we're late. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Then, a group of cultivators poured into the private room. This group of cultivators. The leader was an old man. So it's Brother Situ. Wang Lui cupped his fists. Lu Yixiang also bowed slightly to the burly old man. This old man was a powerhouse of the immortal emperor realm, much stronger than Wang Lui and Lui Xiong. Haha, you two fellow Taoists are too polite, the old man said with a smile. Wang Lui continued. Brother Situ. This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi. This is Situ of the Situ family. Wang Lui introduced the two sides again. Situ was also quite surprised that Wang Lui would specially introduce a young cultivator to him. However, Situ was also an old fox. Although he was puzzled in his heart, there was a smile on his face. He had the same thoughts as Lui Xiong. Situ suspected that Lin Feng might be a descendant of a big shot of the Star sect. This time, he came out with Wang Lui and the others to gain experience and get some benefits. There were many people like this. Therefore, Situ was already used to it. Both sides greeted each other and then took their seats. Everyone chatted while waiting for the cultivators of the other two forces to arrive. Not long after, the cultivators of the other two forces also arrived. The other two forces. The first force was called the Devil Saber sect. This sect was a Devil Dao force. And the core cultivation technique of the sect was called the Devil Saber Immortal Slaughtering Art. Therefore, the cultivators of this force were extremely good at using saber-type weapons. The second force was called the Eclipse Gate. It was an evil force. The cultivator leading the Devil Saber sect was called Xianxia. He didn't look particularly big and only had one arm. He was called the One-Armed Saber Demon. He was also an immortal Emperor Realm cultivator. The cultivator leading the Eclipse Gate was a woman. Enchanting and charming. But she looked a little slutty. This woman was called Shangguan Chun. Her name had the word Chun in it. It was really in line with her temperament. Wang Lui also made introductions for both parties. Then, everyone began to discuss about going to the immortal graveyard. After some discussion, the five forces decided to set off for the immortal graveyard in 3 days. No one had any objections, so they all dispersed. Lin Feng planned to go to the trading market to take a look. Perhaps he could get some good things from the trading market. Wang Lui asked Xia Yulan to accompany Lin Feng. Lin Feng's impression of Xia Yulan was quite good. Therefore, he didn't refuse. The man was handsome. The woman was beautiful. The two of them walked together, attracting a lot of attention. Not long after, they arrived at the trading market. The trading market was very large. People came and went, and it was very lively. On both sides of the street, there were many stalls. And all kinds of things were placed on the stalls. There were some things unearthed from ancient tombs, as well as pills, talismans, magic treasures, array materials, forging materials, and so on. Buzz buzz buzz. Not long after they arrived at the trading market, Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar started to fluctuate violently. The heaven-devouring jar emitting a fluctuation was no small matter. This was a treasure passed down by the ancestor of the sovereign emperor, the heaven-devouring devil emperor. However, it was now shattered. Lin Feng found 2 fragments of the heaven-devouring jar. He had always wanted to restore the heaven-devouring jar, but he hadn't been able to do so. Finding a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar in this world was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the heaven-devouring jar was emitting a fluctuation, did that mean that there was a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar in this market? As he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. He relied on the heaven-devouring jar senses. He began to search for the heaven-devouring jar fragment. Found it. Before long, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In a small stall, Lin Feng saw a pitch-black tattered jar. No one was interested in the tattered jar. It was a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar. Every time a fragment of the heaven-devouring jar was added to the jar, its power would greatly increase. If he could restore the heaven-devouring jar completely, it would be amazing. At that time, the heaven-devouring jar's power would be restored. Lin Feng walked toward the small stall. Xia Yulan followed closely behind him. The two of them arrived in front of the stall. There were many things on display. Most of them were unearthed antiques. The owner was a skinny cultivator in his 50s. His eyes occasionally shone with a sharp light. He was clearly a shrewd businessman. Why does this stall look so much like the things that Daoist Wu Liang usually sells? Is he a tomb raider? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Tomb raiding had always been an extremely popular profession. There were many sects that specialized in tomb raiding. Of course, the most famous and ancient sects were the mountain-moving Daoist, the Tomb Raider, and Qiu Zhonglong. However, there were countless other sects that specialized in tomb raiding. In terms of inheritance, however, they weren't as powerful as these three sections. In fact, it wasn't just the world of cultivators that had tomb raiders. There were even tomb raiders in the mundane world. Previously, Lin Feng had read a story. It said that the army of the mundane world needed money for war. But most of the time, the country could not afford to pay the soldiers. At this time, the kings would organize an army and have them disguise themselves as grave robbers to steal the tombs of the nobles. They took out the funerary goods from the graves and sold them in exchange for military pay. This kind of thing was happening everywhere. The world of cultivators was naturally the same. How much is this broken jar? Lin Feng asked as he picked up the heaven-devouring jar fragment. Hee hee. Young master really has a good eye. The fragment of this jar is a treasure. It's densely covered with runes. Just one look and you can tell that the material is very ancient. If you can comprehend the runes on it, you might be able to obtain a great harvest. The stall owner spoke frankly. Obviously, he wanted a high price. Just tell me the price. Lin Feng said impatiently. Since young master is fated with this mysterious jar fragment, young master can take it for 100,000 top-grade origin crystals. The stall owner said. 100,000? Who are you trying to cheat? How dare you ask for 100,000 for a broken jar? You're too black-hearted. Xia Yulan couldn't help but ask. When women bought things, they were very good at bargaining. A goddess-like woman like Xia Yulan was no exception. If she really wanted to bargain, she would go from being a goddess to a crazy woman. Little girl. Look at how beautiful you are. Why are you so aggressive with your words? The stall owner couldn't help but roll his eyes. 10 top-grade origin crystals. If you're willing to sell, we'll take it. If not, we'll leave. This thing will rot in your hands. Xia Yulan snorted. Hearing Xia Yulan's price, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. The other party wanted 100,000. Xia Yulan had actually bargained down to 10. Wasn't this a little too fierce? Xia Yulan usually had a gentle and charming appearance. Even when she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle. She was a typical goddess. Now that she bargained down the price, she didn't hesitate at all. Little girl, how can you buy things like this? I'm not selling. Go elsewhere. The stall owner waved his hand and said. Put down the item and we'll leave. Xia Yulan looked at Lin Feng and said. She pulled Lin Feng and was about to leave. The stall owner saw that Xia Yulan was really about to pull Lin Feng away. He said, Fine. 10 it is. Since I met a little girl like you today, I'll give you a big discount and sell it to you at a loss. 10 is too high. Xia Yulan said. After hearing Xia Yulan's words, the corner of the stall owner's mouth twitched violently. Buying things was just like this. It mainly depended on whether or not one dared to bargain. As long as one dared to do so, there was nothing that couldn't be bought at a low price. Lin Feng paid 10 crystals and put the broken pieces of the celestial absorbing jar away. The two left. Xia Yulan's face couldn't help but redden. When she was alone with Lin Feng, she recalled the scene when she bargained with the stall owner. Xia Yulan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Lin Feng said with a smile, Thank you for saving me 99,990 top-grade origin crystals. With Lin Feng's rich and overbearing style, the other party had asked for 100,000 origin crystals. Lin Feng definitely wouldn't haggle. The main reason was that Lin Feng was too rich. 100,000 origin crystals was just a drop in the ocean for him. He didn't care about it at all. However, not everyone was as rich and overbearing as Lin Feng. For a female disciple like Xia Yulan, the sex resources were limited. Therefore, one had to be careful when buying things. Xia Yulan said, I often come to this kind of market, so I know a few things. young master definitely doesn't lack origin crystals. However, these are origin crystals that you've painstakingly saved up. You can't just casually give them away to others. A person without foresight is bound to have immediate worries. You should be careful with your spending so that you won't be strapped for cash when you need it in the future. Lin Feng suddenly realized that Xia Yulan's character was really good. She was a completely virtuous wife and mother-type woman. Originally, Lin Feng had a very good impression of Xia Yulan. Now, Lin Feng discovered that he actually liked Xia Yulan a little. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xia Yulan's face became even redder. Women were more sensitive. Therefore, Xia Yulan felt that the current Lin Feng, the way he looked at her seemed to have changed a little. This change made Xia Yulan's heart beat faster. Could it be that Lin Gongzi, Xia Yulan couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. After thinking of this possibility, Xia Yulan's heart suddenly became like a little deer jumping around. Everyone likes to see beautiful things and beautiful people. I'm no exception. Lin Feng bought a lot of array materials to cultivate the primordial ancestral worm, emperor archaic, and chaos demon refining insects. In such a huge market, it was easier to find some materials that Lin Feng needed. During this time, more and more chaos demon refining insects were hatching and needed a lot of precious insect materials to cultivate. Including the primordial ancestral worm and emperor archaic, they all needed a lot of insect materials to cultivate. Lin Feng's insect materials were almost used up. But fortunately, he had replenished a lot of insect materials in the market of Fire Snake Star. Now, whether it was the primordial ancestral worm, emperor archaic, or the chaos demon refining insect, they were all in an extremely crucial growth period. And during this time, he must not run out of insect materials. Or else, it would have a great impact on their growth. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to find a heaven and earth treasure to cultivate dragon eggs. Dragon eggs only needed a heaven-defying heaven and earth treasure to complete the final transformation. And then break out of the shell. But unfortunately, how could a heaven and earth treasure of this level be found just because one wanted to? It needed a great opportunity, only then could one find it. In such a huge market, one could not find such a treasure. 1,000 Treasure Tower. Lin Feng looked at a huge palace in the market. This palace was dazzling and huge, covering an area of more than 10 acres. There was a huge golden plaque hanging on it, and 3 words were written on the plaque in flamboyant calligraphy. And these 3 words. It was 1,000 Treasure Tower. Densely packed cultivators. Coming in and out, the 1,000 Treasure Tower was like a crane in a flock of chickens in the huge market. This place is the center of the market, and there are even auctions inside. Many precious things will appear in the 1,000 Treasure Tower. Xia Yulan could not help but say. Okay, let's enter the 1,000 Treasure Tower and take a look. Lin Feng said. Xia Yulan nodded obediently and followed Lin Feng to the 1,000 Treasure Tower. After entering the first floor of the 1,000 Treasure Tower, immediately, they saw a lot of exhibition booths. Behind the booths, there was a dazzling array of goods. Many goods. The value was high. The most attractive booth was the one for auctioning slaves. There were more than a dozen slaves standing on the platform. There were both men and women among the slaves. But there was no exception. They were all handcuffed and shackled. The female slaves were all beautiful and alluring. As for those male slaves, it was because he was powerful. Next up is a fox spirit, the female cultivator hosting the auction said. The vixen that was about to be auctioned walked to the front. She looked so pitiful and pitiful. This immediately caused many people below to cheer. Lin Feng had seen a lot of slave auctions. Many places had this tradition. Lin Feng and Xia Yulan arrived at the second floor. The goods on the second floor were more expensive. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. There seemed to be a conflict. Many people crowded around him. Lin Feng and the others were also drawn over. In front of a booth, a young cultivator who looked somewhat down and out was arguing with a middle-aged cultivator. Lin Feng found out after asking the people around him. It turned out that the young master was in a hurry to use origin crystals. So, 3 days ago, he left an ancestral item at this booth. He exchanged it for a portion of origin crystals from this booth. The young man and the booth owner, who was also the middle-aged man, knew each other. It was said that their ancestors were family friends. The young man even called the middle-aged man uncle. The two sides agreed that after 3 days, the young man would take out a portion of origin crystals to redeem the ancestral item. Now, the young man took out the origin crystals he had prepared to redeem his ancestral item. But this uncle went back on his word. He didn't admit to this matter. He even asked the young man to take out the agreement they had signed. Because the two families were family friends. So, the young man didn't sign an agreement when he exchanged his ancestral treasure for origin crystals. Now, he naturally couldn't take it out. This kind of thing was actually quite common in the secular world. Some people gave this kind of thing a name. It was called scraping. Cultivators in the world of cultivators paid more attention to reputation. Therefore, scraping wasn't particularly common. But it wasn't impossible. Obviously, this young cultivator trusted this so-called uncle too much. Therefore, he was scammed by this uncle. Zhou Chong, I didn't chase you out because our two families are family friends. If you continue to cause trouble here, don't blame uncle for falling out with you. The middle-aged cultivator looked coldly at the young man and said. Since you know we're family friends, why are you still scamming me like this? Do you have any shame? This young cultivator named Zhou Chong had obviously fallen out with the middle-aged cultivator. Therefore, there was nothing polite in his words. You reckless thing, do you think the Zhou family is still the same Zhou family as before? Men, beat this kid half to death and then throw him out. The middle-aged cultivator said coldly. Immediately, 2 cultivators appeared like ghosts. The middle-aged cultivator's identity was extraordinary. He had booked the entire second floor of the 10,000 treasure tower for business. One could see how capable he was. Bang, one of the guards attacked, throwing a punch at Zhou Chong. Zhou Chong punched him. Zhou Chong was no match for him and was immediately sent flying. The other person appeared behind Zhou Chong. He kicked Zhou Chong. Bang, a second sound was heard. Zhou Chong was directly kicked to the ground. These two people's figures were extremely ghostly. They rushed towards Zhou Chong. They wanted to cripple Zhou Chong. The fickleness of human nature and the hypocrisy of the world. Now, it was vividly displayed here. Whoosh. A light flashed. Lin Feng appeared in front of Zhou Chong. With a light sweep of his right hand, he pushed back the 2 cultivators who wanted to cripple Zhou Chong. Then, he said, even if you are greedy for other people's things, there is no need to cripple them, right? Moreover, they are the descendants of an old friend. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? The middle-aged cultivator's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, someone sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng, little brother, don't meddle in other people's business. This middle-aged man is called Wu Yungue. This fellow's daughter is the most favored concubine of the Fire Snake Star's 5th prince. If you offend this person, you won't have a good ending. Someone secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. It's fine. Lin Feng replied. He ignored Wu Yungue. Instead, he helped Zhou Chong up. Are you all right? Lin Feng asked. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. Zhou Chong cupped his fists. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'll hold these people back. You should leave quickly. Zhou Chong's expression changed slightly when he saw so many people surrounding him fiercely. Lin Feng felt that Zhou Chong was not a bad person. As for this Wu Yungue, he was simply detestable. Lin Feng had the intention to help Zhou Chong. Naturally, he would not leave. Lin Feng's character was like this. If he encountered something he wanted to care about, no one could change him. If he encountered something he did not want to care about, no matter who begged him, Lin Feng would not care. Brother Zhou, don't worry. They're just a bunch of trash. I can deal with them in a few moves. Lin Feng said. Who is this kid? How can he be so arrogant? I'm afraid he doesn't know Wu Yungui's identity. If he knew Wu Yungui's identity, he probably wouldn't dare to treat Wu Yungui with such an attitude. Wu Yungui is not a kind person. Offending him won't end well. Some of the surrounding cultivators could not help but start discussing. Obviously, in their opinion, Lin Feng, who stood up for Zhou Chong, would definitely not have a good ending. Capture this kid. I'm going to torture him. Wu Yungui revealed a ferocious look. His eyes were filled with a sinister look. This Wu Yungui relied on the fact that his daughter was the fifth prince's favorite concubine. Therefore, he could do whatever he wanted on the fiery snake star. There was nothing he did not dare to do. Yes. Sir. More than a dozen guards responded. They all attacked. Humph. Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. His eyes suddenly turned cold. A cold aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. That cold aura was suffocating. Plop. 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 Next. One by one, the cultivators could not withstand the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their faces were as pale as a sheet. It was only now that they realized how powerful and terrifying Lin Feng was. Lin Feng walked towards Wu Yungui step by step, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Wu Yungui's cultivation was very ordinary. So, when he saw how powerful Lin Feng was, he was completely scared silly. He kept retreating. I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. This is the fire snake star, and my son-in-law is the fifth prince. Moreover, our Wu family has many experts. If you dare to act recklessly, no one can save you. When Wu Yungui thought of the fifth prince and the Wu clan's strength, he felt much more confident. He then began to threaten Lin Feng. Kneel. Lin Feng stared coldly at Wu Yungui as a terrifying aura emanated from him. After that terrifying aura enveloped Wu Yungui simply couldn't bear it. There was a thump. Wu Yungui also knelt on the ground. Ah, little bastard, you dare to humiliate me like this? You're dead, you're dead. Wu Yungui usually relied on his reputation as the fifth prince, so who dared to provoke him? Now that he was being humiliated like this, he immediately found it hard to accept and began to curse loudly. Lin Feng sneered and said, You reckless thing. An ant like you dares to jump around in front of this young master? You must be tired of living. I'll give you a chance now. Hand over Zhou Chong's item and I'll spare you. Otherwise, you'll die. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all shocked. No one expected Lin Feng, who looked so young, to be so powerful. And he really dared to deal with Wu Yungui so brazenly. As a result, both sides had completely fallen out. I'll hand it over. Wu Yungui gritted his teeth and said. He was very cooperative with Lin Feng. This caused Lin Feng to be extremely surprised. This Wu Yungui had just threatened him with a fierce look, saying that he was dead. So. Lin Feng originally thought that Wu Yungui would not cooperate honestly. But Wu Yungui did not do so. This caused Lin Feng to have a higher opinion of Wu Yungui. This person was able to bend and stand tall. It was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The only pity was that a person with such a character was a despicable and shameless bastard who even coveted the things of his old friend's descendants. Lin Feng removed the terrifying aura that suppressed Wu Yungui. And Wu Yungui hurriedly took out a compass. That compass was very simple and unadorned. It should be Zhou Chong's ancestral treasure. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not expect Zhou Chong's ancestral treasure to be a compass. After Wu Yungui took out the compass, he directly threw it to Zhou Chong. Get lost. Lin Feng waved his sleeve. Wu Yungui was suddenly thrown dozens of meters away. Bang! His head smashed into a pillar, causing blood to flow from his head as he fainted. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a sneer. He deliberately did what he did just now. This Wu Yungui was not a good person. It was better to directly turn him into an idiot. Lin Feng only promised to spare Wu Yungui's life. But he did not say that he would not beat Wu Yungui into an idiot. Moreover, after Lin Feng had beaten Wu Yungui until he was an idiot, Lin Feng had drawn all the hatred towards him. When the time came, the person behind Wu Yungui would come to seek revenge. solve it all together. There was no need to worry about Zhou Chong being retaliated against. Brother, take advantage of the fact that Wu Yungui's people have not reacted in time and quickly leave the fire snake star. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will be killed. Zhou Chong looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Brother Zhou, don't worry about me. To me, this is just a matter that can be solved easily. Lin Feng said. Many people could not help but be shocked by Lin Feng's calm temperament. This young master is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid he has an extremely shocking origin. Many people could not help but think in their hearts. Zhou Chong was also slightly stunned. He also felt more and more that Lin Feng was not an ordinary person. Brother, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Zhou Chong cupped his fists and said. Let's hear it. Lin Feng said. My grandfather is on the verge of death. I hope that brother can follow me to take a look. In the future, I will be an ox or a horse for you to command. Zhou Chong said. Brother Zhou, you don't have to be so polite. Please lead the way. Lin Feng said. Brother, follow me. Zhou Chong was delighted and continued. He led the way in front, while Lin Feng and Xia Yulan followed Zhou Chong and left the Thousand Treasure Tower together. Along the way, Lin Feng and Zhou Chong chatted about many things. After some understanding, they found out that Zhou Chong's family was also a famous and powerful clan. Unfortunately, in his great-grandfather's generation, the core teachings were lost along with his great-grandfather's death. In addition, when his great-grandfather died, Zhou Chong's grandfather returned with serious injuries. This caused their clan to completely decline. The Fire Snake Star's royal family took the opportunity to suppress the Zhou family. The Zhou family fell apart, and many of the clansmen left the Fire Snake Star. Lin Feng followed Zhou Chong to the Zhou family's mansion. The Zhou family's mansion was several hundred mu in size. However, due to years of disrepair, it looked rather dilapidated. Lin Feng was astonished. It was such a large courtyard. If he sold it, he would definitely be able to get a lot of origin crystals. However, Zhou Chong looked rather down and out. Since the Zhou family's mansion was empty, why didn't he sell it? Zhou Chong seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. He said, grandfather had a wish, and that was to die in the Zhou family's mansion. Therefore, over the years, no matter how difficult it was, he never had any intention of selling it. Do you know the details of what happened in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. That battle. Zhou Chong's great-grandfather fell, and Zhou Chong's grandfather returned with heavy injuries. Zhou Chong's parents also died tragically in that battle. However, Zhou Chong was still young at that time. That was something that happened almost 100 years ago. Zhou Chong said, grandfather didn't mention a single word about what happened in the past. I'm afraid there's some secret behind it. Lin Feng nodded. Zhou Chong's grandfather didn't mention what happened in the past. Furthermore, Zhou Chong's grandfather was someone who had experienced it. One could imagine that the incident back then was definitely not simple. Lin Feng and Xia Yulan followed Zhou Chong into the Zhou family's courtyard. Young master, you're back. After passing through the many courtyards, Lin Feng saw a lame old servant. This old servant was the only clansman in the Zhou family apart from Zhou Chong and Zhou Chong's grandfather. Zhou Chong had never treated this old servant as a servant. Instead, he treated this old servant as his own relative. Back then, Zhou Chong's father had been raised by this old servant. However, everything had changed. It made one sigh. Third grandfather. I'll bring my 2 friends to see grandfather. Zhou Chong said. This old servant had been in the Zhou family for many years, and he was the 3rd child. Now, Zhou Chong addressed him as third grandfather. From this, one could see how important this old servant was to Zhou Chong. All right. Go. The old servant said. The 3 of them continued to walk deeper into the courtyard. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Lin Feng sensed the aura of the earth fire. Previously, I left my ancestral treasure with Wu Yungue because I wanted to gather some spiritual herbs for grandfather. Grandfather's condition is extremely bad. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. At this point, Zhou Chong could not help but sigh. Not necessarily. I'll take a closer look later. Maybe things will take a turn for the better. Lin Feng said. Zhou Chong nodded. Under Zhou Chong's guidance, Lin Feng and Xia Yulan arrived at a special room. This was a room with earth fire. There was a passageway that was connected to the earth fire gushing out from underground. An old man was lying on a stone bed, motionless. That old man was obviously Zhou Chong's grandfather. Although this was the earth fire room. However, after entering the room, Lin Feng felt that the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped. There was even a hint of coldness. The problem lay with Zhou Chong's grandfather. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Lin. Zhou Chong cupped his fists and said. He was extremely worried. He was worried that Lin Feng would not be able to cure his grandfather. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the old man who had fainted on the bed. Lin Feng used his divine sense to probe the old man. He carefully examined the situation of Zhou Chong's grandfather. Immediately, he discovered a large amount of colding energy in Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian. This colding energy was extremely terrifying. It directly froze Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian and 8 extraordinary meridians. If not for Zhou Chong's grandfather's powerful cultivation, perhaps he would have died countless times already. Brother Lin. Is there a way to cure grandfather? Zhou Chong looked nervously at Lin Feng. There should be a way. Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Zhou Chong was overjoyed. He was extremely excited. Ever since his parents died, Zhou Chong's direct descendant, only his grandfather was left. Zhou Chong naturally could not bear to see his grandfather die. Don't make any noise. Lin Feng said. Zhou Chong and Xia Yulan quickly nodded. They did not dare to make any noise. Lin Feng began to dissolve the terrifying colding energy in Zhou Chong's grandfather's body. If it were someone else, they might not be able to dissolve this terrifying colding energy. If they forcefully dissolved it, they might even lose their lives. But, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire. This time, Lin Feng planned to use the heavenly fire to dissolve the terrifying colding energy in Zhou Chong's grandfather's body. Lin Feng flicked his finger. A purple earth core flame flew out and merged into Zhou Chong's grandfather's body. Lin Feng also had a stronger heavenly fire. However, he did not use it. This was because, Lin Feng felt, Zhou Chong's grandfather had been corroded by the colding energy for many years. His situation was not good. If he used the stronger heavenly fire, his body might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, Lin Feng used the weaker purple earth core flame. Ancestor of Coldine. Ancestor of Coldine. Not long after the heavenly fire entered his body, a cold voice came from Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian. Following that, endless amounts of cold air gushed out. A terrifying existence appeared in the cold air. That existence was shrouded in the cold air, and his body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The cold air in Zhou Chong's grandfather's dantian had actually given birth to its own spirituality. This kind of cold air was truly terrifying. No wonder Zhou Chong's grandfather was unable to restrain the cold air in his body. The ancestor of Coldine wanted to rush out and kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, and said, "What ancestor of Coldine, in front of me, it is simply unable to withstand a single blow." The purple earth core flame flew directly towards the ancestor of Coldine. This ancestor of Coldine was indeed very powerful. However, everything had its own counter. The ancestor of Coldine was destined to be restrained by Lin Feng's purple earth core flame. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon. The purple earth core flame surrounded the ancestor of Coldine. Then, it began to burn fiercely. The ancestor of Coldine continued to struggle, but was unable to resist the purple earth core flame. No, why is it like this? The ancestor of Coldine roared unwillingly. He struggled with all his might. However, he struggled many times. But to no avail. In the end, this ancestor of Coldine was refined to death by the purple earth core flame. After the ancestor of Coldine died, the cold air in Zhou Chong's grandfather's body began to gradually dissolve. 4 hours later, the cold air in Zhou Chong's grandfather's body was completely refined. Zhou Chong's grandfather. He opened his eyes. It was just that he was still relatively weak. "Grandfather, you're finally awake." Zhou Chong was extremely excited as he knelt by the bed. This old man is actually not dead. Zhou Chong's grandfather's expression was full of disbelief. "It was this brother Lin who saved grandfather," Zhou Chong said. Zhou Chong's grandfather looked at Lin Feng and struggled to get up. Zhou Chong hurriedly got up and helped his grandfather up. "Thank you, little friend, for saving me." Zhou Chong's grandfather thanked him. "Old man, you're welcome," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Zhou Chong, and that brat. Get out here and die." At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. Lin Feng smiled faintly when he heard the voice filled with killing intent. "Looks like these people are slower than expected. Let's go and see what's going on outside." Zhou Chong's grandfather didn't know much about what had happened, but he knew that the people outside didn't have good intentions when he heard the curses. However, he had just woken up and his body was still very weak. Thus, he couldn't help much. Zhou Chong's grandfather said, "Be careful." "We will," Lin Feng said. Then, he walked out with Zhou Chong and Xia Yulan. When they arrived outside, they saw dozens of cultivators floating in the air not far away. This group of people didn't hide their auras. Their arrival, they attracted the attention of many people. Thus, many cultivators gathered to watch the show. "They're all from the Wu clan," Zhou Chong whispered. At this moment, the group of Wu clan members saw Lin Feng and the other two. They quickly flew over, their eyes filled with murderous intent. "You're finally here. Have you decided how you want to die?" The leader of the Wu clan members said coldly. This person was a 7th heavenly layer god emperor cultivator. He was very strong. He glanced at Lin Feng and the other two, his eyes filled with killing intent. This person is called Wu Yunfan. He's one of the 3 god emperors in the Wu clan. The other 2 god emperors are the Wu clan patriarch, Wu Moya. The other is the Wu clan ancestor, Wu Qingfeng. However, it's said that Wu Qingfeng left the fire snake star a few hundred years ago and hasn't returned yet. The Wu clan patriarch, Wu Moya, is also in seclusion. The current leader of the Wu clan is Wu Yunfan, Zhou Chong whispered. Lin Feng said, "He's just a small character. Don't worry." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhou Chong's mouth twitched. A 7th heaven god emperor realm expert. In front of this brother Lin, he was just a small character. This brother Lin was too strong, wasn't he? What kind of character could be considered a big character in front of this brother Lin? Zhou Chong did not doubt Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng had a special temperament that made Zhou Chong believe everything that Lin Feng said. Even if Lin Feng called a cultivator of the 7th heavenly supreme god layer a nobody, Zhou Chong was also convinced. "Brat, do you know that you are courting death?" The conversation between Lin Feng and Zhou Chong naturally didn't escape the ears of Wu Yunfan, a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Wu Yunfan's face instantly turned gloomy and he couldn't help but shout coldly. Wu Yunfan was a big shot on the fire snake star. Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator, actually looked down on him. Wu Yunfan was naturally infuriated. The Wu family members looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Now, before this young master gets angry, scram as far as you can. Otherwise, this young master will make you regret coming to this place, Lin Feng said indifferently. His words were simply too arrogant. Wu Yunfan was so angry that his face turned green. In his opinion, he, a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert, was actually being looked down on by Lin Feng, a quasi-emperor realm cultivator. It was as if he had suffered a great humiliation. "You don't know life from death. Since you are in such a hurry to die, this seat will fulfill your wish." Wu Yunfan's voice was extremely cold. Across the void, Wu Yunfan sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. A giant energy handprint was formed. That huge energy palm struck towards Lin Feng. That gigantic hand was about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng flicked his finger. The huge energy palm formed by Wu Yunfan was directly shattered by an invisible force. Wu Yunfan's expression abruptly changed. Lin Feng's casual strike had actually broken his attack. This made Wu Yunfan feel a trace of danger. How is this possible? Those from the Wu family looked as though they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Feng was so young. His quasi-emperor realm cultivation was already inconceivable to them. But now, Lin Feng had easily broken Wu Yunfan's attack. This was simply too inconceivable. Xia Yulan had previously seen Lin Feng instantly kill 3 divine eaters. Thus, she wasn't surprised by Lin Feng's strength. However, this was the first time she saw Lin Feng display such terrifying strength. She couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. Now, it's my turn to attack, Lin Feng said indifferently. He raised his right hand. In the void. With a light stroke. Wang. In an instant. A dazzling sword chi condensed into form. It directly slashed towards Wu Yunfan. The sword energy instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of Wu Yunfan. Wu Yunfan's expression couldn't help but change greatly. He hurriedly took out a defensive treasure to block Lin Feng's attack. That defensive treasure was called the Mixed Element Shield. It fused with the Sky Crystal. Its defensive power was extremely tyrannical. It could block the attacks of immortal emperors. However, the Mixed Element Shield wasn't able to block Lin Feng's attack. Pfft, the sound of something being torn apart, it suddenly sounded. The Mixed Element Shield was directly torn apart by Lin Feng's sword energy. Not good. Wu Yunfan's expression abruptly changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Pfft, the sound of something being torn apart rang out again. This time, Lin Feng's sword energy directly pierced through Wu Yunfan's dantian. Ah! Wu Yunfan screamed as his body fell down. My dantian! My dantian! You actually destroyed my dantian! Wu Yunfan couldn't help but scream. If Lin Feng wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But Lin Feng didn't kill Wu Yunfan. There was nothing more painful than crippling an expert. Killing him. Instead, it was easy for him. Seeing this scene, the Wu family members were completely dumbfounded. Wu Yunfan was a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert, but he was destroyed by a young cultivator in one move. It was like a legend. The Wu clan cultivators, who had been arrogant before, were now all pale and trembling in fear. Take this person and scram. Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, we'll scram. We'll scram right now. The Wu family members hurriedly said. They didn't dare to hesitate. They took the crippled Wu Yunfan and hurriedly left. What happened in the Zhou family's residence quickly spread out. It caused a huge uproar. Many people flew towards the Zhou family's residence. They wanted to see who crippled Wu Yunfan. The situation has changed. A war is about to start, some of the martial emperors in the Fire Serpent City said. Those emperors knew. The Wu family members. Zhou Chong's grandfather was called Zhou Ziyuan. At his peak. He was also an immortal emperor-level expert. And he was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. He was very strong. So he recovered quickly. When the Wu clan people left, Lin Feng and the other 2 returned to Zhou Ziyuan's room. He was already able to move. Zhou Ziyuan also saw Lin Feng crippling Wu Yunfan, who was a 7th heaven god emperor with one move. He was also shocked by Lin Feng's powerful battle strength. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh, little friend, such an outstanding talent. It's really rare. Lin Feng said. Senior, you praise me too much. Zhou Ziyuan smiled, then looked at Zhou Chong and said, Chong it's been hard on you all these years. Grandson didn't suffer. To be able to see grandfather recover, everything was worth it. Zhou Chong said. Zhou Ziyuan patted Zhou Chong's shoulder and said, Chong take out the compass passed down by our ancestors. Hearing this, Zhou Chong didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly took out the compass. Things like compasses were very common. When traveling in the universe, one needed to use a compass. This was because the compass could determine the position in the universe. It was very magical. Lin Feng also had a compass. Almost every cultivator who traveled through the starry skies would prepare a few compasses and carry them with them. This compass. It's called the heart compass. Rumor has it that no matter where you want to go, you can use this compass to determine the position. Zhou Ziyuan said. What? There's such a compass? Hearing Zhou Ziyuan's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This was too extraordinary. It was simply unbelievable. If it was really as Zhou Ziyuan said. With this compass, wouldn't it mean that he could go wherever he wanted to go? Is this true? Does this compass really have such a powerful ability? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. It should be true. I once saw an ancestor use this compass. However, to use this compass, it seems that some secret techniques are needed. Zhou Ziyuan said. Secret techniques? Doesn't the Zhou clan have these secret techniques? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Zhou Ziyuan shook his head and said, when I was young, I heard from my elders that this kind of secret technique is very special and needs to be comprehended. The secret technique that everyone obtains is different, and the more powerful the secret technique that one obtains, the more accurate the compass will be. I see. Lin Feng nodded. This compass was too extraordinary. In fact, Lin Feng had long been tempted. If he could comprehend the secret technique of the compass, then wouldn't he be able to use this compass to go to many places he wanted to go? Heart compass, the compass that allows one's wishes to come true. Even if he didn't know where that place was. However, as long as he thought of that place in his heart, he would be able to use the heart compass to locate the location of that place. This was how extraordinary the heart plate was. Leaving this compass with us would only be a waste of it. Young friend, you're young, but your talent, strength, and character are unquestionable. Giving this compass to you can be considered as finding a good home for it. Zhou Ziyuan said as he handed the compass to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Ziyuan to give this compass to him. Such a precious compass, and an ancestral treasure. He gave it away just like that. He was really open-minded. Thank you, Elder. Lin Feng took the compass. He really wanted this compass. Since Zhou Ziyuan gave it to him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. Lin Feng was a straightforward person. If he wanted it, then he wanted it. Since he wanted it, then he would accept it. Zhou Ziyuan said, young friend, you don't have to be so polite. However, now that Wu Yunfan has been crippled, I'm afraid the Wu family won't let this matter rest. Although young friend is strong, you still have to be careful. Lin Feng said, Elder, don't worry. I'll be careful. Next, Lin Feng asked Zhou Ziyuan about the heart compass in detail. They chatted for about 2 hours. Lin Feng said his goodbyes and left. After Lin Feng and Xia Yulan left the Zhou family, they found many cultivators gathered outside. Look, it's that person. He crippled Wu Yunfan in one move. Someone pointed at Lin Feng. In the previous battle, there were cultivators watching from afar. Those people saw with their own eyes how Lin Feng crippled Wu Yunfan in one move. So this news. It was also spread by those who were watching the show. And now, the cultivator who pointed at Lin Feng was one of the cultivators who were watching the show. Isn't he too young? Someone couldn't help but say. They could sense Lin Feng's life aura. His lifespan was less than 100 years. Such a young cultivator actually crippled a 7th heavenly layer god emperor expert in one move. It was like a fantasy story. However, this fairy tale-like thing actually happened. This person seems to be a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor crippled a 7th heavenly layer god emperor cultivator in one move? This isn't a fairy tale. Someone continued to say. They still felt that the previous rumor wasn't true. Lin Feng was too young, and he was also a quasi-emperor. They couldn't believe that Wu Yunfan was crippled by Lin Feng. In this world, there are always monstrous existences that surpass our understanding. Someone said. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those cultivators. He quickly left with Xia Yulan. Is there really such a magical compass in this world? On the way, Xia Yulan couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng said, maybe. After all, it's an ancestral treasure of the Zhou family. But it does sound incredible. Now, Lin Feng couldn't wait to study this compass. If he could obtain the secret to activating the compass, then it would be heaven-defying. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng returned to his room to study the compass. Wang Lui had also heard about what had happened outside, and the news had spread like wildfire. He personally came to ask Xia Yulan about what happened. Naturally, Xia Yulan told him everything she knew. However, she didn't mention the matter of the heart plate. This was because the heart compass was too important. Xia Yulan was worried that if she told him about the heart compass, it would cause unnecessary trouble. This Lin Gongzi is really a sentimental person. Wang Lui couldn't help but sigh. Many people felt that the Wu family would definitely take revenge on Lin Feng. However, the Wu family didn't make any moves, which surprised everyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The heart compass was mysterious. Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the secret of the heart compass. He kept the heart compass. Then, he followed Wang Lui and the rest to meet up with the other 4 major powers. The cultivators of the 5 major powers boarded the ancient starship and left the Fire Snake Star. In this world of stars, there was a mysterious starfield. This starfield was called the Immortal Burial Starfield. This starfield was extremely dangerous. It was simply full of dangers. Therefore, very few people would come to this starfield. Because if they came here, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Therefore, naturally, no one was willing to take the risk. In the celestial burial star field, there were many huge stars. Many of the stars were destructive stars, containing a powerful destructive force. Cultivators were not allowed to casually step onto the stars of destruction. Because once they boarded those destructive stars were very likely to self-destruct. At that time, the cultivators who boarded those destructive stars would not be able to escape in time and would be destroyed along with the destructive stars. It was precisely because of this that even if they knew that there might be amazing opportunities in some places of the Immortal Burial Starfield. However, very few cultivators entered the Immortal Burial Starfield to look for opportunities. The Starfield world was so huge. There were too many places with opportunities. However, the Immortal Burial Starfield was so dangerous. There was no need to take the risk to come here. The ancient starship flew quickly in the Immortal Burial Starfield. It was as fast as lightning. It quickly crossed the starfield world. In the end, the ancient starship stopped in front of a star. That star was surrounded by a terrifying destructive force. If one approached it rashly, they would definitely suffer. It should be here. However, the destructive force here is very powerful. Everyone, be careful. Lu Yixiang could not help but remind them. Everyone nodded. Then, the ancient starship landed on this planet. After passing through layers of destructive force, they finally landed on this planet. This was a dry planet. The aura of death was everywhere. One could see the towering ancient trees that had long withered. One could also see the dried-up rivers. Take out the tokens that everyone has, Sitalei said. Then, Wang Lui, Lu Yixiang, Sitalei, Zhang Yaokuan, and Shangguan Xuanchuan all took out the incomplete tokens that they had. After the 5 incomplete tokens sensed each other's aura, they all flew into the air. Then, the 5 incomplete tokens merged into one. The 2 tokens seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force. They quickly flew towards the depths. Go, follow them, Sitalei said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, everyone moved quickly. He followed behind the token. Everyone crossed the dry sea, the withered primitive forest, the endless desert, and the cold snowfield. Finally, they arrived at a bone sea world. As far as the eye could see, endless skeletons. He didn't know how many there were. Where is this place? So many living beings have died. Everyone was extremely shocked. There were too many skeletons in this place. What kind of terrifying battle had taken place back then? Was that why so many living beings had died? In the distance, a war spear stabbed into the ground. Every spear contained a terrifying wave of energy that could destroy the world. With a light sweep of the spear, it was as if it could collapse the world of the void. It was so powerful. It was shocking. A battle spear left behind by an expert. A cultivator said excitedly and quickly rushed towards the war spear. When the cultivator approached the spear, within the war spear, endless fighting spirit burst forth. That terrifying battle intent shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It enveloped the cultivator who was rushing over. Poof! The cultivator's body was instantly pierced through by the terrifying battle intent surging from the battle spear. Then, the cultivator fell to the ground on his back and died. Just the battle intent emitted from the battle spear was enough to kill a peak quasi-emperor expert. This is too unbelievable. Many people were shocked. The power of the war spear was too powerful. It made many people palpitate with excitement. But in the face of such a terrifying war spear, not everyone dared to make a move. Sitolay stepped out. He was an expert of the immortal emperor realm and his battle strength was powerful. He wanted to go over and collect the war spear. Sitolay was quickly approaching the war spear. Buzz! Just like before, a terrifying battle intent surged from the war spear. And this time, the terrifying battle intent surging from the war spear directly blasted towards Sitolay. Sitolay's cultivation was tyrannical. He unleashed a powerful supernatural power. He blocked the terrifying battle intent surging from the war spear. Sitolay was quickly approaching the war spear. Finally, he came to the war spear and then reached out to grab it. But at this moment, a bang was heard. The war spear was actually shattered. Everyone was very surprised and did not expect this scene at all. The war spear actually broke on its own. It was really unbelievable. Damn it, Sitolay could not help but curse. It was not easy to get close to the war spear, and he was about to collect this powerful war spear. But something like the war spear breaking happened. Sitolay was naturally very depressed. It's been too long. It's enough to destroy everything. Even this powerful war spear is no exception. This war spear was not damaged before, perhaps because of the powerful battle intent in the war spear. Brother Situ approached the war spear and broke the battle intent in the war spear, so the war spear was damaged. Zhang Yaoquan said. Everyone agreed with Zhang Yaoquan's point of view. Buzz. At this time, the token that was originally suspended in midair vibrated with an amazing fluctuation. Then the token continued to fly deeper. It was extremely fast. Everyone followed closely behind the token. Along the way, they saw all kinds of skeletons in the Bone Sea world. Some skeletons were similar to human skeletons. Some skeletons had wings on their backs and horns on their foreheads. Some skeletons were abnormally huge, and it was unknown what kind of skeletons they were. Endless skeletons. All kinds of different races. On the ground were magic treasures that had been destroyed by time. All of this was enough to show how tragic the battle back then was. A day later, everyone saw a continuous mountain range appear in their line of sight. Within the mountain range, there were also white bones. The token flew into the mountain range. Everyone flew into the mountain range. When they entered the range of the mountain range, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and terrifying aura enveloping his entire body. This caused his heart to tremble involuntarily. Lin Feng pinched his fingers and calculated. He felt that something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, "This is a place of absolute death. We can't stay here. Let's go quickly." After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and rushed out without thinking. How can there be no danger in the immortal graveyard? A cultivator sneered. Lin Feng did not care what these people thought. He quickly rushed out of the mountain range. Wang Lui and the others hesitated for a moment, but also followed Lin Feng and quickly flew out. They had just left the mountain range. Suddenly, who dares to trespass into the paradise of the dead? Suddenly, a deep roar could be heard. It contained a monstrous killing intent. The skeletal creatures had all come back to life. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura, as if they were evil spirits that had been revived. They were so powerful. There were so many of them, so densely packed that it was unknown how many skeletal creatures there were. When they saw this scene, the expressions of the cultivators from the 4 major factions who were surrounded in the mountain range changed abruptly. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. It was simply too despairing. They regretted that they hadn't listened to Lin Feng. Wang Lui and the others were incomparably glad because they had rushed out with Lin Feng. The immortal graveyard is actually so dangerous. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to obtain the opportunities here. Wang Lui couldn't help but sigh. Of course, he was also someone who had seen the world. This kind of situation was actually not rare. Opportunities and dangers often coexisted. Even though he knew that there were many opportunities, he still didn't know where they were. But even if they paid the price with their lives, they might not be able to obtain them. At this time, one should be a smart person. Quickly leave. That way, one could still keep their life. As long as they were alive, there was still hope. Even if they had to give up this opportunity. But, there were still many opportunities that could be fought for. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Wang Lui and the others didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly followed behind Lin Feng and flew out. In the mountain range, the skeletal creatures had already begun to surround and attack the cultivators from the 4 major factions. In the end, it was unknown how many people from the 4 major factions would be able to escape alive. But one could imagine that this would definitely be an extremely tragic battle. Lin Feng and the others hadn't even left yet. Then, something terrible happened. In the world of bones outside, the skeletons came back to life one after another. All of them turned into skeletal creatures. This is the world of the dead, the paradise of the dead. If any living thing dares to enter, they will all die, one by one, the skeletal creatures spoke in a cold voice. Their eyes were filled with a monstrous murderous intent. Those skeletons were moving towards Lin Feng and the others at full speed. Seeing the overwhelming number of skeletons, the faces of Wang Lui and the others turned as pale as paper. The situation in front of them. It was truly despairing. These skeletons are not as strong as the skeletons in the mountain range. Everyone, follow them closely, don't lose them. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly moved closer to Lin Feng. Prehistoric demon refining insects. Come out. Lin Feng waved his hand. In an instant, hordes of primitive demon refining insects rushed out at high speed. Those desolate demon refining insects were extremely powerful. They charged directly at the skeletons. Wherever the primordial demon refining insect passed, bone dust flew everywhere. Countless skeletons were gnawed into piles of white bone powder by those bugs. What a powerful swarm! Everyone was shocked. Facing such a powerful insect swarm, even some high-level great emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be difficult for them to deal with it. No one expected Lin Feng to have such a terrifying technique. With the help of the primitive demon refining insects. In the end, Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the Bone Sea realm. The skeletons in the Bone Sea realm seemed to be unable to leave the Bone Sea realm. As for the fate of the cultivators from the other 4 forces, no one knew. Lin Feng didn't have the time to consider the fate of a group of strangers. When they left earlier, he reminded everyone that the mountain range was too dangerous and they had to leave quickly. He had already done his duty. However, they didn't listen. Lin Feng had no choice. The loss this time is too great. Wang Lui sighed. Many of them had died, but they didn't get anything. That was why Wang Lui said that the loss was too great. That's how cultivation is. It's unrealistic to think that we can get an opportunity every time we move. Lin Feng said. Lin Gongzi, you're right. Wang Lui couldn't help but cup his fists. Lin Feng said, let's part ways here. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng turned around and left. Lin Gongzi, seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Xia Yulan suddenly felt a deep sense of reluctance. She couldn't help but call out. Lin Feng stopped and looked at Xia Yulan. Although Xia Yulan hadn't been with him for a long time, Lin Feng still liked her. Her appearance was only one aspect. Lin Feng liked Xia Yulan's personality. However, Lin Feng had too many things to do. He wouldn't stop for a woman. He had too many responsibilities. He wouldn't allow himself to do so. Will we meet again in the future? Xia Yulan asked. If fate wills it. We'll definitely meet again. Lin Feng said. Xia Yulan nodded and said, I look forward to our reunion. Everyone present could see that Xia Yulan was deeply in love with Lin Feng. However, they couldn't say anything about it. Lin Feng turned around and left. Wang Lui and the others didn't stay and quickly left as well. Lin Feng didn't leave the planet. He returned to the edge of the Bone Sea realm and looked into its depths. An immortal was buried here. Lin Feng didn't want to leave just like that. He didn't know if there would be any other unforeseen events. Until now. The skeletons of the Bone Sea realm hadn't quieted down yet. The great battle in the depths was still ongoing. Now wasn't the time to enter. Lin Feng planned to wait until the skeletons had quieted down. He had to think of a way to hide his aura, then sneak in again. Not long after. The fluctuations in the depths disappeared. The great battle has stopped. I wonder if the people from the four great powers have been completely annihilated. Or perhaps, there are still some experts who managed to escape? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Roar. Roar. The skeletons of the Bone Sea realm couldn't help but let out a series of earth-shattering roars. The skeletal beings gathered together and roared continuously. The void was about to collapse from the tremors. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out, causing the void to crack. It was a demonic hand. It had appeared from the crack in the void. When Lin Feng saw the demonic hand, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was the demonic hand that had been suppressed by the Undying clan in Jiuzhou. Back then, Lin Feng had inadvertently released it. Later on, it had left Jiuzhou and disappeared without a trace. Now, it had actually appeared in this place. Lin Feng was very surprised. After the demonic hand appeared, it didn't stop and directly flew into the Bone Sea realm. What is the demonic hand doing here? Lin Feng reckoned that the devil hand had already discovered him. After all, the devil hand was so powerful. It was normal for him to be discovered by the devil hand. It was just that the devil hand did not greet Lin Feng. Trespassing into the undead paradise will only lead to death. The densely packed skeletal creatures roared. Then, they all rushed towards the devil hand. The devil hand gently patted the void. Suddenly, an unimaginably powerful and terrifying power spread out in all directions. This power was so powerful that it shocked all the living beings in the world. Bang, 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 then, something terrifying happened. The bodies of the skeletons exploded one after another. Not long after, those skeletal creatures died one after another. Further away, the overwhelming number of skeletal creatures continued to rush over. However, facing the devil hand's attack, those skeletal creatures did not have the strength to resist at all. So what if they had thousands of troops, in front of the devil hand, they were still unable to withstand a single blow? Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. It was simply too shocking. The devil hand's attack was simply like the end of the world. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the time when the devil hand had just been born. It had almost destroyed the Undying clan's branch in the 9 states. Back then, the devil hand had also been separated by the 7 sages of the Undying clan and suppressed in different places. Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence the devil hand's original body was, but there was one thing that Lin Feng was very clear about. The devil hand seemed to have an immortal body. If the devil hand's original body could be killed, then the 7 sages of the Undying clan had such a powerful cultivation. Why couldn't they kill the devil hand's original body? This was enough to explain a lot of questions. Now that the devil hand had escaped for a period of time, his battle strength seemed to have become even stronger. Isn't the devil hand looking for his separated and suppressed body? Could it be that the immortal graveyard is suppressing the devil hand's body? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. After thinking of this, he could not help but be shocked. If that was really the case, that was too shocking. Once the devil hand found another body, his combat strength would continue to increase. Previously, Devil Hand had said that once he recovered, he would kill his way to the Undying clan's main branch to take revenge for what happened back then. The Demon Hand's resentment was great. If such a day really came, there would definitely be a shocking battle. Along the way, the Demon Hand was practically invincible. After destroying the skeleton army, it arrived at the mountain range deep within the Bone Sea realm. The skeletal creatures in the mountain range were even more powerful. Now, all of the skeletons were attacking the devil hand. The demonic hand trembled slightly. Bang, 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 countless skeletons exploded. Heaven-defying. Truly heaven-defying. I wonder how much strength Devil Hand has recovered. Lin Feng watched from afar, his heart filled with shock. Devil Hand's battle prowess had deeply shocked him. One had to know. The Devil Hand was only a palm now. There was still a long way to go before his body could be reassembled. Yet, even a single palm was so powerful. In the past, when he was at his peak. Just how terrifyingly strong was he, think about it. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. The skeletons in the entire mountain range were all killed by the Devil Hand. The Devil Hand flew into the depths of the mountain range. Lin Feng also followed the Devil Hand into the depths of the mountain range. That is, suddenly. Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. A huge tomb appeared in the depths of the mountain range. The tomb was surrounded by immortal light. The void around the tomb was distorted. It was actually an immortal tomb. Although they were very far away, Lin Feng felt like he was about to suffocate. It was hard to imagine how powerful the existence buried in the tomb was when it was alive. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years after its death. It was actually able to emit such a terrifying aura. Immortal herbs, Lin Feng was shocked. He saw a few immortal herbs in the immortal tomb. Those immortal herbs were extraordinary. They had been growing for more than 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, they wouldn't have transformed into immortal herbs. I haven't even entered the immortal tomb and I've already seen a few immortal herbs. As expected of the immortal burial ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. There were many immortal burial grounds in the world. Every immortal burial ground might be extremely dangerous. However, danger and opportunity often coexist. Just like this immortal burial ground. Because of the existence of the skeleton's army, this place was simply a land of death. But an expert of the Devil Hand's level came and destroyed the skeleton's army. This place suddenly became a treasure land. Rumble. The Devil Hand directly slapped toward the immortal tomb, wanting to destroy it directly. The Devil Hand's attack caused a loud noise. It was like an ancient immortal mountain, violently crushing the sky. The power of that terrifying attack was so strong that it was shocking. Just at this moment, kacha-kacha sounds were heard. The immortal tomb actually cracked open. After the immortal tomb cracked open, an ancient bronze coffin flew out from it. The ancient bronze coffin collided with the Devil Hand. Bang, along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Even the void began to collapse. A collision of this level was simply too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Get out! The Devil Hand roared in anger. You're not dead yet? A voice came from the ancient bronze coffin. This voice was actually a woman's voice. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Kacha-kacha. The ancient bronze coffin opened, and a woman appeared. She was a woman wearing a purple dress. She had a celestial aura and was incomparably beautiful. At this moment, she coldly looked at the Devil Hand. What a good method. You actually hid in the ancient bronze coffin and avoided calamity after calamity to live until now. The Devil Hand said coldly. Lin Feng was shocked. Who was this woman in purple? From the looks of it, she seemed to be in existence of the same era as the Devil Hand. And it was very likely that they had a grudge. You shouldn't have come looking for me. Because you found the wrong person. If you leave now, I can spare you. Otherwise, I don't mind suppressing you. The woman in purple said coldly. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. You want to suppress me? Tell me, where is my body? The Devil Hand roared and charged toward the woman in purple. She knows where the Devil Hand's main body is being suppressed? Just who was this purple-dressed woman? Is she from the Undying clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. You're destined to be a thing of the past. Why fight against fate? The woman in purple said coldly. She controlled the bronze coffin. The bronze sarcophagus was extraordinary. It was a powerful offensive magic treasure, and it was controlled by the purple-dressed woman. It was very powerful. Extreme demon palm. The demon hand shouted. As the shout fell, the demon hand began to grow bigger. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of dozens of acres. It covered the sky, trying to grab the ancient bronze sarcophagus. But the ancient bronze sarcophagus was too powerful. Bang! 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 The ancient bronze sarcophagus and the demon hand collided. Violent collisions occurred again and again, the sound was deafening. It was extremely powerful. After many collisions, the demon hand sent the ancient bronze sarcophagus flying. Then, the demon hand quickly flew toward the purple-dressed woman. It directly descended from the sky and suppressed the purple-dressed woman. The purple-dressed woman's cultivation was extremely powerful. She collided with the demon hand. She was not at a disadvantage. The demon hand's attack became more and more violent. The purple-dressed woman controlled the ancient bronze sarcophagus to fight the demon hand. They fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The entire huge planet couldn't help but make cracking sounds. The entire planet. It began to crack. This is too terrifying. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. A battle of this level was simply unimaginable. It was just the energy aftermath of the shock, but it was actually going to destroy a planet. It was easy to imagine just how tyrannical these two existences were. It was truly shocking. Rumble, 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 this was accompanied by a series of loud noises. The void began to collapse. At the same time, the earth also began to collapse. The situation was extremely bad. This planet seemed to be beginning to dismember. The battle between the demon hand and the purple-dressed woman was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. Lin Feng quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. In the end, this planet was really dismembered into 4 parts. The dismembered planet could no longer maintain celestial motion. Therefore, it began to fall to an unknown location in the starry sky world. The battle between the demon hand and the purple-dressed woman became more and more intense. However, their battle moved from this planet to the starry sky world. Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to watch the battle between the devil hand and the purple-dressed woman. His thoughts were all on the immortal tomb. After the purple-dressed woman came out of the immortal tomb, the suffocating pressure from the immortal tomb finally lessened a lot. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the immortal tomb. He collected the few stalks of immortal herbs. The value of these immortal herbs was immeasurable. Even if there were no other opportunities, being able to obtain these immortal herbs was already a great opportunity. After collecting these immortal herbs, Lin Feng quickly entered the immortal tomb. There's actually a skeleton here. Lin Feng saw a skeleton. The skeleton was very strange. It was actually made of jade. He had been dead for far too long. Even the jade-like bones had already decayed. Is this the skeleton of an immortal? However, it has already decayed. Does this mean that this tomb wasn't built by that purple-dressed woman? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He had originally thought that this immortal tomb was built by that purple-dressed woman. That purple-dressed woman had hidden in the immortal tomb and avoided the passage of time. She had lived until now. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The immortal tomb itself existed. However, the purple-dressed woman had taken over the immortal tomb. Lin Feng quickly walked towards the skeleton. If it was really the skeleton of an immortal, it would definitely have an origin immortal bone. The value of an origin immortal bone was unimaginable. But at that moment, the skeleton actually emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. That terrifying chi immediately moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. Even though it was a skeleton that was close to decaying, it was still able to emit that suffocating pressure. If this skeleton wasn't the skeleton of an immortal, Lin Feng would definitely not believe it. Perhaps only the skeleton of an immortal could have such terrifying power. Lin Feng hurriedly activated his haki. Once his haki was activated, it immediately blocked the terrifying aura emitted by the skeleton. Lin Feng came in front of the skeleton. When he reached out and touched the skeleton, something shocking happened. The skeleton directly turned into ashes. Nothing was left behind. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes helplessly. Lin Feng got up and continued to look for other things. The immortal tomb was so big. Lin Feng felt that there must be something good. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He saw a mysterious item. He quickly rushed over and found that it was a bronze book. The coffin here was originally made of bronze. Now that a bronze book has appeared, could that be a living being from the Bronze Age? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. The Bronze Age was an extremely important era. The leap from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age was an important transformation of the myriad worlds. The experts of the Bronze Age, even in the perspective of the 3,000 eras, stood at the peak of the experts. Their combat strength was unparalleled. Experts of that level were absolutely terrifying to the extent that it would make one's expression change. Immortals. In that era, although there were not many. But there were still many. Unlike now, when one was searching for immortals in the myriad worlds. Where were the immortals? Lin Feng held the bronze book in his hand. Just as he was about to open it to take a look, suddenly, he felt an eerie and terrifying aura enveloping his body. When Lin Feng felt that aura, his expression changed slightly. Lin Feng turned his head and saw that in the darkness, a terrifying living being was walking out step by step. God? No, it's not a God. Lin Feng's expression became extremely serious. He originally thought that the living being that walked out of the darkness was a God. But soon, Lin Feng realized that it was not a God. Although it was somewhat similar to a God's aura, it was definitely not a God. Not bad. Not bad. Your bloodline is very powerful. The terrifying living being said aloud. A pair of eerie and terrifying eyes stared at Lin Feng. It was as if he was looking at an exquisite piece of art. It was a blatant greed. Lin Feng was not unfamiliar with this gaze. In the past, when the divine servant wanted to take over his body, he had shown such a gaze. Now that this terrifying living being had shown such a terrifying gaze, Lin Feng guessed his purpose. Swoosh, Lin Feng took out the mysterious metal box. He planned to use the mysterious metal box to deal with this terrifying living being. This metal box fell into your hands. Are the dismembered corpse still inside? Lin Feng was shocked. This terrifying creature actually knew about the mysterious iron box, and it even knew about the broken corpse inside the box. You know about the mysterious metal box too? Lin Feng asked. Of course. Of course. Back then, countless people fought over the mysterious metal box, but it disappeared in the end. No one was able to obtain it. I'm really curious. How did an ant like you obtain it? The terrifying existence couldn't help but say. Clearly, he didn't think much of Lin Feng. Earlier, he had used the term ant to address Lin Feng. It was no wonder that this terrifying being didn't think much of Lin Feng. He was indeed too powerful. No one would necessarily be able to win against such a terrifying existence. However, Lin Feng was more curious. Had this being been in the tomb all this time? Did he share the tomb with the purple-dressed woman? Did these two terrifying existences not fight? Although Lin Feng was puzzled, he still decided to ask about the corpse's origin. If there was a chance, he would ask about this terrifying being's origin. Do you know the origin of the dismembered corpse inside the mysterious metal box? Lin Feng asked. Of course. The terrifying being said. What is the corpse's origin? Lin Feng continued asking. The corpse's origin is. The terrifying being said. However, before he could finish his sentence, he remained silent. An ant like you doesn't have the right to know about the corpse's origin. I can't be bothered to say anything else to you. Now, you can die. The terrifying being said coldly. Then, he attacked Lin Feng. Boom. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The aura was suffocating. This terrifying being's combat strength was heaven-defying. Now that he had unleashed a portion of his combat strength, Lin Feng felt like he had fallen into hell. Open! Lin Feng roared as he opened the mysterious iron box. Lin Feng wanted to use the mysterious iron box to deal with this terrifying existence. This move of his had been tested time and time again. But this time, after Lin Feng opened the mysterious iron box, the dismembered corpse did not move at all. The dismembered corpse seemed to have fallen silent. Originally, the dismembered corpse contained an extremely terrifying power. But now, however, that power was not released. What's going on? Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He didn't know what had gone wrong. In the past, every time the mysterious iron box was opened, the dismembered corpse would erupt with terrifying power. Why did it lose its effect this time? This puzzled Lin Feng. He didn't know what had caused all this. It's useless, the dismembered corpse won't attack me, the terrifying being said. Then, a palm shot towards Lin Feng. Bang! Lin Feng received a blow from this terrifying existence and was directly sent flying. This terrifying existence seemed to be deliberately restraining its power. Therefore, it didn't hurt Lin Feng's body. It simply sent him flying. Why won't it attack you? Lin Feng asked. He felt that it was too strange. The dismembered corpse could almost cause indiscriminate attacks, but it didn't attack this living being in front of him. This was enough to explain the problem. This is because I used my life essence blood to sacrifice the dismembered corpse in the past, the terrifying being said. Lin Feng didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder the dismembered corpse didn't attack this person. Perhaps it was related to the sacrifice that year. Boom! A terrifying pressure quickly surged out from the body of this terrifying being. That pressure directly suppressed Lin Feng's body, making it difficult for Lin Feng to move. Lin Feng couldn't help but roar. He wanted to struggle. But he struggled several times. He still failed. This terrifying being completely suppressed Lin Feng. It made it impossible for him to struggle. He came to Lin Feng's side and said sinisterly, "What a perfect body. The immortal divine body and the sovereign imperial body. What a powerful bloodline. If I can get your body, I will be reborn." At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw the body of this being clearly. His body was shining with a metallic luster. A puppet, Lin Feng's expression was very ugly. That's right. This body of mine is a puppet. I have been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to be reborn. Now, I have finally waited for it, the terrifying existence said in a sinister voice. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. You are that dead immortal? This terrifying being said coldly, you are very smart to be able to guess my identity. Lin Feng had already guessed the whole story. He said, back then, that purple-dressed woman stole the ancient bronze coffin that buried you. Your remnant soul hid in this puppet and has been struggling at death's door until now. When that purple-dressed woman was here, you didn't dare to show yourself. It was only when she left that you dared to show yourself. My guess should be correct, right? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Back then, she was the one who helped me forge this puppet body. This terrifying being said. When he mentioned the purple-dressed woman, his expression couldn't help but change. Lin Feng realized. There seemed to be a trace of warmth in that pair of cold eyes. This made him extremely puzzled. This terrifying being in front of him. What was the relationship between that purple-dressed woman and him? Obviously, their relationship must be extraordinary. Brat, I've already told you enough today. Everything can end now. This terrifying being stretched out his right hand. He directly grabbed Lin Feng's forehead. Soul transfer technique. Then, this terrifying being let out a low roar. He used an extremely terrifying technique to take over Lin Feng's body. The situation was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng's two bloodlines actively operated. The undying bloodline. An extremely terrifying power shook out from the sovereign bloodline. Two terrifying powers. They rushed towards this terrifying being. Humph. The undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline are indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. You can't use the wonders of these two bloodlines at all. Therefore, even if these two bloodlines actively protect you, it won't be of any use at all. This terrifying being said coldly. Next. This terrifying being swept a fist towards the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. The terrifying power that surged out from the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline instantly broke the powerful power that surged out from the undying bloodline and the sovereign bloodline. The situation was in imminent danger. It was simply despairing. But at this moment, something amazing happened. Buzz. In Lin Fang's body, a third power surged out. This power was incomparably mysterious. It seemed to be the power of bloodline, but also seemed to not be the power of bloodline. End of chapter 3389. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.